Chapter 1. Did he die right at the start? Shen Zhou felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body, his dazed expression preventing him from even opening his eyes. All he could hear was a cacophony of voices nearby. Breath like a wisp. Pulse weaker, must be on the brink of death. Then hurry and carry him out. We can't let this fool die. Hear what bad luck. But where do we take him? Back to his home, and then send some silver to his brother. Understood. Then, Shen Zhou felt himself being hoisted up by someone, memories flooding back into his mind. So it was true he had traversed into an ancient martial world. His former self was a young man born into a farming family, orphaned, with only an elder brother. Such individuals were a dime a dozen, representing the most inconsequential segment of society. Yet, as fate would have it, his lineage was poor, and to make matters worse, he was somewhat simple-minded, akin to Forrest Gump from the eponymous film. His sole redeeming quality, perhaps, was his striking appearance. The current predicament stemmed from a marriage recruitment event. The Han family of Chongqing County, immensely wealthy and a prominent clan, faced a crisis when their daughter, Han Weiner, suddenly fell ill, her life hanging by a thread despite the search for miraculous physicians. It was only when they consulted a sage that a solution was proposed, a marriage to dispel the bad luck. The idea was to wed Han Weiner, thereby transferring her misfortune and illness onto the new son-in-law. Thus, the Han family publicly sought a husband with Han Weiner's beauty and the family's wealth. One would expect a throng of suitors. However, this time, the role was akin to that of scapegoat, and despite the generous offer, no one was willing to step forward. Yet, Shen Zhou's brother saw an opportunity under the deception of his brother and sister-in-law. The simple-minded Shen Zhou was unwittingly sold to the Han family, becoming their son-in-law. On the very first day of his marriage, the transference began, but rather than a celebration, it was a grim fate wherein he was treated as a living vessel for the remedy. Shen Zhou was compelled to engage in dual cultivation with Weiner day in and day out for several months. The sage's method proved astonishingly effective through the relentless transference. Han Weiner regained her health and blossomed. In stark contrast, Shen Zhou succumbed to a peculiar illness, his frail body ravaged by unrelenting strain. Ultimately, he met his demise. Upon grasping the entire situation, Shen Zhou fell into a profound silence. In his past life, he was a cog in the corporate machine. In this life, he was merely a pawn. What a stroke of misfortune. Lost in thought, he was carried out of the Han residence, surrounded by the prattle of neighbors, one of whom inquired, "What happened to your son-in-law?" "Ah, don't even mention it," responded Zhang. "This wretched fool, even as my family's son-in-law, was not satisfied he actually had an affair with our maid and was caught in the act by my lady. My lady, being kind-hearted, initially spared him, but he continued his misdeeds, even stealing valuable paintings and jewelry from the estate. In a fit of rage, the master did this to him. Don't blame my master for being harsh, esteemed villagers, you tell me. Is such a scoundrel deserving of punishment?" Quickly, voices chimed in. "Indeed, he deserves it. Absolutely ungrateful and treacherous. To have tolerated such a rogue for so long, the Han family has shown remarkable leniency." Whether they believed Zhang's words was uncertain, but they joined in the condemnation. After all, offending the Han family bore dire consequences. With a thud, Shen Zhou was unceremoniously thrown onto a wooden board, followed by the sound of a cart being driven. Giddy up, giddy up. This inexplicable situation ignited a surge of resentment within Shen Zhou. To die unjustly was one thing, but to be vilified before his end was intolerable. Yet he found himself utterly powerless to resist, left to endure their scorn and abuse. In the depths of despair, Shen Zhou suddenly felt an irritating itch in his head, as if something was growing. To his astonishment, it was not a brain, but rather a book. The weathered cover bore the title record of meritorious deeds, bound with coarse hemp thread, exuding an air of antiquity. As a transmigrator, Shen Zhou keenly recognized this as possibly the fabled instrument that could alter his destiny. He wondered if he could even open it. With focused intent, he concentrated on the tome, and in the next moment, the ancient book indeed opened, revealing a page adorned with flowing script. Compassionate guidance through the world. Virtuous deeds illuminate the path. Perfect merits break the calamity, confidently transcending the myriad laws. Upon reciting the lines, a surge of information flooded Shen Zhou's mind, granting him clarity. This book was indeed a cheat, to put simply. Performing good deeds would yield benefits. The mechanism is refreshingly straightforward. Yet in my current frail state, what good deeds can I possibly accomplish? What a dismal beginning. After what felt like an eternity of jolting, the cart finally came to a halt, seemingly reaching its destination. Shen Mao, someone called out loudly. "Come collect the corpse." A flurry of hurried footsteps ensued. What in the world has happened to my brother? It was Shen Zhou's elder brother, Shen Mao. He's dead. Quit dawdling and move him. All right, all right. Shen Zhou was once again lifted and dragged to the ground. Also, erase the burial fee from our Lord Han. The sound of clinking coins echoed. Joy surged in Shen Mao's voice. Thank you, Lord Han. Thank you, Lord Han. That will be all. As the cart receded into the distance, Shen Mao continued. Wife, hurry. Help carry him into the courtyard. I'm coming, I'm coming. A woman's voice responded, and Shen Zhou found himself hoisted yet again. Truly, he felt like a dead dog. With a sigh, Shen Zhou managed to lift his eyelids, only to be met by the alluring visage of his sister-in-law, Tong Lian. At the same moment, Tong Lian noticed his movement. Wait, Erlang isn't dead yet. Not dead. Shen Mao appeared taken aback, and after a moment of surprise, he became conflicted. What should we do? I've already accepted the burial fee. Something was amiss. What did he mean by having accepted the burial fee? Shen Zhou sensed the gravity in Shen Mao's tone and summoned all his strength to shout. My wife loves me, dearly save me, and she will reward you handsomely. Though his voice was faint, it caught the attention of Shen Mao and his wife. They exchanged glances and quickly made a decision. Quick, 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 don't leave him in the courtyard, take him inside. Shen Mao urged. Shen Zhou knew his life had been momentarily spared as he was placed on a bed. Shen Mao then instructed, Wife, prepare some food for him. He'll return to the Han residence to inquire about the situation. Understood. Shen Mao hurried away, while Tong Lian brought a bowl of porridge to Shen Zhou's side, gently saying, Here, Erlang, have some congee. Sensing the aroma of food, Shen Zhou, who was famished, could no longer be bothered by anything else, immediately devouring the porridge. However, as he ate, he sensed something was amiss. His sister-in-law's other hand was becoming rather bold, trailing down the fabric of his clothing. Even Tong Lian's voice took on an inexplicable weight as she whispered in his ear. Though Erlang is simple-minded, he is quite handsome. I have long been envious. More trouble was brewing. Chapter 2. Dizziness is normal. Shen Zhou remained silent, merely continuing to gulp down the porridge. For a man starved to the brink of madness is no different from a beast. He devoured 5 bowls in quick succession, feeling a slight resurgence of strength. But it was hardly sufficient. Still gravely ill, he remained exceedingly feeble, unable even to sit up. His eyes darted, and suddenly, he caught sight of something on the table beside him. After a moment's contemplation, he stealthily reached out and grasped the object in his hand. Tong Lian remained oblivious, her focus entirely on Shen Zhou, emboldened by her desires. Cough, cough, that's enough, sister-in-law. Shen Zhou coughed. If this continues, I might truly perish. Tong Lian indeed recognized the truth. Shen Zhou was far too weak to withstand her advances. Erlang has truly suffered at the hands of that Han family lady. Tong Lian lamented, gazing at Shen Zhou, whose life seemed perpetually in jeopardy, and reluctantly ceased her advances. As dusk approached, Shen Mao finally returned, his demeanor somewhat grave. Why are you alone? Where are the people from the Han family? Aren't they coming to take Erlang back? Tong Lian adjusted her collar, suppressing her inner turmoil, and questioned Shen Mao. Shen Mao offered no reply, casting a glance at Shen Zhou on the bed before summoning Tong Lian outside. The Han family wants me to ensure Shen Zhou is dead. Once in the courtyard, Shen Mao spoke in a hushed tone, divulging the truth. What? Tong Lian gasped. Didn't Erlang say that the lady from the Han family adored him? Shen Mao spat. Adored? What nonsense! With his simplicity, he is living in the Han family like a dog. How could the Han family entrust such a matter to you? After all, Erlang is your own younger brother. Tong Lian remarked once more. Shen Mao's expression darkened, and what of it? He had known from the very beginning that the Han family was a pit of fire, yet he still had pushed Shen Zhou into it without hesitation. You fool! It is precisely because Erlang is your beloved kin, your brother. Tong Lian glared with her almond-shaped eyes. You must compel the Han family to increase the payment. Upon hearing this, Shen Mao immediately broke into a grin. Rest assured, the Han family has already added 100 taels of silver. Such a sum? Indeed, with this amount, we can repay a substantial portion of our debts. In that case, let's act swiftly, Tong Lian decisively proclaimed, initially reluctant to part with the handsome Shen Zhou, but the Han family's generous offer proved too enticing. Shen Mao nodded. You keep watch at the gate while I take action. By the way, what is that brat's current condition? Very weak, he can hardly. Cough, cough. In short, killing him is akin to slaughtering a chicken. Very well, Shen Mao responded, procuring a cloth, dampening it with water, and turning to enter the room. Gazing at the motionless Shen Zhou lying on the bed, Shen Mao suppressed his inner turmoil and instead expressed concern. Elder brother, do you feel any better? No reply came. Shen Zhou lay with his eyes closed, breathing steadily, seemingly lost in slumber. This certainly simplified matters. Shen Mao approached the bedside, continuing, "Elder brother, a simpleton like you suffers in life. For your elder brother's sake, you may rest in peace. I shall burn money for you each year. Ah, and in the underworld, do ensure that your elder brother wins every gamble." As he spoke, Shen Mao pressed the cloth against Shen Zhou's mouth and nose. At that precise moment, Shen Zhou's eyes flew open, and with all his might, he swung his right arm towards Shen Mao's neck. A clear, sickening sound echoed. Shen Mao's voice ceased abruptly as a hairpin was driven into his neck, precisely piercing his carotid artery. Blood gushed forth as if it were free. Shen Mao clutched his neck, staring at Shen Zhou in disbelief, all his strength seemingly ebbing away. "You'd best protect yourself now, my dear elder brother," Shen Zhou whispered, the splattered blood adding a tinge of ferocity to his handsome features. It was his first time taking a life. One would expect a tumult of emotions, perhaps even nausea. Yet Shen Zhou felt none, for he understood that at this moment, it was either his death or Shen Mao's. Observing Shen Mao collapse, Shen Zhou felt no joy. Killing Shen Mao was insufficient. Outside awaited a beloved sister-in-law. Having succeeded in this ambush, what was to be done next? Lost in contemplation, Shen Zhou suddenly noticed the merit scroll in his mind emanating a golden light. The ancient tome flipping open, revealing a new phrase inscribed upon its blank pages. "Assist a gambling addict in completely quitting gambling. Virtue value increased by 1 virtue value can be utilized to aid cultivation and enhance martial arts." What? Shen Zhou momentarily struggled to comprehend, before recalling that indeed, Shen Mao was a notorious gambler, burdened with a mountain of debts. The reason Shen Mao had sold him to the Han family was to repay those debts, and he often sent Tong Lian to entertain his creditors, claiming it was a matter of gambling debts and flesh. One must admit, although Tong Lian had her flaws, she truly loved Shen Mao, remaining steadfast despite everything. Of course, it could also be that she found joy in such circumstances. Digressing, could this truly be classified as a good deed? However, strictly speaking, it seemed accurate with Shen Mao gone. How could he continue gambling? No argument there. Shen Zhou was bewildered by the absurdity of the merit scroll's logic, and the ancient tome continued to inscribe, "Given this is your first utilization of this tome, you shall acquire a brand new martial arts talent." A talent to be gained. Shen Zhou's eyes gleamed, and he felt a surge of information manifest in his mind. Martial arts talent. Persuasion through virtue. Persuasion through virtue beginner. Your physique experiences a slight enhancement and is upgradable. Note: only with a robust physique will others willingly heed your reasoning. With the acquisition of this talent, Shen Zhou felt his debilitating illness dissipate as swiftly as snow under the blazing sun. He was not merely restored, he had become healthier and stronger than before. His physique beneath the white garment quickly took on a sculpted form, reminiscent of finely carved jade. Feeling an unprecedented surge of vitality coursing through him, Shen Zhou was overwhelmed with joy. Could this truly be termed a slight enhancement? He felt more invigorated than he had in his previous life. Tong Lian stood watch at the courtyard entrance, vigilant as she observed the outside world. Their village was already secluded, and now, with dusk settling, there would be no one around. It should be resolved by now. After all, Shen Zhou was merely a useless cripple. It shouldn't take long. What a pity about that handsome visage. The thought of Shen Zhou's pitiful, frail appearance made Tong Lian involuntarily snicker. Just as she pondered, a sudden thud resonated from within the house, as if someone had fallen. Struggling that much? He can't even manage that. Tong Lian scoffed, glancing back, her gaze abruptly freezing. Before her stood a dashing youth clad in white, emerging from the house and striding purposefully towards her. The youth's demeanor was indifferent, his dark eyes icy, and in his hand, he held an objective stone pillow they used for sleeping. Shen Zhou? What was happening? Wasn't he bedridden? How had he suddenly regained vigor? As she contemplated, the blood staining the youth's cheek and the object in his hand jolted Tong Lian back to reality. She turned on her heel and fled, preparing to scream, "Help!" Bang! But as she uttered the first syllable, a sharp blow struck the back of her head, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. In her dazed state, she heard a mocking taunt. "Not bad, a three-pointer." Shen Zhou muttered words she couldn't comprehend, his masculine breaths resonating in her ears. Tong Lian felt herself being lifted as Shen Zhou embraced her from behind. Under normal circumstances, this would have delighted her, but now, her heart was filled only with terror of death. For Shen Zhou's right arm was firmly constricting her neck. Cough, cough. Tong Lian's face flushed red, her limbs flailing wildly, producing a sound akin to choking on phlegm. Shen Zhou, as if soothing an infant, gently murmured, "Zhou, sister-in-law, please remain quiet. Take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is quite normal and will soon pass." Chapter 3. Who among us is not still a child? Moments later, Tong Lian kicked her legs and lost her breath. Shen Zhou, in turn, pulled her into the house. As he took her life, the Ledger of Merits inscribed yet another line, assisting the reunion of Shen Mao and his spouse, virtue points increased by 1. Shen Zhou once again revealed a smile. For it was truly wonderful. He was immensely fond of the book's method of judgment. As the saying goes, husband and wife are but birds of a feather. When calamity befalls, they do not part ways. Shen Zhou certainly exhibited a considerable degree of kindness by not allowing them to fly their separate paths. Therefore, it would be wise for me to engage in such benevolent acts more frequently. Shen Zhou gradually comprehended everything. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and a faint smile graced his lips. Unintentionally, he had stumbled upon something remarkable. "Oh, elder brother and sister-in-law, your demise was simply exquisite. So, what shall be the next course of action?" Shen Zhou's eyes shimmered with a glint of determination. He had undeniably become a murderer. The penal laws of the Yin Kingdom were exceedingly harsh, particularly for the powerless and the common folk. Unfortunately, Shen Zhou was precisely one of those downtrodden individuals. In light of this, the most prudent course of action for him would be to flee, preferably to a distant place, where he could bide his time and gradually cultivate his strength through the merits he had accumulated. However, the mere thought of the faces of those at the Han residence filled him with indignation. As a beleaguered office worker, who had been oppressed before and continued to be so after his transmigration, would his journey be in vain? In his previous life, he had loving parents and family members he cherished. He had endured much in silence. Yet now, he found himself alone, without kin, armed with a golden opportunity. Why should he hesitate any longer? Shen Zhou sighed deeply. Escape? What nonsense. After all, this second life was merely a stroke of luck. All I know is that I must attain clarity of thought and strike swiftly. The universe bestows all things to nurture humanity, yet man possesses nothing to repay the heavens. With a sinister laugh, Shen Zhou had made up his mind. At the break of dawn, he would venture into the city and confront the Han family at their doorstep. Why not today? Because, at this hour, the city gates were likely closed, preventing his entry. The next day, heralded by the crowing of a rooster, Shen Zhou awoke alone in his chamber, having carelessly shoved his brother and sister-in-law into the adjacent woodshed. In proximity to the dead, Shen Zhou felt no fear. What a joke. Having been driven to such extremes, what more could he possibly dread? His resentment weighed heavier than any specter. Shen Zhou donned a clean azure robe belonging to Shen Mao, prepared a few boiled eggs for breakfast, and thoroughly scoured his home, pocketing a heavy purse of silver coins before stepping out the door. Ahead, on the village path, 2 children with braided pigtails were frolicking, appearing only a few years younger than Shen Zhou himself. At the tender age of 15, Shen Zhou was still, in every sense, a minor. Upon catching sight of him, the 2 children beamed and scampered over, exclaiming, "Hey, isn't that the second fool? When did you come back? The second fool is calling you. Don't just walk away. Get lost," Shen Zhou replied, lifting his chin slightly, his gaze unwavering. The 2 children, undeterred, continued to jest. "Get lost? Nonsense. I'm asking you a question." They giggled, still dare not to answer. "Let us see if you can handle this." With that, the pair launched a playful assault on Shen Zhou's ankles with a series of kicks. Such trifling harm was hardly sufficient to rattle Shen Zhou. He merely glanced over to see the neighbor woman feeding chickens in her yard. The children were indeed her sons. She witnessed the unfolding scene but showed no inclination to intervene. Instead, she wore a delighted smile, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Shen Zhou was well known in the village as a simpleton. Before he married into the Han family, the villagers often found amusement at his expense. He would always respond with a vacant smile, silently enduring it all. If the adults behaved in such a manner, it was no surprise that the children followed suit. The cruelty among the young ones was even more uninhibited. While adults merely indulged in verbal jests, the children frequently resorted to physical bullying, engaging in bouts of kicking and punching as a commonplace occurrence. Shen Zhou, with a stoic expression, gazed down at the 2 children. "Do you 2 little rascals wish to soar into the sky? To fly?" The children's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, and they eagerly nodded their heads, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. After all, who among us did not harbor a dream of soaring through the heavens in their youth?" "Very well." Shen Zhou nodded slightly, his arms outstretched as if cradling small chicks, and with a sudden grip, he seized the collars of the two children. In the astonished gaze of the young boys, Shen Zhou effortlessly tossed them aside. With a splash, the dull sound echoed as the two children traced a graceful parabola, plummeting into the adjacent pond. The cacophony of splashes ensued. "Shen Fool, what are you doing?" A neighbor, who had been watching the spectacle from a distance, finally realized the urgency of the situation. Her face paled, and with a shrill scream, she dashed over in a frenzy. Upon reaching Shen Zhou, the neighbor raised her arm, intending to slap him. However, just as her hand was lifted, it was firmly grasped by a long, straight hand. Confronted by Shen Zhou's indifferent gaze and feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from his arm, the neighbor suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. The haughty demeanor on her face vanished in an instant, yet she continued to glare at Shen Zhou, forcing herself to exclaim, "Do you have no humanity? They are just children. Are you really so petty as to hold grudges against two kids? And so what? I am still a fool." Shen Zhou replied in a flat tone. "You neglect your own children, so naturally, someone must step in to manage them. Now, I must also discipline you on behalf of your parents." In the next moment, Shen Zhou forcefully hurled the woman's hand, sending her soaring into the air. Amid her screams, she too traced a parabolic arc before crashing into the pond, landing beside her two children. The splashes intensified. Yet this cacophony brought Shen Zhou a sense of relief, as the words in his mind offered him solace. Assist the two little friends in realizing their wishes. Send the neighbor lady to visit her children, 3 points of benevolence. To think he would gain 3 points of benevolence this time. Shen Zhou's spirits lifted even further. The phrase "he is still a child" had been uttered to him countless times in his previous life, and with each repetition, it became increasingly nauseating. Shen Zhou adhered to a singular principle: if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should they offend me, I shall certainly retaliate, regardless of their age or gender. This embodies the true essence of equality among all beings. After roughly an hour's journey, Shen Zhou entered the town of Chaqing. He did not immediately seek out the Han family. Rather, he intended to first locate a weapons shop, for his purpose here was to take a life. And he could not proceed without a reliable weapon. As he made his way, he chanced upon a disheveled old beggar squatting at the street corner, pleading for alms. Shen Zhou paused for a moment in contemplation before tossing a silver ingot into the old beggar's tattered bowl. The old beggar was momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, young master. Thank you." Previously, he had encountered kind souls who merely offered copper coins, but this young gentleman displayed such remarkable generosity. Shen Zhou paid no heed to the old beggar's gratitude, his mind occupied with the record of merits, benevolence, and charity. Virtue increased by 1. After a moment's contemplation, he bent down to reclaim the coins from the broken bowl. The smile on the old beggar's face froze. What was the meaning of this? Was he having second thoughts? In his bewilderment, the old beggar observed Shen Zhou repeatedly placing the coins back into his bowl and then retrieving them, over and over. Was he merely toying with him? The old beggar dared not voice his anger, while Shen Zhou maintained an expression of deep thought. The record of merits offered no notification. Evidently, this repetitive action was futile. What if he tried something new? Without hesitation, he tossed a second ingot of silver into the beggar's bowl. However, the record in his mind remained silent. It appeared that this approach was also ineffective. Alas, it seemed one could not repeatedly exploit a single individual. He had initially hoped to exploit a glitch. What a pity. Otherwise, Shen Zhou could have endlessly accumulated virtue from this beggar, potentially transforming him into a being of immense power. Chapter 4. Innate divine strength. After several fruitless attempts, Shen Zhou shook his head and rose. Only then did the old beggar realize that the youth would not reclaim the silver, and his aged face finally broke into a beaming smile. He exclaimed with gratitude, "I am truly indebted to you, young master. Allow me to express my appreciation with a bow." "No need for such theatrics, venerable sir," Shen Zhou interjected, stopping the old beggar from kneeling, and then he turned to leave. In this world, martial prowess held the highest esteem. Formidable martial artists could traverse the heavens and earth, moving mountains and filling seas. In Yin country, the reverence for martialism was pervasive, even in the modest county of Chaqing, where martial virtue thrived. Therefore, finding a weapons shop was hardly a challenge. Before long, Shen Zhou entered one such establishment. The proprietor, Manager Qian, was dozing at the counter. Upon seeing the handsome young man enter, he immediately greeted him with enthusiasm. "Esteemed guest, what may I assist you with? We possess all manner of weapons here." Gazing at the array of weaponry adorning the walls, Shen Zhou pondered briefly before inquiring, "Pray tell, do you possess a comprehensive understanding of each weapon?" "Indeed, I have been in this trade for over a decade, and I can articulate the merits and drawbacks of every weapon. Manager Qian replied with a tone of pride. Then allow me to ask, which weapon is best suited for one to confront many? Shen Zhou further probed. As the Han family was a local gentry with countless bodyguards, Shen Zhou needed to prepare for the possibility of facing the world alone. In that case, I would foremost recommend the spear. Manager Qian responded without hesitation. The spear is the king of weapons. As the saying goes, a longer reach grants greater strength. With other weapons, should you be surrounded, you would be at the mercy of a flurry of blades, but a spear still affords you a chance to maneuver. Of course, the effectiveness of a weapon is merely an enhancement. Ultimately, it hinges on one's own strength, he added meticulously. Shen Zhou nodded in agreement. Very well. Please select one for me. Given your youth, you must be a novice. I suggest this red tassel spear. It measures 7 feet in length and weighs 25 pounds. Manager Qian presented a spear with both hands onto the counter. It will cost you 2 taels of silver. Shen Zhou grasped the long spear with his right hand, weighing it for a moment before shaking his head. Too light. Too light? The proprietor Qian was taken aback. But then he raised a hefty iron spear. What about this one? It weighs a total of 60 pounds. This time, Shen Zhou did not even attempt to test the weapon. Instead, he directly stated, it is still too light. Please exchange it for another. The shopkeeper Qian sincerely advised. Feeling somewhat helpless, he had encountered numerous brash youths who, in their arrogance, believed themselves to be exceptional when selecting their weapons, only to end up as fools when attempting to wield them, ultimately diminishing their own pride. How about this? Shen Zhou, disinterested in further conversation, tossed a pouch of silver from his waist, declaring, here are 80 taels. At this price point, please provide me with the finest spear in your store. The shopkeeper, witnessing the immediate display of wealth, was utterly impressed, disregarding all else as he beamed. Very well. Attendant, bring forth the moing. In this world, a single tael of silver equated to 500 in Shen Zhou's previous existence, which explained the shopkeeper's delight. Soon, a robust man emerged from the back room, shouldering a dark green spear, visibly strained under its weight, his face taut and steps labored. The shopkeeper promptly introduced, what do you think of this spear? It is crafted from fine iron mixed with the tenacious Tianlin wood, weighing 300 pounds. However, as soon as he finished his introduction, the shopkeeper regretted his words. Such a heavy weapon was surely beyond the capabilities of this young man. Wouldn't those 80 taels just fly away? Perhaps he should have offered something lighter. Just as he pondered, the shopkeeper's pupils widened in shock. Without uttering a word, Shen Zhou approached the burly man and effortlessly lifted the spear from his shoulder. The youth's expression was as calm as a placid lake as he tossed the spear into the air and nodded. This indeed feels quite suitable. Both the shopkeeper and the burly attendant were left bewildered. Wait, you can actually lift it. Not only could he lift it, but he could even toss it around as if it were a mere bamboo pole. Had he truly underestimated his prowess? The shopkeeper hastily bowed to Shen Zhou, exclaiming, I did not perceive your profound martial arts skills, young brother. I am not a martial artist, Shen Zhou replied, shaking his head as he seized the opportunity to inquire. Might you enlighten me on how one becomes a martial artist? Having either tended cattle in his village or spent his days confined within the Han household, he was utterly ignorant of martial arts. You jest, esteemed guest. The shopkeeper responded with disbelief. If you are not a martial artist, how could you possibly lift this moing? Shen Zhou pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps I possess innate strength. Innate strength. The shopkeeper Qian was left speechless. Although he harbored doubts regarding Shen Zhou's claim of having natural prowess, he nonetheless offered an enthusiastic explanation. To become a martial artist, one must first enhance their physical constitution. This is the initial realm of martial arts, known as the realm of strengthening. He continued, the path to cultivation involves incessantly honing martial skills to refine one's vital energy and amplify strength. At this point, the shopkeeper patted his ample belly, saying, do not be deceived by my appearance. In my youth, I was a martial artist of the 9th level in the realm of strengthening. That being said, I currently lack a martial technique. Shen Zhou remarked, do you have any martial skills for sale? The shopkeeper shook his head. None at the moment. But wait a moment. He bent down and retrieved a weathered tome from beneath the counter, placing it before Shen Zhou. You may peruse this 13 lethal spears. I practiced it in my youth. Is it truly so remarkable? Shen Zhou raised an eyebrow. After all, you are our esteemed patron, the shopkeeper replied with a smile. Moreover, despite its grandiose title, the 13 lethal spears is merely a foundational spear technique. If you genuinely wish to pursue martial arts, You ought to seek a formal sect or martial academy. Shen Zhou, who possessed nothing, did not disdain the basic spear technique. He reached out to take the tome and began to flip through its pages. The explanation of the spear technique was quite detailed, featuring illustrations in addition to the text. Shen Zhou discovered that the content of each page of the book could be imprinted in his mind with just a fleeting glance, as if it were being photocopied directly into the annals of his merit record. Could this ancient tome also serve as a means of recording information? This made matters considerably easier. Shen Zhou's pace of reading accelerated dramatically, turning page after page without pause. The shopkeeper, Qian, looked on in astonishment. Were he a modern man? He might have exclaimed something about quantum reading. Such a method of reading was unheard of. In less than 10 seconds, Shen Zhou had completely inscribed the 13 lethal shots into his merit record. He certainly had no intention of studying it slowly. It was time to utilize his merit points. However, he felt that his points were limited and doubted any significant enhancement would result. Nonetheless, he decided to give it a try. Merit record, enhance. As Shen Zhou voiced his intention, a line of text materialized on the merit record. Consumed 4 merit points. The 13 lethal shots has been upgraded to perfection. In that instant, he felt a refined martial aura coalesce around him, as if he had been tirelessly training in this technique day and night, reaching a state of no further cultivation needed. Even his blood, muscles, and overall vitality surged slightly. Had he succeeded? Was it truly only 4 merit points? It was no wonder this was a foundational martial art. The consumption was remarkably low. Overjoyed, Shen Zhou immediately inquired, "Shopkeeper, is there a more spacious area available?" "Of course, please proceed to the backyard," Qian replied promptly. For as a weapons shop, it naturally had a designated space for customers to test weaponry. Shen Zhou arrived at the backyard, simultaneously wielding his long spear with a flourish. The 7-foot black spear seemed to emerge like a serpent from its lair, instantly conjuring a cascade of inky shadows that violently tore through the surrounding air. Even Qian, the shopkeeper standing at the entrance of the courtyard, could feel the terrifying pressure of the wind generated by the spear, causing his aged face to sting with pain. Deeply astonished, Qian pondered, could this truly be the technique of an ordinary person? What appeared to be a fundamental spear technique was, in Shen Zhou's hands, imbued with an aura of advanced mastery. Chapter 5. Ecstasy. As Shen Zhou danced ever more swiftly, an exhilarating sensation surged within him. Could this truly be the essence of martial practice? It was indeed powerful and invigorating. Soon after, he felt an unexpected surge of strength coursing through his body. This force emerged from within him, born of the seething blood and energy akin to molten lava, roaring tumultuously through his form, accompanied by a symphony of crackling sounds resonating throughout his entire being. The imposing presence of Shen Zhou surged dramatically, causing the innkeeper, Master Qian, standing at the edge of the courtyard, to feel as though a towering mountain was collapsing upon him. Instantly, he was struck with profound shock and fell to the ground with a thud. "Alas, I implore you, young brother, to temper your divine power," Master Qian exclaimed. Shen Zhou reluctantly ceased his actions, turning to glance at the proprietor, Master Qian, who was slumped on the ground. "Shopkeeper, I suddenly feel an unprecedented surge of power within me. What could be the reason for this?" Master Qian replied, struggling to rise from his rotund form, a smile betraying a hint of disbelief. At that moment, his mind was in turmoil, shouting in astonishment, "Is this a mistake? This young man has progressed from a mere novice to the second realm of concealing truth after merely practicing a basic spear technique? He has leapfrogged an entire major realm. Is this truly within the realm of human possibility? One must understand that I have been stuck in the refining strength realm for the better part of my life. The disparity between individuals is indeed greater than that between man and dog." Shen Zhou was indifferent to the thoughts of the shopkeeper. Continuing with his inquiry, "I would appreciate it if you could elaborate further." The shopkeeper, striving to suppress his inner astonishment, replied with a tremor in his voice, "The second realm, known as the concealed truth realm, is defined by one's ability to condense martial essence. The essence is birthed from the vitality of the human body. The stronger the vitality, the more potent the essence." As he spoke, the shopkeeper's gaze towards Shen Zhou was laden with complexity. The ability to condense this essence is a significant test of one's innate talent. It was precisely due to his lack of talent that he had never ascended to the second realm, and he thought to himself, better not dwell on it, lest he be consumed by frustration. "Is that so?" Shen Zhou replied with a slight smile, revealing his palm where a shimmering, golden-hued, translucent aura gracefully enveloped it, flowing with remarkable beauty. Through the shopkeeper's explanation, Shen Zhou comprehended that the essence of the refinement realm lies in honing the body to meet the standards for condensing true essence. His physique, empowered by the divine ability of virtuous influence, had already met those standards from the very beginning, allowing him to seamlessly transition into the second realm. At present, a casual punch from Shen Zhou in his ordinary state could exert a force of approximately 2,000 kilograms with the enhancement of true essence. This power would likely increase 4 or 5-fold. Indeed, this true essence proves to be immensely beneficial. It is no surprise that my diligent practice of the complete set of spear techniques has borne fruit. Effort and perseverance yield their rewards. Shen Zhou nodded slightly. The smile on the shopkeeper Qian's face grew increasingly bitter. To speak candidly, I have never encountered such an overwhelming essence as yours, esteemed guest. You must seek a proper training path at a martial arts school, otherwise your innate talent will be squandered. The essence is birthed from the warrior's vital energy, and Shen Zhou's vitality surpassed that of many fellow warriors of the same realm, even instilling a profound sense of pressure in those around him. In such circumstances, the essence cultivated by others could only be described in 4 words: feeble and pitiful. Engaging in benevolent deeds is indeed a justification for ruling. I shall. Shen Zhou acknowledged with a nod, but not at this moment. He remained true to his original intention, for after all, the pursuit of martial prowess is ultimately a means to enact violence. After bidding farewell to the shopkeeper Qian, Shen Zhou re-entered the bustling street, but not long after. He was met with a sudden surge of commotion ahead. A panicked crowd surged forth from a distance, predominantly comprising vendors, each burdened with cumbersome loads, resembling refugees in flight. It seemed that something significant had transpired. Shen Zhou immediately chose to swim against the current. As he rounded a street corner, he beheld the source of the commotion, a group of 7 or 8 thugs clad in black, their waists adorned with red sashes, encircling a woman who operated a wonton stall. At the forefront stood a man with a brutish visage, grinning broadly beside the distressed lady. "I say, dear maiden, seeing how hard you toil selling wontons today, I shall waive your fee. What say you to that?" The woman, possessing a modicum of beauty, appeared utterly terrified. Her gaze cast downward. Faced with his coercion, she could only stammer in a trembling voice, "Very well." Little did she know, upon hearing her response. The ruffian leader chuckled lightly, "Not quite good enough." With that, he reached out a hefty hand and ripped away the woman's cloth shirt, causing her undergarment to spring forth. Instantly, the woman clasped her arms around herself and screamed, while the leader roared with laughter, his accomplices joining in the cacophony. Nearby, some vendors who had not managed to flee stood frozen in place, too afraid to dismantle their stalls in the presence of such villains. Bowing their heads in fear of attracting misfortune, Shen Zhou suddenly comprehended the situation. Even if he were a fool in his former life, he would be aware of the notorious Black Tiger Gang, a prominent faction in the city engaged in gambling houses and other lucrative ventures, notorious for their rampant lawlessness and tyranny. Yet, the authorities persistently turned a blind eye, even bestowing upon the gang the dubious guise of a militia organization, a collusion that has become common knowledge. After surveying the scene briefly, Shen Zhou strode forward, his gaze ablaze with determination. A member of the Black Tiger Gang immediately took notice of him. "Hey, Boss Zhang, isn't that the son-in-law of the Han family? His brother owes us quite a sum." The gang leader then caught sight of Shen Zhou, casually toying with the woman in his arms, and called out, "Well, if it isn't the esteemed son-in-law of the Han family, your brother has yet to settle his debts to my gambling house. Even though your flirtatious sister-in-law has covered part of it, the accumulated interest has now reached 300 taels." Shen Zhou feigned ignorance, hastening his steps. Zhang Laoda's expression darkened immediately. Rumors had depicted Shun as a simpleton, and now it seemed the tales held a grain of truth. How audacious of this fool to pretend he had not heard him. "Bring him here," Zhang Laoda sneered, "if we don't show him a bit of color. He might genuinely think himself the son-in-law of the Han family." In the entire Chaqing County, who was unaware that Shen Zhou had been expelled from the Han family? Yet here he was, acting as if he belonged. At his command, a subordinate grinned, reveling in the prospect of toying with the simpleton. With enthusiasm, he approached Shen Zhou, a sinister smile dancing upon his lips. "Fool, didn't you hear Zhang Laoda?" Before he could finish, his words were abruptly silenced. The youth before him had seized his face with immense force, driving his head mercilessly into the ground. Without uttering a single superfluous word, Shen Zhou acted decisively. Bang! The resounding impact echoed as the stone-paved road cracked beneath the force. The subordinate lay prostrate, his head grotesquely embedded in the ground, blood mingling with the earth in a macabre display. Elimination of a villain, 10 points of virtue gained. Chapter 6. Minotaur Warrior. The sudden notification in his mind elicited a smile from Shen Zhou. Had this been his previous life, he might have hesitated, but times had changed. In his past existence, good deeds went unrewarded, yet in this life, being virtuous truly reaped benefits. After all, he possessed the record of merit, and this time, it was considerably more generous, rewarding him with 10 points of virtue for a single act. Shen Zhou promptly adhered to the law of righteousness. Compelled by an unwavering sense of justice, he was determined to act with valor. With 8 more to go, it seemed he would amass a considerable fortune this time. A chilling voice echoed as Shen Zhou spoke to himself, turning to face the astonished gaze of Zhang Laoda and the crowd. At that moment, he removed the object from behind him, giving it a gentle shake, causing the white cloth to fall away and reveal a dark, elongated spear. Only then did Zhang Laoda snap out of his shock, realizing that the opponent had not even granted him the chance to speak before ruthlessly eliminating his subordinate. He could no longer concern himself with trifles. With a furious roar, he commanded, "All of you, charge at once." The surrounding lackeys immediately shrieked in response, drawing their blades and rushing towards Shen Zhou. "Are you truly coming at me?" With a sinister laugh, Shen Zhou thrust his long spear through the air, charging toward the man at the forefront. With a resounding thud, the man's chest was pierced effortlessly, as if it were mere tofu, creating a gaping hole. The spear's momentum remained unabated as it pierced through the chest of a second individual, astonishingly skewering them both in one swift motion. Shen Zhou, undeterred, elevated the 2 long spears still bearing the marks of their previous owners and took a bold step forward, executing a powerful sweeping motion. Boom! The air was rent asunder with a thunderous crack, and the 3 men wielding knives were sent sprawling like rag dolls, crashing heavily onto the street. Their chests were gruesomely split open, revealing stark, white bones, a sight that foretold their demise. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Zhang, the leader, utterly bewildered. He could scarcely fathom such a turn of events. The opponent's strength was utterly extraordinary. How could this man, once perceived as a fool, a mere son-in-law, have transformed into such a formidable figure? His own subordinates, seasoned martial artists, were dispatched with alarming ease, akin to kicking a stray dog to death. If Shen Zhou possessed such ferocity, how could the Han family have cast him aside? Bang! As he pondered, another dull thud echoed, and 2 more of his underlings were sent flying, blood and flesh scattering in every direction. All of his men fell in less than 3 seconds, and Zhang's heart raced in terror. He witnessed Shen Zhou casually flicking the long spear, discarding 2 lifeless bodies from its shaft. Their icy gaze locked onto his. "It's your turn," a mocking whisper resonated. Overwhelmed by fear, Zhang collapsed to the ground, pleading, "Brother, please spare my life. I only sought to collect a debt. I mean no harm. It is only right to repay a debt. Moreover, I am the leader of the Black Tiger gang. I implore you to spare me for the sake of my position." In the next instant, his head was severed. You can personally go to Shun Mao for your money. After becoming accustomed to the act of killing, Shen Zhou found it oddly pleasurable. He exhaled softly, wiping the blood-soaked spear against Zhang's garments before wrapping it in white cloth and securing it behind him. Eliminating a gang leader earns me 20 points of virtue. Current virtue points, 100. The system was indeed considerate, but reaching 100 points so swiftly. Shen Zhou's lips curled into a smile. It seemed that killing was far more effective than mere admonishment. After all, a beating might only provoke further offenses, but killing, that ensured a lifetime of no return. The chaos subsided almost instantaneously. The woman who had been wronged huddled in a corner, trembling and weeping, while the onlookers stood aghast. Yet none dared to flee. "Why do you not run?" Shen Zhou inquired with a curious tone. "Are you not afraid?" "We are afraid. But we want to witness their demise," stammered a vendor. The rest nodded in agreement, their expressions revealing a joy that overshadowed their fear of Shen Zhou. When the Black Tiger gang came knocking, only money could avert disaster. Those without funds faced dire consequences. Men were beaten and forced to kneel, while women were coerced into selling themselves. This was merely the tip of the iceberg in the Yin Kingdom, where the common folk struggled to survive under relentless exploitation. Their dignity was trampled upon, leaving them utterly powerless. As for rebellion, such thoughts were mere fantasies. In Shen Zhou's previous world, peasant revolts occasionally succeeded, and even the lowest beggar had the chance to rise to imperial heights. Yet in this world, such possibilities were virtually non-existent. The reason was simple. This was a realm of profound martial prowess. The lower classes possessed no extraordinary power. Their uprisings would be effortlessly quelled by the elite. To attain such power required vast resources, all tightly controlled by those in higher echelons, fundamentally stifling any chance of rebellion from the downtrodden, unless one possessed an extraordinary fortune. Reflecting upon these thoughts, Shen Zhou inhaled deeply. Having lived as a beast of burden, he felt a semblance of empathy. Addressing the crowd, his tone softened considerably. If the Black Tiger Gang sends others after you, direct them to the Han residence. Tell them to bring their friends as well. With that proclamation, he departed amidst the grateful gazes of the crowd. In the Han residence of Chaqing City, within the boudoir of the young Miss Han Wanner, the Han family, a prominent local clan, had adorned even the maiden's chamber in lavish splendor, red lacquer beams showcasing elegance. At this moment, Han Wanner sat before a mirror, meticulously preparing herself, her hair cascading like a waterfall, her eyes glimmering, and her lips a vivid red against pearly whites. Miss, in just a few days, you shall wed. And this time it is a true marriage. No longer must you endure the company of that fool. A nearby maid chimed cheerfully. Han Wanner smiled in agreement. Indeed. Although her little husband had passed away only yesterday, she would soon remarry. This time, she was to wed the son of County Magistrate Zhao. A union of power and wealth that aligned perfectly, culminating in a most auspicious match. In truth, she had established a connection with the Zhao family's son a month prior, though their initial meetings had remained decorous. As a lady of noble birth, Han Wanner held her reputation in high regard, well aware of propriety and honor. She understood that yielding herself too easily would render her cheap. As for Shen Zhou, that had been an act of desperation for survival and did not count. Now, with her afflictions alleviated and the dullard husband deceased, she felt as though she had endured enough hardship to finally embrace a brighter future. Just then, a young man clad in splendid robes, exuding an air of confidence, pushed the door open and entered. Zhao Lang. Upon seeing him, Han Wanner greeted warmly. This was her betrothed, Zhao Jing. Ah, Wanner. I came to check on the preparations for our wedding, Zhao Jing said with a beaming smile, gesturing for the maids to discreetly exit. Everything is nearly ready. The invitations have already been sent out, Han Wanner replied. Excellent. The wedding will surely be a grand affair, Zhao Jing remarked, approaching her and gently massaging her shoulder. However, it is a pity that the Shen family's foolish son has met his end. Had he lived, our lives would have surely been far more entertaining. As Zhao Jing spoke, a mysterious smile crept across his face, causing Han Wanner to furrow her brows slightly. This was not the first time Zhao Jing had broached such a topic. Though he appeared genteel, his character was notoriously flawed, bordering on the perverse. His favorite pastime involved acts of depravity, particularly in the presence of others' husbands. He had even crafted a peculiar device solely for the purpose of prying open a person's eyelids, ensuring they could not close their eyes. He had frequently employed this device on the hapless husbands of the women he targeted. Chapter 7. The perfect balance of force within the city of Chaqing. Many beautiful women had suffered at Zhao Jing's hands, leaving their husbands with profound psychological scars. Zhao Jing's repeated mention of Shen Zhou was likely a manifestation of his insatiable desires. This realization filled Han Wanner with a sense of helplessness. Despite her impending status as his legitimate wife, he continued to entertain such thoughts. She couldn't help but rub her forehead, contemplating the reality of her future husband, which seemed far from the idyllic life she had envisioned. Upon further reflection, Shen Zhou was not entirely without merit. He was handsome, younger than Zhao Jing, and possessed his own talents. Yet, the thought made her shake her head vigorously, casting aside such musings. The man was dead. Why dwell on these matters? Resolutely, she made another decision. She could not only focus on the positives. Shen Zhou was a fool and a lowly commoner, utterly unworthy of her status. Moreover, he was merely a pawn to be used for her own medicinal purposes, destined to be discarded once he had served his function. In stark contrast, Zhao Jing was the son of a county magistrate, boasting impressive martial prowess at the 7th level of the First Realm, a true prodigy in the martial arts. Contemplating this, Han Wanner's mood inexplicably lifted. Unbeknownst to Zhao Jing, she grappled with a tumultuous inner conflict. He casually caressed her waist and remarked, "By the way, Wanner, I shall be departing for Guanghan Palace to further my studies in a month." At this revelation, Han Wanner felt a surge of excitement. Is that true? Chaqing County was a mere speck within the vast domain of the Yin Kingdom, which encompassed a larger region known as Guanghan Prefecture, overseeing 25 counties. Naturally, Zhao Jing's words were true. He smiled, adding, "The esteemed master of Guanghan Palace has recognized my martial talent and wishes to take me as his disciple." A smile blossomed on Han Wanner's face, and she clapped her hands in delight. "That is truly wonderful. Indeed, the decisions made by my family were not in vain." To be associated with Guanghan Palace, this young man, his future is boundless. Seeing her elation, Zhao Jing continued. However, I imagine the rules at Guanghan Palace are quite strict. Once I arrive, I shall be quite occupied, so I must indulge myself this month. Wana, you alone may not suffice to satisfy my needs, so I hope you can understand my predicament. Han Wanner's smile faltered. What could she say? Zhao Jing had a promising future, making him a valuable ally for her family. Reluctantly, she nodded in understanding, fully aware that the beautiful women of Chongqing would soon endure Zhao Jing's whims once more. At that moment, a loud knocking on the door interrupted their conversation. Accompanied by an anxious voice from a maid. Young master, miss, something terrible has happened. What is it? Han Wanner inquired hastily. That fool is still alive. The maid exclaimed, bursting through the door in a panic. In the Han household, there was only one person referred to as the fool. Shen Zhou? Han Wanner frowned. How could this man still be alive? Hadn't she sent Shen Mao to eliminate her foolish brother? He had taken the payment but failed to deliver results. However, upon learning of Zhao Jing's impending entry into Guanghan Palace, she had dismissed Shen Zhou from her thoughts entirely. She retorted casually, if he's still alive, just send someone to take care of him. It's quite simple. Wait. Zhao Jing's eyes gleamed with an unusual light, revealing his excitement. Don't kill him just yet. If possible, bring that fool here for a bit of amusement. Han Wanner's expression soured. She had already discerned Zhao Jing's intentions. Just as she was about to voice her objections, the maid interjected, her face pale with fear. Young master, miss, it's bad. Shen Zhou has come to our doorstep. 10 minutes earlier, the figure of a youth in a blue robe strode purposefully through the bustling crowd. As he neared the Han residence, more people began to recognize Shen Zhou, recalling the sight of him being carried away like a lifeless dog the previous day. They regarded him with a mix of surprise, mockery, and pity. In a nearby shop, a group of women sat together, whispering as they observed the blue-clad figure. Hey, isn't that the son-in-law of the Han family? Indeed, that face is unmistakable. Wasn't he beaten and thrown out by the Han household? Word has it he was involved with a maid and committed theft. Who knows if that's true? Could the Han family be lying? One woman scoffed, incredulous that such a shameless individual would dare return. Suddenly, Shen Zhou halted in his tracks, turning to face the group of gossiping women. A person devoid of any possessions could hardly tolerate even the slightest slander. Why merely watch when they could not resist speaking ill of him? One of the women felt a sudden pang of anxiety as he approached. He's coming this way. What is there to fear? He has just a foolish son-in-law who was cast out. Surely he doesn't think the Han family will support him. Another woman scoffed, her voice dripping with disdain. She called out playfully, Darling, there's a fool who wishes to threaten me. Her husband, a burly bald man, emerged from the shop, exuding an intimidating presence. Who dares to be so bold? The woman smirked, confident in her husband's prowess as a martial artist. A core member of the Black Tiger Martial Arts School, boasting a cultivation level of the 5th realm. If this fool dared to cause trouble, her husband would surely reduce him to a pitiful state. She watched eagerly for fear to flicker across Shen Zhou's face. Yet, to her dismay, he remained unfazed, advancing without hesitation. Are you looking for trouble? The bald warrior shouted as Shen Zhou drew near. Shen Zhou did not respond. His hand shot out like lightning, landing on the warrior's shoulder. With a gentle push, the muscular man stumbled back several meters, collapsing to the ground like a newborn puppy. How is this possible? The bald warrior gasped, astonished that such a robust form could be so easily displaced by a mere boy. Before he could comprehend the situation, his beautiful wife was completely exposed before Shen Zhou. Following this, amidst the astonished expression of the elegant lady, Shen Zhou raised his right hand and struck her face with a resounding slap. The impact resonated sharply, nearly a casual blow. Yet the lady crumpled to the ground as if electrified, her face visibly swelling in an instant. Ah! The surrounding women emitted terrified shrieks, hastily scattering like frightened birds. Shen Zhou paid no mind to others around him. He lifted the woman's swollen head, now resembling that of a pig, and brought it close to his lips, whispering, Do you understand why I only chose to strike you? If you wish to speak ill of others, do so discreetly behind their backs. Should your words reach their ears, do not blame them for retaliating. Would you not agree? The woman, now aptly referred to as the pig-headed lady, sobbed softly. Though her vision was blurred and her head spun, she had not completely lost consciousness. Thus Shen Zhou's admonition reached her ears with clarity. Shen Zhou's slap, the force was just right, leaving him bewildered yet unharmed. Chapter 8. Your bicycle is being pedaled by someone else. You scoundrel, what are you doing? A furious roar erupted from the side, It was the bald warrior, who, engulfed in rage, scrambled to his feet, his face contorted in fury as he shouted at Shen Zhou. Shen Zhou turned his head to look at him and replied casually and calmly, "As you can see, I am dealing with your wife. So, do you wish to join in?" Observing Shen Zhou's tranquil gaze, one could not help but recall how effortlessly this young man in blue could send him flying several meters with a mere push. The bald warrior clenched his fists, trembling with rage, yet ultimately chose to remain rooted in place, refraining from any action. Indeed, he had succumbed to fear. Despite the fact that his opponent was merely a youth, it was evident that he possessed strength superior to his own. To confront him would only result in a fate akin to that of his wife, reduced to a pitiful state. However, to stand idly by while his wife was assaulted felt utterly humiliating. The bald warrior furrowed his brow and glared at Shen Zhou, bellowing, "You rascal, be gentler." At that moment, his heart was bleeding. Although his wife was somewhat willful, she was undeniably beautiful. He would never dare to lay a finger on her. Yet this young man had struck her without a hint of compassion. It was a fitting reflection of that saying, "The bicycle you are reluctant to ride is the very one that someone else will eagerly pedal away." Onlookers were left speechless by this scene. What nonsense was the bald warrior uttering? Had he perhaps awakened some peculiar penchant? Even Shen Zhou could hardly suppress a smile. And his mood improved considerably, having just endured the insults from the woman. In light of the amusement the bald warrior had inadvertently provided, Shen Zhou ceased his actions and addressed the woman he was holding. "Having insulted someone, you ought to apologize, don't you think?" "Why, yes, I'm sorry. I want to do it again," she quickly replied, blood and broken teeth spilling from her mouth as she spoke. "Well, acknowledging your mistakes is a step towards redemption." "I forgive you," Shen Zhou said, releasing his grip. By assisting a gossiping woman in overcoming her malicious habit, he gained a point of virtue. He was quite satisfied as he turned to leave. The bald warrior rushed over to check on his wife's condition, while the surrounding pedestrians swiftly parted ways for Shen Zhou. Wary of inciting the wrath of this formidable figure, who could easily send them flying with a single strike, Shen Zhou had always attracted attention. Yet this incident elevated him to the center of focus among all present. This once derided son-in-law of the Han family seemed to diverge significantly from their preconceived notions. Shen Zhou paid no heed to the gazes of the onlookers, quickening his pace as he strode purposefully towards the nearby Han residence. The young man's stature was upright, and as he walked, he removed an object from behind him, tearing away the white cloth that concealed a dark long spear. The relaxed and content smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by an aura of grim determination. At that moment, all present widened their eyes in realization of Shen Zhou's intent. What was initially assumed to be a return to the Han residence to shamelessly continue his role as the son-in-law turned out to be a prelude to a significant undertaking. How audacious he was. It appeared he was preparing to single-handedly confront the Han family. Even the bald warriors stood in stunned silence, compelled to admire Shen Zhou's courage. The Han family, being local gentry, had an array of martial artists among their guards. How could this youth dare to proceed? The entire street fell into a hush as they silently observed Shen Zhou drawing nearer to the grand crimson door of the Han residence, none daring to utter a word of caution. Amidst the astonished stares, Shen Zhou grasped the door knocker and rapped on the imposing entrance. "Who is it?" came the respectful voice of the doorman from within. "It is I, Shen Zhou," he replied. "Kindly open the door." "You? Shen family's fool?" The doorman, recognizing Shen Zhou's voice, was first taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, "You're still alive?" His tone shifted abruptly, becoming sharp. "If you're alive, get as far away as possible. The Han family has nothing to do with you now. How dare a wretched cur like you return?" A mocking laughter from the maidservants accompanied his words. Though merely a doorman, he typically cowered before others entering and exiting, but in the presence of Shen Zhou, he acted as if he were a lofty master. The courageous rise in anger to challenge the stronger, while the cowardly lash out at the weaker, such is the nature of men. Shen Zhou's expression remained impassive as he listened to the doorkeeper's incessant tirade. Then he raised the spear in his hand and hurled it fiercely towards the entrance. Boom! The sturdy wooden door, encased in iron, was punctured as if it were mere paper, silencing the doorkeeper's voice and replacing it with the shrill screams of the women within the Han residence. He had just performed a good deed by correcting the doorkeeper's foul language. Surely, it would earn him a measure of virtue. Why could he not simply open the door honestly? Shen Zhou, having accomplished another act of kindness, murmured softly, his gaze ablaze, before delivering a powerful kick to the door. Bang! The entire vermilion door exploded open, crashing to the ground and revealing the courtyard of the Han residence. Inside the courtyard, Several maids and servants stared in terror at this uninvited guest, while the spear he had thrown stood askew in the ground nearby, still draped with a lifeless body. The very doorkeeper who had spoken so disrespectfully, now irretrievably dead. Perhaps you should practice some manners in your next life. The youth's countenance was as cold as ice as he approached and pulled the spear from the earth. In that moment, the nearby maids and servants, screaming, turned to flee. Murder! Quick! Alert the master! Someone is causing a ruckus. The shrieks echoed throughout the courtyard. Observing the fleeing servants, Shen Zhou did not hasten to pursue. Firstly, they were inconsequential, and secondly, the Han residents responded swiftly. With their cries for help, more individuals surged forth from every direction, effectively sealing off the entire front courtyard. Dressed in black martial attire, there were around 70 to 80 of them, each wielding a simple blade. Leading them was a robust man in his 40s. His black attire accentuating his muscular frame, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. These were the guards of the Han residence, and at their helm stood the chief steward, the most formidable martial artist among them. As for the extent of his prowess, Shen Zhou was uncertain. However, it surely could not be too remarkable. The entire Yin kingdom was vast, even surpassing the largest nation of his previous life. In such a context, Chaqing County was merely akin to an ordinary small town from his past. How formidable could the martial artists in such a town possibly be? At that moment, upon recognizing Shen Zhou, the chief steward's wary expression morphed into uproarious laughter. I thought a significant figure had intruded. Instead, it is you, you little rascal. Shen Zhou, you truly are audacious. Once a mere villager, after marrying into the Han family, you not only lack gratitude but dare to, before the steward could finish his sentence. Shen Zhou suddenly vanished from sight. The guards were momentarily caught off guard, and by the time they comprehended the situation, Shen Zhou had already plunged into their midst. His spear whirling. Swoosh. A crescent arc of light erupted amidst the throng, sending bodies flying and blood splattering everywhere. In a single strike, Shen Zhou had felled 5 guards. The chief steward's eyelids twitched. This speed, even he could scarcely discern Shen Zhou's movements. What a joke. He was a second-realm martial artist. Even if only at the initial stage, his opponent was merely a frail youth who had never trained in martial arts. Just yesterday, Shen Zhou appeared on the brink of death. How could he now seem like a different person altogether? Amidst his bewilderment, the chief steward caught sight of Shen Zhou raising his dark eyes, their gazes locking. A mocking voice emerged from Shen Zhou's lips. You take your time. I shall listen as I kill. Shen Zhou would never patiently await the conclusion of his opponent's threats. Instead, he would seize the moment to strike first. Embracing the advantage with fervor. Chapter 9. The Fool Who Enjoys Self-Destruction Scoundrel. At this moment, Zhang, the steward, was thoroughly astonished by Shen Zhou's ruthless demeanor. He immediately rallied his men. Charge, all of you. Advance. After a brief moment of astonishment, dozens of martial artists surged towards Shen Zhou. However, before the foremost among them could draw near, the fierce gale generated by his long spear swiftly severed their heads from their bodies. Even those who attempted to attack from Shen Zhou's blind spot were met with his swift pivot, as he dispatched them with a single thrust of his weapon. The movements of the guards resembled a slow-motion film, utterly comical. Just as they raised their weapons, Shen Zhou had already unleashed 7 or 8 strikes. These guards were merely first-tier martial artists. In terms of realm, Shen Zhou surpassed them, and in physicality, he utterly crushed them. For Shen Zhou, eliminating them was akin to slaughtering a stationary chicken. In less than 2 seconds, all martial artists who dared approach Shen Zhou lay slain, leaving the remaining guards frozen in place, as though they had plunged into a frigid abyss, paralyzed by fear, none daring to advance. What an audacious young man. Zhang's scalp prickled with urgency, understanding that action was imperative. He propelled himself forward with a powerful leap, closing several meters of distance as he charged at Shen Zhou without wielding any weapon, for he was a weapon in himself. The martial art Zhang practiced was the iron cloth technique, a discipline he had painstakingly honed throughout his life, immersing himself in medicinal baths and repeatedly striking hard objects, from wooden posts to stone walls, in a gradual progression. Now he had achieved mastery in this art. In that moment, Zhang unleashed the full force of his second stage aura, causing the garments of those nearby to flutter wildly in the wind. Shen Zhou's brows furrowed slightly, as he had always regarded Manager Zhang as the primary adversary in this visit to the Han residence. Therefore, upon observing Manager Zhang's initial movement, he swiftly responded. The battle intent in his dark eyes surged, and the aura surrounding him ascended to an entirely new level. In strategy, he would belittle his enemies, yet in tactics, he would regard them with utmost seriousness. Shen Zhou resolved to give his all. You two are at the second realm. Feeling the formidable energy emanating from Shen Zhou, Manager Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment, and a flood of doubt surged within him. However, with the arrow already knocked, he had no choice but to release it, launching a punch towards Shen Zhou's face mid-air. Yet, to Shen Zhou, Manager Zhang's movement appeared no faster than that of the guards. The long spear in his hand sliced through the air, arriving ahead of him, pressing ominously against Manager Zhang's chest. A flicker of joy crossed Manager Zhang's face. He was most adept at head-on confrontations. He did not evade but instead braced himself, tensing every muscle to meet the attack. This was what he called the confident iron-cloth shirt. With a thud, the next moment, Manager Zhang felt an excruciating pain in his chest, and his momentum came to an abrupt halt. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that Shen Zhou's spear had pierced through his iron-cloth shirt, impaling him in midair. Manager Zhang's pupils constricted sharply, a look of disbelief washing over his face. How could this be? My iron-cloth shirt. Oh, so you've always been this brave? Even Shen Zhou was taken aback, unable to suppress a derisive laugh. Truly a fool worthy of a museum, charging straight into my spear. A profound sense of humiliation surged within Manager Zhang, yet it quickly morphed into a haze. In his final moments, the assessment of his opponent would be this remark, leaving him utterly unable to close his eyes in death. Indeed, from the perspective of onlookers, Manager Zhang's actions resembled a form of suicide. However, the guards present were acutely aware of how resilient his physique was. Even the most notable warriors in Chaqing County would struggle against him for a prolonged duration, yet unexpectedly. He was vanquished by Shen Zhou in a single strike. The force exerted by Shen Zhou upon the gun is truly terrifying. Slaying a second-tier villain grants him 70 virtue points. Vanquishing 15 first-tier scoundrels bestows him 150. The record of Shen Zhou's benevolent deeds continues to accumulate. While these guards remain oblivious to the numerous nefarious acts they have committed on behalf of the Han residents, their arrogance and hubris render them nothing short of villains. With the minor boss dispatched, Shen Zhou cast a disdainful glance at the remaining guards. The corpse of the former steward conveniently slipped from his grasp, and alongside Shen Zhou's blood-soaked appearance, he resembled a figure from the depths of hell. The surrounding guards were already paralyzed with fear, turning to flee in unison. They were merely guards, not death warriors. In such dire circumstances, only a fool would choose to continue battling Shen Zhou. Shen Zhou first explored the body of the late steward, hoping to uncover any martial arts manuals. Regrettably, aside from a few silver notes, he found nothing of value. What a peculiar situation. R&T villains typically laden with secret manuals, only to be vanquished by the protagonist in a flurry of loot. With no other recourse, Shen Zhou pressed deeper into the Han residence. The insignificant minions were of no concern, but he could not allow those key figures to escape. He would sooner relinquish any benevolent points accrued from these individuals than miss the opportunity to exact vengeance personally. Within the grand hall of the Han residence, a portly middle-aged man adorned in a golden-embroidered robe sat in the main seat, savoring his tea. This was Han Jinrong, the patriarch of the Han family. Flanking him were a throng of beautiful women. He had wed 7 wives. Yet due to his own inadequacies, he had only 1 son and 1 daughter. Consequently, Han Jinrong held his children in the highest regard, indulging them to an excessive degree. When his daughter, Han Wan'er, fell gravely ill, he had expended tremendous effort to secure her recovery. Suddenly, a commotion from outside caused Han Jinrong to furrow his brow, his displeasure mounting. What is the cause of this disturbance? Soon, a panting servant rushed into the hall to report, "Master, it is that Shen Zhou who has returned." Shen the fool? The third concubine expressed her surprise. This lad is still alive? Truly a strange occurrence. The second concubine chimed in, as the saying goes, only the overworked ox dies, while the fields remain unscathed. How can Shen Zhou not be worn out? Indeed, such is the plight of the impoverished. Their lives are cheap and easily sustained, not so easily extinguished. Perhaps he has come to beg for money? While the Han family is prosperous, it does not mean that every beggar can come seeking handouts. The concubines began to chatter animatedly, their expressions rife with derision. Han Jinrong frowned. These paupers are insatiably greedy. Have we not already given his brother a few hundred taels? How dare he come asking for more? A man of Shen Zhou's lowly status, were it not for the necessity of his healing his daughter, would likely never have been worthy of crossing the threshold of the Han residence, let alone marrying his daughter and enjoying such privileges. This was a stroke of fortune Shen Zhou could only hope for in 3 lifetimes. Yet now he was still unsatisfied. Audaciously seeking further gain, he truly deserved to perish. "Master, It seems Shen Zhou's visit is not merely for money. At this moment, the servant seized the opportunity to interject, speaking in a flustered manner. He came in and directly killed our doorkeeper. What? The revelation stunned everyone present. It was already astonishing enough that Shen Zhou was alive. Now he had killed someone? Han Jinrong could not help but verify. Are you certain? The servant nodded vigorously. Yes, I am quite clear-headed. I witnessed the murder with my own eyes. Han Jinrong's brow furrowed even tighter as he inquired. And what of the steward? The steward immediately took men to deal with it. Very well. Han Jinrong finally relaxed his expression slightly, acknowledging the situation. The steward was formidable, and there were dozens of martial artists guarding the Han residence. Although the sudden ferocity of Shen Zhou was perplexing, surely the odds were in their favor, dozens against one. Chapter 10. You truly are hungry. How intriguing. A fool on the brink of death has managed to kill. Upon hearing this, a young man seated below became intrigued and stood up, heading towards the entrance. Father, I shall go witness the spectacle. This youth was Han Jinrong's eldest son, Han Long. During Shen Zhou's time as a son-in-law, he had taken great delight in toying with the fool, such as when he was caught peeping at his father's concubine bathing and was coerced into taking the blame. Initially, Shen Zhou had resisted, but after several thrashings from Han Long, he had ultimately been trained to obey. It was a pity that such an obedient servant was about to meet his end. Han Jinrong nodded, unconcerned. Han Long hummed a tune as he exited the room, and the atmosphere in the hall lightened. Shifting the conversation from Shen Zhou to the impending marriage of Han Wan-er and Zhao Jing, with everyone beaming as they discussed the future prosperity of the Han family. Though a doorkeeper had just perished, they were unfazed. They could simply replace him. However, mere moments later, a series of wails erupted from the courtyard, shattering their optimistic reverie. Those were the anguished cries of the servants and guards. The hall fell into a heavy silence, and the guests exchanged anxious glances, finally sensing the tension in the air. What is happening? Han Jinrong could no longer remain seated. He turned to the servant below. Are you certain Shen Zhou has come alone? Yes. The servant stammered. Then what is the source of that sound? Han Jinrong queried further. The servant was at a loss for words. Suddenly, Han Jinrong recalled something. His face blanched with fear. Quick, summon the eldest son back. Yes, master. The servant immediately sprang into action, but just as he reached the hall's entrance, a shadow suddenly flew in from outside, crashing into him like a stone. Bang! With the sound of impact, the servant and the shadow were sent hurtling back, ultimately embedding themselves into a wall, motionless. The wives and maidservants present shrieked in terror at the sight. Then, amidst their horrified gazes, a young man clad in green entered the hall with an effortless grace. His remarkably handsome face was all too familiar to the crowd. Shen Zhou. Shen Zhou immediately directed his gaze towards Han Jinrong, who sat in the main seat, wearing a smile as warm as a spring breeze. He spoke, esteemed father-in-law. Were you not searching for your son? I have personally brought him back to you. Brought him back? Han Jinrong, momentarily taken aback, suddenly comprehended the implication of Shen Zhou's words and turned to look. There, in the crevice of the wall, he beheld the form of his son, Han Long, entangled with the servant in a chaotic embrace, each entwined with the other. Han Jinrong instantly grasped the meaning behind Shen Zhou's statement, and with a heart-wrenching cry, he exclaimed, My son. The act of reuniting a son with his father was deemed a virtuous deed worth 30 points. The contrast between the words recorded in the Book of Good Deeds and Han Jinrong's anguished wail was stark. Yet, Shen Zhou remained unfazed. He surveyed the assembled guests with a broad smile and clapped his hands, exclaiming, Wonderful, wonderful. A joyous gathering indeed. Sparing me the trouble of seeking each of you out individually. However, it appears we are still one short. Where is my esteemed wife? Han Wan-er was notably absent, akin to a banquet devoid of a main course, rendering the feast unsatisfactory. No one responded to Shen Zhou's inquiry. Amongst them, the second concubine could hardly contain her rising dread and hastily retreated into the inner chamber. However, in swift succession, a long spear sliced through the air, whistling as it struck from behind, piercing her body with a single thrust. With a sickening sound, the second concubine collapsed to the ground. The act of slaying a malicious woman was likewise deemed a virtuous deed, earning another 30 points. Quite a bounty indeed. Shen Zhou remarked with a chuckle. Leaving before one has heard the entire discourse? The Han family exhibits a remarkable lack of decorum. Shen Zhou spoke softly, witnessing the fleeting figure of the second concubine, causing those present to refrain from any further movements. each one appearing as obedient as students attending a public lecture. All gazes were fixed on Shen Zhou, their faces etched with terror. The man they had once deemed a fool, a mere commoner they could insult at will, had now transformed into a formidable deity of death. Han Jinrong trembled as he inquired, What brings you here? Shen Zhou approached him swiftly. While politely expressing his intent, I have come to pay my respects to my esteemed father-in-law. Unfortunately, I have forgotten to bring a bell, but fear not, for I shall transform you into one. Han Jinrong's body trembled, and he forced a warm smile onto his plump face. Dear son-in-law, if there are any grievances, we can sit down and discuss them at our leisure. There is no need for blades or firearms. Shen Zhou also burst into laughter. This individual is truly intriguing. When I attempt to reason with you, you respond with fists, yet when I am ready to engage physically, you suddenly wish to reason with me instead. Is there anywhere in the world where such delightful occurrences take place? It is far more comfortable to converse while reclining than sitting upright. With that, Shen Zhou seized Han Jinrong's head with his right hand and gave it a gentle twist. Crack! Han Jinrong's head indeed spun around like a clock. Shen Zhou found it futile to reason with such a scoundrel, as he was unworthy of such discourse. Slaying a treacherous merchant would earn 100 points of virtue. Oh, eliminating this rogue. Indeed, it is quite rewarding. One individual is worth a multitude. Shen Zhou's pent-up resentment surged forth, his expression devoid of emotion. After eliminating Han Jinrong, he swiftly approached the nearest concubine, delivering a punch before she could utter a plea for mercy. The sound of impact echoed as the concubine collapsed into a pool of blood, and Shen Zhou advanced to his next target, raising his fist once more. Each blow he dealt was executed with precision and decisiveness, devoid of any trace of compassion. In an instant, the grand hall transformed into a terrifying slaughterhouse. Ah, run, help. The remaining individuals, thoroughly terrified by Shen Zhou's actions, were not inclined to wait passively for their demise. They cried out for their loved ones and scattered in a frenzied escape. Yet, being mere mortals, how could they evade his relentless grasp? It took little time for the grand hall to be left with Shen Zhou as its sole occupant. The record of merits was filled with the good deeds he had accomplished. It was splendid. The lives of those present were exceedingly valuable, with each individual dispatched yielding at least 30 points of virtue. After all, no matter how wicked a commoner might be, they could not possibly compare to the worth of a single finger from these high-ranking nobles. However, amidst this carnage, there remained another soul still drawing breath, a young woman. Or rather, a girl of similar age to Shen Zhou, curled up like a quail in the corner. Her heavily made-up face was streaked with tears, trembling in fear. She was Han Jinrong's seventh concubine. Shen Zhou remained unaware of her name. He only knew that she had been forcefully sold into the Han residence due to her beauty, becoming the concubine of Han Jinrong. This seventh concubine, youthful and innocent, possessed the simple kindness typical of those from humble backgrounds. In the past, she had secretly provided food to her predecessor, who often suffered from hunger. As memories flooded back, Shen Zhou approached the girl and inquired, "Do you know where Han Wanam is?" "Yes, I do," the girl replied, her face pale with fear. "She is in her chamber in the backyard." "Very well." Shen Zhou acknowledged, then gestured with his hand, "Take something of value from the Han residence and escape." With that, he prepared to depart. "Wait." The petite seventh concubine suddenly called out to him, her delicate face betraying her trepidation. "The county magistrate's son is with Han Wanner. He seems quite formidable, so be careful." The county magistrate's son? After a moment's reflection, Shen Zhou recalled that this individual was notoriously well-known, his infamy rivaling that of the Black Tiger gang. His notoriety stemmed from peculiar predilections. It was said that he was a rogue who delighted in the wives of others, and many beautiful women in the county had fallen victim to his nefarious desires. "What is he doing here?" Shen Zhou asked. "He is to marry Han Wanner next week." Shen Zhou was initially taken aback, but soon broke into a smile. "Ah, my ex-wife truly is famished, capable of consuming anything. However, her timing is impeccable." Chapter 11. You have become a qualified orphan subsequently. Shen Zhou patted the girl's shoulder. "Thank you for the information, young lady. Make your escape swiftly." After imparting his words of advice, he strode purposefully towards the back courtyard of the Han residence. The girl gazed intently at the slender figure clad in blue until he vanished from her sight, prompting her to awaken from her reverie. She spat at the corpse of Han Jinrong, then anxiously and apprehensively exited the grand hall of the Han residence. The bright sunlight bathed her in warmth, and a sense of liberation surged from within her heart. She was finally free. successfully aiding the girl in her escape. Virtue points increased by 10. In Shen Zhou's mind, the prompt from the merit record echoed, and he muttered to himself, "Where is Han Wanner's boudoir? I truly can't recall at the moment." The Han residence was vast, as Shen Zhou reminisced. He searched diligently. Despite having spent several months within the Han manor, he remained unfamiliar with its layout. This was largely due to his previous incarnation being restricted in freedom, living a life akin to that of a breeding hawk. He could not allow Han Wanner to escape if he did not avenge this grievance. It was likely that he would find no peace in slumber this very night. Shen Zhou quickened his pace, and as he meticulously searched each room, he noticed two figures approaching swiftly down the corridor. Leading the way was a woman of slender build, her hurried steps reflecting a sense of urgency upon her exquisitely beautiful face. It was none other than Han Wanner, the one who had occupied his thoughts and dreams. Shen Zhou's eyes suddenly sparkled with brightness. Splendid. It seemed he would be able to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Upon hearing the maid's report, Han Wanner promptly rushed to the main hall with Zhao Jing. She harbored no thoughts of fleeing, for the maid's words struck her as utterly fantastical. Han Wanner was the individual in the Han residence who had interacted the most with Shen Zhou, and she understood him quite well. With a lowly status and a simple mind, the most critical aspect was that he was merely an ordinary person, utterly defenseless. The notion of such an individual daring to storm their Han residence was inconceivable, absolutely out of the question. Yet, inexplicably, a wave of unease surged within her. As she felt anxious and restless, Han Wanner suddenly halted, for that familiar figure loomed ahead. A youth clad in a blue garment, his features as exquisite as jade, was gazing at her with an expression of calm. Shen Zhou? Han Wanner instinctively called out. Could this be Shen Zhou? Upon hearing her address, Zhao Jing beside her scrutinized the youth from a distance. This was the very ex-husband of Han Wanner, who appeared not to have fully matured, yet astonishingly, he exuded an aura of strikingly handsome charm. Zhao Jing felt a twinge of jealousy, but upon reflecting on how such a handsome fellow could lead to his own humiliation, he found a sense of solace. Shen Zhou? Han Wanner exclaimed sharply, stamping her foot. Your audacity has grown remarkably. You dare to intrude upon the Han residence alone. Which wretched hole did you crawl out from to reach here? She appeared imposing, for in front of Zhao Jing, she had to maintain a semblance of authority, ensuring that she exhibited no trace of entanglement with her ex-husband Shen Zhou, firmly demonstrating her complete severance from him. Shen Zhou's lips curled into a smirk. Astonished by the audacity of this individual, did he not realize that he had just hunted down their horse? It appeared they were indeed oblivious to that fact. Nevertheless, it was time for them to experience the agony firsthand. With this thought, Shen Zhou swiftly approached the two men. Zhao Jing, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, could not help but display a gleeful expression upon witnessing Shen Zhou's approach. What a fool, he mused, choosing not to flee but instead drawing closer. Thus, he too advanced towards Shen Zhou. As the two converged, a sinister smile spread across Zhao Jing's face. First, I shall incapacitate you, and then I will bind you, forcing you to witness the intimacy between Wanner and myself. As his words fell, he stood face to face with Shen Zhou and unleashed a powerful punch. Yet, Shen Zhou's palm preemptively struck Zhao Jing's face. Bang! In an instant, Zhao Jing was sent crashing to the ground, the earth cracking beneath him, dust swirling into the air. A sharp pain radiated through his head, eliciting a groan from Zhao Jing, his earlier arrogance swiftly transforming into sheer terror. What just occurred? How was he so easily defeated? He hadn't even seen Shen Zhou's movement. After all, he was a martial arts prodigy from Chongqing County. Beside him, Han Wanner was equally stunned, her body trembling in disbelief. If her memory served her right, Zhao Jing had achieved the 7th level of martial arts mastery. How could he have been dispatched in a single blow by Shen Zhou, who had never trained in martial arts? Initially, I bore you no ill will, merely wishing to grant you a swift end. Yet, you dared to act so arrogantly, intending to cripple me? Then I shall be the one to render you incapacitated. Shen Zhou's cold voice resonated as he looked down upon Zhao Jing, then lifted his foot and stomped down violently. Crack! Accompanied by Zhao Jing's anguished scream, his right leg twisted grotesquely. You bastard! Zhao Jing howled for the pain. Do you know who I am? My father, Zhao Shuanghe, is the magistrate of Chongqing County. How dare you treat me this way? I will ensure you are torn to shreds and annihilate your entire family, leaving not a single one alive. However, upon hearing this, Shen Zhou could not help but chuckle. It was impossible not to laugh when someone attempted to use his family as leverage against him. Only a remarkable person could suppress such amusement. Chapter 12. Do you not enjoy this tune? Shen Zhou's laughter instantly rendered Zhao Jing astounded. After uttering those words, he became somewhat insecure. How could this lad still be laughing? Is the annihilation of his entire family truly a matter of joy? Haha, among the entire Han residents. You are the only one capable of bringing me such amusement. Shen Zhou's words validated Zhao Jing's conjecture, as he spoke in a seemingly casual manner, only to bring his foot down heavily once more. Crack! Zhao Jing's other leg was severed in unison. His screams grew louder, his complexion turned ashen, and his heart raced furiously. Fool! This Shen Zhou is truly a fool, utterly impervious to the threats he had uttered. Please, do not kill me, young Master Shen. If you spare my life, I can offer you wealth, power, whatever you desire. Zhao Jing, enduring excruciating pain, spoke. Being a clever man, he recognized that his threats bore no weight with Shen Zhou. Instantly, he adopted a different demeanor, attempting to entice Shen Zhou with promises. Of course, it was merely empty rhetoric. As long as he could deceive this fool into sparing him, he would repay the agony he endured today 100-fold in the future. Power? Yet Shen Zhou's voice was laced with mockery. You, a mere county magistrate, speak as if you were an emperor. It appears you have deluded yourself into thinking you are a mountain king. Shen Zhou, what about my parents? Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow to Zhao Jing, Han Wanner suddenly let out a furious cry, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Shen Zhou, her slender frame trembling uncontrollably. Shen Zhou cast his gaze towards the enchanting beauty, offering a broad smile. Do not fret, I shall swiftly escort you to meet them. At that moment, Han Wanner felt her heart plummet into the abyss. Shen Zhou's ability to swiftly bring Zhao Jing down speaks volumes about his formidable strength, making it highly probable that his words hold truth. Upon this realization, resentment and fury surged within Han Wanner. Her visage contorted as she cried out to Shen Zhou. Why have you done this? Why did you slay my kin? Was it not enough that I divorced you, wishing you dead? After all, your days are numbered. What does it matter? You are merely a fool, born of a mother but raised without one. My family, the Han clan, granted you months of opulence and even the privilege of sharing a bed with someone like me. Was that not sufficient kindness? As Han Wanner found herself rekindling the feelings she once harbored for Shen Zhou, her voice escalated in intensity. Without the Han family, you, fool, would remain a lowly peasant for eternity, forever estranged from luxury and comfort. Why? Why do you repay kindness with enmity? Her voice rang out piercingly, tears streaming down her cheeks, as if an immense grievance lay hidden within her, yearning for release, rendering her a pitiful sight. She vented her emotions for a few moments, until Shen Zhou's cold laughter echoed, casting an overwhelming sense of pressure upon Han Wanner. Her cries abruptly ceased, and clarity returned to her gaze as she realized the absurdity of her previous actions. After all, her very life rested in the hands of the man before her. With her parents and siblings slain, she could scarcely expect any mercy from Shen Zhou. Indeed, Shen Zhou swiftly closed the distance, grasping her throat with a firm hand. Individuals like Han Wanner, born into affluence and accustomed to a life of ease, often remain oblivious to the struggles of those from humble beginnings. She perceived herself as inherently superior, taking for granted all that she possessed. In her eyes, commoners were meant to be lowly, undeserving of a beautiful life, while the elite were sacred, entitled to all that life offered. This consciousness, born of class disparity, was evident even in an ordinary wealthy young lady. What of those perched even higher, those who resided in the halls of power? A potent pressure encircled her throat, causing Han Wanner's face to flush crimson, the sensation of impending death overwhelming her heart. I will die, surely I will die. Cough, cough. Please, do not kill me, I beseech you. It was all my fault. Even as Shen Zhou tightened his grip, the primal instinct for survival compelled Han Wanner to utter a few desperate words of supplication. Her earlier arrogance vanished entirely. The contrast between her prior bravado and her current humility was almost comical. The voice of Shen Zhou, tinged with mockery, echoed through the air. Indeed, it is only through brutality that the impoverished can spill forth their pinned-up grievances and reclaim their due from the world. One cannot help but acknowledge that his ex-wife possesses striking features. Her curves are accentuated, and her legs are long, resembling a juice maiden. With this thought, he released his grip on Han Wanner's neck and gently caressed the crown of her head. Han Wanner seized the opportunity to catch her breath, realizing how exquisite the sensation of inhaling freely could be. Gasping, she pleaded, Shen Zhou, for the sake of our past as a couple, spare me. I will do anything you ask. First, you must satisfy me. Shen Zhou replied, his words laden with implication. Upon witnessing Shen Zhou's villainous smile, A peculiar sensation stirred within Han Wanner, causing her to stammer, You are not Shen Zhou." The previous Shen Zhou was naive and inexperienced, requiring her guidance in all matters, while this incarnation of Shen Zhou was an entirely different persona. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhou raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "You truly have a keen eye." Then, Han Wanner felt his hand suddenly tighten, pressing her down towards the ground. "I am quite irritable at the moment." Not far away, Zhao Jing's pupils widened in shock. This scene felt hauntingly familiar, and he immediately grasped Shen Zhou's intentions. A wave of humiliation surged within him, compelling him to instinctively turn his head away. However, Shen Zhou observed this clearly, and the next moment, his voice rang out, "Turn your head back to me." Zhao Jing stiffened. Shen Zhou's calm voice continued, "Zhao Jing, do you not enjoy this kind of spectacle? I am merely indulging your desires. If you wish to survive, you must watch closely and assess the capabilities of your fiancé. Chapter 13. A family must be complete. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing clenched his fists, trembling with rage, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Yet, he ultimately turned his head back. "To live, I merely exist, and since Han Wano has not yet entered my household, she is not truly my wife. This cannot harm me." Zhao Jing fervently reassured himself, but his eyes were already bloodshot and teary. "If our roles were reversed, I would show you what cruelty truly is." As for Han Wanner, she was on the brink of collapse. Under the gaze of her fiancé, she felt an overwhelming mix of shame and rage. Her face flushed as she shouted, "Impossible. I am, after all, a lady of the boudoir. I could never partake in such acts." Her tone was resolute, as if she were making an unassailable declaration. If she were to yield to Shen Zhou's tyranny, how would she differ from the women of ill repute? Is that so? Shen Zhou remained unfazed by her ostentatious display of virtue, and rather than growing angry, he presented an enticing proposition. "If you serve me well, I shall spare your life. Should you refuse, I will eliminate you immediately, ensuring you can no longer flaunt any semblance of dignity." He caressed Han Wanner's cheek. "Think carefully. Is your life more precious than your honor?" Han Wanner's throat constricted. Shen Zhou's words began to sway her resolve. Indeed, what in this world could be more significant than life itself? With this realization, she turned to Zhao Jing and whispered, "Zhao Jing, you turn away, do not look." Shen Zhou fell silent, for he understood that Zhao Jing was a man attuned to the times. Indeed, as Shen Zhou had anticipated, Zhao Jing remained unmoved by Han Wanner's words. Even in his moment of utmost despair and anger, survival outweighed all else. To navigate through life, one must bear a touch of green upon their head. This phrase he had often used to jest at the expense of inept husbands, yet now he employed it as a balm for his own spirit. Witnessing Zhao Jing abandon everything for the sake of his life, Han Wanner's defenses crumbled entirely. "Very well, I promise you. I promise you," she cried out to Shen Zhou. At that moment, her pride lay utterly shattered beneath Shen Zhou's relentless will. Nothing mattered anymore, nothing at all, as long as she could continue to exist. In her desperation, Han Wanner sank to her knees at Shen Zhou's feet, her hands reaching slowly towards his waist. Yet, in the next instant, she heard his mocking voice. "Oh, you truly agree?" She looked up to find Shen Zhou's gaze filled with derision and scorn, and then, with a sudden kick, he struck. Bang! The sound of a bone snapping reverberated through the courtyard, and Han Wanner's body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the distant wall. After a couple of convulsions, this distinguished young lady lay motionless, eliminating the wicked, wealthy daughter, 80 merit points. Reuniting all members of the Han family, 20 merit points. Upon reading the inscription in the merit record, Shen Zhou nodded thoughtfully. How naively endearing was this Han Wanner, clinging to the hope of survival. Did she not realize that her parents and brothers had all departed? Could she truly bear to live alone? A family ought to be united in harmony. Shen Zhou's gaze shifted once more to the increasingly terrified Zhao Jing. At that moment, a sudden cacophony of hurried footsteps surged from afar, accompanied by urgent shouts. This way, this way. Hurry, hurry. Come in, come in." Shen Zhou's brows furrowed instantly, and soon after, a throng of over 100 men surged into the courtyard, clad entirely in black attire. Each individual bore a heavy crossbow, the iron arrows mounted upon them exceeding 3 feet in length and emanating a chilling glint. This was indeed a battalion of crossbowmen. The leader, appearing to be around 30 years of age, donned a deep blue uniform, a broadsword slung at his waist, and his chiseled features were as sharp as a knife's edge. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Jing, lying on the ground, was suddenly filled with overwhelming joy. He shouted hoarsely, "County Lieutenant Xiao, save me, please save me. Kill this scoundrel." His words were abruptly cut short as Shen Zhou seized his hair, lifting him like a chick. "Do you recognize him? That makes things much simpler. Young master." From a distance, County Lieutenant Xiao called out, his facial muscles twitching, appearing exceedingly tense. He then shouted at Shen Zhou, "You audacious rogue, release young Master Zhao at once. Otherwise, a rain of arrows shall pierce your heart." As he spoke, the crossbowmen surrounding him aligned their bolts in unison, all aimed squarely at Shen Zhou. "What a jest. I am currently relying entirely on your young master for my survival." In such a perilous situation, the youth in the azure robe merely smiled. "Everyone, take care. Be cautious not to hit your young master." With that, Shen Zhou took a step back, positioning Zhao Jing protectively in front of him. The county lieutenant, being the magistrate's aide responsible for maintaining law and order, had summoned the local forces with remarkable swiftness. The quality of their equipment exceeded Shen Zhou's expectations, proving to be far more sophisticated than he had imagined. He had not anticipated that each soldier would wield a crossbow. This apparatus, in his current state of flesh and blood, he truly could not withstand. Shen Zhou suddenly felt fortunate that he had not killed Zhao Jing upon their first encounter. As Shen Zhou spoke, Zhao Jing nervously shouted, "Do not act rashly. No one move." Zhao Jing had no desire to perish alongside Shen Zhou. After all, in his eyes, the life of a county magistrate's son was far more valuable than that of a lowly commoner like Shen Zhou. The soldiers, too, displayed signs of tension, lowering their crossbows slightly. They were acutely aware of their magistrate's temperament. Should they inadvertently cause Zhao Jing's demise, they would undoubtedly face a gruesome fate. In the midst of their exchange, another group appeared, members of the Black Tiger Gang, clad in black with red sashes. The leader of this faction was a towering figure, broad-shouldered and robust, resembling a bear. Upon entering the courtyard, he bellowed at Shen Zhou, "You insolent wretch. Did you dare to slay my Black Tiger Gang member in the street?" "I do not take lives," Shen Zhou replied, his gaze sweeping over the imposing man before he calmly continued, "I only eliminate beasts." "What did you say?" The giant's eyes widened in fury, astonished that this fool would utter such bravado in the face of death. "You were courting death." Indeed, it was a perilous game, as Shen Zhou readily acknowledged, however. "With this county magistrate's son accompanying me in death, I am indifferent." He emphasized his point by playfully shaking Zhao Jing as one might a small dog. The giant's face quivered with rage, his throat constricting, and though he appeared menacing, he dared not make a move. "What is it that you truly desire?" "If you spare young Master Zhao, we can negotiate," interjected Shao County Lieutenant, who, sensing that intimidation had failed, softened his tone, even displaying a hint of deference. Shen Zhou was somewhat taken aback by the demeanor of the two individuals. This talisman bearing Zhao Jing's name proved to be quite effective, as this group of people unexpectedly appeared and witnessed Shen Zhou's transgressions. The record of merits resumed its writing. Your illustrious reputation has reached the first stage, the initial emergence of brilliance. You have earned a legendary reward. You shall awaken a martial talent uniquely your own. A martial talent that belongs solely to him? Shen Zhou felt a stirring in his heart. Chapter 14. The Fourth Calamity. Can one truly obtain valuable items? With this thought, Shen Zhou grasped Zhao Jing and swiftly entered a nearby room, leaving behind a warning. "Do not enter, unless you wish to behold the corpse of your young master." The county constable's countenance darkened, yet he complied and remained outside. The members of the Black Tiger Gang mirrored his restraint. Had Shen Zhou taken an ordinary person hostage, they would have had no qualms about unleashing a flurry of arrows, indiscriminately targeting both the hostage and Shen Zhou. However, the fact that he had seized the county magistrate's son complicated matters significantly. Shen Zhou retreated into his room, while the burly man from the Black Tiger Gang strolled over to Deputy Xiao. "Brother Xiao, I truly did not anticipate that the Yamen would even deploy crossbowmen. Typically, such measures are only taken when the county faces grave danger. Evidently, the situation has not escalated to that extent. Nevertheless, with young Master Zhao in peril, how could we afford to be negligent?" Deputy Xiao replied solemnly. Upon receiving the report, County Magistrate Zhao had flown into a rage, immediately summoning all crossbowmen from the Yamen to offer assistance. "In my opinion, such measures are unnecessary. With your prowess at the second realm, 5th stage, you could simply charge in alone and apprehend him without all this fuss." The man chuckled. "Deputy Lin, you jest. Did not some of your men fall victim to him in the streets? Our skills are comparable. You too could charge in to avenge them." Deputy Xiao retorted with a smile that masked his true feelings. Neither of them was foolish, They had thoroughly investigated Shen Zhou's background. He was a destitute commoner, entirely untrained in martial arts. Yet, the bodyguards and the former steward found dead in the courtyard attested to Shen Zhou's formidable strength, especially the former steward, whose exceptional martial prowess would pose a significant challenge for either of them to defeat in a one-on-one confrontation. The entire situation reeked of the uncanny. Recklessly engaging could very well lead to their demise. It seems we both recognize that the boy harbors some peculiarities, Deputy Lin grinned slyly. However, continuing in this stalemate is not a viable solution. I have a plan that I could not implement earlier, yet now presents a perfect opportunity. As he spoke, Deputy Lin lowered his voice, ensuring only Deputy Xiao, who had reached the second realm, could hear. Noticing the other's sinister smile, Deputy Xiao's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to inquire, "Pray, do elaborate." Shen Zhou entered his study, surrounded by shelves brimming with books. The expanse of this study surpassed even the size of the home he had purchased with a loan in his past life. The lives of the affluent, whether in ancient or modern times, are undeniably indulgent. He settled himself into the grand armchair at the center of the room, while Zhao Jing, akin to a tethered dog, was led along beside him. "Little brother, I swear by the heavens, if you spare me, I will not hold you accountable for your offenses and will bestow upon you 100 taels of gold." Zhao Jing continued to plead earnestly. "Speak another word, and I shall remove your tongue," Shen Zhou replied coolly. Instantly, Zhao Jing bowed his head, becoming silent and compliant. Shen Zhou took a deep breath. He appeared to be at the end of his tether. Yet, he felt no regret. At least, his heart was considerably at ease, living freely and unrestrained. This is what it truly means to live for oneself. To hear the way in the morning and to die in the evening. Well, perhaps death is not a certainty after all. Let us examine the record of merits to see what martial talents it bestows upon him. Perhaps this holds the key to a dramatic reversal of fortune. Shen Zhou directed his consciousness towards the Book of Merits, which at that moment bore a lengthy inscription. "Your awakened martial arts talent is Fourth Calamity, upgradable." Fourth Calamity? Shen Zhou felt a sense of astonishment within. Was this not a concept he had only possessed in his previous life? Why did it also exist in this world? Shen Zhou immediately scrutinized the text. "The Fourth Calamity, upgradable, is survival-type talent. Upon activation, you will acquire the attribute of health points, which is determined by your physical strength. When attacked, instead of sustaining injury, your health points will diminish. Should your health points reach 0, you shall meet your demise." Note, this talent is a divine gift bestowed only upon those chosen from beyond the realm, unique in the world. To realize its value, please remain true to your original intentions and continue to protect the nation and its people. As he gazed at the description on the page, even the typically composed Shen Zhou felt his breath quicken. Health points. Is this not a concept exclusive to video games? No wonder this talent is referred to as the Fourth Calamity. Amidst the swell of excitement, Shen Zhou sensed an extraordinary power within him, one that could only belong to the divine. He could hardly contain his eagerness. Fourth Calamity, activate. The atmosphere remained tranquil, devoid of any earth-shattering effects. However, a red, translucent energy bar materialized in the lower left corner of Shen Zhou's field of vision. Currently, he was unscathed, hence his health points were at full capacity. So, this is my health bar? It appears rather fragile, and it seems somewhat insufficient. I hope it won't dwindle with just a mere touch. He murmured to himself, never having anticipated that he would awaken such an incongruous martial talent in this world. It certainly aligns with his identity as a traveler. No wonder this martial talent is uniquely his. Only he, as a traveler, could fathom the true nature of this ability. If this talent were to be continuously upgraded, could it one day grant him the power of infinite resurrection? With this talent, he could now turn the tide completely. A plan brewed within Shen Zhou's mind. Yet before he could set it into motion, 2 resounding booms erupted almost simultaneously. Boom. Ahead, the county constable, Xiao, shattered the wooden door and charged into the room, his garments billowing and his gaze piercing as he swung a long knife down upon Shen Zhou. Behind him, the window shattered violently, and Lin, the deputy leader, followed swiftly, moving with remarkable speed. Had they chosen to launch a proactive assault, encircling him from both the front and back? Shen Zhou's eyes burned with intensity as he stepped forward, boldly confronting the nearest officer, Xiao. In the midst of the Fourth Calamity, he had no reason to retreat. Chapter 15. What on earth is this? With a resounding clang, a blade of formidable might was seized firmly by Shen Zhou's left hand, as if it were made of jade. He caught the blade with his bare hand. A flicker of surprise crossed Officer Zhao's face. His strike had been effortlessly thwarted with a single hand, the opponent standing tall and unyielding. The immense force he had exerted upon the blade seemed to vanish without a trace, as if swallowed by the abyss. From the aura of the young man, it was evident that he, like Shen Zhou, was a practitioner of the second realm, yet why was there such a vast disparity in their strength? Almost simultaneously, Vice Leader Lin had closed in within half a meter of Shen Zhou, extending his hand to seize Zhao Jing, who lay on the ground. Zhao Jing's face brightened at the sight, and he cried out, "Save me." One was restraining him while the other sought to rescue Zhao Jing in this critical moment. In an instant, Shen Zhou discerned the intentions of his adversary. However, Zhao Jing, rendered immobile, harbored delusions of absconding with a crippled individual right under his very eyes. Yet, the next moment unfolded in a manner that took Shen Zhou by surprise. He beheld the deputy leader Lin's fingers curling like vicious talons, their tips darkened, as he unleashed a sudden burst of strength. Accompanied by Zhao Jing's heart-wrenching scream, his head was crushed instantaneously, akin to a mere bubble bursting. Shen Zhou raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that the true objective of the other party was not to save Zhao Jing, but to eliminate him. Despite appearing deeply concerned for Zhao Jing's safety while outside, as if he were their own father, it turned out that all of it was a facade. They had been deceived. Upon witnessing Zhao Jing's demise, the county lieutenant Xiao abandoned the longsword captured by Shen Zhou and retreated hastily. As Shen Zhou retreated, Deputy Leader Lin did so almost simultaneously, a mocking smile spreading across his face. Success. Indeed, the target of their recent assault was not Shen Zhou, but Zhao Jing. This individual was a complete pervert, his obsession with other men's wives reaching an extreme of depravity. The sister of County Officer Xiao and the wife of Deputy Leader Lin had both fallen victim to his vile advances, leaving them with no choice but to endure and forgive Zhao Jing. Were it not for Zhao Jing's father being the highest authority in the county, he would have been slain by the two of them countless times. At last, they had seen their opportunity. In the cramped study, those outside could not discern the events unfolding within. Now, all they needed to do was shift the blame entirely onto this young scoundrel, and their plan would be complete. Almost in unison, Xiao County Officer and Deputy Leader Lin exited the study, but the smile vanished from Lin's face as he cried out in despair, "Young Master Zhao." Following closely was the furious roar of Xiao County Officer, "Bold scoundrel! How dare you kill young Master Zhao? Quick, draw your arrows, avenge young Master Zhao." At his command, the crossbowmen were momentarily stunned. They had clearly heard the anguished cry, unmistakably Zhao Jing's voice, yet, why were they not firing? Xiao County Officer's subsequent demand shattered their hesitation, and they pulled their triggers. In the next moment, countless bolts rained down upon the study like a torrential blackstorm. The study, constructed of fine Nama wood, was pierced as though it were mere paper, and in the blink of an eye, it was riddled with holes. Xiao County Officer gracefully landed nearby, his face a mask of sorrowful rage, yet within, he reveled in joy. The crossbowman wielded the meteor crossbow, a formidable weapon that was a lethal tool against lower-tier martial artists. With over 100 arrows unleashed, the young scoundrel was surely doomed, effectively leaving no witnesses. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Deputy Leader Lin approached his side, his expression as grave as Xiao County Officer's. However, Xiao distinctly heard Lin speak in a cheerful tone. "Xiao County Officer, our collaboration has been delightful." Xiao's expression remained unchanged as the volley of arrows ceased, plunging the scene into silence. Even the once pristine study was now devoid of sound. Taking the lead, Xiao drew the saber from a nearby officer's waist, and together with Deputy Leader Lin, they advanced into the study. Upon reaching the entrance, their eyes fell upon Zhao Jing's corpse, half his head blown apart, his body a porcupine of arrows, blood gushing freely with an acrid stench. Upon witnessing this gruesome sight, both Xiao and Lin tightened their expressions, not out of fear of the horrific visage before them, but because they could not yet afford to smile. Too many eyes were upon them. He was dead. The young scoundrel was finally dead. Excellent. Their revenge for the cuckoldry had been exacted. This also served to rid Chaqing County of a menace. At this thought, an unfamiliar sense of righteousness surged within them, suppressing their inner exhilaration. The two men entered the study with impassive faces. After a brief search, they effortlessly discovered another corpse in the corner of the study, Shen Zhou's body. Damn it. This young scoundrel was quite adept at hiding. Deputy Leader Lin exclaimed first. Shen Zhou's lifeless body curled in the corner, pierced by 8 or 9 arrows. Starkly contrasted with Zhao Jing, who had become a veritable hedgehog from countless projectiles. It is worth noting that over 100 arrows had been shot into this study. Clearly, evasion was not an option. Officer Xiao let out a cold snort, remarking that had Shen Zhou managed to dodge the 2 arrows embedded in his head, he might have stood a chance of survival. Indeed, among the 9 arrows, 2 had pierced Shen Zhou's chest, while another two had struck his skull, each a fatal wound. If he were truly that formidable, it would be as taking refuge inside. Vice Leader Lin interjected, hastening to Shen Zhou's side. The smile on his face faltering as he spat contemptuously. Bah! The wretched scoundrel dared to slay a member of my Black Tiger gang. Dying this way is too lenient. Officer Xiao rubbed his forehead, acutely aware that while he had relished the moment, he now faced the wrath of County Magistrate Zhao. Even though he had shifted the blame onto Shen Zhou, returning to report would hardly be pleasant, given that it was the death of his own son. Well, it must be faced eventually, he thought, so I might as well consider more pleasurable matters, such as accumulating wealth. With the Han family eradicated, their possessions had become ownerless. Much of it would undoubtedly flow into the magistrate's coffers, but if he could navigate the murky waters and seize a portion for himself, it would be most advantageous. Beyond the prospect of wealth, another advantage could not be overlooked, the secret that Shen Zhou harbored. How had this individual transformed overnight from a foolish lad into a second-tier martial artist? Should the mystery be unveiled, perhaps his own prowess could experience a meteoric rise. As Officer Xiao pondered these thoughts, Vice Leader Lin's voice broke through. Officer Xiao, would you mind if I examined the corpse? It was evident that this scoundrel was also contemplating the matter, yet the circumstances rendered it unlikely that he could monopolize the findings. Be my guest, Xiao replied. Vice Leader Lin approached Shen Zhou's body with a smile, his hands reaching toward the corpse. Almost simultaneously, the lifeless figure suddenly opened its eyes. The minds of both men erupted in disbelief, transforming their absurdity into a visceral fear of the unknown. The moment Shen Zhou opened his eyes, he sprang into action. His movements as swift as lightning. He seized the throat of Deputy Leader Lin with a vice-like grip, squeezing fiercely. Chapter 16. The legendary archery king Deputy Leader Lin had immersed himself in martial arts for many years. Even in this moment of terror, which caused him to lose control, his body instinctively retaliated. He extended his large, darkened hand, striking forcefully towards Shen Zhou's shoulder. Deputy Leader Lin had mastered the iron palm technique, and all his prowess resided within those formidable hands, which had previously enabled him to easily slay Zhao Jing. Shen Zhou, however, did not flinch or evade, allowing the strike to land upon him. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, as the blow that could shatter stone seemed to be swallowed by the abyss, lightly grazing Shen Zhou as if he were receiving a gentle massage. To the unknowing, it might appear as though he were indulging in a soothing treatment. A look of astonishment washed over the face of the Deputy Leader Lin. At the moment he delivered the blow, his own throat was simultaneously crushed. Eliminating a second-tier gang leader yields 100 points of virtue. This Deputy Leader Lin was evidently a villain akin to Han Jinrong, brimming with malevolence. And the 100 points of virtue accrued brought considerable joy to Shen Zhou. Under the talent bestowed by the fourth calamity, even when pierced by numerous arrows, Shen Zhou remained unscathed, impervious to injury, let alone any fatal wounds. The arrows, regardless of whether they struck his body or his head, made no difference to him. Both would merely deduct an equivalent amount of health. In the lower left corner of his vision, Shen Zhou's health bar was no longer full, having diminished by a quarter. Although this health bar appeared short, it was unexpectedly resilient. It seemed that he would need to endure dozens of arrows before facing his demise. Ah, indeed. He was a legendary paragon of durability. Shen Zhou sighed, and this was precisely the reason he chose to withstand Lin's vice leader's strike. In the state of the fourth calamity, he could easily trade injury for injury, or even life for life. At the very moment Shen Zhou dealt a fatal blow to Lin, the county lieutenant Xiao seized the opportunity to turn and flee. His heart was filled with an unprecedented terror. Having served in the government for nearly a decade, rising from constable to head constable, and now to county lieutenant, he had handled over 100 cases and prided himself on having witnessed numerous scenes. Yet he had never encountered anything like this. A shot to the head that did not result in death. This individual was simply not human. The bizarre spectacle extinguished Zhao's will to fight. He could no longer afford to ponder these thoughts. His gaze was fixated solely on the approaching gate ahead. If only he could reach that place, if only he could escape. Outside awaited hundreds of crossbowmen at his command. He could still turn the tide. The sunlight pouring in from outside had already illuminated Zhao's figure, and the door was tantalizingly close. Yet, an overwhelming force suddenly surged from behind him, gripping his left arm with a ferocious hold, akin to the jaws of a tiger. Shen Zhou moved swiftly, seizing him from behind with a firm grasp. Apologies, but this path is closed. The cold, indifferent voice sent chills down Xiao County's spine. He refrained from turning around, his right hand, clutching the blade, tensed with visible veins as he unleashed a powerful downward strike. The formidable aura of the second realm's 7th level erupted violently, and in the face of a life-threatening peril, This blow represented the mightiest strike he had ever wielded in his life. Clang! The clash of the blade reverberated, sending a jarring feedback through his hand, causing a sharp pain in his grip that nearly made him lose hold of the weapon. Yet, Shao County could distinctly feel that his fierce blow had momentarily slowed, slicing through tendons and severing bone. He had indeed managed to sever one of Shen Zhou's hands. Victory surged within Shao County. But his elation quickly turned to shock as the immense force gripping his left arm showed no sign of relenting, instead yanking him back with unyielding strength. As his body spun halfway in the air, he beheld the indifferent expression of the young man in the azure robe before him. To his astonishment, Shen Zhou's arms remained unscathed. Not only were they intact, but there wasn't even a hint of injury, only a tear in the sleeve of his garment. What is happening? I clearly severed your... Shao County's horrified voice trailed off abruptly as Shen Zhou's fist came crashing down upon his face. Bang! The overwhelming force struck like an avalanche, causing Shao County's visage to cave in, and he plummeted to the ground like a boulder. Shen Zhou's movements had yet to cease. He appeared to draw back his arms as if stringing a bow, with formidable strength coiling around his fists, descending upon Shao County's guard like a tempestuous storm. Shen Zhou, though untrained in any martial art, could still, even with the rudimentary tortoise fist, rely solely on brute strength to bludgeon his opponent to death. The resounding thuds of his fists echoed through the study like firecrackers, ceasing only when a line was inscribed in the ledger of merits, slayed a corrupt official of the second realm, virtue points increased by 100. Shen Zhou gently exhaled a breath of stale air. In the blink of an eye, both the deputy leader Lin and the county constable Shao were brutally slain by him, employing a strategy of inflicting harm to reciprocate harm. I am grateful to both of you for enlightening me on how detrimental it is to ride the waves of fortune. I shall forever remember the lessons you imparted. Shen Zhou earnestly remarked that the path of vengeance had been remarkably smooth, almost unstoppable. This ease had led him to become a tad complacent, relying more on brawn than on intellect. Consequently, he fell victim to the machinations of these two individuals, who orchestrated a cunning scheme to use him as a pawn. Had it not been for the awakening of the fourth calamity, he would surely be enjoying a feast by now. The county constable Shao and deputy leader Lin served as a sobering reminder to temper his pride and impetuousness. Shen Zhou immediately commenced a search for the bodies. Previously, the two individuals had rifled through the corpses, and now Shen Zhou returned the favor, settling the score. Regrettably, apart from some money, he found nothing of value. Why had these individuals not cultivated the prudent habit of carrying their martial arts skills with them? It appeared that he would have to resort to some clever stratagems moving forward. In the courtyard outside the study, over 100 crossbowmen and numerous members of the Black Tiger gang exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. Within mere moments of the two county guards entering the room, they were startled by the sounds of their exclamations and screams. This instilled a sense of panic among those present. What was happening? Had the two leaders been attacked by Shen Zhou? It seemed improbable. Amidst a hail of arrows, how could Shen Zhou possibly still be alive? Doubt and uncertainty enveloped everyone, and they turned anxious eyes toward a middle-aged constable present, the head of the constabulary in Chaqing County. With the county guards absent, he held the highest authority in the vicinity. The constable swallowed hard and calmly instructed, "Everyone, raise your crossbows and prepare to fire." However, before his words could fully settle, a figure staggered into view from the doorway of the study. This figure was neither the county guards nor the deputy leader, but rather the one individual they most dreaded to see. Shen Zhou stood tall, stepping out with an air of dignity. Despite his tattered clothing and the blood that stained his entire being, which starkly contrasted with his upright posture. Most striking of all were the arrows embedded in him, two piercing through his skull and two penetrating his chest, yet he remained resolutely standing. For a moment, the courtyard of the Han residence, filled with over 100 onlookers, fell into an eerie silence. As a singular thought echoed in their minds, why has he not succumbed to death despite such grievous wounds? Chapter 17. What life are you playing for with a few hundred coins a month? None present had ever witnessed such a bizarre spectacle. It felt utterly absurd. As Shen Zhou emerged from the study, the onlookers noticed that he appeared to be dragging two heavy objects behind him. Wait, those were not mere objects. They were Officer Shao and Deputy Leader Lin, their bodies soaked in blood, their wide-open eyes devoid of any life, resembling two lifeless dogs being dragged by Shen Zhou. A collective breath was held among the spectators, frozen in disbelief, the horror evident on their faces. Officer Shao and Deputy Leader Lin had been vanquished. Amidst the multitude of stunned and terrified gazes, Shen Zhou's indifferent voice resonated. "Mundane weapons are of no use against me." As he spoke, he calmly extracted the two long arrows from his forehead, a chilling scene that enveloped the hearts of the onlookers like a nightmare. He had actually pulled the arrows from his brain. Your attacks cannot harm me. They will only incite my wrath, and the consequence of inciting me is—" At this juncture, Shen Zhou waved his hand, sending the two corpses soaring into the air before they landed beside the onlookers. His actions serving as a grim reminder of the repercussions of provoking him. "Therefore, if you wish to live, remain obediently in place. I am a man of virtue and will not indiscriminately slay the innocent. And frankly, what kind of life are you risking for a mere few hundred coins a month?" The mocking voice of Shen Zhou continued to resonate, enveloping the courtyard with an aura reminiscent of a malevolent demon. The soldiers felt their hearts race. Their faces drained of color as the weight of their bows and crossbows became unbearable, rendering them incapable of lifting them. The scene before them exceeded the boundaries of their comprehension, though they could not grasp the meaning of the hundreds of pieces Shen Zhou had mentioned. They understood the essence of his words. Given their meager salaries, it was hardly worth their lives to engage in a futile struggle. They bore no obligation to confront an adversary they could not hope to defeat. The middle-aged captain, as the leader, remained silent, while the other soldiers dared not move, holding their breaths in trepidation. In the midst of this oppressive silence, Shen Zhou strode out of the courtyard as if oblivious to the presence of others. Leaving all to stand rooted in place, their gazes fixed on the retreating figure of the youth. It was only when the young man vanished around a corner that the palpable dread that seemed to solidify in the air dissipated, allowing everyone to exhale in relief. A sense of surviving a calamity washing over them. At that moment, the middle-aged captain finally came to his senses, trembling as he shouted, "Quick, go inform the county magistrate. Something grave has occurred." Shen Zhou did not depart through the main gate of the Han residence, but instead scaled the roughly 10-foot-high wall to make his escape. The thrill of making a dramatic exit was exhilarating. Within those courtyard walls stood over 100 crossbowmen, had they truly engaged in combat. His life would have been as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, unlikely to withstand even a few volleys. Left with no choice, he had to stage a scene straight out of a horror spectacle to intimidate those petty adversaries. The sheer terror he projected was undeniably effective. Plucking an arrow from his skull and callously discarding the corpse left the soldiers utterly petrified, frozen in fear from start to finish. Once outside the Han estate, Shen Zhou abandoned any pretense of leisure, breaking into a sprint and deliberately weaving through secluded alleyways to evade pursuit. Despite his efforts, his bloodied figure, riddled with arrows, startled many bystanders, who recoiled in horror, keeping their distance. At this moment, a shift occurred within Shen Zhou's mind. This ancient martial world now felt more like a game to him, especially after awakening the power of the fourth calamity. His initial resolve to cast aside life and death in favor of venting his grievances had transformed. Now, he found himself yearning to linger longer in this world. As Shen Zhou pondered while advancing, he found himself at a narrow alley when a sudden sound emanated from above. With swift reflexes, he grasped a fallen forked pole in his hand. Looking up, he beheld a delicate visage peering out from the second-floor window of a dilapidated building. A gentle expression gracing her face, accompanied by a hint of apology. "I beg your pardon, I am in the midst of drawing the curtains." Shen Zhou recognized her at once. She was the woman who had previously sold wontons on the street. The connection was ineffably profound. The young woman evidently recognized Shen Zhou as well, her expression of apology swiftly transforming into one of astonishment. Then, upon seeing Shen Zhou's pitiful state, with numerous arrows embedded in his body, her delicate brows knitted together in distress. Clenching her fists, her face reflected a blend of anxiety and indecision. Yet she soon resolved to act. After ensuring no one was around, she urgently urged, "Young hero, please come to my home and take refuge for a moment." Shen Zhou was somewhat taken aback. Although he had once lent a helping hand to this individual, their acquaintance was merely fleeting. Yet, she was willing to disregard her own safety to protect him. It seems the adage "good deeds beget good fortune" occasionally holds true. However, the manner in which he encountered this woman felt inexplicably familiar. Very well. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shen Zhou nodded in agreement. He indeed required a temporary refuge. "Please wait a moment while I descend to open the door." "There is no need for that." Shen Zhou propelled himself off the wall and gracefully leaped through the second-floor window. As he steadied himself within the room, he became acutely aware of the impropriety of his abrupt entrance. Yet, he reasoned, having arrived, he could not simply turn back. The woman, however, seemed unperturbed by Shen Zhou's impetuousness, her gaze fixed anxiously upon him. "Young hero, should we call for a physician for your injuries?" At present, Shen Zhou had merely removed 2 arrows from his forehead, while several others remained embedded in his body, creating a rather macabre scene. "There is no need for that," he replied, dismissing her concern with a wave of his hand. "But you are bleeding," she exclaimed. "It is not my blood," he retorted. "Yet you have several arrows still lodged in you." That is of no consequence, Shen Zhou replied nonchalantly. It will be fine once they are removed. Fine once removed? The woman looked at him in bewilderment. You have been pierced like a candied hawthorn. Surely removing them will only hasten your demise? Shen Zhou refrained from idle chatter as the moment of miraculous revelation for the woman had arrived. He swiftly and decisively removed the remaining arrows embedded in his body, causing the woman to gasp in horror, instinctively covering her mouth. His movements were agile and brutal, extracting one arrow after another as if they were not piercing him, but rather someone else. This scene not only stirred the woman's emotions but also showcased the formidable sharpness of the arrows, each tipped with barbed points. The young man before her was undoubtedly enduring unimaginable agony, yet he remained composed and unflinching. Truly, a man of valor. This spectacle deepened the woman's reverence for Shen Zhou. In truth, however, Shen Zhou felt no pain at all due to his complete lack of injury. He was blissfully unaware that his image in the woman's eyes had grown considerably more grand. Soon, all the arrows were removed, discarded upon the floor. He stretched leisurely, feeling liberated from the burden of excess metal within him, and noticed that the blood bar in the lower left corner of his vision, previously at 2/3, began to slowly restore itself. Observing the rate of recovery, he surmised that it would likely take the entire night for it to return to full capacity. Is this the legendary method of regaining health through breathing? Indeed, the fourth calamity is truly extraordinary. However, it appeared that only by removing the arrows could he begin to heal. His body could not regenerate if continuously under attack. It was indeed as simple as extracting them to be free of harm. The woman was utterly astonished, witnessing Shen Zhou's vigorous demeanor, with not a drop of blood flowing from the arrow wounds, as if he bore no injury at all. Could the disparity in human resilience be so vast? Surely, the young hero must have divine protection, otherwise, such an occurrence would defy all logic. The woman marveled, almost tempted to reach out and touch Shen Zhou's firm chest, eager to discern the truth of his condition, yet she restrained herself due to propriety. Let it be that I am graced by divine favor, Shen Zhou nodded, knowing this was not a matter to be explained to others. Chapter 18. The most base of beast who intrudes. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from downstairs, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Shen Zhou then beheld a man laboriously ascending the staircase. The man was short and somewhat unattractive, his face marred by a mix of confusion and anger, wielding a kitchen knife in hand. His legs seemed somewhat impaired, making the ascent particularly arduous, and he struggled to climb, becoming stuck for a considerable time. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly approached. Hush. Lower your voice. We must not alert outsiders. The man, halfway up the stairs, craned his neck and caught sight of a well-dressed youth on the second floor. After a moment of shock, he inquired, "Who is he?" "This is the benefactor who saved me in the street." The woman quickly explained, "I saw him fleeing and invited him to take refuge in our home." The man paused, then urgently insisted, "Quick, help me up." The woman assisted him up the stairs, and upon reaching the second floor, he bowed deeply to Shen Zhou. "Thank you, young hero, for saving my wife." "That is unnecessary," Shen Zhou waved his hand dismissively, regarding the rescue as trivial. The members of the Black Tiger Gang were merely attempting a simple robbery. However, he was taken aback to realize that the two were husband and wife, as their appearances seemed quite mismatched. Even his own unrefined brother, Shen Mao, possessed a modicum of charm to attract a woman like Tong Lian. In modern times, Shen Zhou would have presumed the man to be wealthy, yet their modest abode suggested otherwise. The dimly lit room contained a single unlit oil lamp and sparse, rudimentary furniture, merely the dwelling of an ordinary family from Chaqing County. "My name is Jiang Sui, and this is my husband, Wu Haixing," the woman introduced herself. Wu Haixing, not one for conversation, nodded repeatedly, his face betraying his awkwardness. He had been resting on the first floor when he heard voices from above, particularly fixating on the frequent mention of the phrase "pull it out." His anger flared, leading him to believe that intruders had invaded, posing a threat to his wife. Armed with a knife, he rushed upstairs, only to find himself in an awkward misunderstanding. "You must be hiding from the Black Tiger Gang as pursuit?" Jiang Sui inquired with concern. "Partially," Shen Zhou replied. "Partially?" "Yes, after dealing with members of the Black Tiger Gang, I ventured into the Han residence and eliminated some individuals." Jiang Sui and Wu Haixing exchanged alarmed glances. "Whom did you kill?" "Every last one." The couple was rendered speechless, realizing that Shen Zhou had single-handedly annihilated the Han family. This young man was undoubtedly a harbinger of death. "Thus, harboring me in your home poses considerable risk," Shen Zhou added. "I do not wish to involve you further. Please prepare a change of clothes for me. I shall depart once I am attired." "Well, if you are to stay, what does it matter how long?" Jiang Sui replied with a cheerful laugh. displaying a certain masculine spirit. You saved my life, and such a debt of gratitude cannot go unacknowledged. Moreover, hearing of your single-handed destruction of the Han family brings me immense joy. I shall insist that you remain for a while longer. Indeed, Wu Haixing chimed in earnestly, his eyes alight with fervor. The Han family was a notorious local tyrant, merciless in their dealings, and the impoverished residents bore no goodwill towards them. There is more than just the Han family to consider, Shen Zhou continued, issuing a warning. The son of the county magistrate has also perished. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sui and her husband were momentarily stunned before their expression shifted to excitement. Are you saying that Zhao Jing has also fallen by your hand? Wu Haixing stammered, his lips trembling as he questioned. Shen Zhou nodded. He was not the one who had committed murder. Yet he could not shed the blame that had been unjustly placed upon him. In the next moment, the couple unexpectedly embraced, weeping tears of joy. My dear, it is truly wonderful that scoundrel Zhao Jing has finally met his end. Indeed, the heavens have eyes. The couple's reaction left Shen Zhou somewhat taken aback. But he quickly recalled Zhao Jing's notorious reputation. Glancing at Jiang Sui's beauty, he soon grasped the situation. It appeared to be yet another family devastated by Zhao Jing's malevolence. This wretched creature, Zhao Jing, it was no wonder he was infamous. How many women in Chaqing County had fallen victim to his wickedness? Alongside the Stin County Constable and Deputy Chief Lin who plotted his assassination, here stood two more victims. Within Shen Zhou, an uncontrollable surge of anger arose. A character as despicable as this, eliminating him would undoubtedly yield a considerable amount of virtue points, yet he had not met his demise at Shen Zhou's hands. Contemplating this, Shen Zhou suddenly perceived that to simply slay the two, Shao County Lieutenant and his companion, would be far too lenient. They had indeed thwarted his endeavors. However, upon further reflection, if Zhao Jing could be so utterly devoid of conscience, then the Zhao County magistrate who raised him must be even more formidable, a veritable beast among beasts. The shadows that loomed over Shen Zhou's heart were instantly dispelled as he discovered a new objective. Jiang Sui and her husband embraced each other, weeping for several minutes before calming down. Subsequently, they immediately turned to Shen Zhou, kneeling in unison, and exclaimed, "Thank you, benefactor. We are profoundly grateful for your assistance in ridding us of that scoundrel. Your immense kindness will forever be etched in our memories." When they spoke of that scoundrel, their words were laced with venom, and Jiang Sui even bit her lip until it bled. "Please, rise," Shen Zhou gestured dismissively. "Scoundrels like Zhao Jing deserve to be punished by all." He added a classic line from a martial arts drama, for in such a moment, uttering a renowned quote felt utterly satisfying. Shen Zhou did not inquire about the experiences of Jiang Sui and her companion. Some memories are too painful to revisit. Noticing that Shen Zhou had no intention of pressing further, Jiang Sui gazed at him with increasing gratitude and promptly rose from the ground. "I shall procure a new outfit for you, young sir," she declared. "Very well," Shen Zhou nodded in agreement. "You must be hungry. Allow me to prepare a bowl of wontons," Wu Haixing added. Agreed, Shen Zhou did not decline. Chapter 19. Surviving in turbulent times as Wu Haixing's garments did not fit properly. Jiang Sui rummaged through the cabinet for quite some time before finally locating a faded gray shirt, worn and softened by age. "This was worn by my late father. If it does not displease you, young sir," she offered. "It is of no concern," Shen Zhou assured her, having no qualms about wearing garments once belonging to the deceased, as he was already clad in such attire. Subsequently, Shen Zhou was graciously received by the couple. After a brief wash to cleanse himself of the bloodstains, he donned the freshly found clothing, and soon Wu Haixing presented him with a steaming bowl of wontons. "My culinary skills are lacking compared to those grand establishments. It may not suit your taste, but I hope you will bear with it," Wu Haixing said. Nervously rubbing his hands, Shen Zhou deftly picked up a dumpling with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth, immediately breaking into a smile. It was delightful. He spoke the truth, although the flavor of this dumpling could not compare to those he had savored in his previous life. Given the ancient context and the considerable disparity in seasonings, it was remarkably good. After swallowing a dumpling, Shen Zhou paused momentarily, awaiting to see if his health bar would diminish. One must harbor no ill will, yet remain vigilant, although Jiang Sui and her husband displayed profound gratitude. Shen Zhou remained cautious of them. It was not that he viewed them with a petty mindset, but rather, the previous encounter with the two county officials had imparted a rather profound lesson. However, the concern Shen Zhou harbored did not materialize, having consumed a dumpling. His health bar remained steadfast, not only unaffected but even exhibiting a slight increase in recovery rate. It seemed that food could indeed enhance health recovery, a delightful discovery. Once assured of its safety, Shen Zhou began to indulge heartily. Before long, a bowl of dumplings was devoured completely, and Wu Haixing, ever perceptive, promptly served him a second bowl. Meanwhile, Jiang Sui engaged Shen Zhou in conversation about her background, revealing more of the couple's story. Originally from another region, Jiang Sui had relocated with her parents 2 years prior to seek refuge with relatives in Chaqing County. However, they encountered bandits along the way, resulting in her parents' tragic demise. And it was Wu Haixing who rescued her. At that time, Wu Haixing was a martial artist. He single-handedly fought off several bandits but suffered a grievous injury to his left leg, rendering him disabled and making even walking a challenge. Grateful for his life, Jiang Sui took on the responsibility of caring for Wu Haixing, and from that moment, the young couple was inseparable. Wu Haixing forsook his martial pursuits to make dumplings. As his leg impeded him, he could only prepare the dumplings and seasonings at home, leaving Jiang Sui to sell them. Their lives, though simple and frugal, were nonetheless filled with happiness, until one fateful day when Zhao Jing, while leisurely strolling, encountered Jiang Sui selling dumplings on the street. Thus began another nightmare. A man may protect his wife once, but he soon finds himself powerless to safeguard her again, not even for a second or third time. Summoning her courage, Jiang Sui tearfully recounted the nightmares she had endured, while Wu Haixing curled into a ball, hiding in the shadows cast by the stove. I am but a useless waste. After a lengthy silence, Wu Haixing finally uttered a sentence, his gaze deliberately avoiding Shen Zhou, filled with self-deprecation and anger. This sense of inadequacy likely stemmed from his perception of himself as inferior compared to Shen Zhou, feeling utterly ashamed. Simultaneously, he was enraged at his own impotence, realizing that, despite being her husband, he required someone else to save his wife. Yet Shen Zhou did not perceive him as useless at all. He recognized a man of considerable courage who had exerted his utmost effort. The fault lay not with him, but rather with the state of the world. Had Shen Zhou not possessed his fortuitous advantages, he too would have faced an early demise. This was not an era where human determination could triumph over fate, at least. Not for the common man. Without extraordinary fortunes, those at the bottom would likely remain forever trapped in their plight. Shen Zhou wished to offer some comforting words to the couple, yet as the phrases lingered on the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back down. Just as one knows the warmth or chill of water they drink, what purpose do the words of others serve? The atmosphere within the room grew increasingly heavy until a sudden, forceful banging on the door shattered the stillness, accompanied by the furious shouts of several individuals. Open the door. Hurry, open the door. Instantly, the couple tensed. Wu Haixing quickly urged, My dear, take our benefactor upstairs to hide. I will handle this. All right. Jiang Sui responded without hesitation, casting a pleading glance towards Shen Zhou. Shen Zhou swiftly rose to his feet. As the door swung open, he beheld 3 officers standing there, their expressions fierce and intimidating. Why did it take so long to open the door? One of them inquired. Esteemed officers, my legs are rather uncooperative. Wu Haixing responded timidly, gesturing towards his injured leg. As Wu Haixing was explaining, the 3 officers had already squeezed into the room. The leader, showing no courtesy, waved his hand and commanded, Search the premises. No, no, no. Wu Haixing hurriedly protested. What is the meaning of this sudden search? This morning, the entire family of Han Jinrong was brutally murdered, and the perpetrator is still at large. The magistrate has ordered a thorough search of every household in the county. Such a thing exists. Upon hearing this, Wu Haixing immediately feigned terror. I would never dare to harbor such a heinous individual. Searching my home would be a waste of your efforts. Your words hold no weight. The leading officer sneered. Observing Wu Haixing's troubled demeanor, he abruptly shifted his tone, sighing, Alas, we are merely carrying out orders. It's not our desire to act this way. After all, we are all from the same village, and it would be unfortunate to create discord. We've already visited dozens of households and are now weary and parched. Our monthly salary is meager, yet we run about like dogs. The officer continued with a lengthy monologue, while Wu Haixing nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. Noticing that Wu Haixing seemed oblivious, the officer furrowed his brow, still not understanding. If I do proceed with the search and accidentally damage something in your home, do not blame me. Oh dear, now I understand. Wu Haixing exclaimed, smacking his forehead. He then produced a handful of coins from his pocket and pressed them into the officer's hand. Esteemed officers, your work is truly arduous. This is a small token of gratitude, a humble offering. Perhaps you would care for a cup of tea to quench your thirst. The 3 officers, delighted with the bribe, quickly abandoned any thought of tea and turned to leave, heading to the next household to continue their extortion. On the 2nd floor, Shen Zhou listened intently to the commotion below, his heart indifferent. Indeed, when the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam cannot be straight. Those in power oppress the common folk, and those beneath them are little better. However, Shen Zhou restrained his inner turmoil. To strike now would only implicate the couple. These officers were ultimately mere trifles to him. The true prize was the magistrate. To capture the leader first is to ensure victory. Chapter 20. There will always be malcontents seeking my downfall. Perhaps the magistrate of Chaqing County was now seething with rage, but those beneath him were unperturbed. Why should I concern myself? Your son is dead, not mine, they thought, prioritizing their own financial gain. Moreover, the criminal's record was terrifying. What if such a monstrous presence were to be discovered hiding in a home? Would it not be they who faced the dire consequences? Only a fool would strictly follow orders. Better to turn a blind eye. Thus, this storm was effortlessly diffused. Jiang Sui was the first to speak. Young hero, it would be wise to leave this place of strife at once. Zhao Shuanghe is a vengeful man. Anger him even slightly, and he will retaliate with fury. Especially considering the death of his son. Furthermore, such a major case would certainly attract the attention of higher authorities, complicating matters even further. While Chaqing County may lack formidable martial artists, the next level, Guanghan Prefecture, was an entirely different story. Indeed, Wu Haixing nodded in agreement. Brainstorming ways to assist Shen Zhou. Perhaps we could hire a carriage to escort you out of the city? Jiang Sui shook her head. A carriage would be too conspicuous. The checkpoints at all exits in Chaqing County will surely be tightly monitored. It is not a prudent option. The couple earnestly brainstormed ways to aid Shen Zhou. While the latter sighed, when will the cycle of vengeance end? To eradicate the roots of this malice must be done promptly. Jiang Sui and her husband exchanged bewildered glances. Shen Zhou's words hinted at a troubling intent. He did not seem inclined to flee. Indeed, Shen Zhou continued. Thank you for your kindness, but there is no need to leave the city. I have matters to attend to here. Zhao Shuanghe is a man who bears grudges. Does Shen Zhou not share this trait? He despises being wronged, yet some foolish individuals seem intent on antagonizing him, just as he had dealt with the Han family. Slain Zhao Jing, and now face the Heihu gang and Magistrate Zhao. There will always be malcontents seeking my downfall. He had only just awakened the fourth calamity and could not endure such indignities. Rather than cower in fear, waiting for vengeance to strike, it would be far wiser to take the initiative and eradicate these weeds. Moreover, he could amass substantial merit from this endeavor. Allowing these ruffians to live would be a disrespect to the record of virtue in his mind. Prepare for action, prepare for action. Han Sui and her husband discerned his intentions. The benefactor truly possessed the courage of a tiger, considering not escape but further pursuit in this perilous situation. They were merely ordinary folk, unable to sway Shen Zhou's decisions. Jiang Sui promptly said, Then, benefactor, if you insist on this course, please take care. Shen Zhou nodded slightly and turned to Wu Haixing. Old Wu, you were once a martial artist. You must be quite familiar with the martial arts schools in Chaqing County. Correct? Reasonably familiar, Wu Haixing affirmed with a nod. Then please enlighten me about which martial arts school in the city is the most formidable in their respective locations. At present, Shen Zhou possessed merely a fundamental martial technique. The deadly 13 spears and the resources for martial arts were exceedingly scarce. In his encounter with the two officials from Lin County, he had not even resorted to martial arts. Relying solely on his moral influence and the fourth calamity as his innate abilities to confront them. Now, having accumulated a considerable amount of good deed points, his combat prowess should be enhanced, ensuring a more secure approach when he stormed the county office. Very well, Wu Haixing promptly began to explain to Shen Zhou. Chaqing County is home to 3 martial arts schools, the Black Tiger Martial Arts School, the Jixing Martial Arts School, and the Jingwu Hall. The Black Tiger Martial Arts School is operated by the Black Tiger Gang, with the gang leader himself as the head of the school. The Jixing Martial Arts School has branches in various counties across Guanghan Prefecture and is said to have significant influence. Although the Jingwu Hall lacks a notable background and occupies a smaller territory, even being managed by a single individual, I believe that Jingwu Hall is, in fact, the most powerful among the 3. Shen Zhou nodded in understanding. He comprehended Wu Haixing's perspective. To navigate the chaotic world, one must possess power and connections. Particularly in a place like Chaqing County, where the environment is rife with both good and ill. The county magistrate holds absolute sway. And the Black Tiger Gang thrives in tyranny, thus establishing a martial arts school here is no simple endeavor. Yet, the Jingwu Hall, devoid of any backing, has managed to take root in this wretched locale, a testament to the remarkable strength of its master. Wu Haixing continued. I once trained at the Jingwu Hall when it had just opened. In those early days, many troublemakers came to wreak havoc. Yet they were all repelled by the master alone. Moreover, the master is a kind-hearted individual, treating every aspiring student equally, offering instruction without discrimination, and maintaining fair pricing. Wu Haixing's admiration for the Jingwu Hall's master was evident, while Shen Zhou was indifferent to the master's character. After all, he did not require guidance in martial arts. He thought to himself that good individuals could remain, while the wicked could be eliminated to earn a measure of virtue, a simple transaction. Since Wu Haixing claimed the Jingwu Hall was formidable, he resolved to inspect its prowess that very evening. As nightfall approached, the Jingwu Hall was still alive with the sounds of activity. In the rudimentary training arena crafted from mud, a group of students was diligently practicing against wooden dummies. Sweating profusely, the practitioners, men and women alike, were ordinary folk from Chaqing County who could only spare time to train after a day of labor. They did not aspire to become legendary warriors. Their sole aim was to acquire a few techniques to ensure their self-defense in these tumultuous times. At one end of the arena stood a young woman clad in a black martial arts uniform. Her beauty was striking, and she stood with poise, resembling a sword drawn from its sheath, exuding an air of formidable presence. For first-time visitors to the Jingwu Hall, it would be hard to believe that this seemingly 20-year-old woman was the master, Lin Yujing. From her elevated position, Lin Yujing observed the performance of each student, occasionally nodding or offering guidance. The students who received her insights expressed their gratitude with appreciative glances. When fatigue set in, they congregated to converse. And the day's topic of discussion was the recent massacre of the Han family. This news had spread throughout Chaqing County, becoming the talk of the townsfolk. Does anyone know who did it? A young man exclaimed, standing in the center of the crowd, his expression brimming with pride. As if he possessed some insider information he was eager to flaunt. Who? Who was it? Stop teasing us. The others urged, their eyes fixed on him. Relishing being the center of attention, the young man revealed, it was the Han family's young master. This morning, many saw him carrying a gun toward the Han residence. Along the way, he also happened to eliminate a few thugs from the Black Tiger gang, who then sought revenge but ended up suffering a crushing defeat, losing even their deputy leader. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers, each face alight with joy, creating an atmosphere akin to a festive celebration. The young man waved for silence, and the crowd obediently quieted down. But the most exhilarating part, do you know what it is? Zhao Shuang, a scoundrel of a son, happened to be at the Han residence and was also dispatched by the young master. Haha. His laughter intensified the crowd's exuberance. What a splendid deed. Truly remarkable. When I return home, I'll slaughter a chicken from my yard to celebrate. In an instant, the training ground was filled with raucous laughter. And anyone unfamiliar would think it was a grand celebration. The common folk felt a sense of freedom to speak openly at the Jingwu Hall, for in other public spaces, they remained tight-lipped, wary of drawing the ire of the powerful. Is the Han family's young master really that formidable? I recall he was considered a fool, someone questioned skeptically. Immediately, another countered, fool? No, he was merely playing the part of a wise man hidden in folly. Indeed. He has rid our town of a significant menace. He is a hero. Another chimed in, if that young master ever came to my home, I would treat him like royalty. Yet, if he truly arrived, you would likely be too terrified to even greet him. Laughter erupted once more, and Lin Yujing listened quietly, a smile creeping onto her elegant face. At that moment, she noticed several officers approaching from a distance. Clearing her throat softly, the crowd fell silent, their jovial expressions fading into somber seriousness, reminiscent of a classroom when a teacher enters. Soon, the officers reached the entrance of the martial arts hall, first bowing respectfully to Lin Yujing before announcing, by order of the county magistrate, a curfew is now in effect in Chaqing City. We request that everyone return home immediately, or face charges of creating a disturbance. Upon hearing this, the faces of the townsfolk changed dramatically as they realized the true intent behind the magistrate's decree. Concern for the Han family's young master filled their hearts. The crowd quickly dispersed, leaving Lin Yujing alone in the vast hall as she closed the door and walked toward the back courtyard. Having established her foothold in Chaqing County for many years, she had developed her own network of information. Regarding the Han family massacre, she was privy to deeper secrets. The perpetrator was named Shen Zhou. Indeed, the Han family's young master, who had been expelled from the household only yesterday, yet today had annihilated the entire family. There were many peculiarities. He had been on the brink of death when cast out, yet had transformed into a formidable force within a day. Despite never having trained in martial arts, he had managed to defeat multiple skilled fighters with an unstoppable force. Most astonishingly, according to the officers on the scene, Shen Zhou had been shot through the head and chest with a crossbow yet remained alive and well. The first 2 points were already astonishing, the last was utterly preposterous. However, she pondered whether Shen Zhou's emergence would introduce new variables into Chaqing County. Perhaps she could seize the opportunity to fulfill her long-held aspirations. Lost in thought, Lin Yujing suddenly halted, for she noticed a figure seated on the stone bench in her courtyard. It was a striking young man clad in gray, languidly resting his head on his right hand. When had he infiltrated her home? Lin Yujing became vigilant, and upon noticing her presence in the courtyard, the young man finally appeared to muster some energy. With a warm smile gracing his face, he greeted her. "Hello, I am Shen Zhou. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope for your kind guidance." At that moment, Lin Yujing's heart raced wildly. Chapter 21. Forming an alliance for murder? This youthful lad, with his rosy lips and pearly white teeth, still bearing the innocence of youth, was none other than Shen Zhou. He had come seeking her out? The deception of appearances was truly profound. Lin Yujing initially failed to associate this seemingly harmless youth with the fearsome killer that the constables had spoken of. Only when he revealed his identity did she realize the terror of his existence. A chill ran down her spine, as if pricked by thorns. Her demeanor transformed entirely. The flora and trees in the courtyard shook violently, while Lin Yujing emitted a series of crackling sounds. The nearby plants shriveled and curled as if scorched by fire. It was evident that Lin Yujing was on edge, poised for an immediate strike. "Madam Lin, your demeanor frightens me. I implore you to remain calm," Shen Zhou quickly interjected. "Though my entrance may have been somewhat presumptuous, I harbor no ill intentions." Prior to this encounter, Wu Haixing had informed him that the head of the Jingwu Hall was a strikingly beautiful young lady, which led him to immediately recognize Lin Yujing. A woman of such beauty presiding over a hall and managing to establish herself in Chaqing County for several years must possess considerable skills. Indeed, heroes are as plentiful as the fish in the river, and should not be underestimated. Lin Yujing's right hand had stealthily settled upon the hilt of her blade, while Shen Zhou, despite his words of concern, maintained an air of nonchalance. Shen Zhou appeared remarkably relaxed, which inadvertently intensified Lin Yujing's pressure. After all, the rumors surrounding him were rather sinister. As a well-educated gentleman of the new century, Shen Zhou adhered to the principle of reciprocating grievances with grievances and virtues with virtues. Treat others as they treat you. However, this time he sought assistance, prompting him to exhibit utmost sincerity. Yet, the shadow of his infamous reputation as the god of death loomed large in Lin Yujing's mind. His mere presence triggered a stress response within her. "What brings you here?" Lin Yujing inquired coolly. "I recall that I have no enmity with you." As she spoke, her gaze remained fixated on every movement of Shen Zhou, ready to flee at the slightest sign of aggression. "It is said that I am not here to cause trouble." Shen Zhou sighed, rising from the stone bench to clarify his intentions. "Lin Guanju, I hope you will assist me in my cultivation." "Assist you in your cultivation?" Lin Yujing's elegantly shaped brows furrowed slightly. "Given your prowess, why seek my help?" "Lin Guanju need not be modest. I have come out of admiration," Shen Zhou replied earnestly. "Moreover, it appears there is a misunderstanding regarding me. My impressive record is merely superficial. In truth, I am but a small fry at the first level of the second realm." As he spoke, he subtly revealed the aura of his first level of the second realm. Lin Yujing's clear eyes reflected her bewilderment. Indeed, he was at the first level of the second realm, significantly lower than her own. Yet, how could this young man possess such formidable combat prowess? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yujing grasped the crux of the matter. "Have you awakened your martial arts talent?" Could it be that this woman was aware of such a concept as martial arts talent? Shen Zhou did not hold back, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed." Lin Yujing's expression turned enlightened. "No wonder you are able to achieve all of this. It seems your awakened martial arts talent is truly formidable." She was quite familiar with the martial realms of the three officials, Shao County Magistrate and his companions. None were inferior to Shen Zhou. Yet, he managed to secure 3 kills, which speaks volumes. "It sounds like, Master Lin, you have awakened your martial arts talent as well?" Shen Zhou inquired in return. "Yes," Lin Yujing acknowledged with a nod. "Martial talent is a gift bestowed upon humanity by the heavens. Those who can awaken it are exceedingly rare, and the strength varies among individuals. Yours is exceptionally powerful." Shen Zhou gradually realized that while others awakened their innate talents, he relied on the merit record. Truly a rare occurrence, indeed. It is no wonder that he possesses a golden finger, effortlessly achieving what others find impossible. In light of this, I must express my gratitude to the heavens." Shen Zhou casually remarked. "So, Master Lin, could you assist me?" Internally, Lin Yujing contemplated the implications of a refusal. While outwardly nodding in agreement, "Of course, I am at your service. What would you like to learn?" Shen Zhou's remarkable achievements left her with no room for refusal. Considering her own safety, she had no choice but to acquiesce. "I shall learn whatever is most formidable," she declared. In that moment, he resembled the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, paying homage to the Bodhi Patriarch, pondering whether the 72 transformations surpassed the 36. Yes, that shall suffice. Lin Yujing then inquired, have you mastered the art of breath regulation? Breath regulation? It was a term she had never even encountered. Shen Zhou shook his head and confessed, to be honest. I have only mastered one martial art, the 13 lethal spears. Lin Yujing furrowed her brows. That sounds quite formidable. Indeed, it is a fundamental martial art. I acquired my weapons from a vendor who offered a buy one get one free promotion. Lin Yujing remained silent, taken aback. Shen Zhou spoke candidly, simultaneously serving as a subtle reminder to Lin Yujing of his formidable martial talent, cautioning her against harboring any misguided intentions. Lin Yujing grasped the underlying message, casting a deep glance at Shen Zhou before elucidating. Once the true essence of martial arts is consolidated within, it necessitates a breathing technique to harmonize and integrate it throughout one's limbs and bones, thereby enhancing one's strength. Moreover, its significance in combat should not be underestimated. The cultivation of the second realm involves refining one's bones with this essence, which requires active participation. Lin Yujing meticulously explained the cultivation method of the second realm to Shen Zhou, who listened intently and then remarked, understood. Please provide me with a breathing technique. Very well. Please hold on for a moment. With that, Lin Yujing turned and entered a chamber. Upon her return, she held a substantial tome in her hands. This is the breathing technique I practice, the Ziyang electric gang art, which is also the ancestral martial art of the Lin family. Ancestral martial art? Shen Zhou was somewhat taken aback. The other party had actually presented a family heirloom. He had not anticipated that Master Lin would be so earnest. Lin Yujing, her expression devoid of emotion, replied, in dire straits, I must do my utmost. Although Shen Zhou appeared to be a novice in martial arts, Lin Yujing sensed that he was not merely a simpleton, and that ordinary offerings would likely not suffice to deceive him. Indeed, this was the case. One could ascertain the strength of a martial art without learning it, simply by enhancing the merits recorded within. Master Lin was undoubtedly an astute individual. Shen Zhou nodded, pondering. Why does this feel like something a villain would utter? Moreover, I dare to make a request of you, Lin Yujing added with a hint of audacity. Speak. Shen Zhou replied plainly. I wish for us to collaborate against the magistrate of Chaqing County. The words came as a shock. Her hands clutched the book tightly, and a flicker of hatred crossed her previously expressionless face. I long to personally sever the head of that scoundrel. Thus, the cycle of vengeance continues. Shen Zhou pondered, then shook his head. No, it won't do. Am I still afraid? A shadow of sorrow flickered in Lin Yujing's eyes. Shen Zhou had slain Zhao Shuang's son, and in her eyes, this act had unequivocally placed her in opposition to Zhao Shuang. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, which elucidates her willingness to offer her family heirloom. She sought to augment her ranks with a formidable ally. To her astonishment, Shen Zhou bluntly refused, revealing that even the boldest individuals possess their limits. Alas, if one is unwilling, then so be it. Yet inadvertently, she had divulged her true intentions to an outsider, complicating matters further. While Lin Yujing pondered her predicament with a furrowed brow, she heard Shen Zhou continue, You may only observe from the sidelines. It is I who shall deliver Zhao Shuang's demise. What? Lin Yujing's mind momentarily faltered. Are you implying that I must personally execute Zhao Shuang? Shen Zhou clarified. It is absurd to think that such a nefarious county head could be worth a considerable amount of righteous merit. I cannot cede the honor of his death to another. No matter how profound your hatred may be, it is irrelevant. Do you mean to say that you consent to collaborate with me in vanquishing this scoundrel? Lin Yujing inquired uncertainly. Indeed, but the credit for the kill must remain with me. Shen Zhou reiterated emphatically. His original intention was to eliminate the corrupt official, and enlisting assistance along the way posed no issue, provided the kill was credited to him. Chapter 22. On this day very well, it is yours. All yours. Lin Yujing hastily replied, her elation palpable. She exclaimed with fervor, It matters not who delivers Zhao Shuang's end. All I desire is for him to perish swiftly and painfully. It was evident that Lin Yujing harbored a profound vendetta against the county magistrate. Shen Zhou did not inquire into the other party's private matters, but continued. May I now have a glimpse of your cherished heirloom? Of course. The two had momentarily forged an alliance, and Lin Yujing finally ceased her icy demeanor. She placed the tome before Shen Zhou on the stone table. Even throughout the entirety of Guanghan Prefecture, my Ziyang Thunder technique stands among the foremost, Lin Yujing added, a hint of pride gracing her features. It was rather endearing. Is it truly that formidable? It seems I have indeed made the right choice in coming to the Jingwu Hall. Shen Zhou felt increasingly satisfied, his spirits lifted as he opened the ancient tome, only to furrow his brow in confusion. What purpose does this serve for me? The characters inscribed within do appear to be Chinese, yet when strung together, They become utterly incomprehensible. Moreover, the thickness of this volume rivals that of a dictionary. Shen Zhou mused to himself, reflecting on how in his previous life he had little affection for reading, a habit that seemed unalterable in this one. Nevertheless, it mattered not, for the Book of Merits would surely guide him. Shen Zhou, disinclined to scrutinize the text, merely cast a cursory glance, intending to inscribe it into the record of merits at the earliest opportunity. Observing Shen Zhou's rapid page-turning, Lin Yujing paid little heed, assuming he was merely conducting a preliminary examination to ascertain the authenticity of the secret manual. After laboriously perusing half of the tome, Shen Zhou pinched the bridge of his nose and, upon raising his gaze, discovered Lin Yujing's captivating eyes fixed intently upon him. "What are you staring at me for?" Shen Zhou inquired, bemused. "Are you concerned that I may not uphold my promise to eliminate Zhao Shuanghe? Rest assured, we can act by tomorrow afternoon, provided, of course, that you are not averse to peril." Upon hearing this, Lin Yujing immediately shook her head. "That is not my concern. It is merely that this breathing technique is exceedingly difficult to master, and it is improbable that one can grasp it in such a short time. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to inquire." "Wait, did you just say we would act tomorrow afternoon?" As she explained, Lin Yujing suddenly sensed something amiss. "Indeed, what is it?" Shen Zhou retorted. "You are being far too hasty." Lin Yujing frowned. "Too hasty? Did you not just say that the sooner he dies, the better? Yet the issue at hand is that this is far too swift. Acting now is indeed perilous." Lin Yujing, her tone urgent, seated herself beside Shen Zhou. "You may be unaware of Zhao Shuanghe's background. Allow me to elaborate. Apart from the capable officer Xiao Xianwei, he commands the Black Tiger Gang, whose leader has attained the pinnacle of the second realm in martial arts, considerably surpassing Officer Xiao. Moreover, Zhao Shuanghe himself is a formidable threat. Although he presents himself as an ordinary man, I am aware that he is, in fact, a practitioner of the third realm. It would not be an exaggeration to deem him the strongest in this county. Furthermore, according to my investigations, Zhao Shuanghe may be colluding with malevolent entities." Malevolent entities? This revelation took Shen Zhou by surprise. He had presumed that this world was devoid of demons and monsters, given that in his 15 years of memory, he had neither encountered nor heard any mention of such beings. Of course, this could also be attributed to his limited exposure, for in those 15 years, Shen Zhou had barely traversed the expanse of Chongqing County. Nonetheless, with Zhao Shuanghe being a practitioner of the third realm, alongside the Black Tiger Gang leader and the potential involvement of demons, the cumulative weight of these virtuous deeds. Taking a deep breath, Shen Zhou acknowledged. "I understand now. Consequently, we must adjust our timeline." "I am relieved to hear you have come to this conclusion," Lin Yujing nodded, exhaling a sigh of relief. However, before she could fully express her relief, Shen Zhou continued, "Let us reschedule it for tomorrow morning." "Lin Yujing? What? Why are we advancing the timeline even more?" She could not contain her exasperation, her voice rising considerably. "This is meant to facilitate your quest for vengeance. My intentions are noble. No, this is indeed far too rushed. Eliminating a government official is no jest. We require a meticulously crafted plan. While your intentions may be commendable, I implore you to refrain from setting out just yet." Initially, Shen Zhou declined her request to eliminate Zhao Shuanghe, leading her to believe that even Shen Zhou's audacity had its limits. However, she now realizes that Shen Zhou's courage knows no bounds. It is her own imagination that is confined. Once a decision is made, does one immediately roll up their sleeves and get to work? Time is of the essence. Delay may invite unforeseen changes. Shen Zhou shook his head, saying in a few days, the court will undoubtedly dispatch stronger warriors. By that time, eliminating Zhao Shuanghe will become far more troublesome. Lin Yujing was momentarily taken aback. She had initially thought Shen Zhou relied solely on brute force, but to her surprise, he was both bold and astute. His words were indeed entirely accurate. Before taking action, Shen Zhou naturally contemplated for a moment, having lived 2 lives. He possessed a modicum of wisdom, yet his extraordinary intellect led him to believe that employing his superhuman strength to tackle the matter directly would suffice. Of course, this was contingent upon mastering the breathing technique entirely. With this thought in mind, Shen Zhou accelerated his pace of reading. Meanwhile, Lin Yujing, lost in contemplation, eventually spoke up. "What you say holds merit, but I still find it precarious. Please be quiet." Shen Zhou, unable to endure her words any longer, waved his hand dismissively, interrupting Lin Yujing. "Just sit here quietly and wait. You will soon discern the level of stability." Chapter 23. Did I skip part of the plot? Lin Yujing fell silent. According to Shen Zhou, he intended to conquer the Xiang electric barrier technique today. Was that not a fanciful dream? If one were to rank breathing techniques, her family's Ziyang electric barrier technique would undoubtedly be classified as top tier. It had taken Lin Yujing 5 years to cultivate the Ziyang electric barrier technique to a minor success. To reach her level, Shen Zhou would likely require years of dedication. Youth. With lofty ambitions and an inflated sense of talent, he believes himself to be exceptionally gifted. Yet, once he embarks on the journey of genuine cultivation, he shall undoubtedly be humbled. With this thought in mind, Lin Yujing patiently awaited the unfolding events, only to be left in a state of astonishment the very next moment. Shen Zhou initiated the record of merit, and the 800 points of virtuous deeds in his account transformed into a mysterious and profound force. Surging into the powerful breathing technique, the densely packed characters on the record of merit began to emerge. Consume 5 points of virtuous deeds, and you shall acquire the method of refining true essence, which flows like blood, pumped from the dantian and circulating throughout your body. Consume 20 points of virtuous deeds, and you will have mastered the breathing technique. With each breath, you engage in this practice. Moreover, to your astonishment, your true essence begins to carry the potency of electricity, enhancing both your muscle strength and neural response speed under its invigorating influence. Purple Sun Electric Barrier Technique, Beginner. Is it truly necessary to expend 25 points of virtuous deeds just to enter the preliminary stage? The disparity between this technique and the previous ones is indeed vast. Shen Zhou could not help but exclaim, reminiscing about the time when his deadly 13 shots required merely 4 points of virtue to achieve perfection. However, this technique is indeed extraordinarily powerful, capable of generating electrical currents from true essence. Has it not become akin to an electric eel? In the initial stages, the currents can merely enhance physical strength and reaction speed, but what lies ahead? Shen Zhou was filled with anticipation and immediately continued to invest in his virtuous deeds. After expending 50 points of virtue, his years of diligent training had enabled him to unleash the currents within his body. Each time he engaged in close combat with an adversary, the electric charge would incapacitate them, thereby hindering their movements. With this enhancement, he had mastered the Ziyang electric barrier technique, proficient, capable of paralyzing foes. He pressed on. After consuming 100 points of virtue, the potency of the electric current surged, allowing him to inflict instant wounds or even fatal blows upon his enemies. He had now achieved the Ziyang electric barrier technique, minor accomplishment. Upon expending 200 points of virtue, his command over the electricity reached an unparalleled zenith, enabling him to release the accumulated currents in a flash, striking down foes from a distance. He had attained the Ziyang electric barrier technique, major accomplishment. To strike from afar? Shen Zhou envisioned himself in battle, channeling his inner Pikachu, ready to unleash a thunderous 100,000 volts. He pressed on further. After consuming 400 points of virtue, he had fully mastered this breathing technique, and the electric currents greatly enhanced both his physical and neural speed. He could now unleash vast torrents of electricity, executing area attacks against multiple foes. He had perfected the Ziyang electric barrier technique, complete mastery. The transformation from single target to area of effect was astounding, as the record of his virtuous deeds was inscribed. Shen Zhou felt his true essence surging through him like a roaring river, flowing with each breath into his limbs and sinews. Moreover, with merely a thought, his essence could transform into a terrifying surge of electric power. Shen Zhou's heart surged with indescribable excitement as he finally grasped the reason this object could be considered a family heirloom. Its power was simply extraordinary. It was a concept entirely different from his previous experience with the deadly 13 guns. The former belonged to the realm of martial arts, while the latter had seamlessly transcended into a fantastical world. Now, it was time to put it to the test. In the next moment, Shen Zhou's originally pure black pupils transformed into a brilliant gold. A dazzling golden light enveloped him, wrapping around his very being. A thunderous sound echoed through the air as the crackle of electricity pierced the atmosphere. Vivid golden arcs danced around him like ethereal serpents, swirling in wild abandon. The ground beneath him fractured, and the flowers and plants in the courtyard were instantly reduced to dust by the surging current. For a brief moment, the entire courtyard shone as brightly as day, and Shen Zhou, cloaked in golden radiance, resembled a super scion descending upon the world. Such a spectacle was impossible to ignore. Shen Zhou realized that at this moment, he resembled a firefly illuminating the dark night. Should others take notice, it would spell trouble for him, for he had not forgotten his identity as a fugitive. Shen Zhou's brilliance swiftly dimmed, and the golden light vanished once more. Remarkable, not to mention the actual combat. Even the visual effects alone were astonishingly powerful. He couldn't help but marvel at how this method of cultivation had transformed so dramatically. How could an ordinary martial artist contend with him? No wonder Lin Yujing claimed that the Ziyang electric gang technique ranked among the foremost in the entire Guanghan prefecture. After a brief moment of awe, Shen Zhou turned his gaze toward Lin Yujing, who had become as still as a statue. Her eyes were wide, filled with intense shock. And an absurd emotion surged within her heart, leaving her utterly bewildered. If she wasn't mistaken, Shen Zhou's state just now represented the purple gold body protection that could only be manifested after mastering the Ziyang electric gang technique. But how could that be possible? Hadn't he merely skimmed through the manual? How could he have cultivated it to such a level so swiftly? Was she dreaming? Or had she inadvertently skipped a crucial part of the narrative? Amidst Lin Yujing's dazed expression, Shen Zhou casually returned to the stone bench and remarked nonchalantly, "So, what do you think, Head Lin? I told you it would be secure today. If you have any questions regarding this method of cultivation, feel free to consult me." His words echoed her own thoughts. Lin Yujing trembled internally, unable to respond, instead murmuring softly, "You are not human. You are a monster." She appeared utterly disheartened, as Shen Zhou had dealt her a tremendous blow. By the way, according to the officials from Chaqing County, they said you wouldn't die even if shot through the head or heart by a crossbow. Could that possibly be true? Lin Yujing suddenly recalled another question. About right. Shen Zhou nodded, neither confirming nor denying. Lin Yujing inhaled sharply. What sort of martial talent could achieve such feats? Why did each of his abilities seem so extraordinarily formidable? After an internal outcry, Lin Yujing continued to wallow in her emotions. Chapter 24. Are we not friends? With the Ziyang electric gang technique perfected, his combat prowess surged once again. Coupled with his moral influence in the fourth calamity, Shen Zhou, who continually reminded himself not to underestimate the heroes of the world, still felt somewhat elated. However, his goodwill had been nearly exhausted, and he would soon need to perform further acts of kindness. Meanwhile, Lin Yujing regained her composure. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she clenched her fists and exclaimed, "Let's do it, starting tomorrow." She had emerged from her earlier state of despair. This was not the time to envy his gifts, for she realized she had allied herself with a formidable ally. It was only with a monster like Shen Zhou that she could successfully seek vengeance. The adage about waiting decades for retribution was irrelevant, if one possessed the strength. Why not swiftly eliminate their foe on the spot? Such a child can be taught, Shen Zhou nodded. Having recently acquired a powerful martial art, he too felt a stirring desire to test his skills against an opponent. Yet, he reminded himself to proceed with caution. Lin Yujing advised, "Let me first ascertain Zhao Shuang's plans for tomorrow, then we shall act." Agreed, Shen Zhou replied, recognizing that with Lin Yujing as his strategist, the gathering of intelligence and brainstorming would be better left to her. Fueled by her own vendetta, she would undoubtedly perform even better than he could. On the outskirts of Chaqing City, in an abandoned, dilapidated temple, before dawn had even broken, a rough and filthy hand shoved Dog Boy awake. "Get up, Dog Boy. It's time to work." Groggy, Dog Boy replied, "Grandpa, let me sleep a little longer." Dog Boy was not his real name, nor was the man he called Grandpa his actual grandfather. At just 6 years old, he had learned from his father that his mother died in childbirth, and last year, he had heard from an old beggar that his father had been killed by the Black Tiger gang in the streets. Thus, he found himself confusedly becoming an orphan. In a state of hunger and near death, the old beggar rescued him, and from that point on, they began living together. The name Dog Boy was given by the old beggar, who said it was a name that suggested lowly worth, making it easier to sustain. Hadn't he mentioned that going out to beg at this hour would seem more pitiful, potentially yielding more alms? The old beggar patiently explained that at dawn, if they positioned themselves on the street, passers-by might assume they had spent the night in the cold, thus feeling sympathy and offering more donations. However, Dog Boy was skeptical, as they often went out early and still returned without a single coin. Yet, he dared not defy the old beggar, for he knew this was the only person who had shown him kindness in the world. "I understand, Grandpa," Dog Boy replied obediently, preparing to rise from the pile of straw. "Never mind," the old beggar suddenly changed his mind, pressing down on Dog Boy's shoulder with a smile. "You can rest a little longer today." A flicker of tenderness shone in the old beggar's murky eyes. Initially, he had taken in Dog Boy for his youth, as children naturally evoke sympathy and are well suited for begging. In some regions of the Yin Kingdom, to elicit pity, they even resorted to extreme measures. The old beggar, however, was not capable of such cruelty. He merely hoped that having a child would yield more alms. As time passed, a bond formed between the grandfather and grandson. The old beggar, who was also alone and destitute, instinctively began to treat Dog Boy as his own grandson. If his grandson occasionally took a break, it was certainly forgivable. Still drowsy, Dog Boy felt a surge of joy upon hearing this and immediately nodded. "Thank you, Grandpa. If you encounter strangers, Hide behind the statue and do not cause any trouble. Understood, Grandpa, Dog Boy replied sweetly. Good. The old beggar then set off alone, cradling a broken bowl in his arms as he stepped into the storm outside the crumbling temple. Dog Boy, meanwhile, closed his eyes once more and resumed his slumber, though not comfortably. The thought of his grandfather begging alone while he lounged on the warm pile of straw filled him with guilt. After only a short while, Dog Boy turned over and sat up, grabbing a cold bun he had received yesterday to nibble on. He planned to finish the bun before heading into the city to meet his grandfather. As he munched, Dog Boy noticed a figure entering the temple from outside. He remembered the old beggar's warning and quickly hid behind the statue, using the dim light from outside. Dog Boy could make out that the figure appeared to be another child, about his height. Clad in a black robe, the child's appearance was obscured. So boring, so boring. The little figure said in a high-pitched voice, the words somewhat peculiar and not quite standard, yet filled with childish innocence. Indeed, it was a child of similar age. Out alone, could it be that, like him, they were also an orphan? Dog Boy speculated. At that moment, the black-robed child suddenly exclaimed, "Eh?" and turned towards the statue. Discovered. The young boy, Dogwa, remained surprisingly calm as he picked up a fragment of stone from the ground. His opponent, no older than himself, was merely a child, and the outcome of their scuffle was uncertain. In the next moment, a figure cloaked in black suddenly leaped before him, exclaiming with delight, "Ha! I found you." The voice was brimming with joy, reminiscent of a playful game of hide-and-seek. For a moment, Dogwa was at a loss for words. But he soon cast aside his hesitation upon observing his adversary's appearance. The figure was covered in sleek orange fur, and to his astonishment, perched atop its slightly forward-leaning neck was the head of a cat. Ah, Dogwa gasped, stumbling backward in shock. How could such a creature exist, resembling a kitten so closely? However, the peculiar child did not advance. Instead, it regarded the fallen Dogwa with amusement, covering its mouth as it laughed. "You are so timid. My name is Hong Ong. What is yours?" Dogwa had no desire to engage with this strange child. He attempted to rise and flee, but his frightened little legs felt weak, rendering him unable to stand. Hong blinked her eyes and asked again, "I'm quite bored. Will you play with me?" "Play? No way." Finally, his legs found the strength to protest, and Dogwa struggled to his feet, turning to escape. Just as he reached the temple's entrance, he heard a sobbing sound behind him. Whoa, was Hong crying? Dogwa halted and turned back, realizing that she had not pursued him but stood there, wiping her tears. Why does everyone avoid me?" Hong murmured, her voice tinged with sorrow. "I just want to play with you. Why does everyone hide from me?" Her words struck a chord in Dogwa's heart. Did he not yearn for a companion to play with? Yet, the harsh reality was that he had only his grandfather to care for him. Was Hong also alone and forlorn, given her peculiar appearance? Perhaps her plight was even more desolate than his own. Suddenly, Dogwa felt an unexpected kinship with her. Upon noticing Dogwa's stillness, Hong's face brightened with hope. "Will you play with me?" Dogwa chose silence, and sensing his lack of response, Hong continued, "Oh, I have something for you. I heard that you all love this." As she spoke, she produced a shiny object from her robe. Dogwa's eyes widened. It was a silver ingot. Despite her odd appearance, she was wealthy, while he and his grandfather struggled for money. "If you play with me, I'll give you this." Hong raised the silver ingot high. "Really?" Dogwa asked, excitement rising in his voice. "Of course." Hong nodded enthusiastically. Then it settled. Dogwa agreed, envisioning how long the silver would sustain him and his grandfather, freeing them from the burdens of hardship. For the sake of money, he felt compelled to take the risk. Taking a deep breath, Dogwa summoned his courage and stepped back toward Hong. She graciously extended the silver to him, saying, "Here." Trembling, he accepted the unexpected fortune, momentarily believing he was dreaming. But before he could fully comprehend the situation, Hong suddenly seized his hand, her sharp claws piercing his skin painfully. Startled, Dogwa heard her excited voice, "So, what shall we play now?" Without waiting for a reply, she tugged him out of the temple, her strength leaving him no chance to resist. Truth be told, Dogwa had never truly played in his life. He racked his brain for activities that might bring him joy. Thus, he began by playing shuttlecock with Hong, swinging on swings. And later, they flew kites together. Finally, they ventured into the city, where he treated Hong to a string of large, red-candied hawthorns. These were the most delightful activities Dogwa could think of, though he wondered if Hong would enjoy them as well. Fortunately, she seemed equally inexperienced in the ways of the world, laughing joyfully along the way. However, when they entered the city to buy candied hawthorns, Hong became noticeably reserved, her small frame hidden beneath her black robe. "What's wrong?" Dogwa asked, puzzled. My parents told me that I must not let others see my face, or I might frighten them. Hong Hong explained softly, her voice laced with insecurity. Indeed, her appearance could be unsettling. She was more unfortunate than he realized. No, that wasn't quite right. She was better off. She had silver and parents. Dogwa sighed quietly before asking, then why did you let me see your face? Because I think you're wonderful, she replied, a sweet smile lighting up her kitten-like features. The unexpected compliment flushed Dogwa's cheeks, and he noticed how increasingly endearing Hong Hong appeared. After all, cats were inherently charming creatures, particularly kittens, who exuded even more cuteness. Are we friends now? Dogwa mustered the courage to inquire. Friends? Of course. Hong Hong nodded vigorously. With her affirmation, an overwhelming sense of happiness surged within Dogwa. He had finally made his first friend. Hong Hong quickly devoured the candied hawthorns in her hand, then patted her stomach and declared, let's return to the temple. What for? Dogwa questioned, confused. It was merely a resting place for him and his grandfather, not a venue for fun. After playing, we need to eat, Hong Hong replied. When Dogwa awoke, he vaguely perceived a small shadow beside him. The figure was gnawing on something, the sound of its munching echoing around him, accompanied by an indescribable stench. As his vision cleared, he recognized the shadow. It was Hong Kong, seated beside him, greedily devouring what appeared to be a human leg. Horrified, Dogwa's face contorted in fear, and he trembled, instinctively wanting to escape. But he soon realized he could never rise again. His legs were gone. A wave of excruciating pain enveloped him as he comprehended the horrifying truth. Hong Kong was eating him. The very friend he had just made was now consuming him. Tears streamed from Dogwa's eyes, but the pain in his heart eclipsed the agony of his body. A profound sense of disbelief and sorrow washed over him. Why? He managed to cry out weakly, Hong Hong, aren't we friends? Hong Hong paused her gnawing, her cat-like eyes narrowing as she regarded him for a moment, before breaking into an utterly sinister smile. Friends? Delicious. Chapter 25, The Chaotic Era of Demons Within the Dilapidated Temple. The rustling sounds lingered for a long time before finally ceasing. Hong Hong let out a contented burp, her face reflecting satisfaction. It turned out that friends could be such delectable fare, with tender skin and succulent flesh, far surpassing the sweetness of candied hawthorn. The soft, tender innards were simply the most exquisite delicacy on earth. Gazing at the bare skeleton before her, she pouted in displeasure at how quickly it had been consumed. Alas, her parents had urged her to remain discreet. Otherwise, she could have indulged even more joyfully, especially since friends were plentiful in this place. Ever wise, she kept her parents' admonitions close to heart, thus she only feasted upon the diminutive and diligently concealed her whereabouts and identity from prying eyes. After her meal, Hong Hong wrapped her petite form once more in her voluminous black robe and turned to exit the crumbling temple. She was on the hunt for her next friend. Today, the old beggar was in high spirits. As noon approached, a remarkably handsome young gentleman bestowed upon him a generous gift of 2 silver ingots. Such a bounty was sufficient to sustain both him and his grandson for several months. He had initially intended to bow in gratitude, but the young man had simply declined, leaving the old beggar feeling as though he were in a dream, marveling at the existence of such benevolent souls in the world. After the young gentleman departed, the old beggar quickly tucked the silver away, well aware that displaying wealth could invite envy, particularly in Chaqing County, where many in his trade roamed. He resolved to return to the temple to find his grandson. Today, he would forego the usual steamed bun and treat his grandson to a proper meal at a restaurant. Though he had just made such grand declarations in his mind, he quickly reconsidered. That would indeed be too extravagant. A couple of bowls of wontons at a stall would suffice. With this thought, the old beggar eagerly left the city, heading towards the temple. However, as he approached the entrance, an overwhelming stench of blood assaulted him. The joy on the old beggar's face vanished instantly, and he furrowed his brow, hastening inside. The temple was devoid of any human presence, yet the odor of blood grew increasingly pungent. He stumbled through the shadows until he reached the back of the idol. There, he beheld a bloody skeleton lying still. Boom. The old beggar felt as though his head had been struck fiercely, his mind swirling, nearly causing him to lose his balance. It couldn't be. It simply couldn't. Don't think too much. That bone cannot belong to Gowa. Gowa had merely stepped out, gone to search for him. This skeleton must be someone else's. He fervently reassured himself, though tears began to spill unbidden. The size of the bones, they appeared to belong to a child. Moreover, beside the remains lay a tattered piece of burlap, torn into strips, where he could still discern countless patches, each one sewn by his own hands. Faced with the cruel reality, the old beggar's heart shattered, and he wept uncontrollably. The lights in the county magistrate's office burned all night without extinguishing. The atmosphere inside was unbearably oppressive, akin to a storm brewing, suffocating enough to drive one to despair. The county clerk, Shen Zhou, trembled as he reported to the shadowy figure seated behind the desk. "Sir, from yesterday afternoon until now, I have led a search for Shen Zhou for a full day and night, yet we have found nothing." Zhao Shuanghe did not reply. Seemingly oblivious to Shen Zhou's words, his eyes closed, displaying neither sorrow nor joy. Shen Zhou, determined to maintain the conversation, pressed on. "From my observations, it appears we must await the arrival of officials from Guanghan Palace to bring the perpetrator to justice." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuanghe finally stirred, opening his bloodshot eyes to fixate intently on Shen Zhou. The intensity of his gaze made Shen Zhou's scalp prickle. It was only when Zhao Shuanghe sighed, "Old Shen, you have been with me for a decade now," that Shen Zhou felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing the ominous undertone in those words. Suddenly, Shen Zhou knelt before Zhao Shuanghe, pleading, "Please, sir, do not be angry. It is not that we lack effort. It is merely that the foe's movements are elusive and difficult to track. Moreover, they have dispatched formidable warriors from the county, impervious even to crossbow bolts aimed at their heads. They resemble demons, far beyond what we can handle." With a heavy heart, he added, "Jinger is missing. I am equally distraught. I watched him grow up. He is like a son to me. I beseech you to take care and grieve appropriately." "Grieve your mother's head." Zhao Shuanghe interrupted violently, his fury erupting as he hurled the pinholder from his desk at Shen Zhou's head. The latter could not evade in time, and blood spilled forth as he clutched his head, remaining still in fear, kneeling on the ground. Zhao Shuanghe's eyes widened with rage. His features contorted as he bellowed, "Stop your insipid platitudes. It is easy for you to talk. You have not lost a son. I would relish the chance to slay your son right now, so you could experience the anguish of losing a child. I find myself in desperate need of a servant to command." Shen Zhou was horrified at this threat, bowing his head frantically. "I understand my mistakes. I understand my mistakes." He knew Zhao Shuanghe's temperament. The old rogue was capable of anything. Much of Zhao Shuanghe's son's perverse behavior stemmed from this very father. Shen Zhou bowed repeatedly, his head already injured, now leaving a pool of blood on the floor. Yet he did not cease, for he understood this was a fight for his son's life. Zhao Shuanghe remained silent, towering over Shen Zhou, seemingly intent on watching him suffer in humiliation until he finally felt dizzy from the exertion. At last, Zhao Shuanghe's cold voice broke the silence. "Enough. Rise. Do not disgrace yourself any further." Thank you, my lord." Shen Zhou exhaled in relief. Realizing that Zhao Shuanghe would likely refrain from harming his son, he shakily stood, only to suddenly grasp that something was amiss. Disgrace himself? In front of whom? At that moment, Shen Zhou noticed two figures standing at the door of the study. They were not merely human, they were two demons. Both were clad in matching black robes. The one on the left was a towering figure, muscular and imposing, with glossy black fur. The one on the right was petite and graceful, resembling a shadowy sprite, adorned with sleek orange fur. Demons had audaciously appeared within the county magistrate's office. The male cat demon happened to lower its head and locked eyes with Shen Zhou. With just a glance, Shen Zhou trembled uncontrollably. The gaze was filled with greed and cruelty, reminiscent of a predator eyeing its prey. "What are you staring at? Get out." Zhao Shuanghe's sharp reprimand jolted Shen Zhou back to reality. "Yes, please step aside, I beg of you, esteemed gentleman." Shen Zhou lowered his head, shielding his face, and anxiously squeezed past the two cat demons. They paid him no mind, allowing him to exit the room unimpeded. Upon reaching the courtyard, he exhaled heavily, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Both his life and that of his son seemed preserved. Simultaneously, he was engulfed in astonishment. Madness! This old scoundrel, Zhao Shuanghe, has truly lost his senses. In his quest for vengeance for his son, he had audaciously colluded with demons. Shen Zhou had sensed something amiss before, but he never anticipated Zhao Shuanghe would go so far as to summon demons into the government office. What could be done now? Suddenly, a resounding drumbeat echoed from outside, causing the already frightened Shen Zhou to jump in place. However, he quickly realized it was merely the sound of the announcement drum at the entrance of the office. Who was beating the drum? He called out as he stepped outside. Soon, a constable rushed over to report. As he approached, he caught sight of the blood streaming from Shen Zhou's head, and could not help but exclaim, "My lord." "Your head." "Never mind my head." Shen Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "Tell me, who was beating the drum outside?" "A beggar, claiming that his grandson has been killed," the constable reported. "Send that beggar away." Shen Zhou snapped, his irritation rising. "Our master has just lost his son. He has no time to concern himself with another's grandson. Zhao Shuanghe has already begun to lose his mind if that beggar continues to drum. He may find himself dead alongside his grandson. However, the constable's expression reflected his inner turmoil and fear. But my lord, that old beggar has brought the remains of his grandson. All that remains are bones, with the rest of the body vanished, not even a shred of flesh left. As the constable spoke, a look of terror crept onto his face, and Shang Wenshu stood there, dumbfounded. Demons. Are there not two of them right within the office? Chapter 26. Framing just as Shang Wenshu was caught in a whirlwind of uncertainty. He heard the creaking of the study door behind him, followed by Zhao Shuanghe's cold inquiry. What is the commotion outside? Shang Wenshu's heart skipped a beat. But he quickly feigned calmness, turning to report patiently, it is as follows, my lord. Demons that consume humans? Zhao Shuanghe remained expressionless after hearing Shang Wenshu's account. He snorted coldly, this must be the doing of Shen Zhou. He was once a simple-minded boy, but after falling into the path of darkness, he has become feral, committing murder, and now resorting to cannibalism. Hearing this, Shang Wenshu cursed inwardly. This old rogue was attempting to shift the blame onto Shen Zhou. The true culprit was right in his own chamber. Meanwhile, the oblivious constable found some logic in Zhao Shuanghe's words, for Shen Zhou's sudden emergence was indeed peculiar. Coupled with the horrific scene of him pulling the crossbow bolt from his own head yesterday, he was undoubtedly akin to a demon. Post a notice to publicize Shen Zhou's heinous acts of cannibalism, so the people may exercise caution. Zhao Shuanghe commanded. Yes. Shang Wenshu complied. Though his dissatisfaction simmered beneath the surface, outwardly, he dared not show any defiance. Very well. Zhao Shuanghe nodded, turning to leave when a thought struck him. You mentioned that the old beggar's grandson was reduced to mere bones? Indeed, my lord, the state of his death appears quite tragic, the constable replied, nodding. Even he, having dealt with numerous corpses, felt a chill run down his spine. Good, display those bones as well, so the populace may fully comprehend the terror of Shen Zhou. Zhao Shuanghe added. This, did not comprehend? Your subordinate shall comply. Shen Zhou. I wonder who would dare harbor you now. Zhao Shuanghe mused coldly as he re-entered the study, leaving Shang Wenshu, blood still dripping from his head, and the unaware constable behind. Did you both hear that conversation outside? Upon entering the study, Zhao Shuanghe turned his inquiring gaze toward the two cat demons before him. We did. The female cat demon spoke first, her voice gentle and soothing. It must have been my daughter. She is simply too spoiled and mischievous. Upon arriving in your territory, she likely could not resist and thus indulged. Her expression remained calm, even sporting a smile as if to chuckle at her daughter's antics. To her, it was merely a trivial matter. What? A little girl consumes a person in your county, and you wish to escalate matters? The male cat demon chimed in, his face displaying a hint of displeasure as he regarded Zhao Shuanghe. Zhao Shuanghe did not dwell on the matter too much. He simply replied, as long as you assist me in capturing Shen Zhou, you may feast to your heart's content. The cat demon couple's eyes brightened at this. The envoy from Guanghan Palace will take at least 2 days to reach Chaqing County. You must apprehend him within this time frame. Zhao Shuanghe added. Shang Wenshu was correct. After the death of his son, his mind had become utterly chaotic, and his actions lacked the meticulousness of the past, now tinged with a desperation-fueled madness. Zhao Shuanghe yearned to flay Shen Zhou alive immediately. Do not worry, Master Zhao, our clan possesses an exceptionally keen sense of smell, the female cat demon assured him. As long as you provide us with an item he has used, we shall capture him and present him before you today. Nonetheless, do not underestimate him. According to my subordinates, Shen Zhou exhibits some peculiarities. Even having his head pierced by a crossbow bolt, he does not perish. Zhao Shuanghe warned gravely. Haha. The male cat demon scoffed at this. Merely a trick to deceive the unobservant two-legged sheep. It cannot fool us. Anyone who can withstand a crossbow bolt to the head is not merely a demon, even among our kind. Such resilience is rare. Of course, there are individuals capable of such feats, but they would have to be of a high caliber. If such a formidable being existed, no one in the entirety of Guanghan Prefecture could contend with him, nor would he be pursued by a mere county magistrate. The only explanation that remained was that it was an illusion. Indeed, Zhao Shuanghe nodded, clearly sharing the same sentiment. The soldiers of the county were merely mediocre warriors. A little trickery would easily deceive their eyes. In a scenario where a barrage of arrows was unleashed, Shen Zhou would surely meet his demise. Unfortunately, his subordinates were too foolish. Nonetheless, Shen Zhou had slain 3 second-tier warriors, a feat verifiable, indicating his formidable strength. Hence, Zhao Shuanghe, for the sake of caution, did not hesitate to enlist the aid of the demons he had been covertly coordinating with. These 2 cat demons were indeed genuine third-tier demons. However, Master Zhao, why must you insist on having us take action? At this moment, the Tomcat demon inquired, after all. In just 2 days, the Guanghan Palace will send someone to handle this matter. Your actions may inadvertently expose you. Colluding with the demon race is a grave crime in the Yin Kingdom, one that could lead to the extermination of 9 clans. You do not understand. Zhao Shuangge, however, shook his head. The master of Guanghan Palace is renowned for cherishing talent. His establishment has attracted various martial arts prodigies from across the region. This Shen Zhou, merely a youth, has already slain numerous second-tier martial artists, which attests to his formidable cultivation talent. I fear he may be recruited by the higher authorities. If he is recruited, then the blood feud of his son may never be avenged. Outside the yamen, an old beggar, clutching the lifeless body of his dog, was covered in blood and was not permitted to enter. He could only wait outside. Moments later, a group of constables emerged. The old beggar hurried forward, targeting the leader, and cried out, "Gentlemen, you must take charge of this. You must capture the murderer." The middle-aged head constable stepped back in disgust and coldly retorted, "Take charge? That monster not only devoured your grandson, but also killed our county lieutenant and the son of the magistrate. This is far from a simple matter." The old beggar was momentarily taken aback. It seemed the constables already knew the identity of the murderer and that the perpetrator was so ruthless, having slain so many. "It is he." In his confusion, the middle-aged head constable pointed. The old beggar followed the constable's finger and his gaze fell upon a wanted poster affixed to the notice board at the Yamen's entrance. There was a drawing of a youth with a face as exquisite as jade, accompanied by the text, "Suspect Shen Zhou, approximately 15 years old. This scoundrel has brutally murdered dozens in the city, a heinous criminal. If anyone has information, please report to the authorities. A reward of 500 taels of silver and 10 acres of good land will be given. Those who harbor him shall be guilty alongside the thief." The old beggar was struck dumb, for the youth in the drawing was familiar to him. "It cannot be. It cannot be him," the old beggar suddenly exclaimed. He recalled that just yesterday, this person had given him 2 ingots of silver and had kindly reminded him to take care of his health. Such a benevolent individual could not possibly be a man-eater. Who else could it be? As he pondered, a constable snorted derisively and stepped forward. Adding to the wanted notice, "He has a taste for human flesh, utterly deranged, no different from a beast. Sir, could there be some mistake?" The old beggar could not help but inquire. "There can be no mistake," the middle-aged head constable asserted firmly, turning to the old beggar. "By the way, leave your grandson's remains here, right below the notice board." "Why?" The old beggar's heart quivered as he instinctively protected the body. Dogwa's fate had already been so tragic. All he wished now was for his beloved companion to rest in peace. "This is evidence of Shen Zhou's cannibalism. It must be preserved." The middle-aged head constable scoffed, signaling to several constables nearby to approach. "Gentlemen, I implore you to show some leniency." The old beggar hurriedly pressed 2 ingots of silver into their hands. This was all he could do. "You old beggar are surprisingly wealthy." The middle-aged head constable cast a surprised glance at him before grabbing the silver. Seeing the silver taken, the old beggar sighed in relief, thinking that surely they would take action now. But then he witnessed the middle-aged head constable shaking his head and saying, however, "The magistrate's orders must not be defied. Bring me that wretched skeleton." Chapter 27. A swift kill. Only Shen Zhou remained in the Jingwu Hall. Lin Yujing had hung a sign at the entrance indicating that the hall was closed for the day and hurriedly left, claiming she was going to gather information. She hoped Shen Zhou could hide here for the time being, and that the matter of killing Zhao Shuanghe could be addressed upon her return, which she estimated would take no longer than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Shen Zhou had no objections to this. If everything could be perfectly prepared before taking action, that would naturally be even better. However, as he waited, Shen Zhou felt his stomach growling. He was hungry. He hadn't eaten anything today. Killing was strenuous work. He needed to replenish some energy beforehand. Since Shen Zhou has already promised Lin Yujing, he naturally would not leave Jingwu Hall. Let us see if there is anything to eat here. Shen Zhou wandered into the kitchen and soon discovered a supply of noodles. Recalling that there were several chickens in his courtyard, he decided against the idea of pilfering them. After all, the title of thief is rather unflattering. Instead, he opted to prepare the noodles. The kitchen was filled with numerous jars and bottles, which he presumed contained various seasonings. Shen Zhou sampled each one, ensuring he knew their contents. He was not particularly concerned about poisoning. After a night of rest, his vitality had been fully restored, and a little blood loss was inconsequential. Before long, a steaming bowl of noodles was ready, and he sat at the stone table in the courtyard, indulging in hearty mouthfuls. "Ah, my culinary skills remain consistently impressive." Shen Zhou sighed, reminiscing about his past passion for cooking, which had been overshadowed by the demands of overtime work, leaving him with no time even to prepare a meal for himself. Instead, he resorted to takeout, laden with excessive oil and salt. The relentless pressure of work combined with an unhealthy diet had taken a toll on his body, rendering it utterly exhausted. After living 2 lifetimes, Shen Zhou finally realized that nothing in this world holds greater significance than oneself. If one does not prioritize oneself, one risks facing dire consequences. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly caught sight of a small figure nimbly vaulting over the wall and hopping into the courtyard, clad in a black robe. The figure appeared to be a child, yet the 3-meter-high wall was certainly no obstacle for a mere child to surmount. What a delightful aroma! The figure inhaled deeply, savoring the scent, while continuously exclaiming in wonder, glancing in Shen Zhou's direction. Shen Zhou squinted his eyes, for he discovered that beneath the black robe lay a feline visage. A monster. Shen Zhou's experiences far surpassed those of Go Hua. He recognized it at a glance. For one does not need to have consumed pork to have witnessed a pig's frolic. Previously, he had heard Lin Yujing mention that Zhao Shuangge might be in collusion with a demon, yet he never anticipated that a demon would come seeking him out. However, the appearance of this cat demon was surprisingly not terrifying at all. This could be attributed to Shen Zhou's 2 lifetimes in his past existence. He had encountered countless representations of demons, some of which were horrifyingly grotesque, rendering him somewhat immune to fear. Should those who were obsessed with fortune and blessings from his previous life behold this little cat demon, they would likely be overjoyed. As Shen Zhou gazed at Hong Hong, she too was scrutinizing the young lad before her. Drawn by an alluring fragrance, she had scaled the wall, only to stumble upon a potential new companion. He appeared to be slightly older than her previous friend, though not by a considerable margin. Yet, his audacity was remarkable. He exhibited no fear in her presence whatsoever. Observing her surroundings, she noted the absence of others. Well, this friend could indeed be delectable. However, before indulging, she felt compelled to inquire about the enticing object cradled in his hands. Before she could articulate her thoughts, she noticed the striking young man raise a solitary finger. What could he be intending? Suddenly, a blinding flash of gold erupted. Within the confines of Hong Hong's startled gaze, a golden arc of electricity surged forth from the tip of his finger, hurtling towards her at an astonishing speed. With a resounding bang, Hong Hong barely registered the trajectory of the arc before her vision was enveloped in a dazzling light, leading her to lose consciousness. Such fragility. Observing the fallen, charred cat demon sprawled on the ground, Shen Zhou was taken aback. He had merely tested his abilities and had not anticipated that a single strike would incapacitate her. Lin Yujing had not deceived him. Indeed, the Ziyang electric technique was explosively powerful. Moreover, the exhilaration of dispatching an opponent with but a mere flick of his finger was refreshingly gratifying. As the notification of a 10-point increase in his virtuous deeds echoed in his mind, stunned a devouring cat demon, Shen Zhou felt a sudden weight settle upon his heart. A cat demon that feasted on humans? Shen Zhou's heart tightened. This cat demon, appearing to be in its juvenile phase, had already consumed human flesh. Creatures of this nature cannot be allowed to remain. Shen Zhou moved his fingers, and once again, golden light blossomed at his fingertips, only to extinguish shortly thereafter. Shen Zhou reconsidered his decision. The cat demon was too diminutive. Merely eliminating her would yield little reward. Instead, he contemplated luring out her elders to eliminate them collectively, which would prove far more advantageous. With this thought in mind, Shen Zhou resumed his meal, nonchalantly allowing the cat demon to lie forlornly in the courtyard. Chapter 28. Action. Before long, a graceful figure vaulted over the wall and landed in the courtyard. Having finished his meal, Shen Zhou reclined on the grass, admiring the clouds above. He sighed. Lin Guanju, do you really have to scale the wall to return home? Cough, cough, it is indeed more convenient this way. Lin Yujing replied, mainly. I am too lazy to open the door. She then furrowed her brow. Wait a moment, is that a whiff of something burnt? Oh. I was just petting the cat, Shen Zhou answered. Petting the cat? Lin Yujing was unfamiliar with the term. But her confusion dissipated when she spotted a small figure lying in the courtyard. The creature's exterior was charred, yet its vibrant life force indicated it was still alive. Upon recognizing the feline face beneath the black robe, Lin Yujing's expression turned grave. So that is it, a cat demon. Now she understood what Shen Zhou meant by petting the cat. She was taken aback by how swiftly the other party had arrived. They have already pinpointed your location, she exclaimed. Indeed. Shen Zhou nodded. Hence, I acted swiftly. The Yang Yoshin technique is formidable. But if they know they are targeting you, why send only a first-level little demon? Lin Yujing questioned, perplexed. They clearly have stronger entities at their disposal. Stronger entities? Shen Zhou countered. Yes, Lin Yujing affirmed, according to the intelligence I received. Zhao Shuanghe has indeed colluded with demons. They are a pair of demon cats. This little one is likely their offspring, sent ahead while the larger ones remain behind. Isn't that akin to courting death? However, this situation can be exploited, she continued, her tone shifting as she clenched her fists. With the little one in our grasp, the two larger ones will undoubtedly hesitate, allowing us to leverage this to our advantage. Their combat effectiveness will surely be diminished. As she spoke, Lin Yujing's expression darkened into a sinister smile, rendering her beautiful visage somewhat menacing, reminiscent of a femme fatale. You ought to be cackling like a villain. Shen Zhou mused internally before inquiring, what else have you uncovered? Lin Yujing resumed, an old beggar brought his grandson to the magistrate's office, claiming the boy had been devoured by a demon, leaving only a bare skeleton. Zhao Shuanghe has adamantly accused you of this, spreading the word far and wide. That old dog truly speaks without restraint. Shen Zhou chuckled softly, yet there was not a trace of anger upon his visage. He had no desire to let the impending demise of another disturb his own tranquility. However, speaking of consuming flesh, Shen Zhou cast a glance at the little cat demon sprawled in the courtyard, undoubtedly the culprit behind this. Beneath its seemingly adorable exterior, the cat demon was, in truth, a monstrous entity with a taste for human flesh. Truly, those not of my kind possess hearts of a different nature. Furthermore, as I mentioned earlier, Zhao Shuanghe has summoned 2 cat demons to hunt you down. They will collaborate with the members of the Black Tiger Gang to conduct a search throughout the city. In addition, Zhao Shuanghe will hold a funeral for his son at noon today. Shen Zhou sprang to his feet with a sudden vigor, proclaiming, "Excellent. The intelligence has been gathered. Let us commence our actions." A funeral? He chuckled, suggesting that the father and son might as well co-host it, thus saving a substantial sum. Today, Chaqing City appeared rather desolate. The streets were devoid of vendors, most shops were shuttered, and a palpable sense of unease permeated the air, casting a heavy gloom over the entire town. This oppressive atmosphere stemmed from various sources: the malevolent Zhao Shuanghe, the nefarious Black Tiger Gang, and Shen Zhou himself. Initially, the common folk lauded Shen Zhou's deeds, viewing him as a hero for vanquishing their mutual adversaries, be it the Han family or Zhao Jing, both of whom they loathed. However, this admiration shifted dramatically with the addition of a new notice on the county office's bulletin board this morning: Shen Zhou devours humans. Initially, they scoffed at such claims. But beneath the wanted notice lay the bloodied remains of a child, purportedly the skeletal remnants of one consumed by Shen Zhou. This revelation sent tremors through their convictions, as they suddenly realized that perhaps Shen Zhou was no great hero, but rather a monstrous fiend, his so-called eradication of evil merely coincidental, his killings indiscriminate and cannibalistic. Thus, the people of Evergreen City found yet another figure to dread. Not many on the streets today, Wu Haixing murmured, gazing through the window at the desolate scene outside, his eyes shadowed with concern. Wife, that notice from the magistrate, nonsense. Before he could finish, Jiang Sui cut him off coldly. What, do you also suspect our benefactor of such heinous acts? If he truly feasted on human flesh, wouldn't we have long been digested in his belly? Or worse, dragged to the latrine by now? Wu Haixing offered a pained smile. Wife, please. A touch of refinement in your speech. That is not what I meant. I know this is the magistrate-s vile scheme. I'm only worried for our benefactor-s safety. At this, Jiang Sui's expression darkened as well. True. When we parted, the look in his eyes suggested he intended to slay that wretched magistrate. Now, with Zhao Shuanghe's provocations, I fear he'll act rashly. Will he succeed? Their anxious musings were interrupted by the thunderous clatter of hooves outside, accompanied by Wu Haixing's voice, now laced with venom. The Black Tiger Gang. Jiang Sui trembled slightly and joined him at the window. 3 carriages advanced in formation, flanked by black-clad thugs wielding broadswords and uniformed soldiers bearing heavy crossbows, a force numbering in the hundreds. The Black Tiger Gang's stronghold lay beyond the city walls, yet here they were, their purpose unmistakable. In the lead carriage, gang leader Li Qing sat opposite his deputy. Zhao Jiming, a weasel-faced man in his 40s, radiated fear. Boss, why must we collaborate with those creatures? His terror was justified, for within the 3rd carriage lurked 2 cat demons. Blame Zhao Shuanghe, Li Qing replied grimly. His aged face was etched with wrinkles, but his eyes gleamed sharply. Grief for his son has driven him to madness. Zhao Shuanghe had assured Li Qing that the cat demons could track Shen Zhou and aid in his capture. Li Qing's south role was to parade them through the city. Though reluctant, the Black Tiger Gang's entanglement with the magistrate's crimes left him no choice. But boss, this is too perilous. Zhao Jiming's voice quivered. Those demons are feasting now. Indeed, the cat demons were devouring their prey within the carriage. Had the gang members not been forbidden from peering inside, panic would have erupted. What of it? You've slain plenty yourself, Li Qing dismissed. Death is death, whether by blade or fang. But the victims were snatched from the streets. Pin it on Shen Zhou, Li Qing smirked. A cannibal like him wouldn't stop at one child. True enough. Zhao Jiming relaxed slightly. If his leader was unperturbed, so be it. Let the demons sate their hunger on others. Boss, I'll take my leave. Stay focused. The enemy looms. Li Qing knew Zhao Jiming had a comely girl stashed in his carriage. Worry not. I'll be swift. With a grin, Zhao Jiming departed. Soon. His carriage rocked briefly before a woman's scream pierced the air, then silence. Meanwhile, atop a nearby roof, Shen Zhou and Lin Yujing observed the approaching convoy. The Black Tiger Gang, Lin Yujing noted, clutching the unconscious kitten demon. My sources suggest the two cat demons are among them. We must separate them from the gang. Enough caution. Shen Zhou countered. Hesitation breeds defeat. Lin Yujing suppressed an eye roll. Then what is the plan? I'll lead. You follow. If the fight turns dire, use the kitten as leverage. That's your detailed strategy? Adapt as needed. Before she could protest, arcs of golden lightning enveloped Shen Zhou. In the next instant, he streaked like a meteor toward the street below. Chapter 29. Reduced to ashes. Among the convoy, the gang members near the third carriage paled, recoiling from the metallic stench and the wet, gnashing sounds within. Only their leader's presence kept them from fleeing. And with the magistrate's proclamation of Shen Zhou's cannibalism fresh in their minds, Shen Zhou could not possibly be seated in the carriage consuming human flesh. For the very purpose of this journey was to capture him. The members of the Black Tiger Gang were not foolish. They harbored a dreadful suspicion that lingered unspoken among them. As long as their target remained docile within the confines of the carriage, they could feign ignorance, after all. It is often wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. Inside the carriage, a female cat demon was voraciously gnawing on a severed arm, while her male counterpart was greedily devouring a tender liver. The internal organs, being both the most delectable and nutritionally rich parts, were reserved for the leading male within their feline clan. In this moment, their demeanor starkly contrasted with their earlier meeting with Zhao Shuanghe, where they had managed to maintain a facade of human civility. Now, they had reverted to their true forms. In the throes of their feast, the couple's nostrils suddenly flared, and they inhaled deeply, their bloodthirsty eyes momentarily regaining clarity. Cat demons possess an acute sense of smell, even amidst the overwhelming stench of blood. They could detect any scent within a 500-meter radius. And now, they had caught a whiff of Shen Zhou's essence. He was approaching with alarming swiftness, without a moment's hesitation. The two cat demons abandoned their meal and simultaneously shrieked, Shen Zhou is coming. The piercing, shrill cries echoed through the air, startling the horses that were advancing at a slow pace, causing them to stumble. The two gang leaders, seated within the carriage, were equally alarmed, leaning out to investigate. In the next instant, their pupils dilated in shock as they beheld a figure enveloped in golden light descending from a distant rooftop. It was a young man, strikingly handsome, his entire being crackling with vibrant arcs of electricity, as if a celestial being had descended upon the earth. It was Shen Zhou, who, rather than opting for concealment, audaciously chose to confront them head-on. Yet, why did he appear so resplendent in gold? This detail had not been included in the intelligence reports. Li Qing had no time to ponder this enigma, for Shen Zhou was drawing nearer by the moment, his golden eyes fixed intently upon him. Shen Zhou was coming straight for him. A sudden wave of oppressive force crashed down upon Li Qing, sending a shiver of dread coursing through him. Tiger demon, arise. Li Qing swiftly summoned his most powerful trump card. Behind him, a massive tiger figure, adorned with wings, coalesced into existence. This colossal entity stood over 10 feet tall, shattering the confines of the carriage, and unleashed a ferocious roar directed at Shen Zhou. Roar. Shen Zhou wore a stoic expression, his elongated fingers crackling with arcs of electricity as he lunged forward with determination. The ferocious flying tiger unleashed a blood-curdling roar, steeped in a murderous aura, merging with Li Qing's right arm, which coalesced into an iron fist, hurtling towards Shen Zhou with formidable force. A resounding crash echoed as the two collided, a fierce gale erupting, scattering the entire cart and those around it in an explosive chaos. Leader, I come to aid you. Zhao Jiming reacted swiftly. The moment Li Qing was attacked, he burst forth from the cart, dashing towards the towering cloud of dust ahead. Li Qing practiced the Tiger Slayer technique, which, upon reaching mastery, allowed him to summon a formidable flying tiger avatar, infused with terrifying energy. Each strike bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, rendering him invincible. Thus far, no adversary had survived after witnessing the manifestation of the flying tiger. This time would surely be no exception. having personally witnessed Li Qing triumph in countless battles. Zhao Jiming felt a surge of confidence, bolstered by his presence in the support of the two cat demons. This battle would undoubtedly end in victory. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he beheld the swirling dust before him being instantaneously dispersed by an unseen force. The scene was chaotic. Resembling the aftermath of a typhoon, carts and men lay overturned, with only one figure standing resolutely amidst the turmoil. It was a youth clad in gray. Arcs of electricity dancing around him like playful serpents, clutching a corpse in his hand. More precisely, it was a charred remains, blackened and resembling overcooked charcoal. Its clothing reduced to tattered shreds by the searing current. The devastation was such that neither identity nor gender could be discerned. A pungent odor of charred flesh assaulted Zhao Jiming's senses, causing him to halt abruptly, his body trembling uncontrollably. What was happening? Had the battle concluded so swiftly? And where was the leader? Surely, it could not be that the corpse clutched by this boy belonged to him despite the absurdity of the thought. The harsh reality crushed Zhao Jiming's spirit. Just a moment ago, the leader had been exuding confidence while executing the Tiger Slayer technique, and in the blink of an eye, he had been reduced to cinders. It was all too rapid, too jarring. What kind of martial art was this? So terrifyingly potent that it could command the powers of lightning? A tiger? Could a tiger truly withstand 100,000 volts? The boy's playful voice pierced through Zhao Jiming's shock, snapping him back to reality. This was no time for astonishment. In a flash of insight, Zhao Jiming made a decisive choice, bellowing, "Members of the Black Tiger Gang, heed my command. Shen Zhou has appeared. Attack!" Yet, immediately after his proclamation, he turned and fled. With their leader felled in a single blow, reduced to a charred corpse, Zhao Jiming found no courage to continue the fight. Let the younger members engage. He would seize the opportunity to escape. However, as he cast a glance over his shoulder, he realized that everyone was retreating. Both the Black Tiger Gang and the officials were in flight. They were not a disciplined army. The so-called officials were merely a rabble. Witnessing their leader turn to ash had extinguished any will to fight. Even with 100 crossbowmen present, even if they united to fire, they lacked the courage to attempt it. Clearly, neither Li Qing nor Zhao Shuanghe were competent commanders. Observing the gang's swift disintegration, Shen Zhou felt no surprise. This was precisely why he had not considered these lesser figures in his plans. He had recognized their weakness during his previous encounter at the Han residence. They were not worth his concern. This time, they scattered without the need for his intimidation. Yet, who could blame them? They merely sought to preserve their own lives. Shen Zhou cast a fleeting glance at the health bar in the lower left corner. Bolstered by the Ziyang electric gang technique and an elevation in his realm, his physical prowess had surged immensely, resulting in a notable extension of his health bar. However, he had also sustained considerable damage after enduring a punch from Li Qing, who had unleashed his full strength, embodying the Tiger Sha avatar. He estimated the loss to be around 1/10. While Li Qing possessed some degree of strength, it was still far from sufficient to pose a significant threat to him. Slaying the pinnacle bandit of the second realm, his merit value increased by 150. Glancing at the inscription on the merit record, a smile graced Shen Zhou's lips. Indeed, as the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, this surge in merit value is unprecedented. Chapter 30. Hakimi had become somewhat lovable at that moment. However, Shen Zhou's pupils constricted, and his smile faltered. From the carriage opened by Zhao Jiming, he beheld a familiar figure. It was a young girl, approximately of his own age, with striking features yet a seemingly fragile physique. She was stripped bare, her body marred by numerous intersecting wounds, some still oozing blood. The girl's enchanting peach blossom eyes had long since lost their luster, staring blankly at the heavens. Alas, her gaze was obstructed by the roof of the carriage, rendering the sky beyond her reach. Just yesterday, she had earnestly warned Shen Zhou at the Han residence to be wary of Zhao Jing. In turn, he had advised her to seize something of value and flee at once. Regrettably, the girl had ultimately failed to escape. Or perhaps she had eluded the Han residence but could not evade the clutches of this world. The wretched souls of this realm were akin to weeds, easily uprooted by a mere gust of wind. Shen Zhou inhaled deeply, gently closing the girl's eyes, and then removed his long robe, draping it over her bare form. The sound of fleeing footsteps filled the air, causing Shen Zhou to feel increasingly agitated. A band of cowards, each one terrified of death. As he observed everyone fleeing, Zhao Jiming cursed loudly, quickening his pace. His mind remained clear amidst the chaos. In such circumstances, his only task was to outrun the others. With his second realm, fifth layer strength, no one here could escape faster than he could. His chances of survival surpassed those of anyone else present. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, a piercing and chilling sound suddenly erupted behind him, swiftly approaching, akin to thousands of birds shrieking in unison. Zhao Jiming felt a chill run down his spine, for it was the unmistakable sound of Shen Zhou wielding his powers. This sound was so distinctive, so glaringly obvious. This scoundrel had abandoned the others and was now directly pursuing him. This was it. He was doomed. A potent sense of death enveloped Zhao Jiming. And at that moment, he saw the roof of a nearby carriage suddenly lift as two cat demons, one large and one small, leaped into the air. The male cat demon, muscles rippling, charged towards Shen Zhou like a tank, crushing everything in its path, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, the female cat demon moved with the grace of willow fluff, swift as lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared at Shen Zhou's side. Her aura radiated second realm, fifth layer power. Her physique was extraordinarily robust. Her mastery of lightning techniques was equally formidable. Even though they were at the third realm, a one-on-one confrontation was not guaranteed victory. However, together, they might stand a chance. A harmonious partnership. The cat-demon couple had swiftly assessed Shen Zhou's combat prowess while in the carriage, and they were prepared with a battle strategy. Their coordination was impeccable. The male cat would launch a frontal assault while the female concealed herself on the flank, waiting for Shen Zhou to reveal a weakness to strike. With such exquisite synergy, they had previously taken down peak warriors of the third realm. Shen Zhou, who had been pursuing Zhao Jiming, furrowed his brow in surprise, amidst the flight of all others. These two cat demons remained steadfast in their mission. What had Zhao Shuangge promised them? Or were demons simply singularly minded? In terms of keeping promises, these creatures certainly surpassed this group of humans. However, the appearance of these two cat demons, perhaps they could provide something even more intriguing. Lin Guanju, please present your treasures. Shen Zhou ceased his pursuit and called out, "Hey, you two feline-faced creatures." Almost immediately, Lin Yujing's cold voice echoed from a distance. "Why not take a look at what I hold in my hand?" The two cat demons abruptly halted their advance, their bodies stiffening as they turned to face her. An expression of utter dismay etched upon their feline faces. Before them stood a strikingly beautiful young woman, 100 meters away, grasping their daughter firmly in her hand. The petite form of the kitten swayed in Lin Yujing's grip, akin to a mere plaything. Hong Hong. The mother cat demon trembled, her voice filled with desperation, while the father cat demon clenched his teeth, fury radiating from him. In truth, they had sensed their daughter's presence nearby moments ago. Yet they had deliberately chosen to ignore it, fearing that any overt action might draw the enemy's attention and lead to their exploitation. Yet, unexpectedly, the very scenario they dreaded had unfolded. Their adversary's ally had seized Hong Hong before they could intervene. Observing the worry and fear etched upon the faces of the two cat demons, Shen Zhou recognized the effectiveness of his tactic and continued, "Do not act rashly, Madam Cat. You wouldn't wish to see your daughter come to harm, would you?" The appearance of this cat demon couple intrigued Shen Zhou. The male cat demon was robust, resembling a towering tiger, exuding a formidable aura. The female cat demon, on the other hand, possessed a figure so slender that even Victoria's Secret models would pale in comparison. Was this the legendary advantage of their race? In another world, many would surely covet the form of this female cat demon. Such peculiarities abound in this realm. However, what drew the eye most were the splatters of blood that adorned the two demons, remnants of flesh and entrails clinging to their forms. It seemed these two had indulged heartily in their feast within the carriage. "I say, Lin, we have a family reunion here. What a heartwarming scene. Why allow them to slumber?" Shen Zhou's voice grew increasingly frigid. "Awaken that kitten." "Understood." Lin Yujing nodded, and with a flash of electric arc in her hand, the previously slumbering Hong Hong jolted awake. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do?" Upon awakening, Hong Hong experienced fragmented memories, but soon recollected the enticing aroma that had lured her into the courtyard, where she had spotted a youth she wished to devour, only to be struck unconscious. As her recollections crystallized, her gaze sharpened, revealing her anxious parents in the distance. In that moment, she realized the dire situation. Someone had a firm grip on her nape. Her expression shifted to one of fierce determination. Her pads extended sharp claws as she turned with all her might to claw at Lin Yujing. "Still wish to claw at me?" Lin Yujing furrowed her brow. Refusing to indulge the kitten, she amplified the power of the violet electric arc in her palm. Zing! Hong Hong was instantly convulsed by the electric shock, letting out a pitiful meow 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 as she writhed in pain. "Well done. How audacious to resist. This little hockey me truly craves affection." Shen Zhou spoke in a tone laced with sarcasm, his expression devoid of any semblance of compassion. It must be said that electric shocks are particularly suitable as a form of punishment, as a single jolt can render the recipient in excruciating agony. Chapter 31. The Frenzied Opponent. Stop. Please, cease this at once. Upon witnessing her daughter being subjected to such torment, the mother cat demon's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, and she cried out hysterically towards Lin Yujing. The father cat demon clenched his fists tightly, steam billowing from his nostrils, ears, and mouth. Truly incensed to the point of fury. If you release my daughter, we can spare your life. The father cat demon managed to maintain his composure as he fixed his gaze upon Shen Zhou, speaking with determination. He discerned that Shen Zhou was the one in charge among the two. Hey, I must confess, your threats have left me utterly terrified. Shen Zhou replied with a disingenuous smile, raising a finger to indicate a distant figure that was nearly out of sight. If you wish for your daughter to live, you must first retrieve that individual for me. Don't think that by seizing my daughter, you can threaten us at will. The father cat demon glared furiously at Shen Zhou. Shen Zhou appeared not to have heard the words spoken, and he continued, if I utter 3 numbers and they are not captured, your daughter's life will be forfeit. 3. As soon as he uttered the word 3, the mother cat demon transformed into an orange flash, darting towards the point indicated by Shen Zhou's finger. A piercing scream escaped from Zhao Jiming in the distance. Moments later, the mother cat demon returned, clutching the bloodied vice leader of the Black Tiger gang, and with a fierce toss, hurled Zhao Jiming before Shen Zhou. In the midst of the capture, Zhao Jiming had offered a slight resistance, leading the mother cat demon to teach him a lesson by severing one of his legs. At that moment, despair enveloped Zhao Jiming. He had nearly escaped this place of turmoil. Who could have anticipated that this cat demon would bring him back? When had this creature betrayed him? Were they not supposed to assist in eliminating Shen Zhou? Lost in these chaotic thoughts, Zhao Jiming raised his head, only to meet the chilling gaze of Shen Zhou. Those eyes were as frigid as the depths of an abyss, sending a shiver down Zhao Jiming's spine as his heart plummeted into despair. Yet, he feigned composure. Mustering what he believed to be a benevolent smile, young Master Shen, we bear no enmity towards each other. Spare my life, please. I am merely following the orders of the leader and the county magistrate. I have been coerced by them. Strictly speaking, I too am a victim. Before he could finish his plea, Shen Zhou pointed a finger at his forehead. Golden arcs of electricity danced and flickered, and as they made contact with Zhao Jiming's body, they erupted into countless tiny currents, enveloping him in a dense electric net. Zhao Jiming's body stiffened violently, his facial muscles contorted in agony, and a harrowing scream escaped his throat. Ah! The cry, abruptly interrupted by the surge of electricity, came out in fits and starts, sounding both absurdly comical and profoundly tragic. Shen Zhou did not cease his actions. Rather, he gradually intensified the power, causing more golden arcs to surge forth from his fingertips. Zhao Jiming felt as though every pore was being ruthlessly pierced by steel needles, and every inch of his skin was subjected to a ferocious searing. The brilliance of the electric current grew ever more radiant, while the crackling sound became increasingly jarring. Zhao Jiming's body flushed a deep red, akin to a boiled shrimp, emanating a copious amount of smoke, only to begin charring in the next moment. His gaze transformed from terror to despair, ultimately becoming murky and desiccated. Eliminating the second-tier bandit chief granted an increase of 100 in benevolence points. By the time Shen Zhou retracted his fingers, Zhao Jiming had been reduced to a lump of charred remains, leaving only the acrid scent of burnt flesh in the air and the dark smoke rising from the ashes. A testament to his former existence in this world. Shen Zhou took a full minute to electrocute him, a duration that must have felt like an eternity of agony for Zhao Jiming. This young man, seemingly still in the bloom of youth, mercilessly transformed Zhao into a charred husk. Previously, when he had dispatched Li Qing, he could have effortlessly ended his life in an instant. Yet now, facing this gang leader, he opted for a slow and torturous demise, clearly intent on inflicting maximum suffering. This seemingly innocent youth harbored a ruthless heart. Meanwhile, his daughter was ensnared in the grasp of such an adversary. The feline couple felt an overwhelming sense of dread, their hearts filled with ominous premonitions. The foe they faced was far more formidable than any they had encountered before, embodying an eerie and frenzied essence. Have I not brought the person you desired? Now, might you release my daughter? The tomcat implored, taking a deep breath before addressing Shen Zhou. After eliminating Zhao Jiming, Shen Zhou appeared to be in a somewhat elevated mood. A sinister smile creeping across his face as he casually replied, "What are you thinking? Such a valuable hostage. Why would I ever consider using them just once?" Shen Zhou has regained the sensation of being in the Han residence from the previous day. The presence of a hostage in his grasp brings him an undeniable comfort, allowing him to maintain complete control during battle, preventing him from becoming passive. He is truly grateful for the divine providence that has delivered this little cat demon to him ahead of time. What do you truly intend to do? The male cat demon's gaze appears as if it could ignite flames. Should the adversary continue to hold on to Hong Hong, they would be utterly powerless. akin to marionettes subject to whimsical manipulation. This cannot persist. The male cat demon realizes that given the cruel nature of the opponent's actions, it is nearly impossible to expect the release of Hong Hong voluntarily. A proactive approach is essential, with this thought in mind. The male cat demon casts a glance at the female cat demon, and as partners, she instantly comprehends the unspoken cue. An opportunity must be sought. They must first seize Hong Hong from that woman's grasp. However, just as they entertain this notion, Shen Zhou's cold voice rings out, Lin Guanju. Remove one of that little cat demon's legs. Lin Yujing furrows her brow at the command. Is it truly necessary? It would be quite bloody. Why not simply electrocute her instead? With a crackle, Lin Yujing's palm ignites with a violet arc of electricity, accompanied by Hong Hong's piercing shriek. In an instant, one of her arms is rendered useless. Hong Hong, you scoundrels, you shall pay for this. Witnessing their daughter incapacitated, the two cat demons roar in anguish. Therefore standing on end like steel needles, their bodies arching in distress. Undoubtedly, the two cats are in a state of extreme rage and fear, a manifestation of their kind's fury. Yet, Shen Zhou remains unfazed by the cat couple's wrath, his voice calm. Do you think I am blind to your clandestine glances? A demon is a demon, devoid of wit, conspiring right before my eyes. While he remains oblivious to the specifics of the cat demon's schemes, he resolves to retaliate first, punishing their daughter as a response. Chapter 32. You can protect nothing. Stop shocking me. Please, father, mother, save me, quickly. The tormented Hong Hong begins to scream hoarsely, perceiving the woman who holds her as nothing short of a demon, who without hesitation has electrocuted her. Initially, she was left trembling, and now, her arm has been completely rendered useless. A sweet little cat demon like her should surely be adored by humans, not subjected to such cruelty. She should be cherished, akin to the little beggar she once encountered. Hong Hong is acutely aware of her vulnerability. She has yet to mature and possesses minimal combat prowess, which is why she targets human children. Firstly, human youngsters cannot match her in strength, and secondly, their guard is considerably lower than that of adults. Faced with her adorably large eyes and petite mouth, they are utterly defenseless. Thus, she approaches Shen Zhou, believing him to be yet another human child. Little did she know that he is a formidable warrior. The sight of her daughter in such a pitiable state compels the male cat demon to roar sharply. You wretched fiend, do not involve the innocent. Such words flow easily from your lips. Yet, the male cat demon's cries are met with Shen Zhou's merciless laughter. How laughable. Did you consider the innocent when you feasted upon human children? Now you audaciously shout your grievances. You are a demon today, and you shall remain one for all your days. Whether young or old, your kind exists solely to be vanquished. In his previous life, Shen Zhou endured the hardships of a laborer, burdened by a mortgage, car loans, and various debts. Despite his deep-seated grievances, upon encountering those societal malcontents who sought revenge, he could not help but feel disgust rather than approval. After all, if one seeks vengeance, it should be against their enemies. To harm innocent bystanders is merely an act of cowardice. His actions were ruthless, not out of a desire to kill for the sake of killing, but rather from a determination to avoid repeating the mistakes of his past life, striving instead for a more joyful and open-hearted existence. Nothing more. With those words, Shen Zhou charged forward with a fierce grin. Let us engage in a battle of men. If I win, I shall release your daughter. You are courting death. The tomcat demon bellowed in response. The creature, already as robust as a mighty tiger, seemed to swell further, inflating like a balloon, and in the blink of an eye, his height expanded from over 2 meters to more than 4. The sense of oppression intensified, akin to a looming mountain. This mass of flesh surged toward Shen Zhou, each step creating a crater beneath, causing the ground to tremble incessantly. The collision between man and cat was instantaneous. The demon's razor-sharp claws, resembling a scythe of death, sliced through the air at an astonishing speed, aimed directly at Shen Zhou. Bang! Yet, this exhilarating strike was halted mid-air as Shen Zhou raised his right arm, steadfastly blocking the cat demon's downward assault. The demon was utterly astonished. Who was truly the monster here, he or the youth before him? His own formidable attack, unleashed with all his might, had been caught so effortlessly? Just how powerful was this young man? Then, the cat demon noticed something. His sharp claws had deeply pierced the boy's right arm. Yet, inexplicably, there was not a single wound or trace of blood on Shen Zhou's arm. Why was this boy unharmed? The cat demon recalled Zhao Shuanghe's earlier warning. Even if the opponent's head were blown off, they would not perish. Could it be that this was no mere illusion, but a reality? How absurd. Just as he was grappling with this shocking revelation, a scream pierced the air from afar. Ah! It was Lin Yujing, who had once again electrocuted her leg. The sound of her anguished cry sent a tremor through the cat demon's heart, prompting him to instinctively turn his head. In that fleeting moment, Shen Zhou's right palm radiated a brilliant golden light, crackling with electricity as it coalesced into a blade of light, warping the very fabric of space around him. With his hand poised like a knife, he executed a horizontal slash forward, leaving a golden trail as if the very space itself had been torn asunder. The male cat demon, momentarily distracted, felt his hefty body lose balance and fell heavily to the ground. This was my husband. No. A mournful cry echoed from a distance. Not from Hong Hong this time, but from his wife. The fallen male cat demon incredulously lifted his gaze, only to behold a figure standing before him. This figure stood upright, yet bore a grotesquely clean cut at the waist, devoid of any blood. Only a charred blackness remained. As for the upper half of the body, it had vanished without a trace. So he was bisected? The male cat demon suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. The sensation of death surged upon him like a tidal wave, but more potent than the fear of death was an overwhelming fury, an unrestrained wrath. The woman from afar had distracted him by harming his daughter, and in that instant, this impudent wretch seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Unfair. A despicable coward. Scheming against me. Is this what you call a battle between men? A torrent of indignation flooded his mind as he summoned his remaining strength to roar at Shen Zhou. Indeed, the conflict between men ought not to unfold in such a manner. A chilling, emotionless voice pierced the air, but you are merely a male cat, unworthy of being called a man. Shen Zhou spoke coldly. Heh, a beast like you, devoid of intellect, is truly incapable of safeguarding anything. Such words were akin to a dagger, piercing deep into the male cat demon's heart, causing tears to well in the corners of his eyes. Yes, he was dying. His daughter remained in the hands of the adversary, and what would become of his wife? He was powerless to protect anyone, be it his daughter or his spouse. Chapter 33, Martial Arts Talent. Had they united and attacked from the beginning, even if they could not rescue their daughter, they would not find themselves in such dire straits now. Yet, it was too late. The enemy had employed myriad schemes to bring about his demise, leaving only his wife to stand alone, a solitary pillar crumbling under the weight of despair. In that moment, the male cat demon's heart turned to ash. On the brink of death, he turned his gaze to the distant mother cat demon, now reduced to tears, and mustered his final strength to shout, "Run, run away." He had resigned himself to the fact that rescuing Hong Hong was impossible. His only hope lay in the survival of his wife. But no sooner had he uttered those words than Shen Zhou delivered a swift strike, severing his grotesque head from his body. I have no time to witness your display of marital affection. Eliminating a 3-realm cat demon grants an additional 250 virtue points. No. The mother cat demon, having witnessed the entire scene, stood on the brink of collapse, her eyes filled with boundless malice, glaring fiercely at Shen Zhou. Do not look at me with such eyes. If one were unaware, they might assume you were innocent victims. Shen Zhou calmly met the fierce gaze of the feline demoness, even extending a hand towards her with a smile, saying, "Madam Cat, your husband has perished. Surely you do not wish for your daughter to follow suit? Join me, and I shall gladly adopt both of you, for I have always held a fondness for cats." Having witnessed Shen Zhou's merciless actions, the mother cat demon was not swayed by such deceitful words. She cast a sorrowful glance at her daughter, her voice trembling with emotion. "Forgive me, my dear. I am so sorry. I vow to avenge you." No sooner had she spoken than the mother cat demon transformed into a streak of orange light, swiftly darting into the distance. Shen Zhou furrowed his brows, noting how swiftly she had escaped. What a derelict mother she was, abandoning her own daughter to flee alone. His original plan had been to use Hong Hong to lure and eliminate the male cat demon first, followed by the female. But he had not anticipated that she would ultimately forsake her child. What shall become of the little one? Lin Yujing inquired, lifting the diminutive cat demon in her hands. "Mother," the little cat demon Hong Hong murmured softly, her voice laced with despair. With her father deceased and her mother having deserted her, she found herself engulfed in a profound sense of loss, teetering on the brink of tears yet unable to weep. She had become devoid of any utilitarian value. As Shen Zhou spoke, he strode purposefully towards the small cat demon, extending his finger to point at Hong Hong's forehead. A surge of electricity transformed into a blade, piercing through the little cat demon's mind. The act of slaying a first-tier cat demon earned him an increase of 50 in his benevolence score. Before Shen Zhou killed Li Qing and Zhao Jiming, he employed a method of forcing high-voltage electricity into their bodies, reducing them to charred remains. However, this approach consumed an excessive amount of his true essence. Thus, he opted for a different technique, concentrating the intense current in the palm of his hand, transforming it into an electric blade for dispatching foes. This maneuver bore resemblance to the Raikiri from Naruto. You could simply declare your intent to kill. There's no need to engage directly, remarked Lin Yujing softly upon witnessing Shen Zhou's actions. I handled it effortlessly. She tossed aside the corpse of the cat demon. If you resolved it, how am I to acquire merit? Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Shen Zhou internally lamented, then expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much. Our cooperation just now was excellent. By leveraging the situation involving Hong Hong, he had effortlessly dispatched the third-tier cat demon, making the task considerably easier. There is a significant difference between mindless brute force and tactfully directed aggression. Lin Yujing shook her head. It was a trivial matter, no need for thanks. It was undeniable that Shen Zhou had developed a certain admiration for this Lin curator. Like him, she exhibited no mercy towards villains or foreign entities, unflinchingly resorting to violence when necessary, killing when required, threatening without hesitation, and employing unscrupulous tactics were all acceptable to her. However, given that Lin Yujing harbored deep-seated enmity, it was clear she had her own story. Her painful past likely surpassed Shen Zhou's in severity. Such a disposition was not surprising. Now, shall we proceed to eliminate Zhao Shuanghe? Lin Yujing inquired, her eagerness palpable. Indeed, Shen Zhou nodded in agreement. If I am not mistaken, that cat demon was likely seeking him out as well. Shen Zhou could discern that the familial bond among the cat demon was remarkably strong. Having slain the husband and child of the cat demon, her foremost desire was likely not merely to survive, but rather to exact vengeance. Alone, she lacked the capacity to achieve such a feat. Thus, she would naturally seek assistance from the most powerful and influential individual in the city. Zhao Shuanghe was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate, as it was this very employer whose actions had led to her tragic fate of losing her family and home. She would surely demand an explanation. Let us depart at once. We have tarried here far too long, Shen Zhou declared, his gaze directed toward the direction of the yamen. Walking would be rather sluggish. Let us ride my familiar instead, Lin Yujing replied with a gentle smile, raising her right hand. In the next moment, Shen Zhou witnessed her palm gathering into a dark sphere, which swiftly expanded, unleashing a tide of black light that surged outward. Amidst this radiance, a resplendent bird emerged, its vibrant plumage dazzling in the light. Lin Yujing had summoned a bird demon out of thin air. What sort of technique is this? Shen Zhou exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. This is quite impressive. May I learn it? Contemplating his desire to acquire her technique, Lin Yujing shook her head. You cannot learn it. For this is my innate martial talent. Innate martial talent? Shen Zhou echoed, surprised that such a unique gift existed. He had thought his own awakened talent was peculiar. Yet the local's capabilities were equally remarkable. Then why did you not use it earlier? He inquired. Before we acted, were you not adamant about not claiming my kills? Lin Yujing replied, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Since you instructed me so, I naturally complied. Moreover, you were so swift in your actions that I had little opportunity to intervene. Throughout the battle, Lin Yujing had played a supportive role, assisting Shen Zhou from the sidelines. Indeed, your support is greatly appreciated. Once again, thanks to you, Lin Guanzhu. Shen Zhou nodded gently at Lin Yujing. She returned the gesture with a nod. Yet she found herself somewhat perplexed by the young man before her. When he spoke, he exuded a refined grace and politeness, coupled with his strikingly handsome features, presenting himself as a quintessential gentleman, instantly endearing him to her. However, when faced with adversaries, he transformed entirely, exhibiting a ruthless decisiveness in his actions, laced with a sharp tongue that effortlessly delivered biting sarcasm, effortlessly breaching their defenses. Which of these personas truly reflects Shen Zhou's essence? Lin Yujing hesitated for a moment before recalling a scene she had witnessed earlier. Shen Zhou removed his long robe and draped it over the lifeless form of a young girl. Ah, it seems he is indeed a gentle soul. Lin Yujing shook her head, casting aside her distracting thoughts, and continued. My talent in martial arts allows me to forcibly subdue any demon that can defeat me. Therefore, should we encounter that cat demon again, I hope you will spare her life. Shen Zhou, your martial arts talent sounds rather reminiscent of Pakmon. Noticing Shen Zhou's silence, Lin Yujing inquired further, what do you think? That creature of yours appears quite akin to a bird, indeed. Shen Zhou turned his head away, refusing to meet her gaze as he spoke. Time is of the essence. We should take action. Such a jarring shift in conversation. Very well. Lin Yujing ceased her protest, allowing the bird demon to crouch down, and together they ascended onto its back. In the next moment, the creature unfurled its wings and soared into the sky. As the battle concluded, the streets returned to their desolate state. Yet moments later, curious onlookers began to emerge. This confrontation had transpired in the streets of Chongqing County, where numerous residents lived nearby, though they had remained unscathed. The street brawls in Chongqing County were not infrequent, and thus the residents had cultivated a wealth of experience in avoiding conflict, swiftly vacating the area at the first sign of trouble. Some daring souls even chose to linger at a distance, observing the entire ordeal. As people congregated in the streets, the grim reality of the situation became clearer. 3 carriages lay in ruins, and several corpses were carelessly strewn across the pavement. Most of the bodies were charred beyond recognition, their identities obliterated. But 2 in particular horrified the bystanders. They were the remains of 2 demons, one large and one small. The larger had been cleaved in half, its head severed, while the smaller bore a gaping wound on its forehead. Good heavens, those are 2 cat demons. Someone gasped. What on earth transpired here that even demons were involved? Another inquired anxiously. It was Shen Xiaoxia and Lin Guanzhu who clashed with the Black Tiger Gang. A young man in the crowd declared. Did you not know? As he spoke, the attention of the crowd shifted towards him. Realizing that most were unaware of the details, the young man reveled in the attention, hands on his hips. Grinning, a bunch of cowards, afraid even to spectate? He then proclaimed loudly, those 2 charred bodies are the leader and deputy leader of the Black Tiger Gang. The demons fled from their carriage. All were slain by Shen Xiaoxia. I witnessed it with my own eyes. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. My word. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang is dead. Huh. What a relief indeed. Who would have thought there were demons hiding within the Black Tiger Gang? They truly deserve their fate. So, it turns out the one who devoured that child was not Shen Xiaoxia, but these demons? As the crowd debated, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone, come look over here. The people rushed toward one of the carriages, and before they drew near, they caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent. Upon closer inspection, they were horrified to find that the carriage was filled with dismembered human limbs, blood and bones strewn about. This nightmarish scene tightened the faces of all present. Some even retched on the spot. The young man, pallid, remarked, this carriage, it belonged to the deceased demons. At that moment, realization dawned upon everyone. The true monsters were indeed the demons, who had long concealed themselves within the Black Tiger Gang. It seemed they had misjudged Shen Xiaoxia. He was a hero, a true knight. The official announcement was nothing but slander, a frame-up. Anyone who dares to call Shen Xiaoxia a man-eating monster shall contend with me. Butcher Zhang San. Indeed, Zhao Xuanhe is a fool. Shen Xiaoxia is our true protector. The crowd grew increasingly agitated, their spirits soaring as they elevated Shen Zhou's image to almost legendary heights. But where has Shen Xiaoxia gone now? Someone inquired. Once more? All eyes turned to the young man. He scratched his head and replied, when they left, I overheard them discussing plans to confront the county magistrate. An immediate silence enveloped the crowd. They exchanged glances, speechless. Internally, they began to pray. Heavenly Father, please protect Shen Xiaoxia and vanquish that vile magistrate. At this moment, Shen Zhou remained blissfully unaware that he had attained a near-saintly status among the residents of Chongqing County. He was perched upon the back of the bird demon, soaring alongside Lin Yujing toward the county magistrate's office. The bird demon, named Ling Qing, lacked combat prowess but could traverse great distances swiftly, making it an ideal mode of transport. Lin Yujing explained, I expended considerable effort to capture it. Indeed, it was quite convenient. Shen Zhou gazed down at the city of Chongqing, a sigh escaping his lips. Setting aside its remarkable speed akin to that of an automobile, the ability to soar through the skies was something he envied greatly. After all, traveling through the air was far swifter than on land. There were no detours, no traffic jams, and the aerial vantage point offered a strategic advantage. Alas, this miraculous creature was not his own. Ling Guanzhu, how many Pokemon do you currently possess? Shen Zhou inquired. What? She responded, perplexed. I mean, how many demons have you tamed? Lin Yujing chuckled softly, not many, just 4. Quite impressive. You should consider abandoning the path of a martial artist and instead become a summoner. What? Lin Yujing soon realized another peculiarity. Shen Zhou often spoke in ways she found difficult to comprehend. Previously, when he mentioned Hakimi, she had been baffled and felt too embarrassed to ask for clarification, fearing it would reveal her ignorance. As the next wave of conflict loomed, she resolved to enhance her own cultivation, having mastered the breathing techniques. Elevating her realm should come easily. Shen Zhou directed his attention to the record of merits. After consecutively eliminating Li Qing, Zhao Jiming, and the two cat demons, his virtue points had ascended to a total of 530. He pondered how much this 530 points could enhance his standing. Shen Zhou, filled with anticipation, began to enhance his abilities. As his thoughts flowed, the merit record once again revealed words. You have successfully mastered a powerful breathing technique, granting you perfect control over the true essence within you. Consequently, you have advanced to the 5th layer of the second realm. The next step is to refine your bones to condense martial true essence. The initial focus of your refinement shall be your skeletal structure. With a consumption of 240 virtue points, you successfully refined your torso's bones using pure true essence, initiating a transformation within your body. A rich, ethereal aura akin to an immortal elixir emanated from within, fragrant and invigorating. You have ascended to the 7th layer of the second realm. With an expenditure of 270 virtue points, the robust true essence refined all 206 bones in your body. Your skeletal structure underwent a complete metamorphosis, resulting in an extraordinary increase in the resilience of your physical form. You have officially stepped into the 1st layer of the 3rd realm. As the final words materialized, Shen Zhou's aura surged like a tidal wave, instantly shattering previous limitations, propelling him toward greater heights with astonishing momentum. He felt an intense warmth enveloping him, the true essence within him vast as an ocean. And beneath his fair skin lay bones as resilient as jade. To his astonishment, he had directly entered the 3rd realm. Sensing the surging vitality and true essence coursing through him, a look of ecstasy graced Shen Zhou's face, accompanied by a dramatic increase in his vitality bar, which now occupied a third of his field of vision. With such a length, it seemed he would need to endure 1,000 arrows before facing death. Shen Zhou mused internally. Indeed, he had become a veritable tank of vitality. However, this was a welcome change. Shen Zhou had long suffered from a fear of insufficient vitality. In any game, even a slight decrease in health would send him into a frenzy, demanding immediate healing from his companions. Now, with this robust vitality bar, he felt a profound sense of security. Chapter 35. Is the martial path your family business? While Shen Zhou was lost in contemplation of his newfound realm, Lin Yujing stood utterly astonished, for she had been beside him, acutely aware of the fluctuations in his aura. Within that brief moment, Shen Zhou had surged from the 5th layer of the second realm directly to the 3rd realm. For a moment, she questioned whether her senses had failed her. No. Let me sense again, it truly is the 3rd realm. Goodness, what on earth were you doing just now? Lin Yujing fought to suppress her astonishment and inquired. Shen Zhou glanced at Lin Yujing and replied, cultivation, you see. I believe confronting Zhao Shuanghe directly is rather precarious, so I practiced a bit more. How can you speak of cultivation so nonchalantly? Lin Yujing exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Is this truly what you consider cultivation? This is nothing more than sipping water. The path of martial arts is fraught with challenges and adversity. Why does it seem like a smooth highway for you, Shen Zhou? It was the same with the Ziyang electric gale technique, and now again. Is this martial arts merely a family affair for you? Why not? Shen Zhou maintained his composed demeanor as he responded, all of this is earned through perseverance and sweat, the fruits of countless battles, and I rightfully deserve this reward. Your audacity is such that even the grandmasters would find it insurmountable. It is exceedingly bold, Lin Yujing remarked with a deep breath, allowing herself a rare moment of jest, punctuated by a mild expletive. Indeed, that is a fact, Shen Zhou concurred, for he knew his vitality remained intact. As long as his endurance was unbroken, his confidence would not waver. Nevertheless, it is the truth, Lin Yujing sincerely reflected. I have encountered many prodigies, yet I believe upon meeting you, they would all undoubtedly regard you as a genius. Shen Zhou smiled and said, thank you for the compliment, Master Lin. If it had been an ordinary person, they would surely be elated by such praise, but I am different. I pride myself on my humility. You had better be truly humble. Amidst their light-hearted banter, the county office of Chongqing came into view, but simultaneously, they noticed an orange figure swiftly darting through the streets below. It was the cat demon, recklessly charging forward, fully exposed to the gaze of the onlookers. The townsfolk were startled by the sudden appearance of the cat demon, screaming and scattering in all directions, plunging Chongqing into chaos. We have located the cat demon. Lin Yujing immediately regained her usual seriousness, speaking firmly. Shen Zhou, you were right. The demon is indeed fleeing towards the county office. Indeed. Shen Zhou nodded gently. The cat demon had initially gained some distance. Yet the two of them soon caught up, not because they were faster, but rather due to the advantage of flying directly without detours. How convenient and swift it is to soar through the skies. With a renewed sense of purpose, Shen Zhou dismissed any irrelevant thoughts and commanded, dive down. Understood. Lin Yujing nodded, promptly guiding their feathered companion into a rapid descent. The townsfolk, already terrified by the cat demon, now beheld a colossal monstrous bird descending from the heavens. Their fear escalating to new heights. Heavens! There's another demon in the sky. It's a bird demon. Run. The demons are invading our county. The people fled even more hastily, wishing they had been born with additional legs. Although they often endured the brutal beatings from the county office and the Black Tiger Gang, this was their first encounter with a demon on the streets. The cat demon, sensing the commotion behind her, turned to see a brilliantly colorful monstrous bird descending at an angle, with a young man and woman standing atop its back. Ah, Madam Cat. We're heading the same way. Would you care for a ride? Noticing her gaze, the young man even smiled and waved, extending a friendly greeting. However, the cat demon perceived no friendliness in their demeanor. For mere moments ago, they had mercilessly slain her husband, first bisecting him, then decapitating him with ruthless precision. Moreover, she clearly saw that the young man's other hand emitted a piercing crackle, with golden light radiating from his palm, and arcs of electricity twisting and coiling. A spear forged purely from condensed lightning materialized in an instant. The bystanders swiftly evaded the scene, clearly seasoned in the art of escape. With no one around the cat demon, she found herself in a precarious situation. In the next moment, having assessed the scenario, Shen Zhou suddenly readied himself. Raising the lightning spear in his hand, the cat demon's pupils constricted. Whoosh! A resounding sound of ruptured air echoed as the golden spear was released from Shen Zhou's grasp, hurtling directly towards the cat demon. The speed was astonishing, rendering her incapable of evasion. Boom! The golden lightning exploded amidst the howling winds, creating a massive crater in the street. The residual arcs of electricity continued to ravage the surrounding area, illuminating it brilliantly. And then, through the billowing smoke, the cat demon burst forth. Her right arm and a portion of her body were charred black, and she had lost one eye. At that moment, the cat demon's heart was filled with terror. Shen Zhou's attack had not struck her directly, yet the explosion so close to her had left her in this ghastly state. A grievous injury. Without first-hand experience, one could hardly fathom the sheer terror of Shen Zhou's lightning techniques. Previously, she had deemed the young man who had slain her husband as a despicable and underhanded trickster. Now, it became evident that even if her husband had confronted Shen Zhou head-on, he would likely have been no match for this young man. Such grotesque strength, coupled with a perverse nature and a penchant for deceitful tactics, was truly terrifying. Why, oh why, did they have to cross paths with such a fiend? Had they foreseen this, they would never have ventured here to meddle. Taking a deep breath, the cat demon dispelled her feelings of regret. Now was not the time for such thoughts. She had to focus on her escape. Almost there, just a little further. The county office was within sight, and she was about to reach it. If she could reunite with Zhao Shuanghe, she would still have a chance. Zhao was a warrior of the third realm, while Shen Zhou was merely of the second realm. There was still hope. Alas, I missed my mark, but after ascending to the third realm, the power of lightning has indeed amplified on the back of the bird. Witnessing the unfolding events, Shen Zhou sighed. This was his first attempt at such an action, and yet he had failed miserably. It was frustrating, as he relied solely on numbers with no technique whatsoever. Beside him, Lin Yujing pursed her lips, rendered speechless. Currently, she could not even conjure a lightning spear, while Shen Zhou not only could, but could also hurl it. As she reflected on her years of practice with her ancestral techniques yielding no progress, she felt a sense of dissatisfaction, as if overshadowed by a bull. Logically, the Ziyang lightning technique should yield a purple lightning spear, yet Shen Zhou's was golden, indicating a transformation from quantitative change to qualitative change. Lin Yujing understood that even if both of them perfected this technique, the might of her lightning would pale in comparison to Shen Zhou's. His true essence was far too profound. Having missed with one thrust, she resolved to try again. Shen Zhou spoke softly, as yet another new lightning spear coalesced in his grasp. With your style of play, Do you have enough true essence within you? Lin Yujing couldn't help but inquire. I can still manage a few more shots, Shen Zhou replied. How many exactly? Perhaps several dozen. Shen Zhou remained vague. Yet Lin Yujing found herself reluctant to press further. To do so would be too damaging to her pride. Chapter 36. The Celestial descends the old beggar. Bruised and battered, huddled in the corner of the magistrate's office, his small eyes filled with hatred and sorrow, fixated on the remains lying beneath the notice board in the distance. He had previously attempted to reclaim his grandson but had failed, resulting in a beating from the constables, leaving him unable to rise. The young master had spoken truly. At my age, I should refrain from such antics. The old beggar chuckled bitterly to himself. Indeed. The gates of authority, facing south, invite only those with money. Had he known his fate would be so dire, he would have buried his grandson's remains in a quiet spot instead, at least granting him a peaceful rest. Now, his grandson lay exposed to the merciless sun, and the benefactor who had once offered him alms had been falsely accused of being a monster. Even the 2 taels of silver gifted to him had vanished into thin air. Was it not said that good deeds beget rewards, and evil deeds bring retribution? The heavens are unjust. As he sighed, the old beggar noticed figures emerging from the magistrate's office, where they hung white cloths on the plaque and replaced lanterns with white ones inscribed with the word mourning. A funeral was about to take place. The deceased was the son of the county magistrate. This news had just reached the old beggar, and as he reflected on it, the self-mocking smile on his face transformed into a genuine grin. Ah, death befits him, he murmured softly. Today, the magistrate's office in Chongqing City lacked its usual solemnity. The servants hurried about, their faces taut with urgency. They erected a mourning pavilion in the courtyard and adorned every corner with funeral banners. Even the public hall was not spared. Such places were not meant for funerals. Yet like many laws in the Yin kingdom, Zhao Shuanghe paid them no heed. At the center of the mourning pavilion lay a fine Nama coffin, surrounded by the influential and affluent of Chongqing City. Each was adorned in splendid silk, figures of repute within the city. With the death of the magistrate's son, they had come to pay their respects, for any lapse in etiquette could invoke Zhao Shuanghe's ire, a man known for his pettiness and ruthless nature. The fickleness of fate. Who would have thought that young Master Zhao would depart so suddenly? Such a talented youth, the heavens envy the gifted. This loss is not only to the magistrate, but also to all of Chongqing County. That wretched Shen Zhou truly deserves the harshest punishment. The guests lamented Zhao Jing's demise. Yet beneath their words lay a current of joy. Some among them had suffered indignities at his hands, and with the fall of the Han family, the substantial spoils they once held would now be theirs to claim. The latter was a considerable gain, enough to make them almost grateful to Shen Zhou. Zhao Shuanghe slumped in a chair at the back of the pavilion, his demeanor stripped of its previous vigor, as though he had aged a decade in an instant. Occasionally, a few guests approached him, offering words of consolation. Lord Zhao, please take care. You must not falter. If Chongqing County were to lose you, the common folk would be heartbroken. Zhao Shuanghe was acutely aware that these were mere platitudes, and he responded with a sullen silence, leaving those who had come to flatter him feeling thoroughly awkward. Nearby, Shang Wenshu, with his head wrapped in white cloth, watched silently, disappointment etched on his face. Why does this old man cease his tirades? He was so vigorous before. Yet he quickly composed himself and leaned close to Zhao Shuanghe, whispering, "My lord, the time is near." Zhao Shuanghe nodded, rising from his seat and clearing his throat. Ahem. At the sound, the room fell silent. All eyes turned toward the local despot, their gazes a mixture of envy, fear, and jealousy, yet overwhelmingly filled with reverence. Zhao Shuanghe reveled in their attention, a testament to his unassailable authority, at least within this small county. Amidst the solemn faces, he produced a sheet of paper from his sleeve and began to recite the eulogy. My son Zhao Jing, today your soul returns to the heavens. Your father stands here, heartbroken, tears flowing like rivers. I remember you, wise and kind since childhood, loyal and upright, yet you fell victim to treachery. At the entrance of the magistrate's office, the old beggar suddenly heard a commotion and looked up to see a strange creature rushing toward him. It resembled a cat, yet half of its body was charred, its fearsome visage sending the gatekeeper fleeing as it barreled into the courtyard. Before the beggar could comprehend, a magnificent bird followed closely behind, resplendent in its plumage. Upon its back stood a strikingly handsome youth, brandishing a golden lightning bolt, appearing as though a deity had descended. Inside, the atmosphere of mourning reached its zenith. Sobs echoed among the guests, some weeping uncontrollably. Zhao Shuanghe, reading the eulogy, felt tears welling in his eyes, nearly unable to continue. Drawing a deep breath, he stammered through the final lines. Your father will forever remember you, long for you. Rest in peace, my son. However, as his words lingered in the air, a thunderous voice boomed from the heavens, your son cannot rest. The voice, as if spoken by the very will of the cosmos, interrupted the funeral. Before anyone could grasp the situation, the cat demon burst through the door and into the courtyard. In the terrified gazes of those present, the cat demon's half-burned face reflected an even deeper fear. She staggered into the yard, her eyes frantically scanning the crowd before she cried out to Zhao Shuanghe, "Save me, Zhao Shuanghe, save me." In an instant, a golden lightning spear descended from the sky with overwhelming force, aimed directly at the cat demon. Boom. Chapter 37. Your son pleads like a dog at that moment. The cat demon found herself before Zhao Shuanghe, yet so too did Shen Zhou achieve his aim, driving the lightning spear into her body. Both parties had converged at last. Boom. As the golden spear struck the cat demon, it erupted in a blinding flash, akin to igniting a blazing sun, radiating a searing light and sending arcs of electricity cascading like waves, ensnaring nearby constables and several officers within its grasp. The originally vibrant courtyard was transformed into a deep pit by the explosion, with the surrounding flora reduced to charred remains. A few charred bodies lay askew, remnants of the enforcers. As for the cat demon at the epicenter of the blast, it was scattered in disarray, pieces strewn haphazardly. The slaying of 4 malevolent officials yielded a virtue score of 30, while the demise of the third-tier cat demon granted 250 virtue points. My heavens! This sudden turn of events left all present in sheer shock, as if they had been struck by a paralysis spell, standing frozen in place. An otherworldly creature intruded upon the scene, followed by a thunderous descent, striking down the approaching demon. Was this divine retribution from the heavens? As the crowd remained bewildered, they beheld a pair of young figures, a boy and a girl, swooping down on a flying creature, circling above the courtyard. The boy's visage was eerily familiar to all, as his portrait adorned the notice board at the entrance of the magistrate's office. Shen Zhou. It turns out that punishment does not originate from the divine, but from this malevolent demon. In an instant, the atmosphere became thick with dread, as the hearts of the onlookers plummeted. The adversary was known for ruthlessly taking lives without a flicker of remorse. Now that they had come to confront them, their fate seemed ominously bleak. Zhao Shuanghe, your time has come. Lin Yujing was the first to speak, her cold gaze fixed intently on Zhao Shuanghe in the center of the gathering. Each word she uttered resonated with unwavering strength, and even as she spoke, her body trembled slightly, clearly fueled by a tempest of rage. Upon hearing her words, the crowd stirred with a sudden realization they were indeed here for Zhao Shuanghe. He was present, right here. Quick, push him out. The guests, now animated with a sense of urgency, began to isolate Zhao Shuanghe, with those closest to him eagerly attempting to shove him toward the front. Their collective thought was singular: keep Zhao Shuanghe at a distance, lest his impending demise splatter them with his blood. Brother Shen, and you, young lady. There is a debt to be settled here. This scoundrel has long been an eyesore to us. Indeed, this corrupt official has committed countless heinous acts. He deserves to be punished. We implore you both to seek justice for the people of Chaqing County. Witnessing the guest's sudden fervor, Shen Zhou couldn't help but smile. This unfolding drama was unexpectedly entertaining, and some even sought to ingratiate themselves with him. Just moments ago, they had been wailing in grief for Zhao Shuanghe's son. Yet now they clamored to push Zhao Shuanghe forth to face his doom, all while proclaiming themselves as champions of righteousness. The swift change in countenance was remarkable. Such is the nature of humanity. Typically, Shen Zhou would have prepared his next thunderous shot while dispatching the cat demon, immediately targeting Zhao Shuanghe upon sighting him. However, he had decided against it this time. After all, he was here for Lin Yujing's vengeance. Perhaps she wished to express her thoughts before he met his end. Lin Yujing had bestowed upon him her ancestral Ziyang thunder technique, a kindness he would not forget, while Zhao Shuanghe's head could not be surrendered to Lin Yujing. A modicum of humane consideration was something Shen Zhou was willing to extend to her. As the crowd's curses echoed, Shang Wenshu quickly retreated, aware that as Zhao Shuanghe's confidant, he knew the old rogue still had hidden cards to play. Indeed, the next moment, they heard Zhao Shuanghe's furious voice. You are truly seeking death. His robes billowed dramatically as a wave of energy surged forth, coalescing into blades that sliced outward from his very core. Blood splattered everywhere. The guests who had been shoving him froze, their faces contorted in disbelief as they fell. In that instant, Zhao Shuanghe's mid-stage aura erupted without reservation. Faced with life and death, he had nothing left to conceal. He was determined to eliminate all those who dared oppose him. These sycophantic, duplicitous scoundrels deserved to perish. TSK, Our county magistrate certainly acts decisively. This transformation of energy into blades, could it be a technique he mastered through his breathing exercises? Shen Zhou squinted his eyes. His speed was remarkable and his power commendable. Yet, in comparison to his perfected purple sun lightning art, it fell somewhat short. Master Lin, do you have any final words for your nemesis? He inquired. He is on the brink of death. If you have something to say, now is the time. Shen Zhou inquired of Lin Yujing beside him. According to convention, during moments of vengeance, isn't it customary for the protagonist to evoke past events with their adversary? Shen Zhou offered Lin Yujing this opportunity. However, she shook her head, her eyes reflecting nothing but fury. I have no words to exchange with him. I merely desire his demise immediately, without delay. Lin Yujing rebuffed the routine. Why should she reminisce with her foe? Such recollections would only amplify her suffering. For her, each additional second that her enemy lived would rob her of peace and solace. Very well, then keep your little bird at a distance, lest you become entangled, Shen Zhou advised. Are you truly worried about me? Lin Yujing raised her elegantly shaped brows, taken aback by this sudden concern. To some extent, yes, I am concerned for your bird. It would be a pity if such a convenient mode of transport were to perish. I understand. Shen Zhou executed a deft roll, gracefully leaping from the back of the bird and landing firmly on the ground. Simultaneously, Zhao Shuanghe, who had nearly finished off the guests below, directed his gaze upward, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Well, young lad, I did not seek you out, yet you dare to come to me. It seems you truly do not know the meaning of peril. This remark struck a familiar chord within me. A smile similarly grazed Shen Zhou's face as he rummaged through his ear, subsequently feigning a moment of enlightenment. It comes to mind now. When your son first encountered me, he expressed the same sentiment. And guess what transpired? He was brought to his knees, begging for mercy. Like a dog wagging its tail in front of me. I did not indulge him. I first shattered his legs, and then, before his very eyes, I dishonored his betrothed. In a desperate bid for survival, he even applauded and cheered for me. Your son is truly a fascinating character, among the multitude I have slain. He has brought me the most amusement. Reflecting on it now, I cannot help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Shen Zhou laughed unabashedly, his seemingly casual words, coupled with an expression of utmost derision, ignited Zhao Shuanghe's fury to an explosive degree. You wretched dog, Zhao Shuanghe bellowed, his voice a heart-wrenching cry. A thick mist of white vapor enveloped him, coalescing into a glaringly bright, gigantic blade, as he prepared to unleash a formidable assault. Oh, by the way, your son had some final words before his demise. Would you care to hear them? Shen Zhou suddenly spoke again, inquiring about Jing Er's last words before his demise. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuanghe was taken aback, and the imposing aura surrounding him momentarily faltered. While he hesitated, Shen Zhou was enveloped in a radiant golden light. With a swift motion of his right hand, a golden thunder spear materialized amidst a resounding hum. Shen Zhou let out a cold laugh, swinging the thunder spear with all his might before hurling it forward. The spear sliced through the air, leaving a dazzling trail of lightning as it descended upon Zhao Shuanghe. In the crucial moment, Zhao Shuanghe's pupils constricted. The immense white energy surrounding him instantly dissipated, reforming into an ancient, formidable shield that stood resolutely before him, exuding an aura of inviolable authority. Spear versus shield, which would prove superior? The answer soon revealed itself. With a thunderous crash, the thunder spear descended with overwhelming force, accompanied by a cacophony of electricity and impact. The mighty shield, however, crumbled under the brutish assault. A visible wave of residual power radiated outward, sending everything within the courtyard flying as if caught in a tempest. Zhao Shuanghe himself was no exception. He was violently propelled backward, crashing against a wall. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his body numb and a large patch of skin on his chest charred. Alas, the ambush had failed. You old fool. Your reflexes are surprisingly sharp. I had hoped to dispatch you with a single strike. Shen Zhou's voice echoed with a tinge of regret amidst the thickening smoke. Fuming with rage, Zhao Shuanghe could hardly contain his fury. The audacity of his opponent to invoke his son's last words to draw his attention, only to launch an attack, was infuriating. This scoundrel was exceedingly treacherous. Fortunately, his quick reflexes had allowed him to employ the mist illusion technique, transforming offense into defense just in time to deflect Shen Zhou's assault. Nonetheless, witnessing his meticulously conjured white mist shield shattered to bits was a first for him. The opponent's techniques were terrifyingly potent, complemented by an equally formidable innate strength, not to mention the cunning tactics employed. Just days prior, this man had been an ordinary individual, even a fool at that. How had he metamorphosed into such a monstrous entity? Taking a deep breath, Zhao Shuanghe steeled himself. While the opponent's offensive prowess was formidable, his own mist illusion technique held its own lethal potential. Shen Zhou could not defend against his methods, just as he was unable to guard against Shen Zhou's. Now, it was a battle between two fragile beings, each seeking to annihilate the other. The one who seized the initiative would emerge victorious. With a swift maneuver, Zhao Shuanghe regained his balance, white mist swirling around him once more, coalescing into a beam of white light that surged toward Shen Zhou. Stone-shattering strike. The white mist spiraled at his fingertips as he pointed his right index finger directly at Shen Zhou's brow. Shen Zhou maintained a serene demeanor, allowing the formidable finger imbued with terrifying power to descend upon his forehead. Yet, this strike, capable of shattering stone and severing metal, vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by the depths of the sea, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. In that very moment, Shen Zhou swiftly seized the outstretched hand of Zhao Shuanghe. "I've caught you." In an instant, a blinding flash erupted. A look of horror spread across Zhao Shuanghe's face as he forcefully swung his right arm. With a sickening sound, blood gushed forth. Zhao Shuanghe was propelled backward, his right arm severed, revealing a gruesome wound from which blood poured incessantly. This arm had been cut off by his own hand. Zhao Shuanghe understood all too well that in that fleeting moment, had he not decisively severed his own right arm to escape Shen Zhou's grasp, he would have been reduced to a charred husk. "Oh, you truly had a backup plan, didn't you?" Shen Zhou remained utterly motionless, gripping Zhao Shuanghe's severed arm with an air of indifference as he remarked, "With such meager skills, do you dare seek vengeance for your son? What source of confidence and courage do you possess?" As he spoke, Shen Zhou toyed with Zhao Shuanghe's dismembered limb, folding 4 of his fingers while deliberately leaving the thumb exposed. Subsequently, using Zhao Shuanghe's own severed hand, he mockingly gestured a thumbs down towards him. Shen Zhou's seemingly insane behavior caused Zhao Shuanghe's face to twitch, his entire being trembling, his expression contorted as if he wore a mask of anguish. If he had been immersed in thoughts of revenge moments ago, he was now gripped by a creeping fear. A fear of Shen Zhou. He had assumed that Shen Zhou, like himself, would be unable to withstand their mutual assaults. Yet, why did his pointed attack elicit no response from Shen Zhou, who remained unfazed as if nothing were amiss? Zhao Shuanghe was frightened. "Excellent. This is the expression I relish, the sight of someone's face twisted in agony, yet utterly powerless against me." Shen Zhou observed every nuance of Zhao Shuanghe's expression as he discarded the severed arm in his hand, a mocking smile adorning his lips as he continued, "Allow me to whisper this to you, lest you remain unaware after your demise. Upon killing you, I shall leave your corpse and that of your son exposed in the streets, just as you have done to others. Are you looking forward to it?" The malicious words of Shen Zhou nearly shattered Zhao Shuanghe's psychological defenses. This man seemed like a demon risen from the depths of hell. "Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid," Zhao Shuanghe continually reminded himself, for succumbing to fear would extinguish his fighting spirit, and the loss of that spirit would equate to a self-declared defeat. He still sought vengeance for his son, and moreover, he wished to continue living. Besides, he had yet to unveil his ultimate technique. He still had the chance to turn the tide. How dare this inexperienced brat bark at me? With this thought, Zhao Shuanghe straightened his posture, and his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. The white mist that enveloped him and filled the surrounding space was drawn into his left palm, coalescing into a singularity. This was the ultimate technique of the mist condensation art, a complete extraction of his essence, compressing all the white mist into one, brewing an earth-shattering attack. Although executing this move would plunge him into a state of weakness lasting several months, Zhao Shuanghe could no longer afford to dwell on such concerns. It was either Shen Zhou's demise or his own. In an instant, a radiant sphere, akin to the sun, emerged from his palm, growing louder and brighter. Just as this formidable strike was nearing completion, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air pierced his ears. Looking up, he was met with the sight of an enormous object hurtling straight toward him. It was his son's coffin. "Look, your son is flying in the heavens. He is coming for you." Shen Zhou's mocking voice shattered Zhao Shuanghe's composure. His heart trembled, and the tautness of his nerves loosened. The brilliant orb formed in his palm began to dim. Bang! The coffin crashed heavily onto Zhao Shuanghe, and due to the extraction of his true essence, he was rendered exceedingly weak, overturned by the sheer impact. A muffled groan escaped Zhao Shuanghe's lips as he felt an overwhelming heaviness throughout his body, as if it were about to fracture with pain. This was the after effect of executing his ultimate move, and to make matters worse, it had been interrupted by Shen Zhou, resulting in failure. Ultimately, he had allowed Shen Zhou's taunting words to breach his defenses, destabilizing his mindset and causing his technique to falter. "With such a lengthy build-up for your attack, do you take me for a fool, standing by to watch you play?" Shen Zhou's unhurried voice resonated once more as he strolled leisurely to Zhao Shuang's side, gazing down upon him with an air of superiority. Chapter 39. Keeping One's Word. The final resort, intended to turn the tide, had failed, signifying that Zhao Shuang had lost all hope of victory in this battle. His face was ashen as he struggled to rise from the ground, but just as he managed to prop himself up, a foot came crashing down onto his head, forcefully pinning it to the earth. The times have changed, old ding. No longer do we favor charged attacks, but rather instantaneous strikes. The owner of that foot taunted him. And although Zhao Shuanghe could not comprehend the words, he felt an unprecedented wave of humiliation wash over him. His eyes reddened instantly, tears spilling forth from their confines, accompanied by increasingly audible sobs. Zhao Shuanghe cried, this man in his 40s, resembling a child bullied by adults. Even at his son's funeral, he had not wept with such intensity. How disgraceful! How utterly humiliating! Zhao Shuanghe became acutely aware of his undignified state. He desperately wished to stifle his cries. Yet he found it impossible. The frustration within him was overwhelming. Why? Why must he endure such scorn and violence at the hands of a mere boy? Above, Lin Yujing observed this scene from her elevated position, her expression one of slight astonishment. Zhao Shuang's cries echoed so loudly that even from her lofty vantage point, she could hear him distinctly. In Lin Yujing's eyes, Zhao Shuanghe was a ruthless and cunning adversary, one who required years of meticulous planning to confront. Yet here he was, reduced to tears by Shen Zhou. No, it could also be said that he wept, for Shen Zhou's tongue was as sharp as a blade, launching relentless psychological assaults upon Zhao Shuanghe. If she were in Zhao Shuanghe's position, she too might have succumbed to the madness provoked by Shen Zhou's words. In that moment, Lin Yujing realized for the first time that language is indeed a powerful weapon. It can sway the mindset of an opponent during battle, hindering their ability to perform at their peak, thus determining the outcome. She resolved to learn from Shen Zhou's mastery of rhetoric, recognizing it as a valuable skill. To witness a grown man weeping so openly is truly an eye-opener. Shen Zhou furrowed his brow. Nothing irked him more than the sound of weeping. Even the cries of women and children were sufficient to unsettle his mind, let alone the lamentations of an elderly man before him. He recalled that even Zhao Jing, the coward who feared for his life, did not shed a tear when Shen Zhou had broken his legs. He had thought his son was the epitome of uselessness. Yet he never anticipated that this old man would prove to be even more ineffectual. Shen Zhou pressed his fingers against his brow, once again lifting his gaze towards Lin Yujing in the sky. Master Lin, this is your final opportunity. Do you have anything to convey to our esteemed county magistrate? Lin Yujing merely shook her head in indifference. Very well, I can no longer bear to listen. Shen Zhou raised his right hand, arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips. The ominous sound of electric music, emblematic of death, resonated in Zhao Shuang's ears, overwhelming him with a suffocating sense of despair. He stifled his sobs, extending his hand in a desperate attempt to grasp the foot that Shen Zhou had placed upon his head, pleading for mercy. Hero, I beseech you, spare my life. I acknowledge my wrongs. In this moment, he transformed once more into a reflection of his son, begging for mercy in the final moments of his existence. No, it was merely the realization that his end was nigh. Shen Zhou recited this classic line, his finger gently pressing upon his forehead. He mirrored the manner in which Zhao Shuanghe had previously done to him. However, it was evident that Zhao Shuanghe did not possess the formidable defenses of Shen Zhou. In an instant, the electric arc pierced through his skull. With the annihilation of the treacherous county magistrate, a notification resonated in his mind, indicating a merit increase of 1,000. This local tyrant of Chaqing County indeed rewarded Shen Zhou with an extraordinary boon. 1,000. The sheer magnitude of this merit value revealed the depths of the opponent's heinous crimes. It is worth noting that the previous record holder for merit, a cat demon, scarcely exceeded 200. That cat demon, having presumably consumed countless lives, still fell short of Zhao Shuang's infamy by a staggering 5-fold. Shen Zhou gently exhaled. Steadying his emotions, this act of kindness truly astonished him. Regardless of the circumstances, he had ultimately succeeded in soloing the final boss of the Chaqing County dungeon. At that moment, Lin Yujing descended from the sky, approaching Shen Zhou. She gazed down at the lifeless body of Zhao Shuanghe and softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Shen Zhou. For Lin Yujing, the events of the past 2 days felt surreal. She had initially resolved to devote her life to the pursuit of vengeance. Yet, unexpectedly, her nemesis had been vanquished. Alongside the exhilaration of vengeance fulfilled, a profound sense of emptiness surged within her, leaving her feeling somewhat lost. It was merely an act of mutual assistance. Shen Zhou waved his hand dismissively, showing little concern. After all, this was merely a transaction, one from which he had emerged unscathed. Lin Yujing shook her head, attempting to dispel the emptiness that lingered within her. With a smile, she remarked, I had expected you to treat Zhao Shuanghe as you did before, reducing him to ashes. To my surprise, you left him with a complete corpse. Zhao Shuanghe had only sustained a minor injury to his head due to Shen Zhou's actions, while he himself had severed his own arm. All other parts remained intact. Is that truly how you perceive me, as a figure of such brutality? Shen Zhou retorted, then sighed, It is not that I am unwilling to act, but rather that I wish to reserve this opportunity for others. Others? He mused. Indeed, such as yourself. Me? I have no interest in torturing the dead. Lin Yujing asserted with finality. Your lack of interest does not preclude others from being intrigued, Shen Zhou replied. Others? Lin Yujing found herself perplexed by Shen Zhou's implication. Yet he offered no further clarification. His gaze suddenly shifted to a flower bed nestled in the corner of the courtyard, where a middle-aged man was discreetly concealed. This individual was none other than the county magistrate of Chaqing County, Shang Wishu. No need to hide, come forth, Shen Zhou commanded. It must be exhausting to remain in such an awkward position. Trembling, Shang Wishu emerged. He had taken refuge there before Zhao Shuanghe could act, thus managing to survive amidst the throng of guests. I recall you hold an official position as well, Shen Zhou observed while scrutinizing Shang Wishu. His experience in dispatching Zhao Shuanghe had taught him that officials often yielded a greater reward for their deeds compared to ordinary individuals. Shang Wishu felt as though he were under the predatory gaze of a ravenous tiger. He fell to his knees with a thud, pleading, Please spare me, young hero Shen. Though I am a magistrate, I am not aligned with Zhao Shuanghe. Master Lin, you cannot take my life. Such treachery is beneath a true hero. Lin Yujing thought to herself, I am hardly a hero, yet she still interceded. Shen Zhou, I beseech you to grant him mercy. He serves as my informant within the government. So, he was an undercover agent. No wonder Lin Yujing had access to such comprehensive intelligence. This mole had embedded himself deep within the administration, proving to be quite resourceful. Shen Zhou withdrew his gaze from Shang Wishu. Only then did Shang Wishu feel the sudden alleviation of pressure upon him. He exhaled in relief, emboldened considerably. He promptly advised, You two should leave swiftly. To kill a county magistrate is a grave offense, tantamount to rebellion, warranting the extermination of one's entire family. As a representative of imperial authority at the local level, the murder of a magistrate is undoubtedly a severe affront to the court's supremacy. Let them execute me. After all, my household registration lists only myself. Shen Zhou remarked with an air of indifference. One person's hunger does not starve the entire family. Although Lin Yujing did not comprehend what Shen Zhou meant by household registration, she grasped the overall sentiment of his words and nodded in agreement. Let them execute me. My family will surely have no objections. After all, her family had perished many years ago. Shang Wishu fell silent, realizing they were orphans. Yet, did these two truly regard life and death with such nonchalance? Moreover, could they not consider the ramifications for him? If these individuals were captured by those sent from above, they might unravel his identity as an informant, leading to his inevitable demise. Disregarding Shang Wishu's inner turmoil, Shen Zhou grasped the corpse of Zhao Shuanghe. He then approached the overturned coffin and seized the body of Zhao Jing. With one corpse in each hand, Shen Zhou strode purposefully out of the magistrate's office. Where are you headed? Lin Yujing inquired, perplexed. To the marketplace, he replied. Shen Zhou replied that he had previously promised Zhao Shuanghe to leave the father and son exposed on the streets, and he would certainly honor his word. Chapter 40. The Gratitude of the People in the City. Shen Zhou walked down the street, bearing two lifeless bodies, while Lin Yujing followed closely behind, their footsteps resonating clearly in the stillness of the deserted thoroughfare. The recent upheaval began with a large-scale patrol by the Black Tiger Gang, followed by a monstrous incursion into the county town, causing the terrified populace to retreat into their homes, bolting their doors against the chaos. Thus, the street lay eerily silent. However, a gradual transformation commenced around them. Initially, curious and cautious eyes peeked through the windows and doors of the houses lining the street, accompanied by murmurs of speculation. Before long, a handful of brave souls ventured out, gazing at Shen Zhou and the two bodies he carried, their faces frozen in disbelief. As more townsfolk emerged onto the street, each pair of eyes fixated on Shen Zhou, revealing a mixture of shock and incredulity. The street remained quiet until someone suddenly cried out, Zhao Shuanghe is dead. Zhao Shuanghe is dead. Come and see. This proclamation ignited a fervor, instantly transforming the street into a bustling scene, with the excitement rapidly spreading throughout the entire town, as if summoned by an unseen force. More and more people poured out of their homes, forming a formidable throng that converged upon Shen Zhou. Among them were elderly individuals leaning on canes, robust youths, and women cradling their children. The once desolate street now buzzed with life. They clustered around Shen Zhou, yet deliberately left enough space. Conversing loudly among themselves, "It's Zhao Shuangke, indeed it is. He is dead, slain by the valiant Shen. Not just a valiant hero. He should be called Shen the hero. Indeed, Shen the hero. The cat demon that devoured people was also vanquished by Shen the hero. I witnessed it myself. And so is the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Shen the hero is our great savior." As more joined the procession, the entire Chongqing city became a scene of vibrant activity, with townsfolk, regardless of age or gender, following Shen Zhou to the marketplace. Throughout this, Shen Zhou remained silent, casually discarding the bodies of Zhao Shuangke and his son at the street's entrance before turning to leave. As he departed, the crowd surged forward, their pent-up rage finally unleashed. Shouting and weeping, countless hands and voices tearing at the remains of Zhao Shuangke and his son with fervor. Amidst the throng, Jiang Sui and Mu Haixing embraced tightly. Weeping together, not far from them, an old beggar cradled the remains of his grandson, tears streaming down his face. "Dogwa, can you hear me? Shen the hero has avenged you. You can now rest in peace." All of this left Lin Yujing in a state of stunned disbelief. In that moment, she comprehended Shen Zhou's earlier words, understanding why he had chosen to leave Zhao Shuang's body intact, and to whom he intended to afford this opportunity. "Shen Zhou, was this part of your grand design?" She whispered as she approached him, her face alight with excitement. Perhaps, Shen Zhou nodded thoughtfully. He had anticipated that the townsfolk would unleash their fury upon Zhao Shuanghe and his son, yet he had not foreseen the extent of their rage. It was a visceral desire to rend flesh, drink blood, and obliterate all traces of their tormentors. Reflecting on Zhao Shuang's heinous deeds, which had amassed 1,000 points of malevolence, it seemed to illuminate the situation. This wretched world, humanity hardly seems worthy. The reprisal unfolded swiftly, drawing to a rapid conclusion. In no time, the bodies of Zhao Shuanghe and his son were thoroughly dismantled, the scene devoid of any remnants, truly an act of obliteration. Yet, the townsfolk did not disperse thereafter. The throng, led by a venerable elder of high esteem, approached Shen Zhou. The elder bowed deeply before Shen Zhou and then, with a resounding thud, knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Shen the hero, the entire town is eternally grateful. We are deeply appreciative." A chorus of voices echoed the elder's sentiments as many fell to their knees in reverence. A sea of dark heads filled the scene. Lin Yujing, standing beside Shen Zhou, wore a complex expression, her gaze towards Shen Zhou filled with both respect and gratitude. Shen Zhou took a deep breath. His actions were driven solely by personal grievances, yet by the end, he found himself unwittingly transformed into a great hero. How should one articulate this feeling? It was, in fact, rather delightful. At that moment, a radiant golden light emanated from the record of merits in Shen Zhou's mind, and the pages danced with elegant calligraphy, inscribing the words, "Your esteemed reputation has reached the second stage, a modest renown. You have acquired a legendary reward, the opportunity to elevate one of your martial talents." Chapter 41. Is it all because of scoundrels like you? An unexpected piece of good news regarding the elevation of my reputation. Shen Zhou felt a surge of delight. It appeared that as his reputation grew, so too would the rewards he reaped. Indeed, it seemed prudent to ensure that his virtuous name spread far and wide. However, this was not the moment for such reflections. Observing the throng of common folk kneeling before him, Shen Zhou clapped his hands and simply uttered, "All right, everyone, please rise." He refrained from uttering phrases like "stand up." There is no need to kneel, or making grand declarations akin to do noble lords possess any inherent superiority. He did not call for a collective uprising either. Shen Zhou understood all too well that such sentiments were far too advanced for the common people of this era, whose consciousness remained largely dormant. Furthermore, even if they were to awaken, what would it matter? To speak plainly, a martial artist of Zhao Shuang's caliber, if endowed with boundless energy, could single-handedly annihilate the entire county's populace. And Zhao Shuanghe was merely a lowly magistrate. The chasm between the powerful and the oppressed was insurmountably vast. Not to mention the supremacy of imperial authority overall. Hero Shen, your immense kindness and virtue are etched in our hearts, such grace. Even if we were to prostrate ourselves before you, it would be insufficient. This is the only way we can express our gratitude. The elderly gentleman continued to speak. Yet he remained in a kneeling posture, unwilling to rise, with the other townsfolk following his lead. "Very well, if you choose not to depart, then I shall take my leave." Upon witnessing the situation, Shen Zhou, weary of unnecessary discourse, turned away and directed his thoughts towards the merit record residing in his mind. The elevation of his reputation granted him the opportunity to enhance his martial arts talents, of which he currently possessed two. Virtue overcomes all and fourth calamity. The former merely augmented his physical constitution, leaving open the possibility of acquiring additional abilities upon further advancement. The latter, however, had the potential to transform Shen Zhou into a player within the game. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to upgrade the fourth calamity. This martial talent was both intriguing and potent, aligning perfectly with his preferences. Upgrade, activate. With a single thought, new text materialized upon the merit record. Fourth calamity upgraded to level 2. You have awakened a new extraordinary ability. New ability, Eye of Calamity, Eye of Calamity. You can discern the basic information of any living being while perceiving their attitude towards you. New ability, Weaken and Blink. Weaken reduces the target's movement speed by 50% and diminishes their combat strength by 30% for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Blink, instantly move a short distance in any direction. Cooldown, 5 minutes. In the next moment, Shen Zhou sensed a shift in his visual perception. He observed that above each individual in his line of sight, a line of green text floated. Citizen of Evergreen City, Lu Fuxing, Citizen of Evergreen City, Wang Monsong, Citizen of Evergreen City, Yang Qiamei. This was the capability of the Eye of Calamity, enabling him to directly perceive the identities of others while assessing their attitudes towards him based on the color of their names. Pink denoted trust, green indicated friendliness. Blue signified neutrality, orange represented hostility, and red conveyed murderous intent. This sensation was reminiscent of the NPC names in a game. Shen Zhou then glanced towards Lin Yujing beside him, master of the quiet martial hall. Lin Yujing, pink. It was undeniable that this name, imbued with a hue of pink, felt rather peculiar. It gave the impression of engaging in a romantic game. Lin Yujing furrowed her brow slightly, as she seemed to detect a hint of disdain in Shen Zhou's gaze upon her. Never mind the color, she thought. This was indeed a valuable asset. With these eyes, discerning the nature of individuals became considerably easier, showcasing remarkable functionality. Shen Zhou pondered silently. Then he considered the other two abilities, Weakness and Blink. Aren't these remarkably akin to the classic summoner skills? Not only do they share identical names, but their effects are also quite similar. Weakness significantly diminishes the opponent's power and speed, rendering them nearly incapacitated for 3 seconds, while Blink allows for instantaneous movement without any trace, delivering an equally potent impact. When faced with a formidable adversary, executing a combination of Blink followed by Weakness and a barrage of attacks would likely prove effective. Indeed, this upgrade has yielded considerable rewards. On Shen Zhou's typically tranquil face, a flicker of surprise could not help but emerge. Having ascended to the fourth calamity and possessing a substantial amount of benevolence points, Shen Zhou felt as though he were immensely wealthy. In his euphoric state, however, he suddenly noticed a line of text materializing on a distant rooftop. Disciple of the Guanghan Palace, Chongwu Marquis, Yin Shiwu. HM? Is there someone there? In Shen Zhou's line of sight, the rooftop appeared utterly desolate, devoid of any figure, yet that line of text stood out conspicuously. It seemed that someone was concealed atop the roof, possessing formidable stealth abilities, were it not for the power of the Eye of Calamity. Shen Zhou would have been utterly oblivious to their presence. Moreover, judging by the name, could it be someone from above? Shen Zhou understood that Chaqing County was a subordinate county of Guanghan Prefecture, with Guanghan Palace serving as the local government. The highest authority here was none other than the esteemed Marquis Chongwu. He glanced at the name Yinshi, marked in orange, denoting hostility. Ah, how swiftly they have arrived, Shen Zhou sighed. What has arrived so quickly? Lin Yujing, standing nearby, inquired upon hearing his words. The court officials, Shen Zhou replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Yujing's heart filled with trepidation, though she maintained an outward composure. Where are they? Playing hide and seek on the rooftops with us, Shen Zhou answered. What shall we do now? We shall observe the unfolding events and discern what tricks they intend to employ. Observe? Shouldn't we flee? Lin Yujing expressed her surprise. Are you truly contemplating a direct confrontation? I would, but one must possess the requisite strength. Shen Zhou shook his head, fully aware of his own limitations. With merely the merit record, he was far from being a match for a dynasty, at least not at this moment. However, within his line of sight, there was only the singular anomaly of Yinshi, suggesting that only one individual had come. Now Shen Zhou, having regained his vitality and with dual skills at his disposal, assessed his condition after several fierce battles, having lost roughly 1/6 of his strength, yet still standing firm. Given this, there was little to fear in a one-on-one encounter. One might ponder whether Guanghan Palace was exhibiting confidence or arrogance by dispatching only a single representative. Yet, this suited his intentions perfectly. Ah, how unexpected. Upon arriving here, he was greeted with such a grand spectacle. Shi lounged leisurely on a beam, surveying the street below. He had received orders from Marquis Chengwu to investigate a heinous massacre in Chaqing County. The perpetrator's transformation from an ordinary individual to a second-tier warrior within a single night was most peculiar. It was said that this young man could withstand a fatal arrow to the head, exhibiting a vitality surpassing even that of many demons. Such circumstances piqued the interest of the lord of the prefecture, prompting him to send Shi for further inquiry. Little did he know that upon his arrival in Chaqing County, he would witness even more extraordinary events. The townsfolk were bowing down before the notorious murderer, appearing to do so of their own volition, rather than under duress. This was a stark contrast to the reports submitted to the Chaqing County government given the gravity of the crimes committed. One would expect the criminal to instill fear in the hearts of the people. How could he be so beloved? Observing the youth who was revered like a star, Shi's curiosity intensified. Let us see how this unfolds. He leapt lightly from the rooftop, approaching Shen Zhou. The surrounding populace, bustling with activity, remained oblivious to his presence. Shi practiced a martial art known as shadow killing technique, a discipline that manipulated light and shadow, allowing him to blend seamlessly with his surroundings. Only those trained in detection arts or of a higher realm could possibly perceive him. In no time, Shi approached within 30 meters of Shen Zhou, enabling him to observe the young man's every move. The youth possessed striking features, appearing quite youthful, difficult to associate with a murderer. To test this lad's mettle, Shi decided to issue a small intimidation. He would ascertain whether he was merely a coward, preying on the weak. For such a confrontation would lack excitement with this thought, Shi proclaimed, Shen Zhou, you have brutally slain the entire Han family. Your crimes are egregious. I represent Guanghan Palace and have come to apprehend you. Surrender now. His voice resonated powerfully, seeming to emanate from all directions, akin to thunder, commanding respect. The gathered citizens were taken aback, their heads snapping up in alarm as they glanced around in fear. Lin Yujing's heart raced as she recognized that the court official Shen Zhou had mentioned had indeed arrived. But where? Her gaze darted about, desperately searching for any sign of the adversaries. Shen Zhou was similarly affected, his brows furrowed rapidly, and his face, taut with anxiety, scanned the surroundings before swiftly shifting to a look of bewilderment. Heh, you shall not find me. I am everywhere. Shi was quite pleased with Shen Zhou's expression, his voice imbued with a peculiar sense of amusement, reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse. In the absence of a visible presence, this certainly instilled a profound sense of pressure. At the very least, Lin Yujing felt a twinge of tension. Instinctively drawing closer to Shen Zhou, her palms beginning to twist into a vortex of darkness. A flicker of terror surfaced on Shen Zhou's face. Is he truly frightened? Lacking even a shred of courage, he appears to be yet another of those who, with a modicum of martial talent, unleash a slaughter upon the ordinary. Shi couldn't help but spit in disdain. He had dealt with countless such scoundrels. Before his thoughts could fully materialize, Shen Zhou spoke, My lord, please do not frighten me. I am a timid person by nature, and if you continue in this manner, I might be unable to restrain myself from striking you. Striking me? Shi scoffed. What audacity. You, in your cowardice, dare to speak of violence? Very well, come. I wish to see how you, but before he could finish, a spine-chilling sensation surged within him. He noticed that Shen Zhou had, in an instant, concealed his fear and replaced it with a smile directed at him. This caused Shi's heart to skip a beat. In that fleeting moment, Shen Zhou vanished from sight, only to reappear directly before him as if conjured by some dark magic. When did this happen? Shi's pupils constricted. He hadn't even glimpsed the trajectory of Shen Zhou's movement, let alone reacted in time. Without uttering a word, Shen Zhou's right hand pressed against Shi's chest. Golden arcs of electricity erupted from his palm, enveloping Shi entirely before detonating with a thunderous roar. Boom. The once imposing attire of the flying fish suit that Shi wore was instantaneously reduced to tatters, and his entire being was left charred black. In that moment, he felt as though swarms of ants were gnawing at every inch of his skin, his body completely losing control, convulsing uncontrollably. Amidst his spasms, he gazed in terror at the figure before him. Shen Zhou withdrew his hand, adjusting his cuffs while looking down upon him with an air of indifference. What are you pretending for in my presence? The youth's voice was frostily detached, laced with mockery. Is everyone in Guanghan Palace as worthless as you? Chapter 42. The change of countenance occurs so swiftly? Panting on the ground, Shi endeavored to maximize the output of his shadow kill technique, summoning every ounce of his true essence to resist the paralysis coursing through him. The instant he regained control over his body, he executed a series of rapid rolls on the ground, swiftly distancing himself from Shen Zhou. Though the act was somewhat ludicrous, he could afford no more concern. Enduring a sensation akin to being burned by fire and sliced by knives, Yin Shi sprang to his feet, gasping for air, his fear evident upon his face. This boy had seen through his stealth. It was one thing to uncover his invisibility, but to act as though he were genuinely terrified, with expressions so vivid, was utterly confounding. Yin Shi had been wholly duped by the other's performance, just as he was in the midst of his own showmanship. He was ambushed and left in a state of near ruin. Though he could still move, the prospect of combat was utterly out of reach. Was he, this brat, supposed to be of the second realm? Judging by the terrifying aura that emanated from him, it was clear he had already attained the third realm. The dogged county magistrate of Chaqing had provided him with erroneous information. Wait, how could this boy achieve the third realm at such a young age? And what was that strange method of movement? It was so swift that he could not even perceive it. An avalanche of questions flooded Yin Shi's mind, causing his thoughts to short-circuit, and he found the youth before him increasingly inscrutable. Oh? Noticing that Yin Shi had quickly regained his mobility, Shen Zhou raised an eyebrow, displaying a hint of surprise. I take back my previous words. It seems there is some merit to those from Guanghan Palace. Although Shen Zhou's strike had not been delivered with full force, it was intended to incapacitate Yin Shi's ability to move. And he was astonished that the latter could recover so swiftly. However, your rolling technique is quite exemplary, resembling that of a dung beetle, Shen Zhou added, his tone ever so gentle. Beside them, Lin Yujing, taken aback by Shen Zhou's sudden strike, nearly burst into laughter at this unexpected commentary. Strangely enough, it was an apt description. Infuriated by being likened to a dung beetle, Yin Shi trembled with rage, his fist clenched tightly, his eyes cold as he glared at Shen Zhou. You little brat, do you have any idea of the consequences of assaulting a member of Guanghan Palace? Do you not realize, Shen Zhou countered, that in your current state, you resemble a child who, unable to win, resorts to calling upon an adult? With a smile, Shen Zhou retorted, isn't this precisely what you requested? Moreover, given my already grave transgressions, what further punishment do you wish to impose upon me? Yin 15 found himself momentarily speechless. Every word Shen Zhou uttered was imbued with such irrefutable logic that he could not muster a counterargument. He sensed the predicament he was in. The reputation of the Guanghan Palace held no sway over this individual, and in a confrontation, he seemed to be at a distinct disadvantage against someone who could kill without a flicker of hesitation. It was imperative that he did not provoke Shen Zhou further. He had not journeyed all this way merely to offer himself up as a sacrifice. As his thoughts raced, Yin 15 made a decisive choice. He stepped forward with determination and bowed respectfully to Shen Zhou, saying, I apologize, Hero Shen. I admit I became overly arrogant just now. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Shen Zhou, is it possible to change one's demeanor so swiftly? One moment I am merely a scoundrel, and the next, I am hailed as a hero? We have scarcely been acquainted for half a minute, and already the flexibility of your character is astonishing. At that moment, the surrounding townsfolk began to realize that this stranger, suddenly singled out by Shen Zhou, possessed considerable significance. He was dispatched by the court to apprehend Shen Zhou. Upon this realization, the populace responded. This official, Shen the Hero, has rid us of calamity, vanquishing the scourges of our Chaqing County. We beseech you to show mercy and spare him. An elderly gentleman was the first to voice this plea, subsequently bowing in reverence to Yin Shiwu. Indeed, my lord, Shen the Hero is a good man. His actions are all for the benefit of the citizens of Chaqing County. We implore you to refrain from harming Shen the Hero and grant him a chance at life. Yes, spare Shen the Hero. Under the leadership of the elder, the rest of the townsfolk joined in, fervently advocating for Shen Zhou's cause. In an instant, the marketplace erupted with fervent voices as the people knelt before Yin Shiwu. Even though Shen Zhou considered himself to have scant ties with the denizens of this world and deemed himself sufficiently unyielding, witnessing the townsfolk kneeling in supplication stirred a complex array of emotions within him. Indeed, regardless of the world, the majority of ordinary folk remain quite straightforward. They will align themselves with those who exhibit kindness towards them. Those in power often rise upon the foundation of public support, only to gradually betray the very people who elevated them. Even a martial artist from Guanghan Palace like Yin Shiwu had never before experienced such a spectacle. With thousands of citizens prostrating before him, faced with this overwhelming scene, he felt somewhat at a loss, yet primarily he was engulfed by a sense of grievance. Yin Shiwu could not help but exclaim, Please, everyone, look closely. He is the one attacking me. I have not retaliated at all. What kind of favor are you seeking? This is not about him granting Shen Zhou a reprieve. It is about Shen Zhou securing a path for himself. Realizing that neither strength nor public sentiment favored him, Shen Zhou ceased his pretense, promptly revealing his true purpose for being there. Let me clarify, Shen the hero, I am not here to capture you. I come to extend an invitation. An invitation? Indeed, Lord Chengwu has long sought talented individuals. He established Guanghan Palace to gather prodigies from various regions and nurture young martial artists from an early age. The purpose of Lord Chengwu sending me here is twofold: to investigate a case and to evaluate you. If you belong among the ranks of the gifted, I would like to invite you to join Guanghan Palace. At merely 14 or 15 years of age, Shen Zhou had already attained the status of a martial artist at the third realm. If this is not genius, then what is? Thus, the current endeavor was undoubtedly a matter of seeking allegiance. Could a ruthless killer like me truly be courted? Shen Zhou retorted with a half-smile, suggesting that his words carried a deeper meaning. 15 swallowed hard and continued, indeed, those who were utterly depraved, such as the esteemed Lord Chengwu, would be more inclined to eliminate rather than recruit them. However, given your popularity among the people, it stands to reason that you are not an evildoer. 15's words were delivered with utmost sincerity, and as Shen Zhou observed the color of his name above his head shift from orange to blue, he realized that their relationship had transitioned from adversarial to neutral. It seemed that this fellow was speaking the truth. I understand, Shen Zhou replied. Upon hearing this, 15 exhaled in relief, sensing the reduction of hostility from Shen Zhou, and felt grateful for the temporary preservation of his life. He then extended a formal invitation. So, Hero Shen, would you be willing to join our Guanghan Palace? Of course, Shen Zhou nodded. He had no reason to refuse. The martial resources in this world were predominantly concentrated within the court, with only a scant portion allocated to various sects, leaving an infinitesimal fraction available for the populace. The higher the tier of martial arts, the more tightly they were controlled and kept secret by officialdom. It was akin to the cutting-edge technologies of his previous world, regarded as state secrets by nations. To learn, one had to strive to ascend, becoming part of their collective interests before they would consider sharing their knowledge. The merit record could not directly provide Shen Zhou with martial arts. His recent acquisition of the Xiang electric technique from Lin Yujing was a stroke of luck that might not recur. Furthermore, even if he found himself dissatisfied within Guanghan Palace in the future, he could simply walk away, unconcerned with the laws of the Flame Nation or the rules of the Guanghan Palace. Excellent, 15 exclaimed, raising his thumb in approval upon hearing Shen Zhou's prompt agreement. I have faith that with your talent, Hero Shen, and a bit of effort, you will undoubtedly become the direct disciple of Lord Chengwu. May your words prove auspicious. Shen Zhou responded with a smile. He held no interest in becoming a direct disciple, yet, having agreed, he felt it prudent to maintain a facade of politeness, as one should not strike a smiling face. He then turned to address the throng of citizens of Chaqing City. This time, he stood tall, inhaled deeply, and earnestly bowed to the gathered crowd. I, Shen Zhou, wish to express my gratitude to all the elders and fellow countrymen for your pleas on my behalf. Please, rise. To remain kneeling here weighs heavily on my conscience. The common folk, having treated him with sincerity, were met with the same genuine respect from him. Indeed, everyone, please rise. 15 echoed, adding, I can assure you that your hero Shen shall not come to harm. He was well aware of Lord Chengwu's temperament as a rare genius. He harbored a deep disdain for evil, making him a suitable ally for Lord Chengwu. Upon hearing their assurances, the citizens began to help each other up from the ground, smiles of varying degrees adorning their faces. In this martial world, they possessed no means of resistance against injustice. Their only recourse was to kneel and plead, praying for the mercy of corrupt officials or for the emergence of more individuals like Shen Zhou. How tragically lamentable. However, Hero Shen, I must delve into the details of the recent incident in Chaqing County. 15 shifted the conversation, addressing Shen Zhou. This will enable me to provide a comprehensive report to Lord Chengwu. I believe it prudent to seek out your local magistrate. There's no need to search for him. Shen Zhou shook his head. 15 was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? The magistrate is no longer with us, Shen Zhou clarified. No longer with us? 15 quickly deduced the cause of the magistrate's absence, exclaiming in astonishment, You didn't kill him, did you? Yes. Gosh. He was only absent for a day and a half, and yet you've already accomplished something so significant. What of the body? 15 pressed on. The body is also gone. Gone? How could a body simply vanish? 15 queried, now thoroughly perplexed. Did you turn him to ashes? This is not a matter concerning Hero Shen. Shen Zhou had yet to utter a word when the elderly gentleman, who had just risen, interjected. It is our fault, for that treacherous magistrate has already been divided among us. 15's expression froze. and it took a considerable while for him to comprehend the implications of the elder's words. They had actually consumed him. What profound enmity this was. And not just one individual, but the entire populace of a county. At that moment, he finally understood why the townsfolk bowed and revered Shen Zhou, hailing him as a hero. To rid the people of such a menace, especially one who held a position of authority, was indeed a feat worthy of the title of hero. Yin 15's gaze toward Shen Zhou transformed significantly. At that juncture, Shang Wenshu came rushing from a distance, stumbling along the way. Hero Shen. He first greeted Shen Zhou before turning to Yin 15, stating, I am the county magistrate of Chaqing. Should you have any inquiries, I am at your service, though I wonder what your esteemed position is. Seeing the appearance of an official, Yin 15, who had been exhibiting great humility before Shen Zhou, momentarily regained a semblance of his former defiance. He reached for his waist, seemingly to retrieve something, only to realize he was met with emptiness. Where is my waist badge? He exclaimed. Shen Zhou, ever considerate, pointed it out to him, and upon turning, Yin 15 discovered his badge lying on the ground not far off. Only then did he become acutely aware of his disheveled state. His body was charred black, and his clothing resembled tattered rags, with only a few remnants clinging to him. In his fervor to survive, he had focused solely on dealing with Shen Zhou, neglecting his own disarray. Now, with Shen Zhou's reminder, embarrassment washed over him. He was, in essence, displaying himself before the crowd in a most undignified manner. Instinctively, Yin 15 covered his rear and glanced at the onlookers, who indeed wore expressions of suppressed amusement. At present, with your face blackened, others cannot discern your features. Revealing yourself is of little consequence. Shen Zhou offered a comforting remark. This is not something to be ashamed of. Yin 15 rolled his eyes. You have quite the talent for consolation. Should I thank you? He recalled that his current predicament seemed to be a result of Shen Zhou's actions. How could this fellow so shamelessly deliver such cold comfort? Shang Wenshu, recognizing the situation, hurriedly approached and bent down to retrieve a waist token. It turned out to belong to the esteemed guards of the Chengwu Palace. Upon glancing at the inscription on the token, Shang Wenshu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The Chengwu Guard was the personal retinue of the Duke of Chengwu, a force of considerable stature within the entirety of Guanghan Prefecture, subordinate only to the Duke himself. Even a county magistrate would be remiss to offend them. With utmost respect, Shang Wenshu presented the waist token to Yin 15, who acknowledged it with a brief sound of assent and took it from him. May I inquire how to address you, esteemed sir? Shang Wenshu ventured. That, for the time being, shall remain a secret, Yin 15 replied, waving his hand dismissively. Secret? How enigmatic. Shang Wenshu pondered, just as Yin 15 continued. By the way, after a long day's journey, I find myself somewhat fatigued. Kindly arrange a room for me. I wish to bathe and change. What fatigue? Wasn't it merely that he had been beaten to a pulp and wanted to tidy himself up? Shang Wenshu mentally scoffed, yet outwardly responded, of course, naturally. Please prepare one for me as well, Shen Zhou interjected. I am indeed weary and wish to indulge in a soothing bath. What do you mean you're truly weary? Are you not just pointing out my shortcomings? Yin 15 pressed his lips together, feeling somewhat displeased. So, you're exhausted from killing, is that it? Shang Wenshu also mentally scoffed, while still maintaining a warm demeanor. Very well, I shall prepare accommodations for both esteemed gentlemen immediately. A short while later, in a guest room of an inn, Shen Zhou and Yin 15 sat across from each other, each lounging in their respective wooden tubs. Initially, they were to bathe separately, but Yin 15 insisted on moving to Shen Zhou's room, claiming that as colleagues, they should foster their camaraderie. Ah, quite a fine physique you possess, sturdy indeed. Yin 15 remarked with a peculiar smile as he sized up Shen Zhou. Having already washed his face clean, Yin 15 appeared to be in his mid-20s, sporting a youthful visage that could be described as passably handsome. Shen Zhou replied with an air of indifference. If he were to witness the name atop Yin 15's head turning pink, he swore he would immediately dispatch the other party. What nonsense about Nantong? Yin 15 expressed his confusion, and Shen Zhou, disinterested in providing an explanation, remained silent. However, at that moment, Yin 15 stumbled upon a glaring inconsistency. Wait a moment. Why do you have rose petals in your bathtub while mine lacks them? Yin 15 exclaimed in dissatisfaction. In Shen Zhou's bathtub, a thick layer of flower petals is spread, and all that surrounds him is water, nothing but water. Remained silent, merely casting a glance at Yin Shiwu, prompting him to comprehend the unspoken message. Yin Shiwu quickly grasped the implication, indeed, was regarded as a hero by the people of Chaqing County, and receiving special treatment was quite justifiable. Although it was merely a few extra flower petals, he could not suppress the envy that welled up within him. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yin Shiwu. affiliated with the Guanghan Palace's Chengwu Guard. In Shiwu reigned in his thoughts and continued, "Moreover, I am also a disciple of the Duke of Chengwu." A hint of pride surfaced on In Shiwu's face, for among the hundreds of thousands in Guanghan Prefecture, those who could claim to be disciples of the Duke were indeed few and far between. "I truly feel a sense of pity for your master," interjected. The pride on In Shiwu's face vanished instantly. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Hero Shen, could you enlighten me on how you underwent such a remarkable transformation?" Pretending not to hear, In Shiwu posed a question. According to the intelligence received from the county office, it is said that Hero Shen once appeared to be rather, less than intelligent. He chose his words with great care before continuing, "Moreover, you are an ordinary person. How did you?" "I awakened my martial arts talent." Shen Zhou anticipated the question and promptly elucidated, "Moreover, my martial arts talent is quite exceptional. Everything I have achieved is derived from it." Shen Zhou had previously conversed with Lin Yujing, discussing that some individuals possess innate martial arts talent, while others experience a sudden awakening of such abilities. The varieties of martial arts talent are indeed myriad, encompassing all conceivable forms, some of which defy classification altogether. Although this world refers to it as martial arts talent, Shen Zhou perceives it more akin to extraordinary abilities, capable of explaining all phenomena. The peculiarity of this martial arts talent led In 15 to harbor no doubts regarding Shen Zhou's assertions. He could only exclaim in astonishment, "I surmise that is indeed the case, yet the potency of your awakened martial arts talent is astonishingly formidable." He found it utterly incomprehensible what kind of martial arts talent could enable Shen Zhou to evolve from an ordinary individual to a third-tier martial artist in merely 2 days. Such a feat is undeniably excessive. Why was he not endowed with such remarkable martial arts talent? By the way, young Master Shen, might you recount the details of your transgressions, or rather, your righteous extermination of evil? In 15 inquired further. Shen Zhou discovered that this young man was quite adept at socializing. He utilized the time they spent together in the bath to interrogate him, a tactic that would not come off as impolite. However, Shen Zhou had little to fear. He promptly recounted the events that had transpired, firmly believing that he had only eliminated those who deserved it, thus he had nothing to feel guilty about. To his astonishment, it turned out that this treacherous county magistrate was actually colluding with the demon race. Upon hearing this, In 15 narrowed his eyes, an aura of danger emanating from him. "He is truly courting death. You have acted rightly, Shen Hero. The demon race feasts on humanity, harboring an irreconcilable enmity against them. Anyone who colludes with demons is tantamount to betraying humanity, a consensus not only held by the Yin Kingdom but recognized worldwide." In 15 committed Shen Zhou's account to memory. Knowing he could not rely solely on Shen Zhou's perspective, he would need to inquire with others as well. After their bath, both men donned fresh garments, and In 15 promptly set off to seek Zhao Shanwen for further inquiries. However, before doing so, he adorned himself with a mask, as he suddenly realized that Shen Zhou's previous words contained a modicum of truth. As long as he concealed his face upon departure, his identity would remain hidden, and the people of Chaqing City would remain oblivious to the humiliation belonging to him. In 15. Truly, I am clever. After In 15's departure, Lin Yujing visited once more Shen Zhou. She appeared hesitant, as if struggling to articulate her thoughts. "Speak," Shen Zhou urged succinctly. "It's like this. Shen Zhou, could you possibly speak on my behalf to that individual from the Chengwu Guard? I wish to gain entry to the Guanghan Palace." Lin Yujing finally revealed her intent. Having avenged a great grievance, she found herself at a crossroads in life and, upon seeing Shen Zhou receive an invitation to the Guanghan Palace, yearned to try her luck as well. However, she was uncertain if her talents were sufficient. Hence she sought Shen Zhou's assistance. "Of course, it's no trouble at all," Shen Zhou readily agreed. Lin Yujing bestowed upon him her ancestral techniques and aided him in vanquishing numerous foes, thus they had become comrades in arms. Given this camaraderie, he was naturally inclined to fulfill her request. Hearing this, Lin Yujing smiled and sincerely expressed her gratitude to Shen Zhou. Shen Zhou, though formidable in his dealings with foes, is truly a source of joy when regarded as a friend. His company is delightful, often eliciting laughter, without the slightest hint of arrogance typical of a master. Before long, In 15 returned, his countenance beneath the mask equally imbued with a sense of ease and pleasure. He first engaged in conversation with Shang Wushu, and then visited several townsfolk, confirming the veracity of Shen Zhou's claims. The Han family and the Black Tiger Gang exert their tyrannical rule over Chaqing County. While Zhao Shuanghe's collusion with the Demon Clan is nothing short of nefarious, all are indeed deserving of their fate. There is a plethora of eyewitness accounts, and as for physical evidence, it has been consumed. In any case, there are no lingering doubts. It is time to conclude the matter and return home. If Lord Chong Wuho were to learn that I have brought back such an extraordinary individual, he would likely leap for joy, haha, with a contented heart. In 15 quickly sought out Shen Zhou to inform him that they could now set forth towards Guanghan Palace. Shen Zhou proceeded to relay the matters concerning Lin Yujing to him. Upon listening, Yin Shiwu, amidst Lin Yujing's anxious anticipation, waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "Absolutely no problem." He further divulged a piece of information. Do not be under the impression that Guanghan Palace is an exceptionally prestigious establishment. I assure you, with sufficient funds, entry is guaranteed. The revelation caught both Shen Zhou and his companion by surprise. Indeed, Guanghan Palace has always been on the lookout for talents, Yin Shiwu elaborated, accepting voluntary applications, albeit contingent upon assessments. For those who wish to bypass the evaluations, a little networking accompanied by a monetary contribution will suffice. And the cost is not insignificant. Take, for instance, the son of your county magistrate. He is already paid, yet has not yet made his appearance, having been eliminated by you, Xiong. Thus, with his demise, I shall simply substitute his name with that of this young lady, Lin. Chapter 45. The unveiling. Guanghan City lies quite a distance from Chongqing County. And this journey taken by Yin Shiwu from the city consumed over a day. His stamina surpassed that of a horse. However, the return journey would not necessitate such haste. The three of them comfortably settled into the carriage, proceeding at a leisurely pace. Initially, Lin Yujing intended to utilize her bird demon for the journey, given its swiftness. But Yin Shiwu declined. Within the confines of the city, summoning a bird demon posed considerable risks, as it could easily be mistaken for an enemy and brought down from the ground. Yin Shiwu preferred to avoid unnecessary troubles, opting for a safe return instead. Silence enveloped them as they traveled, and after approximately 5 days, Guanghan City finally emerged before them. It stood as a colossal fortress, imposing and magnificent, dwarfing Chongqing County by more than tenfold in scale, resembling a monstrous beast of a city wall, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. The road leading to the city gate was exceptionally broad, akin to the gaping maw of a giant beast, continuously devouring carriages and crowds alike. Even Shen Zhou, a modern individual in his previous life, found himself awestruck by the city's grandeur. Their carriage soon entered the city, bustling with life, the streets vibrant and prosperous. Even the buildings lining the sides were no less than 3 to 4 stories tall. Shen Zhou observed that the majority of the populace within the city were martial artists. Albeit most remained at the first realm, yet their physiques were markedly superior to those of Chongqing County's residents. Living in such a place certainly seemed appealing. Shen Zhou couldn't help but exclaim. Upon entering the city center after a considerable half-hour in the carriage, they finally halted before a resplendent mansion. This was Guanghan Palace, the most powerful establishment in all of Guanghan Prefecture. Yin Shiwu's tone adopted a hint of pride as he proclaimed this. Shen Zhou surveyed his surroundings. The entire Guanghan Palace exuded a grand and majestic aura, with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, enveloping one in a sense of solemnity and dignity. In a moment, I shall escort the two of you to the Tianjia camp, which serves as a concentrated training ground for warriors within the palace, and also functions as the reserve for the Chongwu Guard, Yin Shi continued. Tianjia camp? That name is rather impressive, Shen Zhou remarked. Indeed, a name must resonate. Only then will others be inclined to join. Just the prestige of the title alone holds significant value. Yin Shi chuckled. Many strive tirelessly to gain entrance to the Tianjiao camp. Even merely lingering there enhances one's reputation, making it far easier to secure a livelihood. The Tianjiao camp is truly a place that warriors in Guanghan Prefecture ardently aspire to, Lin Yujing added. Shen Zhou nodded, comprehending that this object was akin to a diploma. Even if one had only attended Peking University, it still carried an impressive weight. By the way, Xiong, I have another request, Yin 15 continued. What is it? Shen Zhou inquired. Well, once we enter, could you refrain from mentioning the incident where you bested me? Yin 15 rubbed his hands together, adopting a tone of negotiation. You see, I uphold a certain image before others, and if this matter were to leak, it would severely tarnish my reputation. Although Yin 15 believed that had Shen Zhou not employed a sneak attack, he would not have been defeated, the fact remained that he had indeed been bested. Lin Yujing stifled a smile, while Shen Zhou readily agreed. Of course, no problem. He resolved to cultivate a good rapport with Yin 15. Having an additional friend could only be advantageous. Thank you, then let us proceed. With that, Yin 15 emerged from the carriage, and the guards at the entrance immediately granted them passage. The trio ventured deep into the Guanghan Palace. It was only when they reached the innermost sanctum that Yin 15's voice resonated. Gentlemen, this is the Tianjia camp. Both Shen Zhou and his companion peered out with eager anticipation, only to find themselves momentarily stunned. For the so-called Tianjia camp revealed itself to be an expansive and magnificent platform. The ground was laid with resilient obsidian, each slab meticulously polished to perfection, fitting together seamlessly, resembling an immense expanse of dark, crystalline ice. Surrounding this platform were dilapidated thatched cottages, drafty and worn, while further in stood quaint wooden houses, each adorned with their own courtyards. At the heart of the platform stood a 3-story pavilion. Is this truly the Tianjia camp? It seems utterly incongruous with its name. Shen Zhou remarked that the floor tiles here were relatively of a higher quality, yet the surrounding environment was even inferior to his home in Chaqing County. He chuckled, suggesting that it is through hardship that one's will is forged. Shen Wu responded with a smile, expressing his skepticism that the individuals responsible for constructing this place were merely motivated by greed. Shen Zhou remarked, given the nature of the Tianjia camp, where one can gain entry merely through monetary means, the possibility indeed exists. We must be more accommodating. I too have traversed this path. Furthermore, with your capabilities, you will merely be passing through here, and it is likely that you will soon enter the Chengwu Guard. 15 responded, and the 3 of them dismounted from the carriage. As they approached the entrance, they were met by 2 individuals, a middle-aged man and a youth clad in green. Master Yin, it seems you have brought back 2 more prodigies this time. Upon seeing Yin 15, the middle-aged man greeted him with great enthusiasm. It is Master Zhang then. Yin 15 replied with a smile, nodding at the middle-aged man. The fact that Yin 15 could also be addressed as master was quite surprising. Shen Zhou cast a curious glance at Yin Shi, who, in turn, resolutely averted his gaze. Shen Zhou turned once more to regard the middle-aged man, the steward of Guanghan Palace, Zhang Ming. The youth in green, Bai Feng, was the scion of the Bai family in Yulin City and the master of their martial arts dojo. This young man, known as Bai Feng, was a prodigy I discovered in Yulin City. At merely 15 years of age, he had already attained the 6th level of the 2nd realm. Zhang Ming immediately began to extol Bai Feng, his tone infused with a touch of pride. Bai Feng, embodying the poise typical of a talented youth, cast a casual glance around at Shen Zhou and the others. Upon encountering the striking Lin Yujing, he could not suppress a fleeting expression of awe. Consequently, he adopted an even loftier demeanor, tilting his chin upward, his countenance serene, as if unfazed by the weight of the heavens. This young man was evidently smitten. Eager to impress in front of a beautiful woman, Shen Zhou discerned his intentions with clarity. Upon hearing Zhong Ming's words, Shen Lu felt a surge of delight. Realizing that his moment to shine had arrived, he maintained an air of nonchalance and remarked, To reach such cultivation at 15 years of age is commendable. Commendable? Zhang Ming retorted, a hint of disbelief creeping into his voice. I wonder how the 2 prodigies you brought back compare. Shen Lu's spirits lifted instantly, and he declared, this young man to my left, Shen Xiong, is also 15, yet he has reached the 3rd realm. At this proclamation, Zhang Ming was taken aback, and the aloof Bai Feng nearly faltered in his composure. Master Yin, you cannot be jesting. Zhang Ming immediately countered. Jesting? I assure you, I have no time for frivolity. Shen Lu scoffed, casting a significant glance at Shen Zhou, laden with unspoken implications. Very well. Shen Zhou let out a sigh, his breath finally revealing itself without pretense. The 3rd realm. Chapter 46. You dare to challenge. Upon sensing the aura emanating from Shen Zhou, both Zhang Ming and Bai Feng's expressions transformed drastically. It was indeed the 3rd realm. What a jest. Achieving this at the tender age of 15, how could this be possible? Both felt incredulous, while Bai Feng's countenance twisted in discomfort, akin to having ingested 2 pounds of fly excrement. Realizing that his earlier display had rendered him nothing more than a jester. Observing their reactions, Shi felt a surge of satisfaction within. With a nonchalant demeanor, he advised. Very well, Hero Shen and Miss Lin, you may proceed. Remember to report to the central pavilion first and perform admirably. I have high hopes for you. After delivering his words, Shi elegantly waved his sleeve and turned away with a graceful flourish, exuding an air of a distinguished figure. This incident truly allowed the young man to bask in his own grandeur. Shen Zhou chuckled softly and entered the Tianjia camp alongside Lin Yujing. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and follow, Zhang Ming urged, giving Bai Feng a gentle push. Establishing a good rapport with that hero Shen will be beneficial for you. Bai Feng nodded in agreement and hastily followed suit. Hero Shen, my name is Bai Feng. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Bai Feng, shedding his earlier reserve, boldly greeted Shen Zhou. I am Shen Zhou, came the reply. Isn't it Shen Hero? Bai Feng inquired, his surprise evident. He had been puzzled as to why someone would so arrogantly adopt the title of hero as a name. That is merely his nickname. Lin Yujing interjected with a smile. A nickname of hero? Isn't that even more impressive than having hero as a name? As the trio entered the Tianjiao camp, they observed a considerable number of youths, most of whom appeared to be in their teens, making Lin Yujing seem quite mature in comparison. These young individuals were also sizing up Shen Zhou and his companions. 3 newcomers have arrived, one of whom is a beauty. Did they pay to enter? Or do they possess genuine strength? I suspect they are here for their strength. I saw Master Yin and Master Zheng at the entrance just now. Upon hearing this, the expressions of most youths grew serious. There were 3 pathways to enter the Tianjiao camp: paying a fee, passing an assessment, or being recommended. Typically, those who entered through the latter method were the most formidable, ignoring the scrutinizing gazes surrounding them. Shen Zhou and his companions made their way to the 3-story building at the heart of the camp. Upon entering, they spotted a young man clad in dark silver flying fish attire, seated in meditation upon a mat. The young man emitted a series of peculiar buzzing sounds, reminiscent of an engine's hum, indicating he was in the midst of training. Shen Zhou turned his gaze toward the young man's head. Noting his status as a disciple of the Lord Chongwu, Shimo, are there new arrivals? The youth slowly opened his eyes and looked at Shen Zhou and his companions, appearing somewhat displeased at being interrupted during his practice. I am Shimo, the head of the Tianjiao camp. I shall now inform you of the regulations here. Shimo proceeded to elaborate extensively, revealing that the Tianjiao camp is akin to an educational institution. Here, one can learn martial arts, and each month, silver and precious medicinal herbs would be distributed. In the marketplace, each of these items holds significant value and is difficult to obtain. A crucial point to note is that the stronger one is, the better the treatment received. The top 15 individuals in the Tianjia camp enjoy more comfortable wooden houses, receiving 10,000 taels of silver each month, along with superior martial arts and herbs. In contrast, others are relegated to dilapidated straw huts, with their monthly silver reduced to several hundred taels. The disparity in treatment is stark. Those straw huts are actually meant for living? I thought they were merely toilets. Upon hearing Shimo's introduction, Bai Feng clenched his fists, feeling a surge of discontent. As the young master of a martial arts school, he hails from a wealthy background. And while he is not lacking in finances, the living conditions are utterly dismal. The straw huts, small and rudimentary, resemble shabby tents, offering barely enough coverage for one's body. Lin Yujing also frowned. If the men felt inconvenienced, it would be even more challenging for her as a woman. Shimo observed their expressions and sneered, continuing, "Want better treatment? It's simple. You can challenge the top 15 of the Tianjiao camp. If you win, everything they possess here will be yours. Here, strength reigns supreme. Now, you may either challenge the top 15 or choose a straw hut at random, then close your mouths and lie down obediently." After delivering this proclamation, Shimo closed his eyes once more, indicating his desire to ignore Shen Zhou and his companions. Bai Feng, feeling helpless, prepared to turn away, only to find that Shen Zhou remained rooted in place. Shen Zhou remained still, and Lin Yujing followed suit. At that moment, Shen Zhou spoke up. Bai Feng immediately realized that Shen Zhou was a prodigy who had attained the 3rd realm by the tender age of 15. If Bai Feng could hardly endure this situation, then Shen Zhou would find it even more intolerable. Shen Zhou must be seeking information from Shi Mo regarding the top 15 members of the Tianjia camp in order to issue a challenge to them. There is no doubt about it. Speak quickly if you have something to say, Shi Mo remarked, his tone tinged with impatience after being disturbed during his training. Shen Zhou continued, I surveyed the surroundings and discovered that your dwelling is the most splendid. If I triumph over you, shall I then reside in your quarters? Upon hearing this, Bai Feng's expression morphed into one of disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. To his astonishment, he had thought Shen Zhou had already exhibited sufficient audacity, yet the latter's boldness exceeded all expectations. While one might expect a selection of trainees, he had audaciously chosen the instructor instead. Beside them, Lin Yujing's lips twitched, revealing a look of resigned acknowledgement as if to say, I knew it all along. At this moment, even Shi Mo, who had been visibly exasperated until now, was taken aback. He opened his eyes and regarded Shen Zhou with surprise, a grin spreading across his face. Well done, young man. You truly dare to speak so boldly. This is indeed my first encounter with such a brazen trainee. Yet, it seemed he was the one being audacious, strutting about with an air of superiority from the very beginning, with a smile gracing his face. Shen Zhou retorted without a hint of politeness, even if you are a mentor, you ought to show me some courtesy. What? Are the disciples of the Chongwu Marquis all strutting about with their tails in the air? TSK, a mere child attempting to teach me manners? How amusing. Shi Mo then rose gracefully, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Very well, I accept your challenge. However, as your mentor, Engaging directly with you would be akin to bullying. Therefore, as he spoke, he snapped his fingers lightly. With a resounding snap, the humming sound emanating from Shen Zhou grew ever louder, and in an instant, the surroundings transformed dramatically. Doors and windows vanished, replaced by an oppressive darkness. The ceiling, the floor, and even the walls were engulfed in pitch blackness. Shen Zhou, who had been standing before them, disappeared without a trace. What is happening? Where have we ended up? Bai Feng was startled by the sudden change, and Lin Yujing's face mirrored his unease. The next moment, Shen Zhou's teasing voice echoed around them. This is my martial art. I have now confined the three of you here. You have 2 hours to escape, should you succeed. I shall admit defeat. If not, you will remain here for 3 days and nights as punishment. Chapter 47. This young man is quite humble. Is there truly such martial art in this world? One that can conjure a ghostly prison to ensnare people within? Bai Feng and Lin Yujing were astounded by Shen Zhou's prowess, while Bai Feng felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He had thought himself audacious during his time in Lin City, yet in comparison to Shen Zhou, he was but a mere speck. Having followed Shen Zhou, he never anticipated that the latter would offend the leader of the Tianjiao camp right from the start. Being confined here for 3 days and nights was one thing. But having antagonized the mentor, how could he possibly continue to survive in this place? Bai Feng had hoped to graduate successfully and join the Chongwu Guard. Should he now apologize to Lord Shi, claiming that he was merely an innocent bystander, unrelated to Shen Zhou? In that fleeting moment, Bai Feng's thoughts raced. But then he heard Shen Zhou's calm voice beside him. Close your eyes. Close my eyes? What use could that possibly serve? Are they shut? Shen Zhou asked again. Yes, Lin Yujing replied obediently. Bai Feng, however, scoffed at the notion. Did closing one's eyes somehow make this dark prison vanish? Before he could finish his thought, the previously pitch-black surroundings erupted in a brilliant golden light. The terrifying brightness instantly blinded him, and Bai Feng shielded his eyes in anguish. In that moment, the ghostly prison shone as brightly as day, even more dazzling, as if a small sun had been forcibly crammed into that confined space. Shen Zhou bathed in an infinite cascade of electric light, transforming into a veritable beacon of radiance. Genius, while deserving of pride, must be tempered. Excessive arrogance verges on hubris. Within the confines of the cramped black prison, Shen Zhou regarded the imposing structure before him with a slight shake of his head. He had dealt with numerous unruly individuals within the Tianjia camp, yet he could not deny that this newcomer was the most audacious of them all. Unlike others who clashed with fellow students, this one had the audacity to challenge him directly. To Shen Zhou, the notion was simple. If you are weaker than I, you become subject to my derision, my scorn, entirely at my whim. This was not merely his creed, but the very essence of survival in this world. The strong command respect. After 3 days of confinement, he should yield to reason. If not, further isolation would ensue. Shen Zhou had his own methods for dealing with rebellious spirits. Casting aside his thoughts, he settled back into a meditative posture on the mat, resuming his cultivation. However, just as he found his balance, his eyes shot open with sudden clarity. Something was amiss. By the time he realized it, it was too late. In an instant, a blinding golden light enveloped him, followed by a deafening explosion. Boom. Enduring the searing pain inflicted by the brilliance, Shen Zhou forced his eyes open. His muscles taut and veins bulging as a black barrier materialized around him. He braced for impact. Yet, the anticipated assault never came. Through the dazzling light, he discerned that Shen Zhou had somehow positioned himself before him, towering down with an imposing gaze. The shadowy prison Shen Zhou had constructed shattered within the first moment of confrontation, with the ensuing shockwave causing the entire pavilion to tremble. The commotion drew the attention of the outside students, who heard a sharp thunderous roar from the central pavilion, accompanied by a burst of golden light that quickly extinguished. What transpired within the pavilion? Why does it flicker so? Some speculated. Could it be that Lord Shi has achieved another breakthrough? One student conjectured. It must be. Truly, Lord Shi is impressive. Has he ascended to a new realm? I wonder when we might reach his level. Another chimed in, amidst the admiration and wonderment from outside. Their idol, Shen Zhou, now stood with dry lips and a complex gaze, fixated on Shen Zhou before him. His shadowy prison had been dismantled with such alarming ease, and Shen Zhou's sudden emergence exuded an overwhelming aura. In that moment, had Shen Zhou chosen to strike, Shen Zhou harbored no confidence in his ability to withstand the assault. Behind them, Lin Yujing finally opened her eyes to the familiar surroundings, exclaiming softly in astonishment. Shen Zhou has indeed accomplished it once again. Shen Zhou's performance never fails to astonish her. As for Bai Feng, he is currently rolling on the ground, clutching his eyes and wailing, "My eyes, my eyes." Lin Yujing's lips twitch. Shen Zhou has already warned him twice, yet he still refuses to close his eyes. What else could this be but courting disaster? At this moment, Shen Zhou has reigned in the golden light emanating from him. Appearing calm and unperturbed as he greets Shiremo, Lord Shir, I should have escaped within 2 hours, correct? Shiremo thinks to himself, it's not just 2 hours. Not even 2 minutes have passed. He takes a deep breath. So it is, you have already reached the third realm. The aura emanating from Shen Zhou left Shiremo in a state of realization. However, the latter was merely at the initial stage of the third realm. And it seemed implausible that he could so effortlessly breach the confines of his prison. How perplexing it was that these young individuals appeared increasingly prodigious. With a sigh of resignation, Shiremo nodded. I accept the wager and shall abide by the outcome. From this moment forth, you may reside in this loft, albeit limited to the first floor. Furthermore, you are welcome to insult or berate me. I will endure it without a hint of complaint. Nor will I seek any form of retribution against you. I assure you this as a disciple of the Chongwu Guard. Though this declaration could be perceived as a veiled threat, Shen Zhou recognized the sincerity behind it. His gaze remained fixed upon Shiremo, or rather, the top of his head. The originally azure name remained unchanged, still blue. This indicated that Shiremo bore no malice. It appeared that the disciples of the Duke of Chongwu possessed rather peculiar dispositions, yet their willingness to amend their ways was genuinely commendable. With this thought in mind, Shen Zhou altered his demeanor. I apologize. My earlier actions were indeed rash. I am also grateful to you, Lord Shir, for your leniency in this contest. Were we to engage in earnest, I would undoubtedly be no match for you. My suggestion to reside here was merely a jest. Shiremo recognized that Shen Zhou was extending an olive branch, causing his previously stern expression to soften. Despite being the most headstrong student he had encountered thus far, this young man's eloquence was undeniably impressive. Shiremo found himself not only unperturbed but even appreciative of Shen Zhou's humility. Very well. Let us consider this matter resolved, Shiremo stated, a smile gracing his features. What is your name? Shen Zhou, came the reply. Shen Zhou, given your capabilities, I foresee that we shall soon collaborate effectively. Shiremo nodded in affirmation. Now, go and select a wooden cabin for your residence. As a disciple of the Duke of Chongwu and a member of the Chongwu Guard, Shiremo's words constituted a significant endorsement of Shen Zhou. Understood. Shen Zhou nodded slightly. Originally, he could effortlessly escape from the prison constructed of graphite with a mere flicker. However, in order to exude a greater sense of grandeur and authority, he opted for a forceful breakthrough. This act of reclaiming his dignity was indeed commendable. The notification of the merit record indicated that he had taught a peak martial artist of the third realm the values of politeness, earning him an additional 20 points in virtuous deeds. With a sigh, Shen Zhou reflected that he had come to regard these 20 points with a hint of disdain. Nonetheless, one should never underestimate the significance of even the smallest acts of kindness. When Shen Zhou departed, he thoughtfully picked up the fallen Bai Feng as well. It is truly unexpected that even the esteemed instructor of the Tianjiu camp could not prevail against you. As the three emerged from the loft, Lin Yujing could not help but exclaim. Even though she had anticipated this outcome, her emotions remained tumultuous. No, it was merely the unraveling of one of his moves. It cannot be deemed a defeat. Shen Zhou remarked, fully aware that both sides were merely engaging in sparring, far removed from genuine combat. Nevertheless, he had already bested 2 disciples of the Marquis Chongwu, and presently, it was a case of encountering one and defeating another. He silently hoped that there would be no further confrontations ahead. In Chapter 48, The Attacks of the Derisive Minions. Bai Feng felt the sting in his eyes begin to wane. He swiftly rose from the ground, his bloodshot gaze filled with admiration as he fixated on Shen Zhou. Brother Shen, you are truly remarkable. Even Lord Shir could not contain you. The address shifted from Shen Zhou to Brother Shen, and Bai Feng's name transformed from blue to green. He felt an immense sense of relief for not having begged for mercy from Shiremo, thereby distancing himself from Shen Zhou. Otherwise, he would have suffered greatly. The ability to effortlessly breach Shiremo's constraints hinted at a boundless future. He resolved to steadfastly cling to such a formidable ally. Shen Zhou cast a glance at Bai Feng and pondered, we are both 15. Why do you call me brother? Simultaneously, he noticed that Bai Feng's title had subtly transformed from young master of the Bai family martial arts school to student of the Tianjia camp. It appeared that the naming system prioritized one's most significant identity, and evidently, the weight of being a student at the Tianjia camp surpassed that of merely being a martial arts school as young master. I specifically instructed you to cover your eyes earlier, Shen Zhou reiterated. Well, the thing is, I was a bit slow to react. Bai Feng replied awkwardly while scratching his head. I did say it twice. My hearing isn't quite good either. Given your frailty, why persist in practicing martial arts? Bai Feng fell into silence. Yet his demeanor sparked an idea in Shen Zhou's mind. He could innovate a new technique that harnessed electricity to create a dazzling brilliance, blinding his adversaries. It somewhat resembles the solar flare from Dragon Ball. However, such thoughts could wait. The immediate priority was to find a place to stay. Shen Zhou certainly would not reside in a dilapidated thatched cottage. He surveyed his surroundings and indeed discovered that within this elite camp, there were precisely 15 wooden cabins. Each cabin bore a numerical designation, indicative of their ranking. The higher the number, the greater the prowess of its occupant. Have you decided whom to choose? Lin Yujing, standing nearby, inquired as she noticed Shen Zhou's gaze. Naturally, it shall be the first, Shen Zhou replied, and without hesitation, he proceeded towards the cabin ranked first. What was said was promptly acted upon. Shen Zhou and everyone present shared a common sentiment. As a genius, one must be audacious, seizing every opportunity and striving for the best. The wooden cabin area, a private domain for the top 15 students, was seldom approached by others. Upon witnessing Shen Zhou's determined advance, the surrounding youth reacted swiftly. Hey, that guy is heading towards the cabin. It seems he is about to issue a challenge. Is he a newcomer? Daring to challenge the top 15 on his first day, how bold. What do you know? This is the fearless spirit of a young calf. Go for it, buddy. I believe in you. Me too. Just go for it, brother. Our elite camp covers medical expenses and provides ample resources. The youths around him displayed expressions of eager anticipation, engaging in lively discussions and cheers. As more individuals caught wind of the news, they emerged from their thatched huts. Witnessing someone challenge the top 15 was one of the rare delights within the elite camp. Life is fleeting. One must learn to derive joy from the experiences of others. Some students even began to place bets on the outcome of Shen Zhou's challenge. Not only common students but also a few members from the top 15 emerged from the wooden cabins. They were likely the targets of Shen Zhou's challenge, their gazes varying from disdain to focus and caution. However, when they noticed that Shen Zhou was heading straight for the innermost cabin, they could not help but be astonished. Wait a moment, this kid actually intends to challenge the first-ranked Mo Wuhan. More audacious than I anticipated. Haha. Quite bold. Does he aspire to be the leader on his very first day? The murmurs of the students elicited a cold smirk from Bai Feng. Is this what they call audacity? What of Brother Shen challenging the top student? If you were to witness Master Shi being utterly subdued by Brother Shen, you would likely be frightened to the point of losing control. Meanwhile, Lin Yujing couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Bai Feng. Noticing his excited demeanor and realizing that he was undoubtedly immersed in Shen Zhou's perspective, reveling in the moment, Shen Zhou naturally overheard the discussions among the trainees. Yet he paid them no mind. Their chatter was permissible as long as it did not devolve into personal attacks. What kind of fool seeks out the top position upon arrival, so eager to invite a beating? Newcomers are often like this, their egos soaring high. Once they receive a thorough thrashing, they will learn to behave themselves. Well, let them say what they will, he will respond in kind. However, it is to be expected. For most of the trainees here are prodigious elites from various regions of Guanghan Prefecture, each of whom has been a paragon of invincibility among their peers in their small locales. This has fostered an arrogant demeanor, with disdain for others spilling from their lips. Such is the hubris of genius, with humble souls like Shen Zhou being a rare exception. Shen Zhou turned his head, his gaze swiftly locking onto the two individuals who were speaking. They were Zhuang Yu and Yuan Fei, both esteemed students of the Tianjia camp, ranked 13th and 14th respectively among the top 15. Shen Zhou immediately strode forward with determination. The objective has shifted. One must prioritize attacking that taunting minion. Ah, this fellow is approaching us. Perfect. Let us warm up a bit. Let us show him what we're made of. Upon seeing Shen Zhou's arrival, Zhuang Yu and Yuan Fei remained unperturbed. They clenched their fists and assumed a stance, fully prepared for combat at any moment. As members of the top 15, they possessed a strong confidence in their abilities. Otherwise, they would not dare to mock. Dealing with a newcomer is merely child's play, is it not? Shen Zhou swiftly approached the two individuals, pointing casually at one of them, exclaiming, I challenge you. The moment the word "you" escaped his lips, Shen Zhou abruptly vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the person singled out, Zhuang Yu, was engulfed by a singular thought. Where has he gone? This is the end. In an instant, Shen Zhou appeared behind him, delivering a powerful whip kick that struck Zhuang Yu's back with a force akin to a thunderclap, exploding with a visible energy. Bang! Zhuang Yu crashed heavily onto the hard obsidian floor, falling silent and motionless. He hadn't even seen where Shen Zhou was before he was rendered unconscious by a single swift kick. What on earth is happening? Yuan Fei, standing nearby, was horrified. He could scarcely comprehend how Zhuang Yu had been replaced by Shen Zhou in the blink of an eye. sensing the malevolent gaze directed at him. Yuan Fei took several steps back, trembling as he stammered, "Hey, my friend, you've struck him, but you cannot strike me now. You've already succeeded in challenging Zhuangyu, thus becoming one of the top 15 students. You cannot challenge anyone else today. The rules dictate that you can only challenge once a day. You cannot hit me." Yuan Fei swore that he had never spoken so fluently in his life, his words tumbling out like a rapid-fire verse. The imposing presence of his opponent left him no choice but to recite the regulations, hoping to dissuade Shen Zhou from proceeding. However, Shen Zhou's response was not verbal. Instead, it was a fist the size of a sandbag, rapidly expanding in Yuan Fei's vision. The terrifying pressure of the wind surged towards his face. In a state of panic, Yuan Fei instinctively unleashed his strongest martial technique. He hunched his body, and its surface appeared to solidify like dark rock, revealing an illusory but thick turtle shell, studded with sharp spikes, seemingly indestructible. The technique, spiked shell. Yet, Shen Zhou's fist did not falter in the face of this defense. It surged forward with an avalanche-like force. Crack. The shockwave visibly spread as the punch shattered Yuan Fei's thorny shell, crashing into his chin without losing momentum. Bang. Yuan Fei soared into the air, rising over 5 meters before crashing back to the ground, instantly succumbing to a slumber akin to that of an infant. Ife, indeed, could fly. A lesson in humility for the 2 second-tier warriors, as the merit notification shined. Good deeds rewarded with an increase of 15. The 2 erstwhile mocking friends now lay sprawled in disarray. Do I need to heed regulations to strike you? The mere fact that you irk me suffices as justification. Shen Zhou let out a cold snort, averting his gaze from the opponent, and leisurely adjusted his disheveled attire. Within the ranks of the Tianjiao camp, those positioned among the top 15 maintained a commendable level of humility, while the 2 at 13th and 14th place exhibited an audacious arrogance. It resembled a gaming scenario where the opponent, boasting an extraordinary track record, remained silent, while those with dismal performances incessantly provoked others in the chat. A classic case of the inept being overly vocal, having imparted a valuable lesson to them. It was to be expected that these 2 would adopt a more modest demeanor going forward. With a swift and decisive strike, Shen Zhou effortlessly defeated the 2 trainees, plunging the entire Tianjia camp into an eerie silence. The expressions of the trainees were nothing short of remarkable. Indeed, within the camp, there existed individuals who had relied on wealth and connections to gain entry. However, those who ranked within the top 15 were undeniably the Sea Army de la Sea Army, the rarest of geniuses from all across Guanghan Prefecture. Each one of them was formidable enough to command respect, exemplified by Yuan Fei, who had allocated all his attributes to defense, boasting an exceptionally resilient shell-like technique. While he remained unscathed during combat, he had often been the one to suffer severe injuries. Yet, in a shocking turn of events, this newcomer shattered his defenses with a single punch, leaving him sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog. Observing the newcomer's palm, it remained as fair as jade, with scarcely a scratch upon it. What kind of prodigy had emerged from the shadows? Their betting odds had barely been established before the battle concluded, resulting in a double knockout. It was not merely the ordinary trainees who were taken aback. Even the esteemed members of the top 15 wore expressions of grave seriousness, feeling a chill run down their spines. In witnessing Shen Zhou's prowess, they sensed the depth of his cultivation, the third realm. Within the Tianjia camp, only 2 individuals had reached this level, both of whom were older than Shen Zhou. Observing his decisive and unyielding nature, it was as if the king of hell had arrived. As the saying goes, to kill a chicken to scare the monkey. Shen Zhou's demonstration instilled a newfound politeness among the other trainees in the Tianjia camp, who now dared not even meet his gaze. Shen Zhou effortlessly grasped Yuan Fei and flung him far away. The 13th wooden cabin now belonged to him, and he certainly would not permit anyone to rest on his territory. Subsequently, he called out to Lin Yujing in the distance, "Master Lin, please enter first." Lin Yujing nodded in acknowledgement. All right. Shen Zhou turned and walked into the wooden cabin, while Bai Feng remained outside, marveling, "Wow, Shen is truly extraordinary." However, when Shen entered the cabin, he did not even acknowledge Bai Feng, which suggested that he did not regard him as one of his own. "I must strive harder," Bai Feng mused. Just then, he noticed Lin Yujing suddenly springing into action. She swiftly approached cabin number 14, seized Zhuangyu, and, mimicking Shen Zhou's earlier actions, tossed him aside. Subsequently, Lin Yujing turned and entered cabin number 14. Bai Feng was left dumbfounded by this sequence of events. Wait, did she just seize an opportunity? Is this even possible? Is this Lin's sister so clever? He wondered why he had not thought of that. Not only Bai Feng was astonished, but the surrounding ordinary students were equally taken aback. This beautiful girl had effortlessly secured a spot for herself. Hiss. envy, jealousy, and hatred. Should they challenge her now? However, recalling that she seemed to be associated with that formidable newcomer, perhaps it was best to reconsider, as they were accustomed to their thatched huts and were not in a hurry. Meanwhile, Shen Zhou entered the cabin and surveyed the interior. It was quite simple, featuring a bed, a wardrobe, and several tables and chairs, but certainly far superior to the rickety thatched huts. Indeed, everything is understood in comparison. Additionally, Shen Zhou noticed a medicinal herb placed on the table, distinctly different from ordinary herbs, exuding an inexplicable charm. Even though he was not well versed in herbal medicine, he recognized it as a ginseng root. This must be the herb distributed monthly by the talented camp. Why was it left here unattended? He could certainly accept it with gratitude. The question remained, how should it be consumed? Raw, cooked, or infused in liquor? Shen Zhou was immersed in contemplation when Lin Yujing suddenly knocked on the door. "I have claimed cabin number 14, she stated immediately upon his opening the door. Her tone imbued with a sense of inquiry. Is that acceptable? Shen Zhou readily agreed. Of course. After all, one cannot occupy 2 rooms at once. By the way, Master Lin, your timing is impeccable. How should I consume this medicinal herb? He gestured towards the ginseng on the table. Lin Yujing turned to look and was instantly captivated, exclaiming, "Ah, a century-old ginseng. Just look at its roots and patterns. It must be at least 500 years old." She couldn't help but marvel. No wonder it's from the Guanghan Palace. The herbs provided to the students are so precious. You can consume it directly, but it's best to take it before practicing to achieve optimal effects. This must have been left by Yuan Fei, who had yet to consume it before being thrown out by Shen Zhou after a thorough beating. Well, I should return to my room shortly to see if Zhuang Yu has overlooked any valuable herbs as well. Understanding this, Shen Zhou nodded and decided to keep the ginseng for now. With accommodation secured and herbs at hand, it was indeed time to focus on his studies. With this thought, Shen Zhou rose and headed outside. "Where are you going?" Lin Yujing inquired. "Naturally, to study diligently. Care to join?" "Certainly." Chapter 50. The Fierce Martial Arts. As the two stepped out of the wooden cabin, they witnessed the aftermath of a fierce duel. The combatants were Bai Feng and another student named Liu Yiming, who ranked 15th in the Tianjiao camp. It seemed that Bai Feng had initiated the challenge. Shen Zhou hadn't seen the entire encounter. He only observed Bai Feng standing resolute, his clothing stained with blood, while his opponent bowed in submission. Bai Feng had successfully triumphed over his rival, advancing into the ranks of the top 15. It appeared that this prodigy from Lin City indeed possessed considerable skill. After his victory, Bai Feng did not immediately return to the cabin. Instead, he eagerly approached Shen Zhou, exclaiming, "Brother Shen, we shall be neighbors from now on." They had indeed become neighbors, for the 3 of them had arrived at the Tianjiao camp, ranking among the bottom 3 of the top 15 talents. "I am heading to the central loft to study martial techniques. Would you care to join me?" Shen Zhou invited Bai Feng. "Absolutely," Bai Feng replied enthusiastically, feeling touched that Brother Shen had taken the initiative to invite him. Their relationship had certainly deepened. The trio proceeded towards the central loft together. Inside the loft, Shiremo remained seated on a mat, eyes closed in meditation. Upon noticing Shen Zhou and the others, he greeted them with a smile. "What brings you here?" "Master Shi, we wish to learn some martial skills," Shen Zhou stated, clarifying their intent. Unlike the first encounter, both parties were now much more amicable. Shen Zhou operated on a principle of reciprocity. If treated with respect, he would respond in kind. "Very well, follow me upstairs," Shiremo replied, rising promptly. The 4 of them ascended to the 2nd floor, where Shiremo introduced, "This is the Library of Martial Arts. You may browse through the martial arts texts at your leisure. Whether you succeed in mastering them depends on your individual talent and fortune. Browse at will." Shen Zhou could not help but feel a surge of joy. Indeed, the celestial camp was not a place of mere pretense, for one could freely acquire knowledge. Was this not the very reason for his arrival? Lin Yujing and Bai Feng also beamed with delight upon witnessing the splendid array of martial arts tomes before them. They were overwhelmed with joy, for they had never experienced such abundance. Although both Lin Yujing and Bai Feng hailed from martial arts schools, their humble establishments offered only a scant selection of first-tier techniques, with second-tier ones being exceedingly rare. In comparison to the official resources, it was as if they were worlds apart. However, with such an abundance of martial arts manuals available, they found themselves momentarily at a loss as to where to begin. Shen Zhou similarly found himself struck by a sudden thought. Lord Shi, do you possess any incomplete martial arts texts?" "Incomplete martial arts texts?" Shiremo expressed some confusion. Indeed, Those that are remarkably potent but rendered untrainable due to illegible characters or the absence of latter sections. Shen Zhou shook his head. No. All the martial arts scriptures we have here are preserved in excellent condition. Is it truly the case that there are none? Shen Zhou furrowed his brows, recalling that the protagonists in novels often practice such techniques. Why does the Guanghan Palace preserve these methods so meticulously? Is there no exceptionally powerful technique? One fraught with peril and capable of claiming lives at a moment's notice? Shen Zhou posed a second question, leaving Lin Yujing and Bai Feng beside him utterly astonished. What peculiar request was Shen Zhou making? Wasn't a conventional martial arts practice sufficient? Why seek out such thrills? Surprisingly, there was indeed an affirmative response from Shimo. The world of martial arts is vast, rife with eccentricities. Many creators, in their relentless pursuit of power, unwittingly compromise other aspects, resulting in significant flaws that subsequent practitioners inevitably inherit. May I see it? Shen Zhou inquired eagerly, his interest intensifying. This was precisely what he desired, after all. With the record of merits in hand, the flaws were of no concern to him. Such unconventional techniques, once the shortcomings were mitigated, would undoubtedly transform into formidable weapons. Shimo fell silent, suddenly pondering whether this young man might be harboring some peculiar affliction. Nonetheless, he complied with Shen Zhou's request and retrieved a somewhat tattered tome from a corner. Here you go. The volume appeared rather worn and moldy, suggesting it had not been perused in quite some time. Excellent, Shen Zhou thought, recalling from his previous life that such battle-worn editions often contained treasures beyond measure. Shen Zhou took the book and discovered a single character emblazoned on its cover. Chop. Such a casual name for a martial art? Shiremo nodded thoughtfully. It is said that this martial art was created over a century ago by a martial arts master, who devoted his entire life to the art of chopping, pouring his heart and soul into its compilation. It sounds quite formidable. Shen Zhou raised an eyebrow. What is even more astonishing is that one day, while contemplating this martial art, he accidentally cleaved himself, his body reduced to minuscule pieces. Do you know why it is called chop? It is because the master perished before he could name it, and those who came after simply chose a name at random. Seeing Shen Zhou, usually so headstrong, fall silent, a smile crept across Shiremo's face as he continued. Since it was created by a master, many sought to practice it. However, their fates were invariably grim. The fortunate ones ended up with dismembered limbs, while the less fortunate were left in utter disarray. I must say, Shiremo's description of utter disarray was quite vivid, conjuring a clear image in Shen Zhou's mind. This not only reminded him of a news story from his past life, where a man was found with dozens of stab wounds, the police ruling it a suicide. Little did he expect such absurdity still lingered here. Lin Yujing and Bai Feng, upon hearing this, wore expressions of grave dismay. No one, neither the creator nor the practitioners, survived. Is this truly a martial art? Or perhaps a ledger of life and death? So, Shen Zhou, are you certain you wish to pursue this? Shiremo gazed at him with a playful smile. Whether I pursue it or not is another matter. For now, I shall merely observe. Shen Zhou was not deterred, after all, with a golden finger in hand. What was there to fear? Moreover, he still had the fourth calamity standing before him, ready to withstand any onslaught, testing whether his vitality was stronger than the martial art itself. In truth, viewed from another perspective, this martial art possesses considerable value. As Shen Zhou perused the material, he remarked, after all, among all those who have studied it, not a single one has left a negative review. Shiremo opened his mouth in surprise, hissing. It seems you have a valid point. Chapter 51. Who can slay me? This volume was not particularly thick, and soon Shen Zhou had finished his reading. After recording his insights in the Book of Merit, he returned it to Shiremo. Ha. You possess a certain self-awareness, he quipped. Shiremo took the book back, expecting Shen Zhou to abandon the endeavor upon a cursory glance, but he was mistaken. Bai Feng nodded in agreement, stating that Shen Zhou would not be so disheartened. After all, engaging in a martial art with a success rate, not to mention a survival rate, of 0 seemed futile. However, Lin Yujing felt a peculiar unease in her heart. She recalled that when Shen Zhou had previously studied her family's Xiang electric technique, he had exhibited a similar pattern. Once he had finished reading, he had mastered it. With this thought, Lin Yujing anxiously watched Shen Zhou, fearing he might suddenly transform into fragmented pieces. Shen Zhou cast a curious glance at Lin Yujing, wondering why the girl regarded him with such a look, as though she were staring at a corpse. Nevertheless, he set aside this thought and inquired once more, Lord Shimo, are there any other martial arts of a similar nature? I am disregarding the difficulty of cultivation and any side effects. My sole focus is on their formidable power. You truly are relentless in your pursuits. Shimo remarked with a sigh. Indeed, Shen Zhou's reasoning held merit. Typically, the more perilous the technique, the greater its might, contingent upon one's innate talent to master it. Shen Zhou appeared determined to pursue a unique path relentlessly. Fortunately, having managed this library for many years, I possess an intimate understanding of the secret texts contained within. Otherwise, your request would have proven impossible for anyone to fulfill. Shi Mo chuckled, remarking that even if Lord Chongwu were to personally attend, it would still be unfeasible. I am grateful for your assistance, Lord Shi. Your kindness will not be forgotten, Shen Zhou replied. Should you require any help in the future, do not hesitate to ask. If this were a typical student making such a statement, Shi Mo would likely have merely smiled and dismissed it. However, given Shen Zhou's words, one could never be too certain about future developments. Thus, Shi Mo commenced a thorough search around him, gradually unearthing 5 or 6 tomes encompassing various disciplines such as lightness, skills, and body refinement. This will suffice, however. I must caution you that while the side effects of these texts are not as severe as that of the slashing tome, you should still practice with care, Shi Mo advised. Even if you do not perish, becoming a mere shell of your former self is still a significant concern. Should you feel that your training has led you astray, seek me out immediately, understood? I comprehend, Shen Zhou acknowledged, fully aware of the risks involved, and proceeded to peruse the texts one by one. Fei Du Fu Zhou. This technique allows practitioners to traverse snow without a trace and to cross rivers effortlessly, upon reaching mastery. One can exert force multiple times while suspended in midair. Tai Bai Xiangju. This method grants practitioners a skin as resilient as bronze and iron. Upon achieving mastery, one can enter a furnace without melting. Excellent, these descriptions seem quite promising, Shen Zhou thought. Deciding to fully utilize the record-keeping features of the merit log, he resolved to document several tomes in the merit log first, later deciding whether to study them based on circumstances. Observing this, Lin Yujing and Bai Feng began to consult Shi Mo as well, preferring to have his experienced guidance rather than selecting independently. Shi Mo readily agreed, and while they engaged in conversation, Shen Zhou successfully recorded the text he had perused into his merit log. This is splendid. He now possesses a personal library of secret texts. Lord Shi, I have one more question. How should one cultivate the third realm? Shen Zhou humbly sought guidance once more. The second realm involves refining one's bones with true essence, while the third realm pertains to the refinement of blood. Shi Mo swiftly elucidated. Both are collectively referred to as jade bones and silver blood, necessitating the practice of the breathing technique. The method you are cultivating is remarkably potent, and the quality of the blood you refine is likely far superior to that of an ordinary third realm martial artist. Shi Mo immediately began to expound on the subject for Shen Zhou. Shen Zhou listened attentively. He merely needed to grasp the operational procedures, leaving the remainder to be accomplished by the merit record. With the selection of techniques finalized and the methods of cultivation firmly understood, Shen Zhou departed alongside Lin Yujing and Bai Feng. However, once they had left, Shi Mo discerned an anomaly. According to the regulations, the manuals could indeed be taken away, provided the students did not remove them from the camp. Yet, Shen Zhou, astonishingly, had not taken a single one. This lad had made him search for the manuals for an eternity, rifling through them incessantly, only to end up with none. Was this merely a futile exercise? Brother Shen, why have you not taken any martial arts manuals? Outside the attic, Bai Feng, noticing Shen Zhou's empty hands, expressed his astonishment with a query. Shen Zhou offered no response, merely returning a smile. He refrained from elaborating, as maintaining the persona of a powerful and enigmatic figure was essential to uphold his reputation as a genius. In other words, he was putting on a fade. Each of the three had gained something, and upon returning to the camp, they promptly retreated to their respective quarters to engage in their cultivation. Shen Zhou sat cross-legged on his bed, examining the merit record, which displayed a commendable value of 1315 points. Initially, he perceived this as a significant sum, however. With the multitude of cultivation techniques now occupying his mind and the need to elevate his realm, he soon found it insufficient. He resolved to enhance his cultivation first. For the elevation of one's realm was an essential necessity, promising tangible and comprehensive improvement over mere techniques. He began by consuming a 500-year-old ginseng, prompting a new cycle of cultivation. Consuming 150 merit points, you circulate your breath to mobilize the true essence throughout your body, filtering your blood. Through your efforts and the medicinal effects, you successfully eliminate all impurities from your blood, giving rise to a silver gleam within. You have ascended to the third realm. Third level. Consuming 250 merit points, Through your relentless and tireless refinement day and night, more silver gleaming true blood surges from within you. You have ascended to the third realm, 6th level. Consuming 450 merit points, your blood undergoes a complete metamorphosis, resembling a silver ocean as your inner world roars and boils. While your 5 senses are significantly enhanced, you have reached the pinnacle of the third realm. At the moment those words were inscribed, Shen Zhou felt an unparalleled power coursing through every cell of his body. The silver blood and white jade bones shimmered in harmony, and his senses were greatly heightened. He could perceive even the minutest particles of dust in the air, as well as the heartbeat of fellow students around him. Glancing at the transparent blood bar in the lower left corner of his vision, he noted that it occupied half the width of his sight. Such a length could only be possessed by a formidable boss. In that moment, Shen Zhou felt an urge to proclaim, "I am at the pinnacle of the third realm. Who dares to challenge me? Who can defeat me?" After calming his exhilaration, he marveled at the fact that he had unexpectedly ascended an entire realm. It seemed that each of his upgrades propelled him from the beginning to the end, a process both straightforward and direct. Had he known, he would have consulted Shimo on how to cultivate through the fourth realm, though he questioned whether Shimo was knowledgeable. As he recalled that Shimo himself was merely at the pinnacle of the third realm. As his cultivation progressed, he noted that his realm had now equaled that of his instructor. Yet, the journey was not yet complete. He looked at the remaining merit points, 465. The amount had diminished considerably. Shen Zhou shook his head, realizing that mastering all remaining techniques would be quite unlikely. He decided to proceed. Eager to experiment with the technique of slashing, which Shimo had praised so highly, igniting his curiosity, it was imperative that he give it a try. Chapter 52, The Initiation of the Divine Slash. Shen Zhou took a deep breath, invoking the divine slashing technique, consuming 300 points of virtue. He opened the formidable martial arts tome, discovering that its essence was remarkably extreme. It demanded the transformation of everything within him into an unparalleled blade, every inch of skin, every sinew, every movement, and even every thought radiated with a chilling aura of sharpness. He must dedicate his entire life to a single strike. Simultaneously, he realized that the method of cultivation was exceedingly arduous and fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to his own demise. However, as the bearer of the fourth calamity, he could wholly disregard these dangers, freely experimenting within his own body. Upon witnessing a series of inscriptions in the record of merits, Shen Zhou smiled contentedly. It was precisely as he had envisioned. This was the confidence bestowed upon him by the fourth calamity. He could act with reckless abandon. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a reaction in his health bar, which began to diminish incrementally. This unexpected drop startled him. Was the response truly this significant? Wait a moment, record of merits, are you certain I can disregard these risks and proceed directly? It feels as though the danger is quite substantial. He reflected that even when attacked by the cat demon or Zhao Shuangke, the health bar had never reacted this dramatically. Shen Zhou could not help but feel a sense of trepidation, his gaze fixed intently on the health bar before him. Should it diminish to a quarter, he would decisively call for a halt. Fortunately, the health bar stabilized after merely dropping by 1/5, and once again, words appeared on the merit ledger. You have initially grasped the method of executing the slash. Slash, beginner. What is this? Merely a beginner's level? Shen Zhou couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. The expenditure of 300 virtue points had diminished his health by 1/5, and yet, he was merely at the threshold of mastery. Just as he pondered this, an indescribable force began to well up within him. This power. In the next moment, Shen Zhou gently moved his finger. Boom. The ground before him erupted violently, revealing a gash approximately 1 meter long. With a mere gesture, he was capable of unleashing a devastating strike. Shen Zhou inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "What on earth is this? How can it be so bizarre?" It is important to note that this is merely the introductory phase. No wonder the survival rate for practitioners of this martial art is 0. The risks are extraordinarily high, yet the results are equally astonishing. Shen Zhou has resolutely decided that this martial art shall undoubtedly become his primary focus henceforth. It is simply the perfect match for him, not only in terms of its formidable power but also in its unparalleled subtlety. With just a mere flick of his fingers, one could be severed in twain, truly a masterstroke of stealthy assault. Deception and ambush are tactics that Shen Zhou relishes. Their efficacy is remarkable and they imbue the combat experience with an added layer of intrigue. At this moment, he fervently wishes for a challenger to emerge. Shen Zhou, having initially acquired divine skills, could not help but feel a surge of eagerness, indulging in fantasies of someone arriving at his doorstep to present him with gifts. However, given the recent commotion he had caused in the Tianjia camp, it was unlikely that anyone would be foolish enough to approach him at this time. Moreover, the most critical factor was that his benevolence points had nearly been exhausted. The majority of individuals within the camp were merely children, lacking the kind of nefarious characters like Zhao Shuanghe, making even the simplest act of kindness seem as daunting as scaling a mountain. Now, having mastered the techniques and elevated his realm within the Tianjiao camp, perhaps a tactical retreat was in order. As Shen Zhou contemplated, he was suddenly startled by a voice from outside. Lord Shi has issued a decree, summoning the top 15 prodigies to the central pavilion for an urgent matter. An urgent matter? Although the specifics were unknown to him, as one of the top 15, Shen Zhou felt an undeniable sense of responsibility. He gathered his thoughts and stepped out of the wooden cabin, joining Lin Yujing and Bai Feng as they made their way once more to the central pavilion. Upon arrival, they found several students already waiting. Most of them, upon catching sight of the trio, instinctively averted their gazes and lowered their heads. After all, they had witnessed Shen Zhou's formidable prowess, and sharing the same space with him rendered them somewhat uneasy. However, among them were a few students who had not been present during the previous encounter. One young man, taken aback, exclaimed, the top 15 have changed remarkably. All three of you are unfamiliar faces. With a gentle smile adorning his face and a folding fan in hand, he bowed courteously towards the trio. I am Lu Tianrang. May I inquire about your names? Lu Tianrang, at 19 years of age, ranked second in the prodigy camp, having achieved the second level of the third realm. I am Bai Feng. Bai Feng replied first. Lin Yujing, and this beside me is Shen Zhou, Lin Yujing added, nodding in acknowledgement while introducing Shen Zhou. Bai Feng observed this interaction keenly, recognizing that a figure as aloof and powerful as Shen Zhou would likely disdain self-introductions, necessitating the assistance of those beside him for such formalities. It seemed that he must take on the role of a messenger, determined to foster a deeper camaraderie with Shen Zhou by eagerly volunteering for such tasks in the future. He mused that Lin Yujing adeptly flattered Shen Zhou, explaining their continued association. It appears that our prodigy camp has gained 3 formidable individuals, Lu Tianrang continued, as he waved his fan, sighing in admiration. What a fortunate occurrence for us in the Guanghan Palace. Shen Zhou cast a glance at him, sensing that Lu Tian gave off an air of pretentiousness. However, it mattered little. Let him be ostentatious, for everyone has the right to present themselves as they wish. Shen Zhou himself rather enjoyed putting on airs, as long as it did not invite ridicule. Suddenly, he pondered, where was Mo Wuhan? Was he late again? At that moment, someone inquired aloud. He always arrived last to meetings, perhaps to make a grand entrance, to create an impression of significance. Another voice chimed in with a jest. Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil. A moment later, a young man with long hair entered the hall. His flowing locks and handsome features resembled a protagonist from an ancient romantic drama. Mo Wuhan, the first of the Tianjiao camp, age 17, with a cultivation level of the third realm, 5th stage. Upon his arrival, Mo Wuhan surveyed the room with a detached gaze, exuding an air of superiority. He paid little mind to the 3 newcomers, his attention briefly lingering on Lin Yujing. There is another who is even more ostentatious. Once all the top 15 had gathered, they commenced discussions regarding the purpose of this assembly. Shen Zhou felt somewhat listless amidst the crowd, as though he were an adult playing house in a kindergarten. Fortunately, this sense of ennui did not linger long. For sure, Mo made his entrance. Lord Shi. The assembled prodigies bowed in unison. And Shi Mo promptly stated the reason for the meeting. Lord Chengwu will emerge from seclusion in half a month. He will select one or several of you to become his disciples. At this proclamation, the eyes of the talented individuals sparkled with excitement. For an ordinary martial artist to receive guidance from Lord Chengwu would be a fulfillment of their dreams, and now they had the chance to become his disciples, a tremendous honor. However, prior to that, a significant assessment awaited you. Shi Mo shifted the conversation. Guanghan Palace will provide you with a perilous opportunity for practical combat. You will venture to the Honglin mountain range to exterminate demons. At this, Shen Zhou's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. Aside from Shen Zhou's expression of unbridled enthusiasm, the other students displayed a variety of reactions, some eager to leap into action, while others appeared anxious. Before joining the Tianjiao camp, their backgrounds varied widely. There were seasoned veterans like Lin Yujing, who had faced life-and-death battles, and newcomers like Bai Feng, who had never even encountered a demon. Although they were all considered prodigies, their strengths were not as comparable as they seemed. Mental fortitude and experience could significantly influence the outcome of a battle. It was not uncommon for a more experienced martial artist of the second realm to slay one of the third realm. This was akin to the four masters of the legend of the Condor heroes being outmatched and slain by the blood knife ancestor. Shen Zhou observed the expressions of the students and continued, Lord Chengwu hopes to harness this practical combat to awaken your potential and cultivate your battle experience. After all, the essence of martial arts lies in vanquishing foes and exterminating demons. If you only engage in sparring among yourselves in the camp, you are no different from worthless trinkets. To encourage everyone, Guanghan Palace established a reward system based on points. You would earn 1 point for slaying a first-realm demon, 2 points for a second-realm demon, and a staggering 20 points for a third-realm demon. Gasps of disbelief erupted among the students. They understood that only a handful among them had achieved the third realm. Are you frightened? Shen Zhou scoffed. Remember, you are in the Tianjia camp, hailed as geniuses. Overcoming foes from a higher realm should be a standard expectation for you. Moreover, if you cannot manage a one-on-one encounter, do you not know how to engage in a group assault? The students fell silent, for his words rang true. As elite geniuses, they had been selected from millions. Their abilities were indeed superior compared to others of the same realm. Having delivered a stern admonition, Shen Zhou sought to sweeten the deal. Your efforts will not go unrewarded. The points you earn can be exchanged at the treasure pavilion of Guanghan Palace for various items. The treasures there are the finest of what Guanghan Palace has to offer. Within, you will find exceptional martial arts, superior medicinal herbs, and rare curiosities beyond your imagination. With this revelation, the students' interests surged anew, their previous hesitations cast aside as they eagerly prepared for action. The prospect of acquiring the pinnacle of Guanghan Palace's martial arts, a true embodiment of the region's heritage, was undeniably irresistible. Shen Zhou raised his hand and inquired, Master Shi, may I ask if there exists a martial art within the treasure pavilion that surpasses the skill of Zhan? Shen Zhou cast a curious glance at him before nodding. Certainly. In my view, the technique of Zhan cannot be deemed powerful. Those who have practiced it have perished, and I have yet to witness anyone successfully wielding it. Can such a thing truly be associated with strength? Upon hearing this, Shen Zhou felt a surge of excitement. Shen Zhou's words piqued the curiosity of the audience. And noticing the eager expressions on the students' faces, he nodded in satisfaction. The exorcism of demons will take place in 3 days. During this time, prepare yourselves diligently. As Shen Zhou and the others departed from the loft, the news swiftly spread throughout the Tianjiao camp. This demon extermination mission allowed only the top 15 members to participate, inciting envy and resentment among the remaining students. They were certainly envious of the rewards within the treasure pavilion, but they were not without opportunities. For there were still 3 days left. If they could challenge and surpass the top 15 within these 3 days, they could take their places in the mission. To secure this coveted spot, they had to initiate challenges. The most suitable targets, without a doubt, were Lin Yujing and Bai Feng. Logically speaking, as the two had only recently arrived and ranked at the end of the top 15, they were considered the easiest to defeat. Of course, Shen Zhou, being an anomaly, was an exception. Bai Feng had only fought once, while Lin Yujing had yet to engage in any battles, relying solely on luck to secure her position in the top 15. Previously, the students had refrained from challenging Lin Yujing due to Shen Zhou's intimidating presence. But times had changed. Faced with such immense benefits, they felt compelled to try. Number 14, I challenge you. A furious shout echoed through the camp. The challenger, Lu Chuan, was tall and imposing, wielding a pair of ornate battle axes, exuding an aggressive aura. The camp quickly buzzed with excitement as most students gathered to watch. Soon, Lin Yujing stepped out of the wooden cabin, her expression impassive. Dressed in flowing azure garments, her ink-black eyes resembled tranquil autumn waters, and her fair skin marked her as a quintessential classical beauty. Merely locking gazes with Lin Yujing diminished Lu Chuan's bravado, causing his face to flush slightly as he grew visibly nervous. He appeared to be a typical science and engineering student, long entrenched in martial training with little interaction with the opposite sex. Stay calm, he reassured himself. She is merely beautiful. I must not show mercy. I must unleash my full strength to claim this spot. Just then, his gaze caught Shen Zhou, who stood nearby, observing him intently. The encouragement he had just mustered evaporated, replaced by anxiety. What if he actually defeated Lin Yujing? Would Shen Zhou retaliate against him? Do not be nervous, Lin Yujing spoke, seemingly perceiving his thoughts. She gently comforted him. Rest assured, he is he, and I am I. If you truly defeat me, Shen Zhou will not take action against you. I guarantee it by my integrity. Ah, I understand. Lu Chuan nodded, reassured by her genuine words, and lifted his battle axes, readying himself for combat. However, Lin Yujing shifted her tone. If you wish to win against me, you will first have to overcome this. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed a black orb from her palm. What is this? Lu Chuan pondered, but before he could comprehend, the black orb expanded and burst like a balloon, revealing a colossal creature. It resembled a moving hillside, towering over 5 meters, clad in tough armor, its eyes ablaze with fierce flames, and most strikingly, a sharp horn atop its head gleamed ominously like a scythe. It was a rhinoceros demon. What? How did a monster appear? Lu Chuan exclaimed, bewildered. The emergence of the rhinoceros demon startled the onlookers, but soon, someone recognized it. That is her martial talent. Wow, such an impressive martial talent, capable of commanding demonic creatures. Lu Chuan found himself utterly dumbfounded, never expecting to confront such a terrifying entity. Come forth, Lin Yujing commanded, her stunning visage displaying a hint of valiance. Face to feet beneath the iron hooves of my demon. With that, the demon, resembling a tank, charged at Lu Chuan, who immediately faltered. Lin Yujing waved her hand, and the demon, named by Qin, transformed back into a black orb, melding into her palm. She knew that, given her lower rank, many would challenge her next. So she revealed just enough of her prowess to deter further troublemakers. Although her cultivation talent was not the highest, she considered her martial talent to be exceptional, albeit still inferior to Shen Zhou's. Indeed, the master of the Lin Pavilion conceals great strength, Shen Zhou mused silently, nodding in approval. The Pokeball was remarkably convenient, eliminating the need for him to intervene in battle, and judging by Lin Yujing's demeanor, she likely had even more hidden cards to play. His teammate was indeed shrouded in mystery. After this encounter, no one dared to challenge Lin Yujing again, leaving Bai Feng as the unfortunate target of all challenges. His pressure escalated, as he quickly became the focus of attention among the students eager to challenge him. Chapter 54, Enjoying Bias? These 3 days were the busiest for Bai Feng. Challengers appeared at regular intervals. Fortunately, the camp enforced a rule prohibiting challenges against the same person within 2 hours. Otherwise, the relentless onslaught would surely exhaust him. During this time, Shen Zhou observed Bai Feng's battles. To his surprise, Bai Feng was an archer, capable of conjuring a purple longbow with his left hand and launching attacks from a distance using true essence as arrows. Clearly, Bai Feng possessed martial talent and excelled as an ADC. His abilities were notably formidable. Through continuous combat, Bai Feng made rapid progress and ultimately maintained his position at the bottom of the rankings. As the 3 days elapsed, the top 15 members remained unchanged. On the morning of their departure, accompanied by Shurimo, the group set off in several horse-drawn carriages, leaving the city of Guanghan Prefecture behind. Their destination, the Honglin mountain range, was an expansive and dense forest. One end bordered Sanyun County in Guanghan Prefecture, while the other met another state of the Yan Kingdom, Zhuwei State. It was said that within the Honglin mountain range lurked exceedingly fearsome demons, posing great danger. However, they would not venture too deep. The mission was to eliminate those demons that had strayed from the mountains and threatened nearby villages and towns. Shen Zhou, Lin Yujing, Bai Feng, and Lu Tianrang shared a carriage, accompanied by a young man with a shaved head, Xiong Yang, who held the 4th position in the Tianjia camp. Shen Zhou and Lin Yujing are not particularly loquacious individuals. Bai Feng, who was once quite the chatterbox, fell into a deep slumber as soon as he boarded the carriage after 3 grueling days of battle, too exhausted even to flatter Shen Zhou. Throughout the journey, most of the conversation was carried on by Lu Tianrang and Xiong Yang. I have heard that neighboring Jiazhu has been plagued by natural disasters these past few months, leaving most of its populace homeless and destitute. This may very well be the reason why the demons lurking in the Honglin mountain range can no longer contain themselves. In such turbulent times, it is only natural for them to emerge and partake in the chaos. Lu Tianrang remarked, clad in white garments and gracefully wielding a folding fan, maintaining his flamboyant demeanor. However, he quickly shifted his tone. Yet, I have faith in the court. They will surely find a way to adequately shelter those afflicted by disaster. Whether it be calamity or human folly, all can be overcome. Meanwhile, Shen Zhou listened quietly. Is it true that Jiaruzu is undergoing such calamity? One must recognize that the evils birthed in chaotic times far exceed those in peaceful eras. Perhaps a visit there in the future would be in order. Naturally, sitting across from him, Xiong Yang nodded in agreement with Lu Tianrang's words. To be honest, compared to other states, we are indeed fortunate in Guanghan. Under the leadership of Lord Chongwu, our province is flourishing, and the people live in peace and contentment. However, Upon hearing this, a faint derisive smile crept onto Lin Yujing's lips. Unfortunately, her life experiences do not align with Xiang Yang's proclamations. This gesture did not escape Xiang Yang's notice, and he furrowed his brow. What are you smiling at? Do you dare show disrespect to Lord Chengwu? Are you questioning his capabilities? Do you believe he has done poorly? Xiang Yang, a native of Guanghan, lived in close proximity to the Guanghan Palace. Growing up, he was constantly surrounded by tales of Lord Chengwu's renowned valor, and the environment around him portrayed a facade of stability and prosperity, ultimately turning him into an ardent admirer of the Lord. He could not tolerate any disrespect toward Lord Chengwu, not even from a beautiful lady. Lin Yujing frowned. Yet before she could speak, Shen Zhou interjected abruptly. Your skill at casting aspersions is truly remarkable. You speak without hesitation. If you utter another word, I shall take it as an affront and promptly throw you from this carriage. Xiang Yang's body jolted, and he obediently fell silent, contemplating that despite his 4th rank, he was still no match for Shen Zhou, and thus it was wise to avoid confrontation. Such individuals were a source of great annoyance to Shen Zhou in his previous life, keyboard warriors who, in a mere discussion, would hastily label others, taking the moral high ground to launch their tirades. Such scoundrels deserved a reality check, which would likely bring them to heel. Please, let us not quarrel. Lu Tianrang interjected, maintaining his gentle smile while fanning himself, turning to Shen Zhou. Shen Zhou, we are all companions here. Must you not speak with courtesy? Why resort to veiled barbs? Just as he finished speaking, a sharp and resounding sound echoed within the carriage. Lu Tianrang's eyes widened in shock, and he immediately covered the lower half of his face. His once gracefully wielded fan had abruptly snapped in two, and along with it, his mouth. Blood began to drip incessantly. The elegant gentleman, Lu Tianrang, felt a searing pain in his mouth. Utterly bewildered by the turn of events until he noticed Shen Zhou glancing at him. Shen Zhou's gaze was remarkably tranquil, yet his voice resonated with an icy chill. Should you continue to skew the narrative here, the consequences will extend far beyond mere verbal disputes. It is precisely because you are my companion that you can still draw breath while I impart this lesson to you. Do you comprehend? The entire situation was instigated by Xiang Yang's provocation, yet this scoundrel had the audacity to criticize him. He claimed that Shen Zhou's words lacked courtesy. Did Xiang Yang address Lin Yujing with any civility? Pretending to be just, yet secretly engaging in favoritism. Such individuals are far more detestable than keyboard warriors like Xiang Yang, who merely label others. With Shen Zhou's words, Lu Tian finally realized that it was Shen Zhou who had launched the assault, severing his folding fan and tearing open his mouth. But when did this transpire? He had been utterly oblivious. Shen Zhou exhibited no signs of aggression. He discerned no projectiles that could have inflicted harm upon him. What on earth is happening? In that fleeting moment, doubts surged within him, and the sheer terror compelled Lu Tianrang into silence. He quietly retrieved a healing elixir from his possession and began to tend to his wounds. Do you understand? Shen Zhou's voice resonated once more, reminiscent of a devil's whisper. Lu Tianrang's heart raced wildly, and his entire body trembled. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he managed to utter 3 words, I understand. Shen Zhou then withdrew his gaze and casually cast a glance at Xiang Yang. Upon witnessing the outcome of Lu Tianrang, Xiang Yang resembled a well-behaved child in kindergarten, sitting upright with his hands resting on his knees, not daring to utter a single word. At this moment, Lu Tianrang felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. This situation had arisen because of Xiang Yang, yet the latter was merely scolded, while he himself had suffered a tangible blow, even having his beloved Mingmi Jin folding fan torn apart by the other. However, Lu Tianrang found himself at a loss for words, as his previous remarks had indeed stemmed from a place of partiality towards Xiang Yang, with whom he had a good relationship. Being confronted and reprimanded in such a manner was, to be frank, entirely deserved. Contemplating this, Lu Tianrang cast a resentful glance at Xiang Yang, thinking, I spoke up for you and ended up getting punished, while you don't even dare to make a sound. Were they still considered good brothers? Meanwhile, Xiang Yang maintained a composed demeanor, fixated on the front, seemingly oblivious to Lu Tianrang's silent appeals. Lin Yujing gently exhaled, a smile gracing her lips as she gave Shen Zhou a thumbs up. Indeed, Shen Zhou had effortlessly accomplished what she could not. Had it been her, she would likely have engaged in a lengthy dispute with Xiang Yang. Shen Zhou nodded gently in response. Between friends, there is no need for the formality of expressing gratitude or politeness. However, Lin Yujing fell into deep contemplation. What martial art had Shen Zhou just demonstrated? It was so bizarre and terrifying that she had not seen any movements before he directly injured Lu Tianrang. Lin Yujing was well acquainted with Shen Zhou and knew that prior to his arrival at the Tianjiao camp, he had only practiced the Xiang electric force technique. Oh, and there was also the deadly 13 spears. This technique, capable of executing formless attacks, must have been recently mastered by Shen Zhou. Wait a moment. The shape of that incision. A bold idea suddenly surged in Lin Yujing's mind. At that moment, Bai Feng finally awoke from his slumber. Stretching lazily and surveying his surroundings, he couldn't help but express his confusion. Why is it so quiet here? Shen Zhou noticed Bai Feng's slumber and had requested everyone to remain silent, so as not to disturb him. Lin Yujing's mood lifted considerably, cherishing the rare opportunity to share a jest with him. Hearing this, Bai Feng felt a wave of emotion. He turned to Shen Zhou and earnestly remarked, "Brother Shen, you are truly kind to me." Shen Zhou nodded solemnly, thinking that such a statement could indeed be considered true. After several days of travel, the group finally arrived at Songyan County. The county magistrate warmly welcomed them into the yamen, but the group responded with a cool demeanor, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The magistrate was accustomed to this treatment. Officials from above often behaved similarly. However, he noticed one youth who was an exception, staring intently at him throughout their encounter. The intensity of that gaze felt as though it could consume him whole, instilling a sense of fear within the magistrate. The pressure emanating from the youth was even greater than that from the leading official, Lord Shi. "Shen Zhou, stop staring. You're frightening the magistrate," Lin Yujing advised. Having observed Shen Zhou's fixation, "You're not plotting to eliminate the local officials upon your arrival, are you?" "Of course not," Shen Zhou denied. "I was merely observing." "Is that merely observing? Your gaze has not left the magistrate for a moment," she retorted. "Fortunately, the magistrate is an old man. Otherwise, one might think you harbored ulterior motives." After experiencing the sweetness of success, Shen Zhou now viewed the magistrate as a living embodiment of 1,000 points of virtue. Yet, he was aware that not every magistrate was like Zhao Shuanghe, who exploited the common people. Though rare, there were indeed good officials in this world. Since good officials were scarce, akin to endangered species, he would feel guilty if he accidentally harmed one. Therefore, Shen Zhou chose to observe rather than act. "By the way, Shen Zhou, have you truly mastered that technique?" Lin Yujing inquired quietly. "Yes," Shen Zhou affirmed. "After relentless research and effort, I have finally realized this martial art, achieving a monumental breakthrough from nothing to something." Upon hearing this, Lin Yujing's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He had truly succeeded? That martial art, with a survival rate of 0, had actually been mastered by Shen Zhou. "A monster," she murmured softly. Shen Zhou chuckled softly. "Next time, choose a more suitable adjective. I am quite weary of this one." Suddenly, a voice inquired about Lu Tianrang, who had remained inside the carriage throughout their journey, unlike the others who often stepped out for fresh air. "Oh, I am practicing at a critical moment and cannot afford any interruptions," Lu Tianrang fabricated a response, concealing the truth that he was waiting for his facial wound to heal. Although Shen Zhou had inflicted a cut upon him, Lu Tianrang, being a martial artist of the third realm, would recover in a matter of days. His reluctance to emerge was akin to the earlier reticence of Yin Shiwu, driven by a fear of losing face and dignity. As Lu Tianrang explained, he discreetly glanced at Shen Zhou, silently hoping he would not expose his lie. However, Shen Zhou was indifferent to his plight. He was a man who repaid grievances on the spot. To him, delivering a blow meant settling the score, and he would not linger like a scorned woman, obsessively holding on to past grievances. While most might worry about potential retaliation, this was not a concern for Shen Zhou, for he possessed a unique ability, the Eye of Calamity. As long as Lu Tianrang's name remained blue above his head, it indicated no immediate threat. Should it change to orange or red from a wound inflicted by Shen Zhou, he would not hesitate to strike again. The group lingered briefly at the county magistrate's office before proceeding, under the guidance of the local constable, to the site of the recent demonic disturbances. This location was a village known as Lu Yun, where scantily clad farmers toiled in the fields. Upon seeing the officials approach, they gradually gathered, standing silently in observation. "This is the place," the constable murmured, leading them to a dilapidated hut. "This household has suffered the farthest reach of the demon's malevolence." The constable's voice was somber as Shi Imo nodded and stepped forward to push open the wooden door. Inside the cramped, foul-smelling abode, the sunlight filtered through, casting a dim red hue. The interior was a grotesque amalgamation of what was once flesh and entrails, splattered across the floor. The expressions of those present varied greatly. Xiang Yang and Bai Feng turned pale, while Lin Yujing and Mo Wuhan remained expressionless. Shen Zhou crossed the threshold of the thatched cottage, meticulously surveying the interior. He recalled the 3 cat demons from Chongqing County, who had devoured their victims with such meticulousness that only bare bones remained, stripped of flesh and entrails. In stark contrast, here, the blood and viscera were carelessly strewn about. If the cat demons of Chongqing County had killed for sustenance, the fiends here seemed to slaughter purely for amusement. How audacious! This thought brought a cruel smile to Shen Zhou's lips. Chapter 56. You are all mere mortals. Outside, the county magistrate spoke once more. There is another village ahead of Luli village, but the demons came upon us swiftly and under the cover of night, leaving us no time to react. The entire village has been devoured. His voice faltered with emotion. Later, we mustered our forces. But after the demons had finished their slaughter, they retreated into the treacherous terrain of the Honglin mountain range. Even with bows and crossbows, our brethren need not continue. Shimo interrupted the magistrate, turning to the assembled elites, and issued a solemn command. All members of the elite camp, heed my call. Engage and vanquish the demons. A hesitant response followed, lacking conviction. Many of the elites appeared disheartened. They had been so certain of claiming the treasures of Guanghan Palace. Yet the gruesome scene before them yanked them back to the harsh reality. Most of their previous encounters had been mere sparring. Thrust into the battlefield now felt utterly daunting. Observing their demeanor, Shimo sighed, recognizing that these prodigies were still but tender shoots in need of nurturing. They required encouragement. Just as he prepared to impart some uplifting words, someone unexpectedly clapped him on the shoulder. Sir Shimo, I shall take my leave first. Let your rallying cry be heard by these commoners. The young man in the azure robe stepped out of the cottage, his expression calm as he turned to Lin Yujing. Director Lin, shall we proceed together? Certainly. Lin Yujing nodded, summoning a dark orb from her palm. With a toss, the Lingqing bird demon emerged in response. Shen Zhou was slightly taken aback. The master of the Lin Pavilion understood him remarkably well. Before he could utter a word, the other party had already taken the initiative to present the bird demon. Indeed, having such a considerate teammate is quite advantageous. Shen Zhou and the other person leaped onto the back of the bird one after the other. Wait a moment, Brother Shun. Take me with you. Bai Feng immediately called out upon witnessing this. Lin Yujing cast an inquiring glance towards Shen Zhou. Shen Zhou remarked, you cannot compete in high-level matches. Bai Feng displayed a puzzled expression, but Shen Zhou, disinterested in elaborating, merely nodded and said, never mind, you can join. All right, Bai Feng exclaimed with delight, promptly leaping onto the back of the bird. In his view, accompanying a formidable ally like Shen Zhou would naturally diminish the dangers they might encounter. In the next moment, Ling Qing soared into the sky, carrying Shen Zhou and the other two towards the direction of the Honglin mountain range. Witnessing Shen Zhou's immediate departure, Shirimo opened his mouth, somewhat at a loss for words. It was indeed a case of the drought-stricken perishing and the flood-stricken suffering equally. Some were too fearful to ascend, while others were anxious about being left behind. A mere mortal dares to refer to me in such a manner, murmured Mo Wuhan, a handsome figure in the crowd, as he scoffed softly and, with a flick of his sleeve, transformed into a fleeting shadow racing towards the distance. This fellow named Shen Zhou certainly has a sharp tongue. I have no desire to be labeled as a mere mortal. Road Tianyang muttered, regaining his composure as a graceful gentleman, swiftly following in Mo Wuhan's footsteps. As one of the top 3 in the Tianjiao camp, he was unwilling to let Shen Zhou steal the spotlight alone. Brother Tianyang, wait for me. Xiang Yang inhaled deeply and hurried after them. Not only them, but the remaining Tianjiao also fell silent, each turning to depart without a word. Shen Zhou's words evidently struck a chord with the crowd. These were the top 15 prodigious youths of Guanghan Prefecture. Throughout their lives, they had been showered with various flattering titles. Yet now, they were reduced to mere mortals in Shen Zhou's eyes. How could they possibly endure such an affront? In an instant, all the gifted youths departed in a huff. Upon witnessing this, Shirimo couldn't help but smile. Splendid, truly splendid. The 2 words casually uttered by Shen Zhou proved far more effective than the lengthy motivational speech he was about to deliver. Wow. Is this what it feels like to fly? It's exhilarating. In the vast expanse of the sky, Bai Feng couldn't help but exclaim. It was his first flight. and he was utterly thrilled. "You shouldn't have come up here," Lin Yujing remarked, shaking her head. "Why not?" Bai Feng asked, puzzled. "Because this is a high-end gathering." Lin Yujing reiterated Shen Zhou's words. In the past, she had found Shen Zhou's peculiar expressions rather baffling, but now, it seemed she was beginning to grasp their meaning. Bai Feng remained confused, casting a questioning glance at Shen Zhou, hoping for clarification. Shen Zhou maintained a vigilant gaze downward. With his extraordinary vision at the pinnacle of the three realms, he discerned every detail upon the ground with remarkable clarity. However, as he traversed a dense thicket, his sight was momentarily obstructed. Yet, this was of little consequence, for a series of crimson names abruptly materialized within his field of vision. First realm Ape Demon. Second realm Ape Demon. Second realm Wolf Demon. First realm Rabbit Demon. These were not mere names, but genuine manifestations of malevolent creatures. Shen Zhou's lips curled into a broader smile, a surge of happiness and excitement coursing through him. With the vantage point of aerial observation combined with the eye of natural disasters, it felt as though he had been granted the perspective of a deity, rendering all nearby demons utterly visible. "Descend to that patch of forest." Shen Zhou pointed decisively in a direction. "Very well," Lin Yujing responded promptly, and Lingqing immediately dove towards the indicated woods. "Has Brother Shen located the demons?" Bai Feng inquired anxiously, raising his left hand high as a purple crossbow materialized, swiftly assuming a state of readiness. At that moment, Shen Zhou made his move, flipping over and leaping directly from the back of the bird. Beneath his falling form, two ape demons were entangled in a tree, oblivious to the world around them, indulging in their desires amidst the abundance of food available. Engrossed in their activities, they failed to notice the commotion in the sky above. In the next instant, Shen Zhou appeared beside the two demons, lightly tapping his toes on the tree trunk, passing by without a trace of hesitation. However, at the very moment Shen Zhou descended, the two previously writhing ape demons halted their movements. Their expressions froze, and a straight line appeared on their bodies. Mere moments later, blood erupted from that line like a fountain. Chapter 57. The Demon Slayer has arrived. Slaying a second realm ape demon grants 70 points of benevolence. Slaying a first realm ape demon grants 20 points of benevolence. A notification echoed in Shen Zhou's mind. Due to the two ape demons overlapping, his single strike had secured a double kill. How remarkably considerate. Delight flickered within him as he pressed onward without pause, moving toward the next location. This grand performance of slaughter had only just begun. Deep within the dense forest, a wolf demon crouched amidst the undergrowth, gnawing on the remains of an elderly woman. Suddenly, its ears twitched, and its massive lupin head lifted, its pupils reflecting the figure of a human youth. The boy wore an expression of sheer terror, his face pale with fear as he stumbled forward in a frantic jog. Lost in the labyrinth of trees, the youth seemed to be running blindly, until his path veered directly toward the waiting predator. Truly, panic had stripped him of all sense of direction. After a brief moment of surprise, the wolf demon's maw twisted into a grin. Had it been a modern man, it might have exclaimed, "Delivery straight to my doorstep." Without hesitation, it discarded the rotting flesh in its grasp, saliva dripping as it lunged toward the distant boy. A human child would be far more delectable than the withered old woman it had been feasting upon. Yet mid-leap, darkness abruptly swallowed its vision, plunging it into an endless void. The last sound it registered was a calm, indifferent voice. Number 3. All that remained was the wolf demon's bisected corpse, entrails spilling across the forest floor, while the boy, still feigning terror, continued onward to his next destination. Though the woodland was not vast, its foliage was unnaturally thick, providing perfect concealment for lurking fiends. Yet before Shen Zhou's catastrophe, it might as well have been an open plain. Every demon's position was laid bare before him. Precisely for this reason, Shen Zhou refrained from unleashing his full power. A careless display of overwhelming force might startle the creatures, scattering them in all directions. Hunting them down one by one would only be a tedious inconvenience. Above all, do not disturb the nest. Shen Zhou presented himself as an ordinary person, akin to a child who had inadvertently wandered into a perplexing forest, deliberately drawing the attention of the lurking fiends. His baiting strategy proved remarkably effective. Any demon, upon glimpsing this fear-stricken and solitary youth, would rush towards him, eager to savor the delicacy of fresh flesh. The outcome was invariably the same. They charged forth, only to be dismembered. Any creature that ventured within 3 meters of Shen Zhou was destined to be cleaved in twain, their bodies and blood never once touching him. Not even the hem of his garment. The true hunter often manifests in the guise of prey. During this time, Shen Zhou unleashed the art of slicing, a martial skill characterized by its stealth, instantaneous execution, and absence of any preliminary motion. It emitted but the faintest sound upon cleaving the opponent. Its sole drawback was perhaps its limited range, yet this was inconsequential, for he had merely begun to grasp its fundamentals. At this moment, the forest was eerily silent. To the outside observer, it bore no hint of massacre, as each demon met its swift demise, too rapid to even utter a cry. Nevertheless, some creatures sensed the anomaly. A red fox revealed its true form, its countenance reflecting a human-like terror, as it scurried frantically through the woods. In its frantic flight, the red fox encountered several corpses, more accurately, a multitude of dismembered bodies. Each corpse had been sliced in half, not horizontally, but vertically. From brain to tail, they were bisected, their innards strewn about like curds in a dish. The horrific scene nearly drove the red fox to madness, initially bewildered by the inexplicable demise of so many demons. It soon grasped the reality when it witnessed a wolf demon attempting to approach a human child, only to be cleaved asunder. A formidable human warrior had intruded, masquerading as a child, luring them to their doom before dispatching them. Despicable human, the red fox cursed, and upon realizing the terror embodied in that human child, it wisely refrained from charging forth, retreating instead into a nearby cave. Within that cramped cavern, apart from itself, lay a somewhat frail gray fox, curled up in the depths, clenching a tender piece of human liver in its jaws. Beneath the gray fox, 2 tiny kits huddled together, nursing. "What's wrong?" the gray fox inquired, observing the red fox's panic. "A powerful human warrior has arrived," the red fox replied anxiously. "Most of the demons in this forest have been slain. That human is a veritable demon hunter. Let us remain silent and hidden. Surely they will not discover us here." The gray fox's eyes widened in fear, and it nodded, refraining from uttering another word. Mere seconds later, a sound of footsteps echoed ominously, easily discernible as the tread of a biped. "The accursed demon hunter is approaching." The 2 foxes held their breath, yet the human warriors seemed to sense something amiss, the footsteps drawing nearer and slowing to a halt, ultimately stopping nearby. "I will draw him away," the red fox suddenly whispered. "What?" The gray fox shook its head in terror. "No, he clearly harbors suspicion. We will surely perish." Yet the red fox spoke with resolute determination, its eyes reflecting a self-sacrificial resolve. "You and the kits must live." Having imparted this charge, the red fox boldly dashed out of the cave. The gray fox, tears streaming down its face, watched the red fox's retreating figure, paralyzed by the need to honor its companion's intent. For the sake of the kits, it could not die here. It must raise them to adulthood. The gray fox could do naught but pray, hoping for the red fox's escape from the human warrior's clutches, yearning for a day when they might reunite. Suddenly, a piercing shriek shattered the stillness, reminiscent of countless birds converging within the forest, all emitting a cacophonous cry. Both the gray fox in the cave and the red fox outside heard the sound. "What is that noise?" they wondered, but before they could ponder further, their vision was engulfed in a blinding golden light. Boom. Slain a second-tier fox demon, virtue points increased by 75. Slain a first-tier fox demon, virtue points increased by 20. Delivered a fox family reunion, virtue points increased by 10. In an instant, dust swirled around as Shen Zhou stood a short distance away, the golden light dissipating from his grasp, his expression one of indifference. "Let us resolve these last few together," he muttered, observing the scene of emotional farewells. Perplexed by their fear of separation, "I shall unleash a thunderbolt, ensuring your eternal union." This family of fox demons represented the last of their kind in the forest. Shen Zhou surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of any remaining red dots. Thus, he felt no fear in exterminating them, nor concern about startling their nest. Now, to assess his spoils, Shen Zhou contentedly focused his attention on the record of merits, with his current merit value at 825 points. In this forest, he had dispatched approximately a dozen demonic creatures, yet regrettably, their realms were rather low, with the most formidable among them merely at the 2nd realm. It seemed they were likely sent as cannon fodder by higher powers, hence their lack of strength. It appears that both humans and demons struggle at the lower echelons of existence. However, on the flip side, despite the numerous man-eating demons he had vanquished. The merit value he accrued paled in comparison to that of Zhao Shuanghe. How remarkable that Zhao Shuanghe's worth continues to rise. The demons, possessing feeble abilities, lacked the capacity for large-scale sorcery, compelling Shen Zhou to eliminate them one by one. In contrast, a mere command from Zhao Shuanghe could lead to widespread devastation, rendering the minor demon's threat trivial by comparison. At present, Shen Zhou had managed to earn a modest profit. Splendid, it was once again time to enhance his attributes. His offensive capabilities were maximized, whether through slashing or the Ziyang lightning technique, both serving as exceptional means of combat. As for his physique, with the virtues of benevolence and the fourth calamity, there was no immediate cause for concern. Thus, he resolved to augment his speed. Having cultivated the Ziyang lightning technique, Shen Zhou's speed among his peers was commendable, yet who wouldn't desire to be swifter? Hence, he firmly decided, the flying ferrying technique shall be his focus. Chapter 58. The Hexagonal Warrior. Without hesitation, Shen Zhou vigorously injected his newly acquired merit value into this endeavor. The record of merits subsequently conveyed a message. By consuming 20 points of merit value, you diligently practice this relatively challenging martial art, striving to mobilize your entire essence, operating in accordance with the text, and combining it with its unique movement technique. You slightly perceive a sense of lightness akin to a swallow, having grasped the fundamentals of the flying ferrying technique. This consumption, although not quite on par with the Ziyang lightning technique, was not far behind. He pressed on. By expending 100 points of merit value, you finally achieved a flow of essence within, harmonizing with the rhythms of nature, thus harnessing the wind to propel yourself, resulting in a significant increase in speed. The flying ferrying technique is now partially mastered. Rhythms of nature. What could that possibly mean? Is it the lingering essence of the wind? That indeed sounds like a remarkable boon. Shen Zhou expressed his confusion, yet he resolved to continue his endeavors. With the expenditure of 200 points of virtue, he found himself able to harmonize effortlessly with the ethereal grace of nature. His speed surged once more, allowing him to harness the void's energy for a leap of transcendent agility. Marvelously, he achieved the second jump. Let us proceed, he declared. Upon spending 400 points of virtue, he sensed that it was no longer he who was synchronizing with nature's elegance, but rather the elegance that was attuning itself to him. In this moment, his state could be encapsulated in a poetic line. From the cliff, I leap as lightly as a feather, soaring through the void, my aspirations boundless. He attained the pinnacle of flying across the waters. As the record of his merits unfurled with eloquent prose, Shen Zhou felt an ineffable connection to a subtle essence pervading the cosmos. However, at his current level of enlightenment, he could only vaguely perceive this essence, unable to articulate its nature. With determination, Shen Zhou invoked the technique of flying across the waters, propelling himself forward like an arrow piercing the sky. To the naked eye, he became an elusive shadow, leaving behind a long, indistinct trace in the air. At the zenith of his third realm and the perfection of his technique, even the formidable feline demon from the past, in her full sprint, could not compare to his current prowess. He had emerged as a true hexagonal warrior, devoid of any weaknesses. Meanwhile, Bai Feng, perched upon the back of a bird, anxiously gripped his longbow, his gaze fixed intently on the dense forest below. Since Shen Zhou leaped down, he has been utterly silent, and the forest has not echoed with the slightest sound of a struggle. It is as if he has completely vanished without a trace. Sister Lin, should we not search for Brother Shen? What if there are too many demons below, and he cannot fend them off? Bai Feng expressed his concerns. However, when he turned around, he was astonished to find Lin Yujing seated in meditation, engrossed in her own cultivation. Is Ning truly so relaxed? He pondered. There seems to be no need for such composure. As if sensing Bai Feng's gaze, Lin Yujing uttered a few words. She harbored no worries for Shen Zhou, having witnessed his formidable prowess, especially now that he had recently mastered the art of severance. A prodigious individual has acquired an extraordinary skill. How remarkable! Her concerns now shifted more towards the demons lurking in the woods. No, that is not quite right. Why worry about those creatures? She ought to be more concerned for herself. After all, this time, the merit of their contributions would be measured by the number of demons slain. Yet it appeared she could hardly accrue any points while accompanying Shen Zhou. Shen Zhou treats his comrades well. However, when it comes to demons and foes, he exhibits an almost maniacal obsession. He insists on personally severing the heads of each enemy, showing displeasure whenever others attempt to take action. Just then, Lin Yujing suddenly recognized a critical oversight. Although the Guanghan Palace had dispatched them to slay demons, how was credit for their accomplishments to be calculated? On the battlefield, it is customary to sever an enemy's left ear to count the number of kills, yet Guanghan Palace had issued no specific directives regarding this matter. While she pondered this perplexity, Bai Feng's voice cut through the air. "Sister Lin, why not let me down? I need to find Brother Shen. Are you really going?" Lin Yujing inquired, somewhat surprised. "You two are that close?" "Not exactly," Bai Feng scratched his head, "but we are comrades in arms. We cannot disregard a comrade's well-being. I must check on him." Lin Yujing cast him a startled glance, unable to perceive this young man's sense of loyalty. As she prepared to respond, a sudden, violent explosion reverberated nearby. Boom! Bai Feng immediately tensed, while Lin Yujing narrowed her eyes, swiftly guiding Ling Qing to soar towards the scene. They soon arrived and looked down to witness a deep crater carved into the forest, the surrounding trees flattened as though by a great force. My heavens, such destructive power! Surely it is the work of an exceedingly formidable demon. Bai Feng stammered, feeling his bow tremble in his grip. At that moment, he grasped the meaning of Shen Zhou's earlier reference to a high-end match. With such area damage, even if he managed to evade from start to finish, he would likely perish from some enigmatic AoE attack. Meanwhile, Lin Yujing detected a strangely familiar aura emanating from the lingering arcs of electricity surrounding the crater. The purple yang electric barrier technique. Undoubtedly, this was a skill wielded by Shen Zhou, yet its power now seemed even more terrifying than when he confronted Zhao Shuanghe. Just a few days had passed. Shen Zhou had evidently perfected the purple yang electric barrier technique, and now its might had surged yet again. Could it be that his realm had ascended once more? But he had only recently broken through to the third realm. This is utterly absurd. Are other prodigies to be left with no chance? Lin Yujing felt a shiver run down her spine, and in the next instant, a figure suddenly burst forth from the woods, soaring towards their position. The figure's arrival was so abrupt that Bai Feng screamed, shooting a blue arrow at it without even seeing clearly. Alas, the figure moved too swiftly. Bai Feng's arrow flew wide of its mark. He readied a second shot, but a bony hand had already clasped his bow. The individual had appeared right beside him. Bai Feng's pupils narrowed, and in that instant, his mind went blank. A series of images flashing before him. "What are you doing attacking your own?" A familiar voice rang out, and Bai Feng turned to find Shen Zhou wearing a look of exasperation. "Brother Shen?" Bai Feng was initially taken aback, then his legs buckled, and he fell back onto the bird, exhaling heavily. Damn, I thought I was a goner. He had believed a terrifying enemy was upon them. "You really need to work on your mental fortitude." Shen Zhou gently patted Bai Feng's shoulder. He had not truly exerted himself, as his speed was far from swift. However, this fellow had indiscriminately launched an attack, clearly startled. "When did you learn to fly?" Lin Yujing, standing nearby, inquired in astonishment. For her Ling Qing was already 200 meters above ground, yet Shen Zhou had ascended effortlessly. "I cannot fly," Shen Zhou replied, shaking his head. "I merely practiced my agility while slaying demons moments ago, allowing me to momentarily traverse the air." "Very well." Lin Yujing nodded, a hint of numbness gracing her fair visage. She had somewhat grown accustomed to Shen Zhou's nonchalant portrayal of cultivation, as though it were as simple as drinking water. Bai Feng, however, had not been exposed to such experiences. Upon hearing this, his eyes widened in disbelief. Had he truly misheard? Could the arduous endeavor of cultivation be described so casually? Chapter 59. What audacity do these insignificant creatures possess to show themselves? Nevertheless, Shen Zhou, have you encountered a formidable adversary in this forest? Lin Yujing continued, her curiosity piqued. Why else would you unleash such a formidable move? Formidable move? Shen Zhou was taken aback, unaware he had executed anything of the sort. Observing his look of bewilderment, Lin Yujing gestured toward the smoldering pit below. To invoke such a powerful technique, it must indeed be a demon worthy of your earnest attention, no? Fell into silence. Could this truly be an ordinary strike from him? If he were to disclose that he employed this technique merely to eliminate two minor monsters of the first and second realms, would Lin Yujing's composure shatter on the spot? Contemplating this, refrained from revealing the harsh truth to Lin Yujing, simply nodding. Well, it could be considered that way. The adversary is indeed quite formidable. Before Lin Yujing could inquire further, he turned his gaze towards the still cowering Bai Feng and remarked with a smile, "Come on, buddy, still trembling?" Bai Feng chuckled sheepishly before finally rising to his feet. "You needn't admonish him too harshly. He was just about to jump in to save you." Lin Yujing chimed in cheerfully. "Is that so?" Raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by this lad's intent. However, he seemed to sense something amiss and suddenly looked down. Almost simultaneously, a voice echoed from below. "Hey, you three." Lin Yujing and Bai Feng lowered their heads upon hearing this, only to behold a young man clad in white, standing atop the treetops. His long hair danced wildly in the wind, and an invisible aura emanated from him, causing the surrounding branches to sway incessantly. The foremost of the celestial camp, Mo Wuhan. "Is it you who have vanquished the demons in this forest?" Mo Wuhan's expression was icy, and his tone bore no trace of emotion. Nodded gently. "Very well." Mo Wuhan flicked his sleeves and pointed forward with his right hand. "I shall proceed in that direction. From this moment on, the three of you are to vacate this area and must not appear within my sight." As he spoke, Mo Wuhan's aura surged, exuding an overwhelming presence that was formidable beyond measure. Although he regarded himself as superior in strength to Shen Zhou and his companions, he recognized that they possessed the ability to command demons and fly, granting them swifter and more convenient movement. Thus, Mo Wuhan resolved to maintain his distance. Otherwise, he would merely be left trailing behind, unable to vanquish many demons. However, as the foremost figure in the celestial talent camp, Mo Wuhan held his pride in high regard. He typically operated alone, dismissing any challenges issued within the camp. He had scarcely any friends or even acquaintances in the celestial talent camp, but what did it matter? When it came to the distribution of elixirs, he received the lion's share, and when selecting techniques, he always chose the finest. The other talents were only worthy of what remained. Throughout his life, Mo Wuhan had never been one to concede to others. Rather, it was others who ought to yield to him, and this occasion would be no different. Not to mention, he vividly recalled the young man named Shen Zhou referring to him as a mortal before their departure. Mortal. Just the thought of such a term ignited a surge of anger within him. How dare this boy, a mere upstart, insult him with such a base label? This was precisely why Mo Wuhan had displayed such dominance upon his arrival. If the other party were wise, they would take their humiliation and depart quietly. If not, he would ensure that Shen Zhou comprehended just how powerful the so-called mortal could be. Lin Yujing remained expressionless, silent, her gaze fixed on Mo Wuhan as if observing a lifeless corpse. Bai Feng, sensing the palpable tension, interjected, "Mo brother, your actions are rather tyrannical. Even if he is the top talent, this place is ours by prior arrival, and who decreed that we must heed your commands suddenly?" A roaring gust of wind surged past, sharp as a blade, stinging Bai Feng's cheek and forcing him to instinctively shut his eyes. What is happening? Bai Feng thought, bewildered. He quickly opened his eyes, only to find that the imposing figure above the treetops was no longer Mo Wuhan, but Shen Zhou. How could this transformation occur so abruptly? Where was Mo Wuhan? Bai Feng hastily scanned the area and soon spotted him on the ground nearby. At that moment, the esteemed talent of Guanghan Prefecture was performing an inverted pose, his feet in the air while his head was deeply embedded in the earth. Just moments ago, he had appeared ethereal with flowing hair, akin to a celestial being. Now, he was covered in dirt, resembling a beggar. Bai Feng's pupils contracted, and he swallowed hard, feeling a sense of unreality. Could it be that in the blink of an eye, Mo Wuhan had fallen? No, more accurately, he had inverted. What a remarkable speed of defeat. Shun. The individual in question is the foremost of the Tianjiao camp, yet you so effortlessly vanquished them. By your exemplary actions, you have imparted a lesson in humility to the martial artists of the three realms, earning yourself an additional 10 points in virtuous deeds. As the notification of merit echoed in his ears, Shen Zhou gazed down at Mo Wuhan, who appeared to be performing a jester's act on the ground. A cold, mocking laughter escaped his lips. "It seems I have been far too lenient. Now, even the most insignificant creatures dare to make demands of me." Mo Wuhan, still clinging to a sliver of consciousness while writhing in agony on the ground, felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation swell within him upon hearing those words. Previously, Shen Zhou had referred to him as a mere mortal. Now he had been reduced to the status of a stray dog. Yet, the harsh reality was that, in the face of Shen Zhou, he had indeed been no more than a wild dog, easily dispatched with a single kick. The swiftness of Shen Zhou was astonishing. During the brief encounter, Mo Wuhan could scarcely catch a glimpse of his shadow. His body failed to react in time, and he had been unable to summon his martial prowess before being rendered into this pitiful state. In that moment, Mo Wuhan finally comprehended Shen Zhou's assessment of him. It was not a matter of disdain or belittlement. Rather, it was an unvarnished reflection of reality from Shen Zhou's perspective. Terror, despair, and defeat surged within him, and ultimately, Mo Wuhan succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 60, The Guardian in the Shadows Stray Dogs by Feng muttered, contemplating the absurdity of such a title bestowed upon the illustrious first of the Tianjia camp in the presence of Shen Zhou. Yet, it was not without merit. Shen Zhou could dispatch a kitten or a pup with a single swift kick, and he had done the same to Mo Wuhan, blurring the distinction between the two. If an ordinary person were to witness Shen Zhou's prowess, they would likely remain oblivious to his true strength. Only those young elites who prided themselves on being Tianjiao could grasp the sheer terror of Shen Zhou's abilities. It aptly illustrates the adage, if you do not cultivate, you are but a frog in a well, gazing up at the moon. If you do cultivate, encountering me is akin to a mayfly beholding the vast sky. Shen Zhou, is this truly the right course of action? Bai Feng could not restrain himself. Mo Wuhan is, after all, one of our companions, isn't? Have you ever seen companions speak to one another in such a condescending manner? Beside them, Lin Yujing scoffed, her tone laden with age-old wisdom as she sighed. The youth of today are far too prone to arrogance and impetuosity. A modicum of martial talent, coupled with a lack of real-world experience, often leads to individuals like Mo Wuhan. Shen Zhou opened his mouth, only to realize that Lin Yujing had already completed his lines. Rather than dwell on it, he moved his feet, his form flickering, and returned to Lin Yujing's side. Lord Lin, shall we continue our journey? Of course, Lin Yujing nodded. With that, Ling Qing once again took flight, carrying Shen Zhou and the others through the woods as they pressed onward. Not long after their departure, a silver figure suddenly emerged from the nearby forest, swiftly appearing beside Mo Wuhan. Upon witnessing Mo Wuhan's disheveled state, the silver figure couldn't help but exclaim, "This fellow is truly precise and ruthless in his actions. No wonder Brother Ian specifically instructed me to keep an eye on him, otherwise, any other members of the Chongwu Guard wouldn't be able to keep up." He pulled Mo Wuhan from the ground and slapped him a few times in an attempt to rouse him. However, Mo Wuhan remained blissfully asleep, unresponsive to the attempts. "What are you pretending for? If you're so adept at feigning, do it before the demons. Why put on a show in front of your own people?" The silver figure shook his head and fed Mo Wuhan a medicinal pill. "Wake up. The Guanghan Palace sent you to slay demons for your training. What do you think you're doing here, sleeping like a log?" As the pill was ingested, Mo Wuhan began to stir slightly. Observing this, the silver figure nodded in satisfaction before vanishing from sight. At this moment, Shen Zhou and the others had completely flown out of Songyan County, finding themselves in the buffer zone between Songyan County and the Hanglin mountain range, where the terrain was intricate, nearly devoid of any signs of human excavation. Shen Zhou spoke up, "I possess a remarkable talent in martial arts that allows me to perceive the traces of any demon or monster, enabling me to swiftly locate them in the skies." "I see," Lin Yujing replied calmly, nodding her head. "No wonder you were able to effortlessly detect the demons lurking in the forest just now." Beside them, Bai Feng exclaimed, "Wow, Shen Zhou. The scouting ability you have awakened is simply extraordinary." Lin Yujing cast him a glance, while the newcomer was still in awe of Shen Zhou's formidable prowess. Seasoned players like her had long since grown numb to such displays. Shen Zhou continued, "Wait a moment, when I find the demon, I will leave it to both of you to handle." Following Mo Wuhan's diversion, Shen Zhou became acutely aware that he had neglected an important matter. He had enlisted Lin Yujing to accompany him purely for the sake of her avian demon. He had been solely focused on having her serve as his free chauffeur. After all, this would indeed facilitate the extermination of demons significantly. The outcome, however, was that Shen Zhou did all the demon slaying himself, leaving Lin Yujing with no opportunity to earn any points, rendering her nothing more than a mere tool. Such conduct felt decidedly unfair. How could he indulge while simultaneously undermining his own efforts? In behaving this way, what distinction was there between him and the malevolent individuals he sought to vanquish? As friends, they ought to uplift one another and progress together. All right. Lin Yujing nodded gently, comprehending Shen Zhou's thoughts. She couldn't help but reflect that the greatest nightmare in this world would likely be to become Shen Zhou's enemy. Conversely, the greatest fortune might be to become his friend. At least in her opinion. Her past 2 decades had been shrouded in darkness and uncertainty, until she met Shen Zhou, when life finally began to blossom with vibrancy. By the way, Shen Zhou. Shaking off her reverie, Lin Yujing suddenly recalled something. "Our task this time is to slay demons." But the Guanghan Palace did not specify how to record our accomplishments, did they? Indeed, at Lin Yujing's reminder, Bai Feng also came to the realization. Simply slaying demons. Yet there was no one to witness how many they had vanquished. Shen Zhou appeared entirely unfazed as he remarked, "There will undoubtedly be those who keep a record in secret." A clandestine record? Indeed, members of the Chongwu Guard are watching over us. They are not only documenting our achievements, but also safeguarding our well-being. Since arriving in Songyan County, Shen Zhou, utilizing his eye of natural disasters, had discerned the concealed presence of the Chengwu guards. Lin Yujing finally awakened to this revelation. The Chengwu guard serves as the personal escort of Lord Chengwu, and even their weakest members are at the pinnacle of the third realm. With their protection, what appears to be a perilous journey to slay monsters in the Tianjiao camp is, in fact, well within our control. The Guanghan Palace has indeed exerted considerable effort, deliberately selecting to provide covert protection to facilitate the rapid growth of the Tianjiao amidst life-and-death battles. While lost in thought, Shen Zhou narrowed his eyes. Having noticed yet another name materializing below, "There is someone," he stated. Lin Yujing and the others looked down to find a man dressed as a commoner, ragged and weary, crouched by a small stream, drinking water while glancing around anxiously. "In such a desolate place, how can there be someone?" Bai Feng exclaimed. "Let us go take a look." Shen Zhou commanded. "Understood." Ling Qing swiftly descended. The man, startled by the sudden appearance of the bird demon, turned to flee. However, it was evident that he possessed no martial prowess, and he was soon cornered by the trio. "Do not be alarmed," Shen Zhou spoke first. "Look closely, we are human." The man rubbed his eyes, and the tension that had gripped him seemed to finally dissipate as he collapsed to the ground. "Thank heavens, I have finally encountered living beings," he cried, wiping his tears. "Sir, how did you end up here?" Bai Feng inquired. Lin Yujing offered him a large pancake from her belongings. The man accepted it and began to eat, exclaiming between bites, "I am Yu Fingnian, a villager from the nearby settlement. Just 2 days ago, a multitude of monsters emerged from the mountains, attacking our village. My entire family was captured by a horde of rat demons. I exerted every ounce of strength to escape from their lair." At this point, Yu Fingnian became increasingly agitated, seizing Bai Feng's hand and pleading, "Please, esteemed ones, since you possess such formidable abilities, could you rescue my wife and daughter? If we delay any longer, they may be consumed by those demons." "Of course, we shall assist," Bai Feng readily affirmed. "That is precisely why we have come." Shen Zhou then inquired, "Is the lair of those monsters far from here?" "Not far at all. Just a few hundred paces away. The rat demons reside in a vast underground cavern, where my family is bound," he continued. "Moreover, there are over a dozen others held captive, kept as provisions by the rat demons." Upon hearing this, Bai Feng clenched his fists, anger etched onto his face. Shen Zhou nodded decisively, urging, "Lead the way." "All right. I extend my deepest gratitude to the 3 esteemed masters." Yu Fingnian expressed his heartfelt thanks, momentarily neglecting the bread in his hand as he guided Shen Zhou and the others onward. Chapter 61. It is you who should report to the King of Hell before long. The quartet arrived at the entrance of a canyon. "It is within that cave." Yu Fingnian tremulously indicated a distant spot behind a large boulder, his face contorted with fear. As Shen Zhou and his companions gazed ahead, they indeed discovered a dark and foreboding cave concealed behind a thicket of trees. Even from a distance, they could faintly detect the foul stench emanating from within. "Brother Shen, what should we do now?" Bai Feng inquired, his eyes fixed on Shen Zhou with eager anticipation. Lin Yujing furrowed her brow, expressing her concern. "I believe it is prudent not to act recklessly." Shen Zhou turned to Yu Fingnian and inquired, "You claim your family resides within this cave?" "Indeed." Yu Fingnian nodded, his expression filled with urgency. "I humbly beseech the 3 of you to assist me." At this juncture, Yu Fingnian attempted to kneel, but Shen Zhou quickly supported him. "There's no need for that. I have always found joy in helping others and do not relish formalities." His tone suddenly turned icy. "However, since you are so anxious about your family, I shall escort you to rescue them personally." With that, Shen Zhou abruptly seized Yu Fingnian by the neck and hurled him outside. The action taken by Shen Zhou startled everyone present. In the midst of Yu Fingnian's terrified gaze, he was abruptly propelled forward, landing squarely on the clearing before the cave. In the next moment, however, the seemingly solid ground beneath him gave way, resembling a quagmire, causing Yu Fingnian to sink entirely into it. To his horror, several claws emerged from the muck, ensnaring him firmly. "It's me, it's me." Yu Fingnian cried out in agony as the claws tore at his flesh. "I've been thrown over here. The target you seek is over there, by that large stone." At that instant, Lin Yujing and Bai Feng suddenly realized that Yu Fingnian was, in fact, an undercover agent for the monsters. A traitor. His intention was to lure Shen Zhou and his companions into the mire ahead. Fortunately, Shen Zhou had seen through the ruse. "Incompetent fool!" A shrill voice echoed from the swamp, and the next moment, several rat demons erupted from the sludge. Each one was roughly the size of a child, small yet fierce, with sharp beaks and teeth, some even wielding blades and other cold weapons. Upon witnessing these rat demons, Shen Zhou swallowed hard, resisting the urge to strike. He then addressed his companions. You too. Take action. All right. Lin Yujing nodded, her right hand sweeping through the air as the formidable and fierce dust-dispersing beast reappeared. The rhinoceros demon let out a mighty roar and charged at the swarm of rat demons, engaging them in a fierce melee. I'll handle this. You two should enter the cave. Lin Yujing turned to Shen Zhou. There are surely many more monsters within. Shen Zhou is considerate of his companions, and Lin Yujing is certainly not devoid of emotion or loyalty. When they encountered the opportunity to earn points, they decided to seize it together, sharing the blessings among themselves. Shen Zhou, without pretense, smiled. Indeed, his judgment in choosing friends has always been commendable. In his previous life, although his friends were not from affluent backgrounds but rather ordinary workers, they would always lend a helping hand in times of need. This life remains unchanged. Brother, prepare for takeoff. Shen Zhou effortlessly grasped by Feng beside him, employing the technique of floating boat, his form transforming into a fleeting shadow as he swept past the myriad of monsters below, entering the cavern. Suddenly, the surroundings were engulfed in darkness, accompanied by an unbearable stench. Bai Feng covered his nose, raising his left hand, where a crossbow began to coalesce at his wrist, emanating a faint purple glow that illuminated the vicinity. Quite an impressive skill, Shen Zhou remarked, but it remains too dim. He raised a finger, which sparked with brilliant electric light, instantly brightening the area as if under the blazing sun. For a human generator of electricity, darkness was hardly a concern. The flicker of pride on Bai Feng's face vanished in an instant. The cave resembled the description found in the tale of the Peach Blossom Spring, initially narrow, only to widen dramatically after a few steps. After traversing a corridor, they found themselves before a vast, cavernous space. The most striking feature of this cavern was a massive mound of flesh at its center, resting upon a throne constructed entirely of skeletal remains, appearing to weigh at least 1,000 jin. This was undoubtedly a rodent demon, larger than an elephant. The layers of fat on the rodent demon cascaded like waves, its ebony fur glistening, suggesting it was well fed. Flanking this tank-like creature were several robust rodent demons, mimicking human attire, their muscles rippling beneath their fur as if forged from iron. My heavens! Bai Feng's eyes widened, swallowing hard. The sight before him instilled a sense of dread. The terrifying aura emanating from the Black Rodent King made him tremble uncontrollably. The creature's realm was likely far beyond his own. Currently, he was at the second realm, 6th level, but what could the creature be? Surely, it must be at the 3rd realm? No, perhaps even higher. How unexpected indeed, that a mere human child would dare to intrude upon my domain. The Rodent King's eyes briefly flashed with surprise as it lazily lifted its head, looking down upon Shen Zhou, and Bai Feng with an air of superiority. Counting on its fingers, do you know, I have consumed 20, no, 30. A flicker of irritation crossed its eyes, and it shook its head. I've lost count. In any case, I've devoured many human children. Each time I wish to feast, I must send my subordinates to capture them. Yet the adults would rather sacrifice themselves than let the children be taken. Capturing children is quite the hassle, requiring considerable effort. Who would have thought? This time it would be so effortless. It pointed its elongated claws at Shen Zhou, and Bai Feng, 2 human children, have you lost your way? How did you inadvertently stumble upon the gates of the King of Hell? At this, the surrounding elite rodent demons regarded them with mocking expressions, baring their chilling fangs and twisted smiles. Bai Feng, terrified, curled into a ball, yet his bow remained defiantly raised. As for Shen Zhou, he smiled, mirroring the grin of the rodent demons. In the next moment, he responded to the Rodent King's inquiry with action. Shen Zhou suddenly stepped forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow, akin to an arrow released from its bow, hurtling directly towards the central figure of the Rat King. The entire sequence unfolded with the swiftness of thunder, causing the Rat King, seated upon its skeletal throne, to narrow its pupils and respond in kind. Instantly, a billowing cloud of black smoke erupted from its form, enveloping everything in its vicinity. This sinister fog appeared to possess an incredibly corrosive quality, as it made contact with the human bones beneath the Rat King. A hissing sound of decay echoed, and in the blink of an eye, they disintegrated into liquid. Nevertheless, Shen Zhou paid no heed, resolutely plunging into the lethal black smoke. Charging straight ahead, foolishness incarnate. The Rat King, witnessing this, revealed a glimmer of delight, opening its gaping maw to unleash another foul miasma towards the approaching Shen Zhou. Yet, almost simultaneously, the young human vanished in a flash, disappearing from sight. Where has he gone? The Rat King twisted its head, eager to search, but in the next instant, it froze in place, for a delicate hand, resembling a slender lotus root, had firmly grasped its head. A mocking voice echoed in the Rat King's ears. It is you who has ventured to the gates of the King of Hell. Chapter 62, The Greatest Prize Yet. Each of Shen Zhou's slender fingers appeared devoid of strength, yet they gripped the rodent's head with the tenacity of a hydraulic clamp. The mocking laughter that echoed in the rodent king's ears sent shivers of turmoil through its heart, conjuring memories of a lifetime past. No, surrendering was not an option. After all, the adversary was merely a human child, while I am the great Rat King. I have spent a century honing my powers to achieve this status, and I cannot allow all my efforts to culminate in failure at this moment. Anything that cannot defeat me shall only serve to make me stronger. A surge of ambition welled up within the rodent king as it shattered the carousel of thoughts in its mind, summoning all its demonic energy. It intended to unleash every ounce of miasma it had ever accumulated within its being at this moment. This battle would be fought with utmost resolve. A cathartic clash to the very end. Yet, in the next instant, the rodent king's fervor was abruptly extinguished. Sizzle, accompanied by a piercing, sharp explosion. Shen Zhou effortlessly severed its head. The grand battle the rodent king envisioned, filled with exhilaration, had concluded before it even began. Slaying a level 1 rodent demon. Good deeds, 1100. Shen Zhou's heart soared with joy. He never anticipated that the reward bestowed upon him by the Rat King would be the formal surpassing of Zhao Shuanghe. He realized that while vanquishing evil, the merit record attributed to his virtuous deeds was not solely based on the malevolent actions of his adversary. Furthermore, it also took into account the level of the opponent. The higher their realm, the greater the minimum merit value awarded. Consequently, eliminating a formidable boss became infinitely more advantageous than dispatching numerous lesser minions. Shen Zhou's lips curled into a faint smile, for this battle had indeed demanded immense effort. He utilized the technique of flying across the waters to launch a surprise attack on the Rat King. Then, with a sudden flicker, he teleported behind his adversary, seizing the opponent's head in a swift motion. In that fleeting moment, Shen Zhou combined the techniques of severance and the purple sun electric sphere, unleashing a remarkably powerful and intangible electric slash. Throughout the entire process, he persistently endured the Rat King's corrosive miasma with the resilience of the fourth calamity. Shen Zhou employed nearly all of his techniques to execute a splendid swift kill in this battle. After all, his opponent was a formidable foe from the fourth realm, marking his inaugural encounter with such a powerful adversary, necessitating utmost caution. He unleashed his full strength without reservation from the very outset. The Rat King was decisively beheaded, however. Its body continued to emit a terrifying miasma. The noxious black smoke corroded the skeletal throne beneath it. And even the two elite rat demons in close proximity were ensnared by the venomous fumes, rolling on the ground in agony from the corrosion. As the miasma continued to spew forth, the Rat King's massive form resembled a balloon rapidly deflating, shrinking swiftly. This phenomenon was not a result of the Rat King casting spells in its dying moments, but rather a mere muscular spasm response following its demise. Akin to a frog that continues to move for a brief period after being slain. Even in death, it showed no signs of respite. Shen Zhou let out a cold laugh as he casually discarded the severed head of the rat. With a flick of his fingers, he deftly skinned the hide of the Rat King. There was no other option. The toxic fumes released by the Rat King had corroded his garments completely, leaving him utterly exposed. A strong warrior might reveal their upper body after a battle, exuding an aura of dominance. But to bare oneself entirely would denote nothing but sheer depravity. You corroded my clothing, and I shall take your skin. It is only fair. Upon completing the skinning, Shen Zhou noticed that the flesh and bones of the Rat King had also been thoroughly eroded by the black smoke, while the fur he now wore remained pristine. A smirk crossed his face. This was indeed a prized possession, wrapping the thick fur around himself. He glanced downward and observed that his blood level had diminished by 1/6 and was still declining. Remarkable, indeed, great rat, considering the length of his health bar. This was a staggering amount of damage. It was evident that he needed to cultivate a physical enhancement technique to fortify his health further. Within the cavern, Shen Zhou's sudden assault prompted an equally swift retaliation from the Rat King. The other elite rat demons and Bai Feng stood frozen in place, not in a stupor, but rather in utter disbelief. This battle had surpassed their comprehension by the time they regained their senses. The area occupied by the Rat King was enveloped in a billowing cloud of black smoke, with two unfortunate rat demons caught within, rolling helplessly on the ground. Half their bodies reduced to putrid sludge. Who emerged victorious? In that moment, Bai Feng and the remaining rat demons anxiously fixated on the ominous cloud, their previous discord dissipating as they collectively acknowledged the futility of their own struggle. The outcome between Shen Zhou and the king had already been predetermined. In the next instant, the onlookers were astonished to witness the black smoke suddenly expand, nearly engulfing a third of the cavern. The elite rat demons scrambled to evade it, their expressions shifting to delight. The king's prowess was evidently escalating. It appeared the victory was assured for the king. In stark contrast, Bai Feng's countenance paled. The terrifying smoke could corrode anything, and Shen Zhou had been within it for so long, would he? Both sides' thoughts abruptly halted as a young man emerged from the heart of the black smoke, confidently adjusting his belt and comfortably donning the thick fur. His hair was tousled, yet his breathing remained steady and his posture was upright. The rat demons stood frozen in disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. This youth had emerged unscathed from the king's miasma. Not even a hair was out of place. And where was the king? Wait, was the king not accompanying this youth? More precisely, the king was being warned by him. Upon seeing the youth clad in the king's fur and the belt at his waist, the elite rat demons comprehended the grim reality. The king had been flayed alive by the very youth before them. Shen Zhou remained entirely unharmed. How could this be possible? Bai Feng was equally astonished, beginning to share Lin Yujing's state of shock, gradually succumbing to a numbing disbelief. In the profound silence, Shen Zhou's gaze fell upon the remaining rat demons, and a casual chuckle escaped his lips. Ah, your king's eyes still held a glimmer at the end. I had thought it possessed some hidden card. Alas, there was no way for me to fully relish this. He continued, now? Only the three of you little rodents remain. Chapter 63, The State of the World. Bang. 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 The remaining three rat demons dared not meet Shen Zhou's gaze. In unison, they prostrated themselves on the ground, burying their grotesque heads low. My lord, please spare our lives. In the presence of such a terrifying entity, escape was a futile endeavor. The only path to survival lay in pleading for mercy. Shen Zhou did not respond to their inquiries but instead posed a question. I ask you, who among the entire Hanglin mountain range is the most formidable demon? The reward offered by the Mouse King was indeed substantial, and now Shen Zhou sought an even greater bounty. The three mouse demons exchanged glances, and one of them spoke first. We actually migrated from Jurwei Prefecture and have been wandering along the fringes of the Hanglin mountain range, so our knowledge is somewhat limited. However, if we were to speak of the most powerful we have heard of, it would surely be the Toad Lord residing in the Yunshi Marsh. Indeed, its strength far surpasses that of our king. It is a true demon lord. Another mouse demon chimed in. Human warriors must reach the fifth realm to absorb spiritual energy and commune with the heavens, and the same applies to demons. A demon that attains this level can rightfully be called a demon lord. This implies that the Toad Lord is at least a fifth realm demon. The prospect of facing an adversary 2 realms above him posed a dilemma for Shen Zhou. It could prove quite troublesome. He pondered whether he was even capable of vanquishing such a foe. He decided to note the location and deliberate further. With this thought in mind, Shen Zhou inquired, where does the toad demon reside? In a vast wetland to the southwest. Shen Zhou nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, are there any other demons of the same caliber as your king nearby? The Toad King must be approached with caution, while those akin to the Mouse King can be easily dealt with. Indeed, to the northwest, approximately 30 miles from here, there exists a band of serpent demons, whose leader's strength is comparable to that of our king. Good heavens, have they willingly revealed their own nemesis? What cunning creatures these rodents are, attempting to drag their enemies down with them in their final moments. Esteemed sir, please feel free to ask any further questions. We shall surely respond with utmost honesty. Indeed, we only hope that you may spare our lives. The mouse demons continued to plead, bowing deeply in a display of sincerity. It seems this group of mouse demons has also adopted the less admirable customs of humanity, as they are well versed in the act of bowing. I have no more inquiries for you. Shen Zhou shook his head, causing the rat demons to shudder in their hearts. The underlying implication of his words suggested that they were devoid of any utilitarian value. Instantly, they redoubled their efforts in their pleas for mercy. Yet, Shen Zhou shifted his tone and continued. However, considering your earnestness in seeking forgiveness, I have decided to grant you an opportunity. At this juncture, Shen Zhou looked down from his elevated position, surveying the 3 kneeling rat demons, and pointed towards the distant Bai Feng, calmly stating, if you 3 can eliminate him, I shall grant you my consent. The trio of rat demons questioned whether they had misheard. Was not that young man one of his companions? How could he issue such a command? Was this a case of internal strife? Bai Feng too was bewildered, wondering if he had misunderstood. Was Shen Zhou not his ally? What did this mean? With their lives at stake, he too resolutely raised his bow and arrow. Outside the cavern, the rat demons had been completely eradicated by Lin Yujing. The magical artifact had been retracted, and she stood quietly before the cave, awaiting the triumphant return of Shen Zhou and his companion. Lin Yujing did not even entertain the thought of checking inside, for she had unwavering faith in Shen Zhou's prowess. He could not possibly suffer defeat. As anticipated, moments later, Shen Zhou emerged from the cave, Bai Feng covered in blood, panting heavily and appearing somewhat fatigued. In stark contrast, Shen Zhou appeared unchanged from before entering, still brimming with vitality and devoid of any bloodstains. The most perplexing aspect, however, was that he had completely changed his attire. His original garments had been replaced by a fur coat. What was the meaning of this? Upon seeing Shen Zhou's appearance, Lin Yujing was momentarily taken aback. How is it that you found the time to change your clothes? Yet, as soon as she posed the question, she realized the folly of her own innocence. The coat he wore was undoubtedly the pelt of some creature. My original attire is gone, and thus I had no choice but to borrow a garment. Shen Zhou chuckled. Did the owner consent? Lin Yujing retorted. I suppose they did. At least they did not object. Shen Zhou nodded. Following this exchange, they shared a knowing smile. For Shen Zhou had discovered that his favorite dark humor from his past life was now comprehensible to the denizens of this world. At that moment, however, a voice echoed from a distance. Esteemed individuals, esteemed individuals. Turning to look, they saw the treacherous Yu Fengnian, a peasant who was laboriously crawling through the muck towards them. Shen Zhou, possessing the fourth calamity, had recognized Yu Fengnian's ill intentions at first glance. He claimed to be from a nearby village, yet his name indicated that he was a refugee from Jiazhou. Moreover, his name was colored orange, signifying hostility. Separated by the Honglin mountain range, it was perplexing that he had followed the rat demons from the other side, likely having already become their accomplice. He would first deceive innocent passers-by, allowing the rat demons to launch a surprise attack, and he would likely partake in the spoils. Contemplating this, a chilling glare filled Shen Zhou's eyes. Logically, one would expect this traitor to flee in fear from Shen Zhou, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he drew closer, which was quite peculiar. Yu Fengnian's arms and legs bore the marks of rat demon claws, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, dragging himself to stand before Shen Zhou and his companions, leaving 2 trails of blood in his wake. Esteemed individuals, when you were in that rat demon lair, did you happen to see my wife and children? Yu Fengnian implored urgently, gesticulating frantically. My wife has lost one eye and has long hair. My daughter is about this tall, with a round face and a mole on her forehead. Do you truly have a wife and children captured? Lin Yujing asked, astonished. She had assumed he had long since betrayed humanity, yet there seemed to be more to the story. Yes. Yu Fengnian nodded fervently, a glimmer of unprecedented hope emerging on his face. Those wretched creatures said that as long as I deceive 100 people for them, they would release my wife and children. So, esteemed individuals, did you see my family in that cave? Bai Feng felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly struck. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged, for he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. After all, in that pitch-black cavern, aside from a pile of bones, what other living souls could possibly remain? Chapter 64. This is your path to destruction. Bai Feng's assumption was misguided. At least for now, there indeed existed a living soul within that dark cavern. As Shen Zhou stepped out of the cave, a shadowy silver figure emerged from the earth behind him. The very same individual who had previously administered the elixir to Mo Wuan. The shadow surveyed the surroundings with an air of astonishment, remarking, that Shen Zhou is indeed remarkable. He dispatched the rat demon of the 4 realms with remarkable ease. Could it be that this lad is one of the true prodigies that Lord Chongwu has sought for a lifetime? If such a person were to mature over the course of another century, he might pose a genuine threat to the court. However, the shadow shook his head, contemplating, alas, the aspirations of Lord Chongwu are destined to remain unfulfilled. Perhaps the young man is preparing to hunt the next wave of demons. I shall follow him. The shadow once again vanished into the earth, but at that moment, a jade talisman he bore upon his chest began to pulse with a gentle warmth. Ah, someone is attempting to communicate. Grasping the talisman, He infused it with his true essence, and a voice, frail yet commanding, echoed forth. The old toad is plotting rebellion. Cease all tasks. The shadow's expression shifted dramatically. Confronted by Yu Fengnian's eager gaze, Bai Feng stood motionless, at a loss for words, while Lin Yujing bit her lip. Glancing at Shen Zhou, is what this man says true, or is he merely seeking to elicit our sympathy? Though she lacked the ability to discern the lies of others, she believed that Shen Zhou would possess such acumen. In Shen Zhou's memory, he had become somewhat mythologized, appearing as though he were capable of anything. However, coincidentally, Shen Zhou indeed knew the truth. He nodded in acknowledgement. This person had not spoken falsely. Yu Fengnian's name had transformed from its previous orange hue to a vibrant green, signifying friendliness. Shen Zhou assisted Yu Fengnian in vanquishing the horde of rat demons, and it was evident that Yu Fengnian was profoundly grateful. However, it was futile. Death was inevitable. Meeting Yu Fengnian's eager gaze, Shen Zhou spoke with serene candor. There are no women or maidens within that cave, only a multitude of white bones. Upon hearing this, the hopeful expression on Yu Fengnian's face transformed into one of shock and ultimately contorted into a grimace of despair. Yet, Shen Zhou's indifferent voice continued. In truth, you have long been aware of this, haven't you? Having followed these rat demons for nearly half a year, you have witnessed their cruelty, and thus, you understand well that your wife and daughter could never have survived in the clutches of such beasts. You simply refuse to acknowledge this reality, choosing instead to numb yourself. Yu Fengnian's already prostrate form began to tremble, as Shen Zhou mercilessly pierced through his facade. Indeed, he had been in the company of these rat demons for almost 6 months, during which he had witnessed countless living souls being ushered into the rat holes. Yet not a single one emerged alive. Even during the migrations of the rat demons, he had never glimpsed his wife or daughter among them. The promises made by the rat demons were mere fabrications, a truth he was acutely aware of. Nevertheless, Yu Fengnian was unwilling to accept this, nor did he dare to confront it. He preferred to cling to his ethereal hope and continue to live, for that hope was the sole pillar of his existence. Without it, he would be stripped of everything. Observing Yu Fengnian in such a state of desolation, Shen Zhou recognized that this man had spent a significant portion of his life shrouded in darkness. However, your tragic experiences cannot serve as justification for your complicity in the malevolence. To sacrifice your kin to the jaws of demons for the sake of your own obsession is indeed the path to your own demise. Shen Zhou took a step forward, gazing down at his adversary. Do you have any final words? In that moment, Yu Fengnian's face bore no trace of fear in the face of death. Instead, it was a mask of numbness. He bowed his head to Shen Zhou, uttering, I apologize for soiling your hands. As the words left his lips, Yu Fengnian's head fell, severed from his body. Slaying those who assist malevolent beings, goodness points 10. Facilitating the reunion of Yu Fengnian's family, goodness points 20. Shen Zhou nodded gently. For a person like Yu Fengnian, death was the most fitting conclusion, regardless of the perspective one might adopt. Witnessing Yu Fengnian's demise, Lin Yujing wore an expression devoid of emotion. Having endured the vicissitudes of life, she had long since become accustomed to such scenes. Bai Feng, however, inhaled deeply, his countenance revealing a complex array of feelings. Yu Fengnian's experiences had afforded him a deeper understanding of the world. This realm is neither entirely black nor wholly white, but rather a delicate shade of gray. Many matters cannot be simplistically categorized as right or wrong. With this thought, Bai Feng swiftly reined in his emotions and bowed towards Shen Zhou, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Shen. In that cave, when Shen Zhou had single-handedly confronted 3 malevolent beings, Bai Feng realized the profound intentions behind Shen Zhou's actions. For someone like him, who had never faced the crucible of life and death combat, such an encounter was essential for fortifying his resolve. As the saying goes, one cannot teach through mere words. True learning comes from experience. This battle had been immensely beneficial for Bai Feng. He no longer shrank back in fear when confronted by terrifying foes. He sensed his resolve had solidified considerably, and even his realm had ascended due to this life and death encounter, elevating him to the 7th level of the 2nd realm. Shen Zhou's strength far surpasses his own, and yet he is willing to bear the burden of training with him. This kindness is truly immense. In this moment, Bai Feng realizes that he is utterly unworthy of being Shen Zhou's friend, for friendship entails mutual assistance, and he is incapable of offering any help to Shen Zhou. He is unworthy. Shen Zhou gazed as the name above Bai Feng's head transformed from green to pink. While it was one thing for Lin Yujing to have a pink hue overhead, it appeared even more peculiar on Bai Feng. Was this the legendary manly pink? Shen Zhou had not given much thought to assisting Bai Feng. In his previous life, he had loving family and a few close friends. So his actions were simply an expression of camaraderie towards Bai Feng. Moreover, possessing the eye of calamity, he harbored no concerns about betrayal from his companions. Just as he was about to respond to Bai Feng's gratitude, a voice interjected, "Stop the chatter." Who? Bai Feng and Lin Yujing were both taken aback, feeling a flash before a silver figure abruptly appeared beside them. The speed was astonishing, leaving them utterly unprepared. Lin Yujing stepped back, while Bai Feng leaped aside, swiftly knocking an arrow. Only Shen Zhou remained still, for he had long been aware of the presence of the newcomer. After all, the green name had been flitting about underground. It was impossible to ignore. "Calm down, for I am a member of the Chongwu Guard," the silver figure reprimanded, drawing a badge from his waist to reveal his identity. "You may refer to me as Lord Yan." It dawned on Lin Yujing and Bai Feng. Indeed, Shen Zhou had previously mentioned that the Chongwu Guard was covertly protecting them during this mission. Had Shen Zhou been right again? Lord Yan. Lin Yujing and Bai Feng clasped their hands in respect, while Shen Zhou observed the newcomer with a composed demeanor. This individual wore a flying fish uniform identical to that of Yin Wu, appearing to be in his mid-30s, with an unremarkable appearance, even possessing somewhat shifty eyes. However, what captured Shen Zhou's attention was the name above Lord Yan's head, not a member of the Chongwu Guard, nor a disciple of the Chongwu Marquis, but rather Yan Nan, captain of the Zhenfu Division. Chapter 65. Something big is coming. Even back in Songyan County, Shen Zhou had sensed the presence of the Chongwu Guard nearby, and their names were uniformly associated with the Guard. Yet, this particular individual was different. The Zhenfu Division was an institution established by the founding emperor of the Yan Kingdom, known as the Emperor's Personal Guard. Was an emperor's elite guard infiltrating the ranks of the Chongwu Marquis? What was happening here? A real-life spy thriller. After a brief contemplation, Shen Zhou decided to abandon his pursuit of answers. He wasn't particularly concerned about the underlying schemes, especially since the other party's name was displayed in green, a symbol of goodwill. Knowing there was no ill intent sufficed. The situation has changed. This demon-hunting mission is hereby concluded. Yan Nan spoke again, his tone urgent. This sudden declaration left Shen Zhou and his two companions bewildered. The demon-slaying operation had been progressing smoothly. Why terminate it abruptly? Under their questioning gazes, Yan Nan merely waved his hand dismissively. No questions. Obey the order and return to Songyan County immediately. Boom. Yet before his words could fully settle, a deafening explosion erupted in the distance. The very ground beneath them trembled violently, as if the entire Honglin mountain range had been shaken to its core. Shen Zhou furrowed his brows, and with a gentle leap, he perched on a tree branch. In the distance, he beheld a vast plume of smoke rising straight into the sky. The magnitude of its power was astounding. Shen Zhou involuntarily narrowed his pupils, recalling the words spoken by the rat demon about a terrifying demon lord in the southwestern direction. Before he could fully process this, he heard once more an eerie hum emanating from that direction. It resembled the roar of some malevolent creature, instilling a profound sense of dread within his soul. Shen Zhou narrowed his eyes, and with that roar, the entire Honglin mountain range seemed to come alive with fervor. Countless cries of beasts and monsters erupted in a cacophony, as if they were echoing the resonant bellow. The trees in the forest swayed incessantly, stirring up billowing clouds of dust, while numerous shadows darted among them. Above, the azure sky was darkened by vast swathes of approaching black dots. In that moment, within the Honglin mountain range, both beasts and monsters appeared to succumb to madness, surging in dense packs toward the outer realms of the mountains. My heavens! Lin Yujing leaped to Shen Zhou's side, unable to suppress a murmur of awe. They stood at the edge of the Honglin mountain range, and the magnificent spectacle of thousands of beasts charging forth truly filled their eyes to the brim. My heavens! Shen Zhou let out a gasp, echoing Lin Yujing's exclamation. However, while Lin Yujing's eyes were filled with shock and tension, his gaze burned with fervor. He could hardly believe that the grand occasion was finally upon them. Initially, he had anticipated the need to seek out the monsters individually, but now, that arduous process could be entirely bypassed. The merit points would come knocking at their door. Deep within the Honglin mountain range, before an endless expanse of marshy forest, stood an elderly figure grasping a formidable halberd, his expression devoid of emotion as he stared ahead. The elder, with hair and beard as white as snow, donned a flying fish robe akin to that of Yin San and Yan Nan, yet unlike their attire. He was draped in a magnificent crimson cloak that billowed majestically in the wind. You have been rather restless of late, old toad, the elder remarked calmly, his voice, though soft, resonated across the marsh. As he spoke, the waters of the marsh suddenly roiled, and a colossal head, measuring 5 zhang in length, emerged from the depths. This immense head, flat and encased in armor-like scales, bore prominent, brown, slitted eyes that fixated intently on the elder before it. Wherein lies my restlessness? The old toad grinned, revealing a set of glistening, sharp fangs. What do you think? The elder replied, why, all of a sudden, are there so many monsters surfacing in the Hunglin mountain range? The old toad sneered, and what of it? Those insignificant creatures are merely restless. It concerns me not. I have kept my promise and have not ventured a single step beyond this mountain range. To step out, one must possess feet. The elder retorted with a scornful expression. Within the Hunglin mountain range, the myriad monsters number in the hundreds if not thousands. Some are mortal enemies, while others are entirely indifferent to one another. Tell me, why are they able to gather together at this moment to emerge and feast upon humans? Humans cannot even unite among themselves, let alone these mere monsters. It is as if a rat demon would flee upon encountering a snake demon, while the snake demon would feast upon the rat. These two species are innately adversarial. Yet, in this instance, they have learned to collaborate to attack human settlements. Such utter nonsense. The elder was acutely aware that this toad dragon possessed a certain ability, capable of temporarily controlling lesser monsters beneath its realm. Faced with such an undeniable truth, the creature dared to argue back. I see you are growing increasingly audacious. The elder's grip on the halberd tightened, his voice chilling. 50 years ago, Lord Chongwu Ho severed your limbs, transforming you into a mere toad stick. What? Now do you wish to part with your head as well? Under the elder's icy gaze, the old toad erupted into another round of raucous laughter. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not underestimate this lord's plight. In the next moment, it lunged forth from the marsh like a whale breaching the ocean, crashing down upon the elder with the weight of a mountain. The elder's demeanor shifted from calm to alarmed as he witnessed the old toad's limbs had fully regenerated. Boom! The massive form struck the ground, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air, the earth trembling beneath the force. Yet, the elder's figure had already appeared elsewhere, swiftly extracting a communication talisman from his chest. Shouting, the old toad has rebelled. The plan is aborted. Chapter 66. The Monster Slaughter Machine. As the entire mountain range quaked, a veritable tide of beasts and monsters surged forth in overwhelming numbers. Though most were merely low-ranking creatures, the sheer momentum was enough to instill terror. An almost palpable aura of murderous intent expanded outward. Yan Nan's expression turned grave as he bellowed, what are you all lingering for? Retreat at once. Without hesitation, Lin Yujing summoned the bird demon Ling Qing and turned to Shen Zhou with a questioning gaze. You all should leave. I must stay for a while longer. Shen Zhou replied without looking back. At that moment, an intense surge of emotion boiled within him, roaring. It was the foolishness of hot blood. The merit points lay tantalizingly within reach, and Shen Zhou was determined to fight for them, wagering even his life for a chance. No one is born strong, yet some are destined to strive for strength. Without hesitation, Shen Zhou promptly mobilized over 1,000 points of virtuous deeds from the merit record, upgrading on the spot. He began with the body-refining technique known as the Iron Wall Elephant Command. Very well, take care. Lin Yujing responded with a gentle nod, her expression revealing no surprise at Shen Zhou's decision. Below, Yan Nan was both astonished and furious. Shen Zhou, what nonsense are you spouting? I know you're a genius, but can you not be so ostentatious in this situation? Is it not possible to temporarily avoid the spotlight? Hearing this, Shen Zhou abruptly turned his head, a chilling gaze sweeping over, as a gust of wind caressed his handsome visage. His cold voice echoed, you want me to avoid the spotlight? Yan Nan was genuinely taken aback by Shen Zhou's gaze, forcing himself to suppress the strange feelings within. He replied loudly, it's not just him, it's them. They are a horde of monsters. In Yan Nan's view, Shen Zhou was utterly insane, thinking he could confront a tide of beasts alone. Did he truly believe he would remain unscathed and tireless? Even a practitioner of the fourth realm could be overwhelmed and exhausted by a horde of lower-tier beasts. If it weren't for Shen Zhou's terrifying talent, which made his potential demise here seem a tragic waste, he would have left long ago. However, just as this discontent brewed within Yan Nan, his eyes widened in shock. Shen Zhou suddenly emanated a formidable aura, his presence profound as if shaped by countless years of tempering. A layer of mysterious light enveloped Shen Zhou, quickly coalescing into the towering phantom of a giant elephant. Standing 3 meters high, this colossal creature, with its feet firmly planted on the ground, appeared as if forged from bronze and iron, bared its tusks, and let out a thunderous roar, resembling a living being. A sense of dread surged within Yin Nan. Wait a moment, is that the Iron Wall Elephant Command? Yin Nan had once attempted to cultivate this technique. Its efficacy rivaled that of other top-tier body refining techniques in the Guanghan Palace, yet its complexity was significantly higher, leading him to abandon it in the talented camp. And now, this exceedingly difficult martial art was being mastered by a mere 15-year-old boy. But that was not the most terrifying aspect. The most alarming detail was that this was a body refining technique. Unlike other martial arts, body refining requires not only innate talent, but also an immense investment of time. It is a gradual process, demanding years of diligent effort to hone the physical form step by step, with no shortcuts available. But why had this 15-year-old boy succeeded in mastering it? In that moment, although Yin Nan could not comprehend this, he grasped the truth behind Shen Zhou's earlier statement. With such a prodigy, who did he need to avoid? The tide of beasts was now upon them, and Yin Nan hesitated no longer, seizing by Feng beside him and transforming into a shadow fleeing into the distance. In the sky, Lin Yujing mounted her Ling Qing and turned to escape. Bai Feng, carried away by Yin Nan, fixed his gaze on Shen Zhou, who stood alone against the horde of monsters. He suddenly realized that someone like Shen Zhou was destined to walk a solitary path. His strides were too swift for anyone to keep up. As Bai Feng's lament echoed, Shen Zhou also sprang into action, sprinting forth, his fur cloak billowing in the wind. Simultaneously, the multitude of beasts ahead noticed Shen Zhou and charged towards him without hesitation, under the control of the Toad Lord. These monsters had been ordered to kill humans, and now Shen Zhou was their primary target. I shall turn this place to ashes. Shen Zhou's hearty laughter resonated, his dark eyes reflecting the myriad of monstrous beasts ahead, his steps unwavering, with a series of sharp sounds. Akin to the thunderous roar of a machine gun unleashing its fury, the air was filled with a cacophony of slicing strikes. Countless flashes of blade energy enveloped Shen Zhou. Devoid of any grandiose display, subtle and silent, yet imbued with the utmost sharpness. Whether it be serpent demons, wolf demons, or tree demons, any fiend that dared to approach was swiftly cleaved asunder. In his quest to vanquish these creatures, Shen Zhou maximized his cutting prowess, the streams of blade energy coalescing around him as if encasing him in a protective barrier. With each beast slain, his virtue points increment. Slaying a first-tier demon granted him 10 virtue points, and the tally continued to rise. The record of his virtuous deeds began to furiously document Shen Zhou's actions, yet its speed could not keep pace with the ferocity of his slaughter. Shen Zhou's current state is truly that of a formidable killing machine. Suddenly, a 1-meter-tall, fully armored black beetle demon charged in from the side, resembling a tank barreling towards Shen Zhou. With a loud crack, as it closed in, a gash was carved into its black shell, yet it did not pierce its flesh. The insect demon momentarily faltered but continued its advance towards Shen Zhou. This beetle demon became the first creature that Shen Zhou had not dispatched in an instant. The act of slashing is the purest form of attack, and the more strikes one unleashes simultaneously, the more the force becomes diluted. The beetle's resilient shell allowed it to survive, while its formidable mandibles clashed together, emitting a chilling glint. With a rush of wind, it aimed to slice at Shen Zhou's waist. Shen Zhou furrowed his brow, astonished that the enemy not only refused to surrender but even dared to retaliate against him. He had always been the one to cleave others in two. How could it be that someone would dare to cleave him? Within Shen Zhou, the true essence surged forth with great vigor, and the ethereal figure of the colossal elephant re-emerged. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as the immense jaws clamped onto Shen Zhou's exterior. A radiant aura rippled around him, resembling a majestic mountain, steadfast and unyielding. Shen Zhou's vitality was remarkably resilient. Before his impeccable iron wall defense technique, it did not waver in the slightest. Not a single point of vitality was diminished. Chapter 67. This is true genius. Shen Zhou deftly seized the monstrous mandibles of the insect demon and with a swift motion, exclaimed, "This must be your vulnerability." With a resounding crack, the formidable mandibles of the scarab demon were forcibly wrenched away. In an instant, his right hand crackled with energy, transforming his palm into a lethal blade, which he plunged fiercely into the wound left by the severed mandibles. A violent surge of electricity erupted within the insect demon's body, accompanied by a tantalizing aroma of cooked flesh, soon followed by a pungent scent of charred remains. The colossal insect demon collapsed in defeat. With the slaying of this 3-tiered demon, Shen Zhou's virtuous deeds increased by 200. What a thrill! Shen Zhou smiled, eager for more third-realm demons to appear. Even better if there were some fourth-realm ones. His brilliant golden eyes lifted, and his pace quickened with fervor. How could this be? Why are so many demons suddenly emerging? Don't talk. Use all your strength to escape. At this moment, Xiang Yang and Lu Tianrang were huddled together, each pushing their agility to the limit as they desperately fled. Behind them came the relentless roars and wails of demons, accompanied by violent clashes. It was Mo Wuhan and 3 members of the Chengwu Guard, as they fought valiantly against the pursuing beasts, retreating while engaging the enemy. This defensive struggle not only made Xiang Yang and Lu Tianrang acutely aware of their own weaknesses, but also highlighted that Mo Wuhan, as a member of the Tianjia camp, had already reached a level where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Chengwu Guards. In contrast, the two of them had been relegated to the role of the weak, relying on others for protection. If they were to forcefully join the fray, it would only hinder Mo Wuhan and his companions. Mo Wuhan truly was the foremost of the Tianjiao camp. The disparity between him and the other prodigies was astonishing. Just as they were lamenting this, Lu Tianrang suddenly widened his eyes in shock, for he spotted something extraordinarily terrifying not far ahead, surging against the tide of beasts. Mo, my younger brother, within 3 years, you will surely ascend to the Chengwu Guard. Indeed, Mo Wuhan struck back 2 canine demons, and the praise from the Chengwu Guards filled his ears, filling him with immense satisfaction. His cooperation with the 3 guards was seamless, and together they repelled wave after wave of demon onslaught. The young men of his generation could only tremble under his protection, while he had already reached a level where he could advance and retreat alongside the older generation. What is genius if not this? An overwhelming sense of pride surged within Mo Wuhan's heart, but just then, he suddenly heard Xiang Yang and Lu Tianrang exclaim in unison, "Quick, look over there. It seems a more terrifying demon is charging our way." What? Mo Wuhan turned to look and, indeed, saw a colossal figure approaching swiftly from the distance. The silhouette appeared to be that of an elephant demon, exuding immense power and seemingly harboring strange abilities. Any other beasts that came close were either sent flying or cleaved in two, its presence exuding a fierce aura. In an instant, Mo Wuhan felt goosebumps erupt all over his body. The sheer might displayed by this demon instilled a profound sense of dread within him. Engaging it would lead to utter devastation. This is trouble. The voice of a nearby Chengwu guard suddenly turned grave. Run left, avoid that unknown demon. They were already struggling against the tide of lesser demons, and if they were to encounter that creature, it was unthinkable. They would be utterly annihilated. The 6-member team immediately altered their course, their gazes fixed on the massive elephant, their hearts racing with trepidation. If the creature were to change direction as well, they would have no choice but to fight to the death. However, to their relief, the mysterious demon continued to charge straight ahead, seemingly indifferent to their presence. Excellent. That demon's target is not them. Mo Wuhan and the others felt a slight relaxation, yet their curiosity about this demon grew ever stronger. What kind of being would dare to confront a multitude of demons alone? The answer soon became clear. At the moment they were closest, they finally discerned the true nature of their opponent. Yet this revelation was more absurd than they had imagined. The being was not a demon at all, but a human. Shen Zhou. He navigated through the colossal silhouette like a tank barreling into a battalion of infantry, rampaging through the throngs of monstrous beasts. Lu Tianrang and Xiang Yang fixated on the youthful figure, their eyes reflecting an unprecedented astonishment. Just moments ago, they regarded Mo Wuhan as exceptionally formidable. Now, in comparison to Shen Zhou, Mo Wuhan seemed utterly insignificant. They suddenly realized how merciful Shen Zhou had been when they shared a carriage. He had merely berated them and dealt them a single blow. Mo Wuhan was left utterly speechless, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Why, under such circumstances, did Shen Zhou not flee, but rather charge forward with audacity? While he reveled in the thought of standing shoulder to shoulder with the previous generation, Shen Zhou had already plunged back into the fray alone. Shen Zhou likewise took note of the distant 6-member team. He merely cast a fleeting glance at them before disregarding their presence entirely. There was nothing of significance to discuss with these fleeing individuals. He must not allow them to impede his pursuit of vanquishing demons. Yet, this casual glance struck Mo Wuhan like a bolt from the blue. The disdainful gaze directed at the passers-by was one he had only ever worn himself when observing others. Could this truly be the same Shen Zhou? What transpired? Is he charging forth alone? Is this fellow some sort of anomaly, possessing such extraordinary strength? Does he not tire? The members of the Chengwu Guard also expressed their astonishment, while Mo Wuhan remained silent. The confidence in his own genius, which he had only just established, shattered into oblivion by Shen Zhou in an instant. Ha ha ha. Shen Zhou, of course, was fatigued at this moment. He was already slightly out of breath. With the dual enhancements of moral persuasion and the iron wall defense technique. His physical stamina and the depth of his true essence far surpassed that of other warriors within the same realm. However, even so, he could not withstand the relentless depletion he had subjected himself to. Throughout this journey of slaughter, Shen Zhou had nearly exhausted every martial art he had mastered to its utmost limit. Oh, save for the deadly 13 spears. Given my current state, how many more can I eliminate? It matters not. I shall strike first and contemplate later. Shen Zhou was lost in what felt like a euphoric experience akin to mowing grass, refusing to halt even for breath. Yet, in the next moment, he suddenly sensed the ground tremble once more. A resounding wail erupted from the space ahead. What was happening? In his confusion, Shen Zhou felt the sky begin to darken. He looked up, his golden pupils contracting in shock, for he beheld a colossal creature soaring through the heavens. Its length appeared to be 50 zhang, its body a deep black, enveloped in layers of scales that seemed harder than steel itself. Was that the Toad Lord? Or rather, an immense crocodilian spirit? Chapter 68. Engage at first sight. Hearing the tumultuous roars around him, Qin Hai's ordinary visage tightened in alarm. The situation was unexpected. The toad dragon had inexplicably recovered from its wounds and was making a grand entrance, faced with the formidable aura of a fifth-tier demon lord. He did not even furrow his brow. As the strongest among the Chengwu guards, he was expected to confront the enemy as mightiest. Qin Hai spoke coldly, "Old toad, I advise you to cease your magic at once. 50 years ago, Lord Chengwu spared your life out of kindness, but this time, there will be no mercy. You still have time to retreat. Otherwise, when the Lord arrives, your only fate will be death. You think you can intimidate me?" The toad demon sneered, baring its teeth. "Do you believe I am unaware that your master is gravely injured and in seclusion, having not healed for many years?" Qin Hai's expression remained calm, yet a tempest surged within him. The news of Lord Chengwu's injuries was a closely guarded secret of the Guanhan Palace. How could the toad demon, who hadn't stepped beyond these mountains in half a century, possibly know? Its severed limbs had inexplicably healed. Now this creature was aware of the inside information. Qin Hai detected the scent of conspiracy. "You humans truly delight in mutual conflict," the toad demon cackled, seemingly confirming Qin Hai's suspicions. "But that is fine. It only benefits me." It abruptly turned, its massive tail crashing through the sound barrier as it hurtled towards Qin Hai. Qin Hai raised the halberd he was dragging, the blade sparking against the ground. Boom. In an instant, Qin Hai was propelled backward, yet he quickly steadied himself, his feet seemingly welded to the earth, leveraging its strength to halt his momentum. Nevertheless, he was still forced back over 10 zhang. With just a single strike, blood trickled from the corner of Qin Hai's mouth, his breath unsteady. The opponent was a fifth-tier demon lord, and the disparity between him, a peak fourth tier, was insurmountable. Among the 5 tiers, the chasm between the fourth and fifth was the widest, almost akin to a gulf. The first 4 tiers focused on refining their physical forms, rendering their flesh and blood more resilient and powerful. However, the 5th tier absorbed spiritual energy, beginning to genuinely commune with the cosmos. The power of the heavens and earth was immense. Merely harnessing a fraction far surpassed the feeble strength of a mortal's lifetime. Qin Hai's heart sank to the depths, yet his aura surged, reaching its zenith. "Today, with my frail body, I shall exchange my life for yours, beast, to secure a glimmer of hope for the people of Songyun County." In that moment, Qin Hai resembled a flickering candle in the wind, yet the flame he emitted burned brightly. "You think you are worthy?" the Toad Lord scoffed. "A mere 4th tier dares to speak so boldly." Yet, as soon as the words left its mouth, Qin Hai swung his halberd fiercely forward. "I may not be worthy, but I have this. Old man will send you flying." In that instant, the halberd erupted in a brilliant azure glow, harnessing boundless power as it descended upon the toad demon with earth-shattering force. Boom! The azure light struck the toad demon, and with a tremendous impact, the creature, measuring dozens of zhang in length, was truly sent soaring. Alongside this strike, the terrifying tide of monstrous beasts throughout the Hunglin Mountains abruptly ceased. Those frenzied beasts regained clarity, astonished and bewildered, entirely unaware of what had transpired. "What is happening?" a confused rabbit demon murmured, only to see a similarly perplexed wolf demon standing beside it. In that shared moment, the 2 bewildered creatures found their direction in the chaos of their demonic existence. Such scenes unfolded across the mountains, freed from the toad dragon's control. The beasts began to turn on one another, their thoughts no longer occupied with uniting against humanity. Old fool, you have thoroughly enraged me. The toad dragon crashed to the ground. Its roar, filled with rage, echoed throughout the land. To be struck down by a mere fourth-tier human was a profound humiliation. Not even a scratch. Qin Hai, however, swayed unsteadily, half kneeling upon the ground, struggling to suppress the overwhelming fatigue surging through him. He wielded the treasured weapon of Lord Chongwu, invoking secret arts to unleash the most formidable strike of his life. Yet even so, it had only managed to knock the creature back once. But perhaps that was sufficient. The power of his halberd was extraordinary, and the toad dragon's abilities would not be restored for at least 10 days or half a month. At the very least, he had halted the monstrous tide that threatened the entire Songyun County. Yet regrettably, with his strength, he could go no further. Just as he pondered this, the toad demon, fully enraged, flipped over and lunged at Qin Hai with a gaping maw. I shall swallow you whole to sate my anger. But at that moment, a white silhouette appeared from the horizon, arriving in an instant. The halberd in Qin Hai's grip soared skyward, landing in the hands of that white figure, which then swung it down forcefully. Splurt. This strike lacked the previous spectacular effects, yet the demon's blood, mingled with its entrails, splattered across the sky like a vibrant cloud. In the blink of an eye, the fearsome toad demon was cleaved in two, terror finally reflected in its eyes as it scrambled to escape on its remaining short legs. The white figure in the sky vanished, and the halberd fell, embedding itself in the ground. Qin Hai, witnessing this scene, momentarily fell into a daze. Lord Chongwu. He murmured softly, quickly regaining his composure, summoning the strength to stand tall and stride towards the fallen halberd. The remaining tasks required his completion. The toad dragon struggled to lift its upper body, laboring onward, leaving behind a broad trail of blood. Cursed. Deceived. Wasn't it said that Lord Chongwu was gravely injured? The toad dragon's eyes reflected terror. Why do I feel that his power has actually increased? Indeed, humanity cannot be trusted. I must flee. I must escape towards Jiaozu, or perhaps into that cave. There might still be a glimmer of hope. However, as a toad dragon, it was never known for its swiftness. Now, deprived of half its body, it could only laboriously crawl forward with its two remaining claws, an utterly pitiful sight. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for the esteemed Marquis Chongwu did not seem to be present. The only threat it needed to remain vigilant against was that of Qin Hai. After unleashing his most formidable strike through a secret technique, Qin Hai's decline was evident. Even if they were to confront each other, the odds of victory would likely be a mere 50-50. While pondering this, the toad dragon suddenly heard a sound slicing through the air behind it. Though the noise was not loud, it was impossible to evade its keen ears. Had the old man arrived so swiftly? Like a startled bird, the toad dragon immediately turned around. Yet, even for a demon lord accustomed to the grandest spectacles, it found itself momentarily stunned upon recognizing the newcomer. For the visitor was not Qin Hai, but rather, a youth it had never encountered before. In that instant, the toad dragon felt a profound absurdity mingled with sorrow. A dragon, confined to shallow waters, toyed with by shrimp. A tiger, fallen in the plains, bullied by dogs. When had it come to this, that a mere human child dared to pursue it? Had it truly descended to such a woeful state, so scorned by humanity? Yet the young lad, indifferent to the toad dragon's plight, remained silent, launching the long-cherished lightning spear directly at the toad dragon before him. Chapter 69. Mutual Destruction. The lightning spear struck heavily upon the toad dragon's enormous head. Boom! The thunderous roar and crackling of lightning resonated simultaneously. Yet, as the smoke cleared, the toad dragon's head remained unscathed, the electricity dancing about it, while the assailant stood utterly still. Shen Zhou swallowed hard. He had intended to launch an assault on the rear of the toad dragon. However, to his astonishment, the opponent reacted with remarkable swiftness, pivoting to block his attack. Even when confronted head-on, his lightning spear struck with full force yet failed to breach the defenses. Is this the essence of a seasoned powerhouse? Even when cleaved in two, it remained so vibrant and vigorous. This was quite different from the characters depicted in a certain comic he had perused in his previous life. Shen Zhou pursued for a singular reason, his covetous desire. The opponent before him was a demon of the fifth realm, currently in a state of grievous injury. Truly, this presented an unparalleled opportunity. Reluctance gnawed at him, but little did he know that this creature possessed an astonishing resilience. Its entire body was enveloped in scales, far surpassing the defensive capabilities of the previous beetle he had encountered. Nevertheless, vulnerabilities existed, and one might even argue they were substantial, especially given the gaping, grotesque wound on its back. Seizing that wound and delivering a decisive strike could indeed yield success. However, the prerequisite was to ensure this behemoth turned its back to him, allowing Shen Zhou to execute a fierce backstab, the pinnacle of the third realm. To achieve such prowess at a tender age is indeed a mark of genius among humanity. The toad dragon sensed the opponent's realm, its amber eyes fixated on Shen Zhou. Yet before me, you are utterly inadequate. What does before me signify? You are merely a four-legged reptile, speaking with such grandiosity. Shen Zhou reined in his thoughts and let out a derisive snort. No, that's not right. It should be bipedal serpent now, considering you've transformed from a four-legged beast into a two-legged one. Since he could not prevail against his opponent, but the latter was willing to engage in conversation, Shen Zhou had no qualms about chatting for a few minutes. If he could delay until that old man arrived, the odds of achieving justice in a two-on-one confrontation would significantly increase. As long as he ensured that the victory was his, that was all that mattered. You scoundrel! The toad dragon emitted a low growl. As a crocodile, it despised being referred to as a quadruped, especially now that Shen Zhou had further insulted it by dubbing it a bipedal creature. For a majestic demon lord to receive such a label was indeed a source of considerable displeasure. Shen Zhou's greatest talent lies in his ability to provoke others with mere words, and once again, he has succeeded. However, as a monstrous entity, the toad dragon's proficiency in insults is woefully inadequate, leaving Shen Zhou utterly unfazed, even amused. Is that all you've got? Change your vocabulary, my two-legged reptile friend. Your attempts at cursing resemble playful banter. Infuriating. Observing the smirk curling at Shen Zhou's lips, the toad dragon refrained from retorting, realizing that this was not the moment for a verbal spar. Suppressing its rising ire, it chose to ignore Shen Zhou and turn to flee. Escape was paramount. Yet, it had scarcely scuttled a short distance when the unmistakable crackling of electricity reached its ears. The toad dragon whipped around, only to find a new lightning spear blooming ominously at its forehead. Once again, it inflicted no harm, for when the toad dragon glanced back at the youth, he had casually turned aside, feigning interest in the surroundings, even humming a tune, as though the previous assault bore no significance to him. What are you pretending for? Is there anyone else here besides you? The toad dragon glared fiercely at Shen Zhou, ready to turn and flee once more. But, crackle, 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 are you ever going to stop? The toad dragon's motion to turn abruptly halted, as the suppressed fury surged within it. This little brat was clearly biding his time to strike at its back. How dare you, a mere martial artist, resort to ambush against a creature as formidable as I, a disabled beast? Have you no sense of honor? What infuriated it further was the brat's post-ambush demeanor, utterly contemptuous and a direct affront to its dignity as a demon lord. Since this fool seeks his own demise, so be it. With that thought in mind, the toad dragon abandoned its escape, its short legs propelling it forward with a blur as it charged at Shen Zhou. Here it comes. Shen Zhou summoned all his spirit and, with his right hand ablaze with lightning, concentrated the entirety of his remaining true essence within his palm. In an instant, the air was filled with the harmonious chorus of myriad birds. Shen Zhou's intention was to provoke his opponent, inciting them to launch a thoughtless attack against him, thereby creating an opportunity for him to break through. Now, that opportunity has arrived. In the next moment, the toad dragon charged toward Shen Zhou, its maw agape, revealing a multitude of razor-sharp fangs. Upon its crimson tongue, a visibly vibrant red energy sphere suddenly materialized. Flash, weakness, abruptly vanished from his location, while the half-bodied toad dragon was instantly enveloped by a peculiar shimmering light. The toad dragon felt as though it had plunged into the depths of an ocean. Its movements slowed, and even the energy it had amassed diminished significantly. Simultaneously, a question arose in its mind. Where did the person go? Could it be? The toad dragon surmised the opponent's destination and swiftly turned its head. Almost immediately, it felt an excruciating pain behind it, which rapidly spread to its brain. In the next moment, as the toad dragon completed its turn, it finally met the gaze of the youth, whose eyes shimmered with a chilling golden light. You shall not survive either. The toad dragon bellowed, as the crimson sphere of light in its mouth transformed into a cataclysmic surge of energy, hurtling towards Shen Zhou. Boom. A straight, pillar-like beam of red light engulfed Shen Zhou and extended into the distance. What? Qin Hai, who had just arrived with his halberd, witnessed the scene of Shen Zhou being consumed by the red light. His murky old eyes instantly filled with fury. How dare this young man? Why would he venture alone to confront this ancient toad? Did he truly believe that he could defeat it simply because it was severed in half? Arrogance. Foolishness. Qin Hai scolded himself internally, yet he steeled his resolve, propping up his halberd and dragging his weary body forward, charging once more towards the ancient toad. This time, he was determined to annihilate it completely, lest the night stretch on with lingering uncertainties. However, in the next moment, Qin Hai's advance halted mid-stride. He discovered that the remaining half of the toad dragon had collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. A gash appeared on its surface, cleaving its body in two. Not a drop of blood oozed from the cut. The exposed surface was entirely charred, indicating it had been carbonized. Qin Hai clicked his tongue, astonished. Had he truly seen correctly? This demon of the fifth realm had indeed been slain by that young man. The youth possessed such extraordinary talent. With this thought, Qin Hai felt a wave of despondency wash over him. A youth with such boundless potential had perished alongside the ancient toad. What a pity. Such a tremendous pity. At that moment, he wished he could take Shen Zhou's place, to perish with the ancient toad instead. But wait. As Qin Hai's tumultuous thoughts swirled, his pupils dilated in shock. For when the red light dissipated, he seemed to see the young man's figure, standing upright before the corpse of the toad dragon. Chapter 70. This has truly escalated. The fifth realm demon is indeed exhilarating. Shen Zhou let out a soft sigh. Confronted by a gravely injured toad demon on the brink of death, he employed both verbal persuasion and swift maneuvers to deliver a surprise strike to its vulnerable spot, even resorting to the previously unused technique of feebleness. Yet, despite his efforts, he was still struck squarely by a close-range tail beast orb. This toad dragon, truly. Why did you not unleash such a hidden technique sooner? As you face your demise, is it not rather absurd to unleash such an assault upon him? The mouse fur coat recently seized from Shen Zhou has now been utterly destroyed, leaving him completely bare. Moreover, the once reassuring health bar has been reduced to a mere 20%. Alas, even the combined effects of persuasion through virtue and iron wall elephant defense could not withstand the onslaught of his adversary. This was under the condition that Shen Zhou had already weakened the toad demon, diminishing its formidable strength. Only amidst an array of buffs did he manage to survive. For the fifth realm is truly a manifestation of sheer monstrosity. He was nearly vanquished by a single devastating attack from the beast, yet fortunately, his skills prevailed. Simultaneously, this confrontation has allowed Shen Zhou to grasp the terrifying potential of his summoner abilities. The instantaneous teleportation, devoid of any predictable trajectory, eludes even the gaze of a fifth-level demon lord, while the debilitation manifests in exquisite numerical elegance, disregarding the opponent's realm and forcibly diminishing their speed and power. The value of these dual abilities continues to rise, yet regrettably, the lengthy cooldown restricts their usage to merely once per battle. After this moment of reflection, Shen Zhou redirected his focus to the Imperial Banner, or rather, the record of meritorious deeds. He observed the page inscribed with a series of characters: slay a demon of the initial stage of the fifth realm, merit value 10,000. Wait a moment. Has a zero been omitted? Shen Zhou's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickening. 10,000. TSK. This toad dragon truly brings him immense joy. In that fleeting moment, Shen Zhou cast aside all his discontent. The sensation was akin to toiling away all day, exhausted and weary, only to return to his rented room and discover that the lottery ticket he purchased for 80 yuan had won a staggering 225 million. Was the disparity between the third and fifth realms truly so monumental? Unable to contain himself, Shen Zhou's smile burst forth uncontrollably. This lad continued to laugh. Not far away, Qin Hai, equally astounded, stood frozen for a considerable time, before suddenly slapping himself, finally confirming this was not a dream. The scene before him was undeniably real. Yet, how could a youth of the third realm emerge unscathed after enduring a full-force attack from a fifth realm demon? Indeed, he was utterly unscathed. Not a single wound marred his body, not even a hair was singed. He appeared as a magnificent white jade sculpture. What sort of terrifyingly abnormal defensive capability was this? Kid, Qin Hai, now increasingly anxious, shouted, leveling his heavy iron halberd at Shen Zhou. Are you human or demon? Earlier, he might have considered Shen Zhou a prodigy among humans, but now, doubt began to creep in. No matter how formidable one might be, could they truly reach such heights? Was this individual merely a student from the prodigy camp? Upon hearing Qin Hai's inquiry, Shen Zhou finally acknowledged the presence of another. His dark pupils deepened, and he chuckled lightly. Old dang. You witnessed me slay that toad demon with your own eyes, and you still dare to call me kid? Qin Hai was momentarily taken aback, and amidst his uncertainty, he quickly altered his address. Then, esteemed senior, he began to speculate whether this figure was a disguise of some powerful being. After all, as one's realm ascended, so too did their lifespan, and appearances could change. Could this possibly be a strong individual playing incognito? Seeing Qin Hai's sudden transformation into a nervous wreck, Shen Zhou couldn't help but smile again, finding amusement in the situation. These members of the Martial Guardian were remarkably adept at reading the room, from the eldest to the youngest. However, Shen Zhou decided not to press the matter further, for they were all on the same side. Most importantly, his own condition was far from optimal. Despite appearing calm and vigorous, his energy and vital essence were nearly depleted, and his health was at a critical juncture. Angering this old man could prove to be a grave mistake. That would be quite the embarrassment, if he didn't perish at the hands of the Toad Dragon, only to be vanquished by this elder instead. Just a jest, old fellow. Shen Zhou immediately responded, bowing to the other party. I am not a demon or monster. I am merely a human, a student of the Celestial Prodigy Camp. In terms of changing expression swiftly, Shen Zhou was certainly no less adept. A student? However, Qin Hai remained filled with skepticism and vigilance. A student from the Celestial Prodigy Camp surely cannot withstand the assault of a fifth-realm demon lord. Could you perhaps lend me a piece of clothing? It feels rather awkward conversing with you in the nude. Shen Zhou expressed his discomfort. Very well. Qin Hai nodded, unfastening the scarlet cloak draped over his shoulders and tossing it to Shen Zhou. Make do with this for now. Shen Zhou was unbothered, casually wrapping the apron around his waist, sufficient to conceal his formidable weapon. The reason he remained unscathed was due to his innate prowess in martial arts. Only then did he respond to the inquiry. Martial arts talent? Is there truly such a terrifying aptitude for martial arts in this world? How have I never encountered it? Qin Hai furrowed his brows. That is precisely your dilemma, Shen Zhou shrugged, offering no further elucidation. After all, martial arts talent is a vessel into which anything can be poured. Qin Hai scrutinized Shen Zhou's visage for several seconds before finally nodding. Very well, I believe you. You remind me of two prodigies I have encountered in my lifetime. Although neither quite matches your caliber, they are not far behind. With this newfound assurance in Shen Zhou's allegiance, Qin Hai visibly relaxed, no longer maintaining an upright posture, but instead settling into a cross-legged position on the ground. With this gesture, the aura he exuded diminished significantly, akin to that of an ordinary elder on the brink of death. Shen Zhou raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by Qin Hai's words. He thought he was already quite overpowered, yet judging by Qin Hai's tone, there existed someone equally formidable? Intriguing. He hoped this individual was a notorious villain. Help me hold this. I can barely carry it anymore. Mid-contemplation, Qin Hai's voice interrupted again as he tossed his massive halberd toward Shen Zhou, who instinctively caught it. A chilling sensation seeped into his palm, and Shen Zhou realized the weapon felt unnaturally balanced in his grip. Undoubtedly, this halberd was a divine artifact, the very blade that had cleaved the monstrous alligator in two, granting Shen Zhou the opportunity to claim the final blow. Of course, the true force behind the strike belonged to its wielder. By the way, Elder, Shen Zhou inquired again, was that fleeting white silhouette just now the Marquis of Chongwu? The figure had moved with such blinding speed that even with the divine vision of the Calamity Eye, Shen Zhou failed to discern the name above its head. Indeed, Qin Hai nodded. And stop calling me Elder. My surname is Qin. Understood. Elder Qin, Shen Zhou replied courteously. If you ever took up gatekeeping, you'd have a brilliant future ahead. Qin Hai. But why did the Marquis of Chongwu leave so abruptly? Before Qin Hai could react, Shen Zhou posed another question. The Marquis never arrived in person. Qin Hai chuckled. That was his spectral projection. His true form remains within Guanghan Palace. As he spoke, a trace of pride flickered across Qin Hai's face, as though sharing in the Marquis's glory. Shen Zhou's heart raced violently, and his spirit momentarily left his body. Could it be that from 1,000 miles away, he delivered a grievous blow to a fifth-tier demon? Is the prowess of the Marquis of Chongwu truly this astounding? Could he possibly be at the 6th tier, the 7th, or even beyond? Yet, upon reflection, it is only natural. He is a figure worthy of being conferred a Marquis, a prominent individual within the Yin Kingdom. And how could he be anything less than formidable? However, how perplexing it is that such a martial arts master would remain confined to a remote province, merely serving as a governor. Chapter 71. the great hero, for the nation and the people at this moment. Qin Hai retrieved a communication talisman from his pocket, relaying the news of this place to the other members of the Chongwu Guard. The rest of the Chongwu Guard swiftly arrived, and feeling excessively fatigued, he said, "I must first take a moment to rest. I would appreciate your vigilance in the meantime." With that, Qin Hai closed his eyes. Shen Zhou let out a sigh, instructing his guard, for he too was merely a fade of strength at this moment. Yet, there was no alternative. He had to brace himself and stand firm. Considering the presence of a slain toad dragon corpse nearby, it seemed unlikely that any malevolent creatures would dare to approach. Shen Zhou's notion is entirely correct. After a brief period of vigilance, the atmosphere around him settled into a serene calm, with nothing amiss. The demons and monsters are indeed capable of thought. They had long since retreated to a safe distance. Any glance in this direction merely reflects their disregard for their own existence. Shen Zhou felt a slight sense of relief as he redirected his attention to the record of merits, which had astonishingly accumulated to a staggering 16,000. Despite the arduous battle against the tide of beasts, his merit points were merely half of what he had gained from defeating the toad demon, yet they remained quite substantial. After all, his previous tally had only exceeded 1,000. Now, with the wealth amassed from the beast tide and the toad dragon, Shen Zhou suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of affluence, akin to that of a newly wealthy magnate. This expedition to the Honglin mountain range had imparted a vital truth to Shen Zhou. Strength is the ultimate truth of this world. Consequently, his next course of action became clear. He must firmly grasp this truth in his hands in order to better influence others through virtue. Since he had some leisure time, he thought it might be prudent to level up, which would also bolster his vitality. However, he realized he was still unfamiliar with the cultivation methods of the four realms. While the record of merits could enhance his abilities, Shen Zhou knew he needed to understand the specific principles of cultivation beforehand, or at least document them in the record. He turned to Old Man Qin, hoping he could impart some knowledge. Yet, in the next moment, Shen Zhou's brow furrowed in concern. He noticed that Qin Hai had, at some point, lowered his aged head. This elder had unleashed some secret technique to combat the toad demon, thoroughly depleting his potential. Had he finally reached the end of his strength? Shen Zhou let out a sigh, acknowledging that Master Qin truly epitomized the essence of a great hero. After all, a true hero serves the nation and its people. In his resolve to thwart the devastation wrought by the monstrous tide upon Sonyun County, he selflessly sacrificed his own life. However, Shen Zhou found himself perplexed by the situation regarding Duke Chongwu. Why would he prefer to remain 1,000 miles away, employing his shadowy spirit to strike the toad dragon, rather than confronting the matter personally? This decision ultimately led to the demise of one of his esteemed generals. Was he perhaps hindered by some pressing circumstance? "Farewell, Master Qin," Shen Zhou murmured softly. "In your next life, may you traverse to another world and enjoy a life of leisure as a doorman." "Who are you bidding farewell to?" Qin Hai's exasperated voice suddenly interjected. He raised his head, incredulity evident as Shen Zhou's eyes nearly rolled into the back of his head. "You're not dead?" Shen Zhou stammered, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had wasted his sentiments. "I'm merely fatigued and taking a brief rest. I am far from death." Qin Hai shook his head. "It's just the after effects of that secret technique. All the meridians I had opened have been completely destroyed. I can no longer be a martial artist." His voice carried a hint of regret. Sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat heavy, Shen Zhou offered a comforting remark. "In truth, this might be for the best. You can now enjoy your twilight years." Shen Zhou realized that while he was sharp-tongued when confronting others, he was rather inept at offering comfort, appearing quite clumsy. Qin Hai, however, gazed at the sky and exclaimed, "What a notion of enjoying one's twilight years. I am but a little over 100, and this is precisely the age for striving and endeavoring." Found himself at a loss for words, for in this era, the sentiment expressed seemed rather unremarkable. He decided to dismiss the sorrowful thoughts and said, "It is fortunate that you are still alive. Perhaps you could elucidate the methods of cultivating the fourth realm. Additionally, it would serve as a diversion for Qin, allowing him to momentarily escape his melancholic musings." "Are you implying that my continued existence is merely to provide you with explanations?" Qin Hai shot a glare at Shen Zhou, yet he acquiesced, saying, "The human body contains 362 acupoints, and it is through these points that we can harness the spiritual energy of the universe. Our task, therefore, is to utilize the true essence within us to open each acupoint and establish a spiritual conduit between them, thus enabling our physical forms to commune with the cosmos. The fourth realm is referred to as the realm of opening acupoints, and it represents the final step before absorbing the energy of the heavens and the earth. Oh, I see. It sounds quite straightforward, Shen Zhou remarked, intrigued. Shen Zhou comprehended the principle and was ready to command the merit record to commence. However, he heard Qin Hai's voice continue. Of course, if there is a method to enlighten and assist, the results would be far more effective. Please do not speak while panting heavily. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhou nodded and said, upon my return, I shall seek the finest enlightenment techniques from the Guanhan Palace. Shen Zhou felt that, given his achievements in the Honglin mountain range, he possessed ample justification to utter such words. Indeed, Qin Hai did not hesitate in the slightest and readily agreed. At that moment, several figures surged towards them from a distance, each clad in silver flying fish attire and bearing the insignia of the Chongwu Guard, with one exception, the traitor, the lieutenant of the Jinfu Division, Yin Nan. Upon their arrival, the Chongwu Guard was immediately taken aback by the gruesome sight of the toad dragon's corpse. The sovereign of the Five Realms, the overlord of the Honglin mountain range, had perished in such a manner. Old Qin, you are truly formidable, Yin Nan exclaimed in astonishment, directing a stunned gaze towards Qin Hai, while the other members of the Chongwu Guard mirrored his incredulity. To slay a being of the fifth realm at the peak of the fourth realm was indeed a terrifying feat. Every martial artist understood that the chasm between these two realms was akin to a vast gulf. Not me, Qin Hai replied, shaking his head and gesturing towards Shen Zhou. Uttering an even more shocking statement, it was this remarkable student from the Tianjia camp. At this declaration, everyone present stood frozen, their eyes wide as saucers, resembling statues in their disbelief. What was this? A mere student had actually slain a sovereign of the fifth realm? Chapter 72. A direct zero-frame initiation. If there was anything more absurd than a fourth realm warrior defeating a fifth realm adversary, it would be a third realm warrior accomplishing the same feat. This was nearly the stuff of legends. The three Chongwu guards previously tasked with protecting Xiangyang and others now regarded Shen Zhou with expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. Shen Zhou's solitary charge against the tide of demonic beasts was already astonishing, and now he has even vanquished the toad dragon? This lad is undoubtedly far more extraordinary than the esteemed disciple of Lord Chongwu. Yin Nan murmured to himself. In light of this, it seems that being bested by this young man is hardly a matter of shame. In Shi found himself standing among the Chongwu guards, inexplicably feeling a significant lift in his spirits. The mission to eradicate demons in the Honglin mountain range has been successfully concluded. Shen Zhou, alongside the Chongwu guards, made his way back, leaving behind a few individuals to handle the carcass of the toad dragon. The body of a fifth realm demon lord is indeed a treasure trove in itself. On the journey home, In Shi took the initiative to approach Shen Zhou, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. Well done, Hero Shun. I initially thought I had a grasp of your prowess, but it appears I underestimated you. With your talent, you might very well become the second Lord Chongwu in the future. When that time comes, I shall proudly declare that I have sparred with Hero Shun. Shen Zhou glanced at him with a hint of amusement. What kind of behavior is this? I mean, your flattery is quite pleasing. Suggest you lay it on thicker. Heh, I'm just speaking the truth, In Shiwu replied, his face unshaken by any hint of embarrassment. Forget the distant matters, just look at the present. You becoming the master's personal disciple is practically set in stone. Personal disciple? Shen Zhou murmured. Ah, yes. Mentioning this, In Shiwu couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. The master recruits talents widely and has many disciples, but even I am merely a registered disciple. There's only one personal disciple. Just 16 years old, yet already at the mid-stage of the fourth realm, his talent is terrifyingly monstrous. Is that so? Shen Zhou showed little interest in the personal disciple and instead asked, do you have any healing pills? Hand me a pound. Who measures healing pills by the pound? In Shiwu scoffed, but still passed him a bottle. Though, you're not injured, are you? At this, In Shiwu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Only a true favorite of the heavens could awaken such an absurdly overpowered defensive talent as Shen Zhou's. I'm eating them for fun, Shen Zhou said, swiftly popping one into his mouth. Then, he watched as his health bar visibly inched upward. As expected, if even food can restore health, medicine should work even better. Shen Zhou revealed a smile, and then he brought a vial of elixir to his lips, beginning to blow gently upon the bottle. No, why are you consuming so much? In 15 exclaimed in astonishment. One healing pill suffices, taking more will not enhance its effects. Shen Zhou shook his head. No? You fail to comprehend the physical constitution of athletes like us. What does it mean to be an athlete? Is it perhaps a euphemism for some form of genius? In Shiva fell into contemplation. Below his gaze, Shen Zhou's health bar hopped forward like a frog leaping in the long jump. Yet it remained uncertain whether it was due to the extensive length of his health bar or the ineffectiveness of the healing elixir. Despite consuming an entire bottle, his health only recovered to a mere 30%. Is there more? Shen Zhou looked once more at Shen Zhou, anxiety creeping into his heart at the sight of his dangerously low health. It felt as though he could perish at any moment. Shen Zhou had only brought one bottle himself, but he had his own methods. He called out loudly, "Brothers, who has any healing elixirs left? Our future disciple of Chongwu Marquis is in need." In an instant, the surrounding Chongwu guards eagerly extended their hands, each clutching a bottle of healing elixir. Although most of them were not particularly familiar with Shen Zhou, it was prudent to establish a favorable relationship given his prodigious talents. Consequently, Shen Zhou indulged in the healing elixirs, restoring his health from a mere 20% to around 70%. Such a treasure was akin to a health potion in a game. It seemed wise to carry more in the future. As they traveled, Shen Zhou learned more about the Marquis of Chongwu from Shen Zhou. The life of the Marquis could easily be chronicled as a legendary biography. He was one of the 8 great lords of the Yin Kingdom, notably the youngest among them, and had started from the lowest station, rising from obscurity. The Marquis fought countless battles for his country and attained unparalleled mastery. At the peak of his power, he could single-handedly suppress a formidable enemy nation, rendering it incapable of raising its head. However, Shen Zhou was less informed about the subsequent events, only knowing that the emperor had eventually dispatched him to the remote Guanghan prefecture, relegating him to a minor lordship, a fate akin to exile for someone of the Marquis's caliber. Hearing this, Shen Zhou gained a clearer understanding of the Marquis of Chongwu. Once a figure of immense glory, even stepping into the power center of the Yin Kingdom, he now languished in obscurity. Based on the history Shen Zhou had studied in his previous life, it was common for individuals in such situations to either immerse themselves in poetry or to rally the populace with fervor. There was a hint of anticipation in his thoughts. Meanwhile, within the county office of Song'an County, the exceptional members of the Tianjia camp wore expressions of gloom. They had yet to recover from the terrifying spectacle of the beast tide, had it not been for the inexplicable dissolution of that tide. Some of them would likely have become prey to the monsters. Wait, where's Shen Zhou? I don't see him. Someone suddenly noted the absence of a fellow student. Shen Zhou. Lu Tianrong's eyes sparkled with a mixture of shock and concern. The last time I saw him, he was charging straight into the beast tide. Upon hearing this, the other Tianjiao gasped collectively. Is he joking? We could barely escape, and he rushed in? What is the difference between that and madness? He won't perish in there, will he? As the discussions continued, Mo Wuhan, positioned nearby, was overtaken by a dark thought. He harbored a sinister hope that Shen Zhou would perish amidst the chaos of the beast tide. The way Shen Zhou had looked at him, as if he were an insignificant insect, was an image that would haunt him for a lifetime. If only Shen Zhou were to die, then within the Tianjiao camp, he would remain the unrivaled first. He would still be the true genius. All the unpleasantness could be forgotten. Mo Wuhan's breath quickened. He would never dare to harbor any murderous intent towards Shen Zhou, for he was no match. Thus, he prayed fervently that the beast would claim Shen Zhou's life. Meanwhile, Bai Feng anxiously watched the entrance of the office, while Lin Yujing remained with her eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to her surroundings. However, the tremors of her eyelashes betrayed her inner turbulence. They were all awaiting the arrival, or perhaps the non-arrival, of a certain individual. Half a stick of incense later, the entrance suddenly came alive with commotion as a throng of Chongwu guards entered, with Shen Zhou at the center, surrounded as if he were the moon among the stars. At that moment, Shen Zhou had changed into a fresh outfit. He wore a blue robe and appeared radiant, his demeanor strikingly handsome. Mo Wuhan clenched his fists, an overwhelming sense of disappointment surging within him. Lin Yujing quietly exhaled in relief. Brother Shen, Bai Feng smiled and approached to greet Shen Zhou. Shen Zhou nodded lightly, casting his gaze around the assembly, which suddenly landed on Mo Wuhan. Sensing Shen Zhou's gaze, Mo Wuhan's heart raced, and he quickly lowered his head, unable to meet Shen Zhou's eyes. Despite the turmoil within him, he dared not show any dissatisfaction or even a hint of malice. He had learned his lesson from the last encounter, never act up before Shen Zhou. However, in the next moment, Mo Wuhan felt a gust of wind rush towards him, an immense force exploding against his chest. Boom! His figure was sent flying, trailing a spray of blood, crashing into a wall of the office. Mo Wuhan's body sank into the crumbling bricks, motionless. Chapter 73. Time to receive rewards. No one anticipated that Shen Zhou would immediately resort to violence. The Tianjiao present fell into stunned silence, their throats parched. Mo Wuhan, the one they regarded as the pinnacle of the Tianjiao camp, an undisputed top, had been instantaneously defeated by Shen Zhou. As members of the duo who had previously offended Shen Zhou, Lu Tianrang and Xiang Yang trembled uncontrollably. One looked to the sky, lamenting the blueness of it, while the other gazed down at the ground, marveling at its vastness, too afraid to turn their necks. They dreaded that in the next moment, a blink might bring Shen Zhou to their faces. Even Lin Yujing showed surprise. Shen Zhou had always been one to settle scores immediately. Last time it was because of Mo Wuhan's provocation, but what was the reason this time? Was it merely a whim of displeasure? The expressions of the Chongwu guards also stiffened. Typically, in cases of bullying among students, they would at least admonish the perpetrators. Yet, given the remarkable feat of the young man who had slain a level 5-toed demon, perhaps it was best to pretend not to see. Hey, Shen Zhou, what is the meaning of this? Qin Hai, ever bold, broke the silence. As the highest-ranking officer of the Chongwu guards, he had to intervene. It would be embarrassing for the highest authority to overlook one subordinate attacking another. Eradicating the malevolent thoughts harbored by a genius, good deed value increased by 20. A notification echoed in Shen Zhou's mind as he turned to the dazed Qin Hai and replied, "Old Qin, he insulted me internally. So I decided to teach him a lesson. That shouldn't be against the rules, right? You can hear what he thinks?" Qin Hai responded in astonishment. "Yes, I possess mind-reading abilities." Shen Zhou nodded slightly. There was indeed merit in his words. The eye of natural disasters could undoubtedly be regarded as a form of mind-reading. As soon as he stepped through the courtyard gate, he was greeted by a plethora of blue, green, and pink names scattered throughout the yard, and amidst these names, there was even an orange name. If I do not strike you, then whom shall I strike? Shen Zhou's approach to dealing with the orange names can be described as straightforward and ruthless. He resorts to physical confrontation to gauge its effectiveness, should they turn blue. The matter is settled. If they turn red, he eliminates them without hesitation. If there is no change, he continues to strike until a transformation occurs. As it stands, he reciprocates the attitudes of others towards him in kind. Upon hearing Shen Zhou's words, everyone present promptly cleared their minds, resolutely refraining from entertaining any thoughts related to him. Shen Zhou's explanation felt rather perfunctory, and it certainly sounded insincere, yet it may indeed hold a grain of truth. Considering the myriad peculiar martial talents that exist in this world, Qin Hai inhaled deeply and, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "Very well, let this be the last time. I reiterate, individuals from the Guanghan Palace are strictly forbidden from engaging in combat during missions. This shall not be repeated. So, this time we are letting it slide, are we? Moreover, was this even a mutual brawl? Mo Wuhan did not strike at all. The bias is glaringly evident." Yan Nan sighed and approached Mo Wuhan, realizing he would need to enlist his help to revive this young man. Upon reaching into his pocket, Yan Nan suddenly realized that his healing elixirs were gone, entirely consumed by that rascal Shen Zhou. After several more days, the group finally returned to the Tianjia camp of Guanghan Palace. At the earliest opportunity, Sure Mo convened the top 15 prodigies to tally the points earned from this mission. However, Mo Wuhan was absent, still in a state of unconsciousness, as Shen Zhou's punch had indeed been excessively forceful. Mo Wuhan, 56 points Lu Tianyang, 19 points Lin Yujing, 23 points by foam, 20 points each individual's points were announced, and due to the premature conclusion of the mission, the scores were notably low, with some even in single digits. Mo Wuhan's relatively high score stemmed from his brief collaboration with the Chongwu guards in fending off a beast tide. Furthermore, Shen Zhou's score was not disclosed, as it was beyond calculation, having dispatched hundreds of demons, including a formidable 5-realm toad demon. How could one even begin to tally that? Given that the mission concluded prematurely, the participants would receive some form of compensation in their rewards. Sure Mo added this note, and upon hearing it, the prodigy's spirits were notably lifted. Now, let us commence the selection of rewards. Shen Zhou, you shall begin, Sure Mo directed towards him. Naturally, those who had contributed significantly would select first. The students all acquiesced, recognizing Shen Zhou's prowess and considerable achievements, and dared not voice any dissent. Excellent. Shen Zhou readily agreed. The two departed the Tianjiao camp and arrived before the treasure pavilion, a critical location within Guanghan Palace, perpetually guarded by 2 4-realm warriors. Sure Mo produced a black token, which granted them access to the treasure pavilion. Before Shen Zhou could fully grasp his surroundings, Sure Mo continued, Proceed further. The items outside are designated for other students. You deserve something far superior. Intrigued by this notion of special treatment, Shen Zhou followed Shen Zhou deeper into the treasure pavilion until they reached a chamber composed entirely of a dark metal. This was the core area of the pavilion, housing the most exceptional items within Guanhan Palace. Shen Zhou proclaimed, originally, the contents of this room were beyond the reach of Tianjiao camp students. However, your contributions are so significant that an exception is warranted. As he spoke, he embedded the token into a slot on the door. In the next moment, the ebony door creaked open. Enter. Lord Chengwu has decreed that you may select 3 items from within. You have until the duration of an incense stick to make your selections, Shen Zhou instructed. Shen Zhou stepped into the room, which was not particularly spacious, yet it offered a panoramic view of its contents, revealing a haphazard assortment of various items. Weapons, manuals, elixirs, all strewn about in a seemingly careless manner, reminiscent of a cluttered marketplace. Among these objects, what captured Shen Zhou's attention the most was a formidable large sword. The sword's blade was broad and weighty, entirely obsidian black, yet it faintly radiated a crimson glow. Such a majestic and imposing sword was impossible to overlook. It bore a resemblance to the mystical heavy sword of the divine eagle. Shen Zhou offered his assessment, his gaze shifting to a recent object of interest, a pill elegantly encased within a wooden box. Beneath it lay a note that read, Creation Pill, capable of enhancing your martial arts talent once. What on earth? Shen Zhou was taken aback. Could it be that he could directly enhance his martial arts talent? How extraordinary. Chapter 74, The Sword Without a Blade. To elevate one's martial arts talent is undeniably a formidable effect, akin to Shen Zhou enhancing his renown level. Oh, indeed, it is a treasure of the highest caliber from the Guanhan Palace. However, he soon discovered a line of small print following the introduction of the creation pill, applicable only for the initial enhancement. Oh, this implies that those who have already experienced an enhancement, like the fourth calamity, would be unable to benefit again? There is a limitation. Yet for Shen Zhou, this remains inconsequential, for he possesses more than one martial arts talent. He decided he would take this item. Resolutely, Shen Zhou grasped the creation pill and continued to examine the other items. 9 Revolutions Revival Elixir, capable of reviving the dead and restoring the body entirely from all injuries. Remarkable, indeed, the healing properties of this elixir are unparalleled. However, as he already possessed the fourth calamity, he chose to forego it. Withering Wood Respite Technique completely conceals one's aura, diminishing one's presence, and can also be used to feign death. When executed, breathing ceases and the heart stops, resembling death itself. This description, could it be that it is akin to the Imperial Sea Monarch? A technique with formidable life-preserving capabilities. A standard for those who feign weakness to deceive, yet it holds no utility for him. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to record it in the Book of Merits. Shen Zhou's lips curled into a smile as he held the book in his hands, just about to open it, when a resonant and profound voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Are you certain you wish to choose this martial arts manual? Shen Zhou's outstretched hand abruptly halted. Despite the absence of others nearby, this individual inexplicably whispered in his ear, unnoticed by anyone. Shen Zhou instantly recognized the individual before him. It was none other than the venerable Lord Chengwu, the old silver coin, who was likely observing him from some hidden vantage point. Indeed, this location was the most significant secret chamber of the Guanhan Palace, presumably under the direct supervision of Lord Chengwu himself. Recalling the other party's formidable ability to summon spirits and vanquish foes from 1,000 miles away, Shen Zhou appeared considerably more docile. No, I merely wish to peruse a little. That will not suffice, came the voice, for your momentary glance signifies your choice, irrevocable and unalterable. Shen Zhou, feeling his thoughts of taking advantage exposed, quietly returned the book to its place. To his surprise, Lord Chengwu was aware of his extraordinary ability of photographic memory. It must have been that Shimo who revealed it to him. Alas, how foolish it was. Had he known this during his time in the Tianjiao camp, he would have chosen to be more discreet. Shen Zhou felt somewhat melancholic as he shifted his gaze away from the gnarled tree and continued to skin downward. His eyes fell upon a jade stone, the size of a basin, glistening with a translucent luster, the magical egg of the Baishao River's dragon, nurturing its offspring. Shen Zhou raised an eyebrow. This was unexpectedly a dragon egg, and according to the introduction, it was fertilized, capable of producing offspring. Were he to possess Lin Yujing's martial arts talent, he might consider indulging in such a whimsical pursuit, reminiscent of a Pokemon adventure. Otherwise, Raising a demon was beyond his capabilities, and he had no desire to invest effort in its upbringing. Utilizing it for fried rice would be an extravagant waste. He chose to move on. Shen Zhou once again directed his gaze towards the most striking weapon in the room, a grand sword. In truth, the techniques he practiced, including the Zhan and the Xiang electric gang method, did not necessitate any weaponry. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, this sword appeared to him as a benevolent senior, a mischievous classmate, and a capricious younger sister. In short, it was exceedingly alluring. Moreover, Shen Zhou noticed a peculiar detail. The grand sword was secured by several iron chains, suspended in midair in an unusual manner. Unlike other objects, this sword lacked any form of introduction. Just then, Lord Chengwu spoke up, providing an opportunity for inquiry. "My lord, what is the significance of this sword?" Lord Chengwu promptly elucidated Shen Zhou's query. This sword is known as Hutu, also referred to as the Earth Sword. It is said that a heavy sword is without a sharp edge, embodying great skill and simplicity. It is neither sharp nor does it possess any lethal powers, yet it is sufficiently weighty and remarkably durable. Additionally, it serves to protect the soul. Should you encounter an attack directed at your spirit, its presence will ensure your soul remains unharmed. Shen Zhou has yet to encounter an opponent capable of employing such tactics. However, upon reflection, he realizes that he also lacks defensive measures in this regard. He wonders how the fourth calamity assesses its assaults on the soul. But why is it suspended in midair? Shen Zhou inquires. "This sword possesses another flaw," comes the reply. "It penetrates the earth." Penetrates the earth? Shen Zhou echoes, intrigued. Indeed, once it makes contact with the ground, it is akin to a fish returning to the ocean. It will vanish from your sight in an instant. At your current level, capturing it again would be as challenging as ascending to the heavens. These words stir Shen Zhou's heart. Could it be that this sword is truly so enigmatic? It is commonly understood that the more profound the object, the more formidable its power. Shen Zhou was instantly captivated, akin to a boy encountering an intriguing new toy, unable to resist the urge to acquire it for his amusement. The allure of a sword possesses an inherent magnetism for men. In his past life, he would pick up a straight branch from the roadside and play with it joyfully. The advantages and disadvantages have been laid before you. The choice lies solely with you. Should it be lost, I shall not bear the responsibility of retrieving it. The Duke of Chengwu stated once more. "I want it," Shen Zhou declared decisively, resolved to indulge himself with this grand toy. "Very well," replied the Duke of Chengwu. "You have chosen 2 items. Previously, Qin Hai informed me that you also seek a method for enlightenment." As the Duke spoke, a martial arts manual suddenly soared from the adjacent bookshelf, landing in Shen Zhou's hands. The method for enlightenment, the heavenly thunder devouring the sun scripture. This is the most esteemed technique of enlightenment from my Guanhan palace, and it is also the method I practice. The Duke of Chengwu's voice resonated again. Upon gazing at the scripture in his hands, a fleeting astonishment was quickly replaced by a smile on Shen Zhou's face. The breathing technique was of the thunder attribute, and the method for enlightenment was also of the thunder attribute. Such a connection was ineffably marvelous. It seemed destined to propel him down the path of lightning, never to return. "Thank you, esteemed Duke of Chengwu. I shall take it," Shen Zhou proclaimed. "Good," the Duke replied, with the Duke's consent. Shen Zhou swiftly opened the scripture and recorded it in his ledger of virtues. Now, with a vast abundance of virtuous deeds in his possession, along with a powerful method for enlightenment and the potential to cultivate virtue to conquer others, he could scarcely fathom the terrifying extent to which his combat prowess would soar after this arduous training. And the Earth Sword. Shen Zhou extended his hand to grasp the hilt of the sword, and with a sudden tug, the iron chain snapped. He held the sword firmly, and even with his strength, he felt its considerable weight. The moment his fingers made contact with the hilt, an unexpected surge of emotion welled up within him. It was the emotion of the Earth Sword. It felt as though it had been trapped for an eternity, and now, having finally broken free from its confines, it was filled with exhilaration and joy. Was this object truly alive? Or rather, did this sword possess a spirit? At that moment, Shen Zhou was overwhelmed with both astonishment and delight. Had he truly stumbled upon a treasure? Yet, why had Duke Chengwu not mentioned the sentience of the Earth Sword earlier? A torrent of emotions emanated from the sword, and Shen Zhou instantaneously understood. It was beckoning him to set it down. What a fanciful thought. Shen Zhou deftly rested the Earth Sword upon his shoulder, unwilling to let the hard-won bride slip away. "Lord Shimo, I have made my choice," he declared as he emerged from the secret chamber. "Shimo, taken aback by the sight of the formidable sword on Shen Zhou's shoulder, offered a silent acknowledgement with a nod, simply replying, "Very well." Shen Zhou thus followed Shi Mo back to the Tianjia camp, and upon his return, the youths of the camp were utterly dumbfounded. Previously, Shen Zhou had been perceived as a terrifying overlord. Now, this formidable figure had inexplicably acquired an imposing and powerful great sword. The combination of these elements exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation. There was no need to engage him in combat, even from his appearance and stance. It was evident that he possessed extraordinary strength. Chapter 75, Unprecedented. The boys of the Tianjia camp regarded Shen Zhou as if he were a ghost, wherever he walked. They retreated in fear. Unfazed by the gazes of the inept multitude, Shen Zhou turned and returned to his wooden cabin. He sat cross-legged, placing the earth sword horizontally across his legs. Having obtained his reward, the next step was to strive for greater strength. First and foremost was this creation pill. Shen Zhou opened the wooden box, revealing a pill as crimson as blood. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Instantly, the pill transformed into a powerful medicinal force that spread throughout Shen Zhou's body. Simultaneously, words began to emerge in the record of meritorious deeds. Under the influence of the precious medicine, your martial talent persuasion by virtue has been elevated to the second level, bestowing a new ability, sacred words against invaders. Sacred words against invaders, using words as a sharp blade. You can directly inflict psychological harm upon the enemy during moments of emotional instability. The greater the emotional turmoil, the more potent the attack. This ability is rather intriguing. A glimmer of joy appeared in Shen Zhou's eyes as he read the description in the record of meritorious deeds. This is truly the essence of verbal prowess. If he can successfully breach the enemy's defenses through speech, it would inflict genuine damage upon them. Just as Zhuge Liang could verbally vanquish Wang Lang, perhaps Shen Zhou could now achieve the same. Even if he could not defeat his opponent with words, causing a momentary mental disarray would still grant him a decisive advantage. Indeed, this aligns splendidly with Shen Zhou's inclinations and his combat style. With persuasion by virtue successfully upgraded, it was time to enhance other aspects. Current merit value, 16,020. Target, Heavenly Thunder Devouring the Sun Manual. Let the augmentation begin. Consuming 200 merit points, you open this enlightenment manual, beginning to absorb the visualization diagrams within. Immersing yourself in them. At a certain moment, a sensation akin to a thunderclap surged within your heart. Heavenly Thunder Devouring the Sun Manual, entry level. Consuming 500 merit points. You comprehended the essence of the thunderous daylight, mastering the technique to simulate your true essence as a descending thunderbolt. Heavenly Thunder Devouring the Sun Manual, minor achievement. Consuming 900 merit points, using jade bones and silver blood as the sky and true essence as clouds, you can now fully simulate a thunderstorm within your body, thereby aiding you in breaking through all bodily meridian barriers. Heavenly Thunder Devouring the Sun Manual, major achievement. To simulate the formation of heavenly thunder within your body. This cultivation technique indeed dares to dream. Shen Zhou felt his body quaking with the ominous rumble of thunder, and he couldn't help but internally scoff. As expected, this must be an exceedingly perilous technique. However, when the Marquis Chongwu presented it to him, he offered no warnings. Likely having learned from the Chongwu guard about Shen Zhou's extraordinary aptitude for cultivation. If he could master a technique with a guaranteed fatality rate, then surely he would face no difficulties with other methods of training. Onward he pressed, for his virtue points were abundant. Upon expending 1,000 virtue points, he had reached a level of mastery with this technique akin to an extension of his own limbs, capable of summoning a continuous cascade of terrifying heavenly thunder with but a mere thought. The Heavenly Thunder Devouring Sun scripture, perfected. Thus, Shen Zhou had cultivated this art to its zenith, though the cost was considerable. The final enhancement equated to the expenditure of an entire Zhaoshuanga. Indeed, the higher the realm of the technique, the greater the consumption of virtue points. Yet for Shen Zhou in his current state, this was merely a trivial matter. He pondered just how formidable the power of this thunderous technique might be. Shen Zhou was deep in thought when he noticed that the record of merits continued to inscribe. After achieving enlightenment, he discovered striking similarities between the Heavenly Thunder Devouring Sun scripture and the Purple Yang Thunder Control technique. Perhaps these could be integrated to formulate a new method, thereby achieving a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. Oh, is it truly possible to derive a fusion? Then what is there to hesitate about? Proceed. Swiftly proceed. Record of merits, let me witness the extent of your limits. The text reappeared, consuming 1,500 points of virtuous deeds, your agile mind, having spent an extensive period, finally succeeded in merging the two thunder-based techniques, naming it the 10,000 Thunder Suppression Technique. Has it truly succeeded at once? Shen Zhou exhaled a breath of clarity, seamlessly merging two formidable thunder-based techniques into one. To what extent could this newfound power reach? However, the moment for experimentation had yet to arrive. Without a moment's surprise at the advent of the 10,000 Thunder Prison Technique, he promptly advanced in the merit record, Ascendant Realm. You have perfectly mastered the enlightenment technique of the 10,000 Thunder Prison, enabling you to unlock your acupoints in an unprecedentedly powerful manner. By expending 500 points of virtue, you summon countless strands of true thunder essence within, instantly opening all 362 acupoints in your body. For other practitioners in the three realms, the acupoint barrier might seem insurmountable. Yet before your torrential heavenly thunder, it crumbled effortlessly, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. You have ascended to the fifth layer of the fourth realm. Astonishingly, you have burst open all your acupoints and surged to the fifth layer of the fourth realm in an instant. While marveling at this feat, Shen Zhou felt no surprise. After all, he had diligently practiced the Yang Yongxin technique for so long, and being a double technique, such extraordinary results were entirely reasonable. By consuming 1,000 points of virtue, after all acupoints had been unlocked, the potent heavenly thunder once again coalesced, constructing a spiritual conduit between the various acupoints leading to his limbs and bones. You have now ascended to the ninth layer of the fourth realm. As the merit record's notification echoed in his mind, Shen Zhou began to introspect the environment within him. Momentarily bewildered, wasn't it supposed to be a conduit? Why did the conduit within him bear no resemblance to the concept of a conduit at all? It appeared resplendent, shimmering like gold, radiating with brilliance, completely detached from the notion of a mere channel. One must admit, the effect of merging two premier thunder techniques to unlock acupoints and establish a spiritual conduit was nothing short of terrifying. If the conduits within other practitioners resembled mere trickling brooks, then the conduit within Shen Zhou was an expansive ocean. It can only be said that your conduit and my conduit seem to differ fundamentally. Chapter 76. Every attack carries the effect of decapitation. Gazing down at the vast oceanic conduit within, Shen Zhou felt his power surge to an entirely new level, with his senses becoming extraordinarily acute, reaching an exaggerated state of not a feather can be added, nor a fly can land. Upon examining his health bar, it had not only fully replenished from the previous 70%, but had also surged from occupying half of his field of vision to an astonishing 3/4. If this progression continues, it seems my health bar may very well transform into two. Shen Zhou sighed, a twinge of concern creeping into his thoughts. As he grew increasingly powerful, he wondered what would happen if his health bar filled the entire screen, obscuring his view of the enemy. What then? After a brief period of acclimatization to his current state, Shen Zhou swiftly reigned in his aura. Even a fleeting glimpse was sufficient for everyone in the Tianjiao camp to perceive it. In that moment, the expressions of all present were truly remarkable. Such a formidable presence. The talented youths marveled, feeling a pulse of fear intertwined with a sense of insignificance for the majority, being merely at the second realm. Could hardly fathom the implications of such an aura. The only one capable of comprehending it fully was likely Shimo, the esteemed member of the Central Pavilion. Although he too was only at the third realm, he had previously encountered this aura emanating from Qin Hai, the first guard of the Chengwu Guard. This was the essence of a pinnacle fourth realm practitioner. Moreover, in terms of its profundity, the aura was vastly more potent than that of Qin Hai. The highest cultivation level among the students in the Tianjia camp was merely at the third realm. How could such a peak fourth realm presence suddenly manifest? Just as this question arose, a figure abruptly materialized in Shimo's mind. Shen Zhou. In that fleeting moment, Sher Emo felt a shiver run down his spine. What? Could it be true? A pinnacle of the four realms, at merely 15 years of age. What a jest. Most astonishingly, this lad had only just arrived at the Tianjia camp a mere half-month ago, having been at the initial stage of the three realms. Was he truly such an extraordinary prodigy? Sher Emo clenched his fists, a bitter smile gracing his face. Previously, upon encountering the direct disciple of Lord Chengwu, he believed he had grasped the true essence of talent. It was a quality one could perceive at a glance, an unmistakable brilliance illuminating the path ahead. Yet now, the genuine genius is one who, upon first sight, elicits not even a twinge of jealousy. In the presence of that esteemed disciple, Sher Emo felt envy, however. Before Shen Zhou, he harbored no such sentiments. It was akin to gazing up at a towering mountain. Would one truly envy its greater height and strength? Within the wooden cabin, Shen Zhou's actions were far from complete. His account was still brimming with virtuous deeds, and he turned his attention to the final technique in need of advancement, the slash. Shen Zhou was exceedingly pleased with this technique. Regardless of the consumption of virtuous deeds, he was determined to elevate it to perfection. Commencing with a mere thought, a torrent of virtuous deeds surged forth. You have honed your skills for far too long at the entry level. It is now time to engage in a more profound study and cultivation of the slash. This endeavor would undoubtedly entail substantial risks, yet with your increasingly robust vitality. Akin to a computer fortified with various antivirus programs such as 360, Ruation, and Kingsoft, you fear no virus. Wait a moment, with such protection, the computer might freeze on its own, and is it truly appropriate to employ such modern terminology in a record of virtuous deeds? As the words of the record of virtue unfolded, Shen Zhou's vitality began to plummet dramatically. The decline so steep it could provoke even the most stoic of investors to rush to the rooftop in despair. This was precisely why Shen Zhou had reserved the slash for last. While other techniques demanded talent, this one exacted a toll on life itself. After his vitality diminished by a fifth, the successful notification appeared. Consumed 1,500 points of virtuous deeds. You have cultivated the slash to a minor completion. Mastering the divine ability, Edge. You can imbue any of your attacks with the effects of slash. At first glance, the description of this ability may appear somewhat perplexing. However, within Shen Zhou's mind, clarity prevailed. The effect of the slash enables the release of powerful strikes devoid of any preparatory motion. The edge grants Shen Zhou the capacity to render all his attacks instantaneous, transforming every assault into a zero-frame initiation. Yet another remarkably practical and formidable divine ability. Truly, a technique that aligns splendidly with my desires. Shen Zhou gently nodded, resolutely deciding to continue infusing his virtuous deeds into this extreme martial art. As long as he did not exhaust himself, he would pour every ounce of effort into it. However, in the next moment, the record of merits inscribed a line of text, interrupting Shen Zhou's fervent aspirations for advancement. Insufficient realm, unable to cultivate. Shen Zhou furrowed his brow slightly. However, it was understandable. After all, this was a forbidden technique created by a master of martial arts, and it was hardly conceivable that one could fully master it at the fifth realm. It was rather careless of him. He should have inquired about the cultivation methods of the fifth realm when he was at the treasure pavilion with Marquis Chongwu. Nevertheless, Shen Zhou possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding this matter. The fifth realm necessitated the absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In truth, after unlocking all 362 major meridians within his body, he had already begun to perceive the essence of this world. To him, the surrounding spiritual energy appeared remarkably vibrant and enthusiastic, as if it would eagerly rush into his embrace at the mere flick of his finger. This was, indeed, quite natural. After all, while other spiritual conduits resembled diminutive streams, his resembled a mighty river, exuding an allure of an entirely different magnitude. This phenomenon could be likened to the adage of preferring to weep in a luxurious car rather than laugh on a bicycle. How surprising it was that spiritual energy could be so pragmatic. Reflecting on certain experiences from his past life, Shen Zhou felt a pang of sorrow. Given this reality, why not attempt to draw in some energy for a trial? With this thought in mind, Shen Zhou gently inhaled. As he did so, the record of merit suddenly revealed text, akin to the moment when a pop-up from antivirus software interrupts your downloading. You have attempted to absorb a wisp of spiritual energy, but it appears that the essence of this world is not entirely pure, mingled with some enigmatic force. Would you like to use virtue points to eliminate this anomalous power? A stir of emotion surged within Shen Zhou as he encountered such an unexpected prompt. What could this mysterious power be? If absorbed into his being, would it prove beneficial or detrimental? Regrettably, the record of merits offered no answers to Shen Zhou's inquiries. After contemplating for a moment, Shen Zhou decided to temporarily slow down the pace of his advancement. If possible, he would first seek to understand the nature of this mysterious power. In the following days, the top 15 prodigies in the Tianjiao camp each received the rare materials they required and chose to enter seclusion for cultivation. Soon, several students achieved breakthroughs. Lu Tian successfully advanced to the third realm, third level. Lin Yujing broke through to the third realm, first level, and even Mo Wuhan, who had been beaten by Shen Zhou twice, reached the third realm, sixth level. Unfortunately, such incremental progress was utterly insignificant to Shen Zhou. In the realm of cultivation, while other prodigies could steadily enhance their abilities level by level, those like Shen Zhou, who leaped from one realm to another, had to consider myriad complexities. Chapter 77. The misfortunate Mo Wuhan. Just a few days later, at the entrance of the Tianjiao camp, two young individuals approached. One was a girl and the other a boy, both appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age. The girl was petite, her lips perpetually adorned with a mischievous smile, revealing a pair of dimples. The boy, in contrast, exuded a calm and serious demeanor, appearing meticulous in his manner. Say, "Junior brother, is this our first time at the Tianjiao camp?" The girl spoke first. Indeed, the composed boy nodded lightly. The girl surveyed the surroundings, her face displaying a look of disdain. "Are these the prodigies summoned by our master from various places? They appear rather unimpressive. Does our master truly intend to select disciples from here? The quality is rather lacking." The calm boy remained silent, but his eyes mirrored the girl's disdain, clearly agreeing with her sentiments. "By the way, junior brother, would you be interested in sparring with the students here? I heard that newcomers are allowed to challenge the top 15. The girl leaped excitedly, seemingly finding her plan amusing. "Too weak, not interested," the boy decisively refused. "Ah, you're right. Given your prowess, the younger generation indeed pales in comparison to you." The girl sighed, recognizing that none could match her junior brother's talents. It was no wonder that among their many peers, only he had been chosen as the master's personal disciple. "Never mind, I want to dwell on that. Since you want to go, I shall entertain myself." The girl grinned mischievously and entered the Tianjiao camp first. Upon seeing this, the boy's face broke into a fond yet helpless smile as he followed after her. "Hey, are there newcomers again? And there's a pretty girl." The camp students looked on with curiosity at the unfamiliar faces. The girl politely greeted those around her. I'm new here, and I heard that I can challenge the top 15 experts?" "Indeed," a student eagerly replied. "That's wonderful." The girl nodded and suddenly raised her hand, declaring, "Report. I wish to challenge." Her action appeared rather comical and childish, eliciting laughter from the surrounding students. One asked, "And which expert do you wish to challenge, little girl?" "Naturally, the number one in the Tianjiao camp," she proclaimed loudly, brimming with enthusiasm. The crowd was momentarily stunned, then erupted into hearty laughter. Where did this village girl come from? Daring to challenge the top of the Tianjiao camp right off the bat? How foolish and reckless. The last person to do so was Shen Zhou. As they thought of this, their laughter faded, realizing that an extraordinary talent like Shen Zhou was unlikely to have a second counterpart. Humph. Who does this little girl think she is, looking for a fight? Just as the students pondered, a cold snort pierced the air, and the door to the number one wooden cabin was flung open as Mo Wuhan, clad in white, stormed out. At that moment, Mo Wuhan was seething with rage. Having been thoroughly beaten by Shen Zhou twice, the second time in front of all, losing face entirely, as the top of the Tianjiao camp, he had not even unleashed a single technique during his time in the spotlight. Now, a newcomer dared to challenge him just as Shen Zhou had upon entering. "Do you think I can't beat you, little girl, just because I lost to Shen Zhou?" Overwhelmed by fury, Mo Wuhan disregarded gender and launched an attack. Seeing him charge out, the students quickly understood. Mo Wuhan was about to transfer all his resentment towards Shen Zhou onto this new girl. Previously, he would have put on an air of aloofness when faced with challengers, but now he seemed ready to fight without hesitation. He had even adopted Shen Zhou's philosophy of less talk, more action, proving that pain indeed teaches lessons. This unfortunate newcomer had chosen an ill-timed moment to challenge. Water Moon Spiral. Mo Wuhan waved his sleeve, unleashing a crescent wave of energy that surged towards the girl. However, her reflexes were exceptionally quick. Her figure suddenly became ethereal, splitting into countless duplicates, overlapping in a mesmerizing display. Mo Wuhan's attack struck the illusions, accomplishing nothing. Mo Wuhan was momentarily taken aback. "Prepare yourself." In the next instant, the multitude of girl figures surrounded him, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Frowning, he resolved to meet the attack head-on. The confrontation was so intense that shockwaves reverberated through the surroundings, leaving the observing students awestruck. They had initially expected the girl to be an easy target, only to find her surprisingly formidable, able to contend with Mo Wuhan fiercely. Indeed, why are there so many extraordinary talents in this world? Could it be that she will actually seize the title of number one in the Tianjiao camp upon her arrival? However, their pessimistic thoughts did not materialize. After a brief stalemate, Mo Wuhan shouted in anger and unleashed a vast wave of crescent energy, obliterating all of the girl's illusions. Bang! The girl was sent flying, her complexion pale. Mo Wuhan rushed forward, prepared to capitalize on his advantage, only to find his vision blur as the composed boy suddenly appeared before him. "That's enough. The calm boy waved his right hand, causing Mo Wuhan to feel a tremendous force pulling at him, crashing him down to the ground. At the very moment Mo Wuhan hit the ground, the composed boy vanished again, reappearing behind the girl to catch her gently, cradling her in his arms. In that instant, it felt as though time had slowed. The two exchanged a tender gaze, spinning slowly in the air. "Are you all right, senior sister?" the composed boy inquired, offering a warm smile. "I'm fine," the girl blushed shyly. "I will not allow anyone to harm you, senior sister." The young boy spoke again, his tone resolute. The young girl, her cheeks slightly flushed, lowered her head. This scene left the onlookers in a state of astonishment. What was happening? "We came to witness your battle." Yet suddenly we are served a dose of romance. Lying on the ground, dazed and confused from the beating, Mo Wuhan was infuriated. "So I am merely a cog in your little game? What is up with this boy? His speed is astonishing, and his combat prowess is frightfully intimidating. He had just broken through yesterday, yet he was instantly defeated by his opponent. If it weren't for the boy's unremarkable appearance, Mo Wuhan would have thought it was Shen Zhou coming to the rescue. How infuriating. Why do powerful individuals seem to sprout up like mushrooms after rain?" He had intended to vent his frustration, but now he felt even more stifled. In the arena, the young girl sensed the multitude of gazes upon her and gently pushed the boy away. Taking a deep breath, the flush on her face faded, and she placed her hands on her hips, smiling as she said, "It appears that the Tianjia camp has no worthy contenders." Her words immediately stirred discontent among many of the students. "What are you so proud of? Did you not also fail to defeat Brother Mo? If it weren't for that guy's intervention, you would have been knocked down by Mo long ago. And that was a sneak attack. Who knows if he could truly stand against Mo in a fair fight? Come on, have the guts to face Brother Mo in a one-on-one match." Hearing the surrounding chatter, Mo Wuhan lowered his head, feeling increasingly constrained. He knew he was no match for the young boy, based on his combat experience. He assessed that this composed youth was likely on par with Shen Zhou, and he did not wish to be defeated by him again. Just then, another student spoke up. "By the way, our brother Shen hasn't made his move yet." This prompted a chorus of agreement. "Exactly. Are you brave enough to challenge Brother Shen Zhou?" Yes, yes. A boastful character like this deserves a lesson from Brother Shen. Indeed, Brother Shen relishes taking down those who are so full of themselves. "All right," the young girl decisively agreed. "Then I shall challenge your Brother Shen." She believed these Tianjia camp students were merely boasting. Their top contender had been defeated, and they could not bear to admit it. So they had to concoct another figure to glorify. Regardless, what did it matter? It was of no concern to her. She had her junior brother backing her. With that thought, she cast a glance at the boy, who returned her with a gentle smile. "Rest assured, senior sister, with me around, all shall be well." Just as it was before. "MHM." The girl waved her small fist and shouted, "Shen Zhou, according to the rules of the Tianjia camp, I challenge you." Chapter 78. A paper tiger. How amusing. The drama has come right to my doorstep. Sitting leisurely in his makeshift courtyard, basking in the sun, Shen Zhou wore a smile. In truth, the wooden house had no courtyard. It was merely a space where he resided, surrounded by an area so devoid of passers-by that he decided to ask Shimo for some timber to construct a small enclosure. Unlike other students who were diligently training, Shen Zhou had been idly passing the days. Now that he heard someone challenging him, a wave of delight surged within him. He was also curious about the pair who had come forward, especially the boy, not due to any peculiar inclination of Shen Zhou's, but because of the names that hovered above their heads. The girl was labeled as disciple of Chongwu Ho, Duan Shuang, while the boy bore the title, host of national fortune, Yi Chuan, host of national fortune. This was a title Shen Zhou had never encountered before. So this lad is the vessel of the nation's destiny? Could it be he is the fabled child of fortune? Shen Zhou was originally contemplating the profound mysteries within, when unexpectedly, these two individuals arrived and created quite a scene. First, the woman initiated a provocation, only to be met with a counterattack. Then, the man, disregarding all semblance of rules, brazenly intervened, displaying a fierce protectiveness over his partner. Ultimately, the two of them embraced tightly, exchanging tender glances as they spiraled downwards together. Shen Zhou had always looked down upon Mo Wuhan, but now he felt a tinge of pity for him. After all, Mo Wuhan was merely adhering to the rules to engage in battle, only to be met with a rather unfortunate mixed doubles scenario. Who would have thought that even in my next life, I would still encounter such a ludicrous ancient drama, replete with a nauseatingly overbearing husband defending his wife? The intensity of this concoction is truly overwhelming. It is indeed worth every penny spent. Shen Zhou muttered to himself before rising to his feet. Following his upgrade, his strength surged dramatically, and he found himself in need of a practice target. Now, he had not one but two. Simultaneously, the earth sword behind him emitted a soft hum, and Shen Zhou sensed its eagerness. It incessantly urged him. Strike. Wield it to cleave. Engage in battle. Exhilarating. Oh, how could you be even more impatient than I, a veritable maniac for war? Nay, a war-crazed sword. Shen Zhou gently soothed the earth sword, which was too large and heavy to be worn at his waist, thus he carried it on his back. Amidst the collective gaze of the crowd, he gracefully emerged into the sight of the gathered students. Instantly, their breaths quickened. Shen Gu had arrived, and hope rekindled in the Tianjiao camp. Duan Shuang and Yi Chuan also turned to look. In Duan Shuang's eyes, an undeniable sense of awe surged forth. The young man before her, resembling a jade figure, with the great sword on his back, accentuated his heroic demeanor. Meanwhile, Yi Chuan furrowed his brow. The impact of the other's appearance was overwhelming, making it difficult for him to shake off the image. In terms of presence, he found himself utterly outclassed. Are you challenging me? Shen Zhou's gaze settled on Duan Shuang. Indeed. Duan Shuang nodded, yet her eyes anxiously flickered towards Yi Chuan. For reasons unknown. Ever since the arrival of this jade-like youth, her heart had been racing uncontrollably. It felt as if she were not confronting a person, but a colossal beast from the primordial wilderness. The pressure he exuded was formidable. Do not worry, senior sister, Yi Chuan replied, his demeanor calm and composed. I have said it before, as long as I am here, even if the heavens were to collapse, I would support you. Upon hearing this, Duan Shuang felt as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders, her anxiety dissipating. Indeed, with such a prodigious talent like her junior brother by her side, what misfortune could befall her? Her expression regained its steadiness as Shen Zhou tilted his head slightly, observing her. Shall we begin? Let it begin. Duan Shuang inhaled deeply, clenching her fists. Let me see what you are truly capable of. Just then, she noticed Shen Zhou's right hand slowly reaching for the hilt of the dark sword behind him, preparing to draw the sword only after the fight had commenced. It was too late. With a glint in her eye, Duan Shuang retorted, watch as I seize the initiative and catch you off guard. Boom. In an instant, a tremendous and piercing sound erupted across the Tianjiao camp's arena. Duan Shuang's thoughts were abruptly interrupted, and her form was launched like a cannonball. Hurtling through the air, she soared to the edge of the camp, crashing heavily against walls, until she finally rolled into a heap of ruins, coming to a stop. Halfway through her flight, Yi Chuan stood frozen, his expression shifting dramatically as he gazed in disbelief at the rubble where Duan Shuang had landed. The moment he witnessed her being flung backward, he immediately rushed forward to offer assistance, but alas, he was a moment too late. Shen Zhou's movements were astonishingly swift, so much so that even he himself had not fully grasped what had transpired. His fierce words echoed mightily, yet when it came to action, it was nothing but a farce. The idiom a paper tiger suited him remarkably well. Amidst the astonishment, Shen Zhou's voice, laced with intrigue, broke the silence. Yi Chuan turned to look, only to find that Shen Zhou had, at some point, unsheathed the great sword from his back, its tip ominously pointing in the direction where Duan Shuang had originally stood. It dawned on him then, in that fleeting moment, Shen Zhou had executed the draw and the downward slash with remarkable finesse. Yet, why had he been completely oblivious to it? As Yi Chuan grappled with his bewilderment, he caught sight of Shen Zhou's calm eyes fixed upon him, followed by a mocking laughter. Unfortunately, the tiger you rely on is merely a paper tiger. Chapter 79. This is a binding incantation. In truth, Yi Chuan was slightly mistaken. Shen Zhou had not performed any slashing motion. He merely wielded the sword as one would a fan, casually conjuring a fierce gust of wind that effortlessly sent Duan Shuang flying. Had she truly borne the brunt of his strike, the consequences would have been far graver than mere flight. Nevertheless, this seemingly nonchalant gesture was enough to elicit gasps of awe from the surrounding crowd. After a brief silence, the entire elite camp erupted in cheers. Brother Shen, splendid work. It's our Brother Shen who delivers. Indeed, once Brother Shen took action, the outcome was always evident. According to the rules of the elite camp, one could only challenge a single opponent in a day. However, the new arrival was so brazen that she incited the ire of many. Thus, when Duan Shuang declared her challenge against Shen Zhou, not a single participant dared to mention the established protocol. The outcome, much to the delight of the elite camp, was swift and decisive, a mere encounter, and Duan Shuang was rendered unable to rise again. The forceful intervention of Shen Zhou, coupled with the thunderous cheers of the students, ignited a sense of fury within Yichuan. The paper tiger that Shen Zhou speaks of undoubtedly refers to himself. No one has ever dared to address him in such a manner. Not even his master, the esteemed Lord Chengwu, has ever humiliated him in this way. Yichuan glared furiously at Shen Zhou, yet what awaited him were Shen Zhou's words, laced with malice. What are you looking at? Were you not just boasting about how you would protect your senior sister and ensure she remains unscathed? Shen Zhou rested the earth sword upon his shoulder, gesturing towards the direction where Duan Shuang lay asleep. Look at what you are protecting, you little waste. The words struck Yichuan like a dagger to his heart, igniting a fiery blush across his face and inflating his ire. Just moments ago, he had confidently boasted various grandiose declarations to his senior sister, showering her with sweet nothings. Yet, within less than half a minute, Shen Zhou had emphatically dismantled all his bravado. This humiliating predicament made Yichuan, a direct disciple of the esteemed Chengwu Marquis, feel a profound sense of shame and utter embarrassment. That scoundrel has made me look so foolish. As this thought flickered through his mind, Yichuan suddenly heard a buzz. It felt as though a colossal hammer had struck his brain, sending waves of intense dizziness crashing over him. Yichuan clutched his head, his body swaying unsteadily. What is happening? Why am I so suddenly lightheaded? He was both alarmed and frightened, utterly bewildered by his current state, struggling to maintain his footing. Remarkably, the ability of the holy word to vanquish foes had activated with such alarming ease. While Yichuan remained clueless about his condition, Shen Zhou was acutely aware. This lad's psychological resilience is astonishingly feeble, shattered by mere words, triggering the holy word's effect. How splendid! Having just acquired this ability, he could practice on this opponent. Now, will you challenge me? Shen Zhou looked down at Yichuan. Very well. I accept your challenge. Yichuan, perplexed, exclaimed, What are you talking about? When did I say I would challenge you? And you accept? What nonsense is this? Enduring his dizziness, Yichuan protested vehemently, nearly grinding his teeth as he spoke. I seem to have gone astray in my training. Let's pause. Once I recover, we shall engage in a fair battle. Despite Shen Zhou's formidable display of strength, Yichuan retained confidence in himself. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, he had never once been defeated by his peers. He surmised that his dizziness stemmed from having gone astray in his practice. As a disciple of the Chengwu Marquis, he trained in only the most elite techniques, each with significant difficulty. Encountering issues while practicing was quite normal. Gone astray in your practice? Quite the act. Shen Zhou sneered disdainfully. Just a feeble excuse to evade battle. Huh. You truly are nothing more than a cowardly, battle-averse lizard. The other students in the Celestial Talents camp, initially puzzled by Yichuan's sudden defensive posture and grim demeanor, now found Shen Zhou's words to be quite reasonable. Yes. This lad surely knows he cannot defeat Brother Shen, so he begins to concoct excuses. How clever. He even dares to call for a pause in front of Brother Shen. What a charade. It is undoubtedly an act. I am not acting. Yichuan roared in frustration, feeling utterly wronged. He merely spoke the truth. Yet Shen Zhou had unfairly labeled him a coward. How could this fellow's words be so venomous? This insult ignited a fury within him that surpassed the earlier mockery. The most infuriating aspect was the throng of onlookers supporting Shen Zhou's taunts. Yichuan longed to retort but found himself utterly unable to do so. He was on the brink of madness. As his emotional turmoil escalated, a wave of inexplicable agony erupted within his mind. Yichuan cried out, the sensation shifting from mere dizziness to excruciating pain. It felt as if someone were piercing his skull with needles, incessantly prodding at his fragile mind. Yichuan could no longer maintain his balance and collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony, his face contorted in a mask of suffering. Oh, how convincingly he acts. Indeed. Look at him rolling about. It is truly impressive. The sweat on his face flows down as if he is genuinely in pain. The surrounding students regarded him with disdain, convinced that Yichuan was simply putting on a show to avoid fighting Shen Zhou. Yet, if it were them in his position, they would likely put on an even more elaborate performance. After all, they were facing the formidable Shen Zhou. Witnessing Yichuan's distress, Shen Zhou could not help but imagine the sound of his cries. Master, please stop. I have learned my lesson. He mused how familiar this scene felt, realizing he had seemingly mastered a form of mental incantation. A mere utterance sent his opponent into a frenzy. Moreover, Shen Zhou discovered that the holy word's ability to vanquish foes could indeed be infused with a cutting effect. This meant that once Yi Chuan's emotions were unsettled by Shen Zhou's words, the holy word would trigger instantaneously within his mind, leaving Yi Chuan entirely unaware of the assault. Chapter 80. Seizing the opportunity to strike, Yi Chuan finally succumbed to the latest wave of mental assault, lying motionless on the ground, completely unconscious. Allow the willful and domineering maiden to enjoy her slumber. Virtue value 15. Bestow heartfelt guidance upon the talented youth. Virtue value 50. The records of merits inscribed 2 lines of text, rewarding Shen Zhou for his benevolent actions. This development surprised Shen Zhou. Yi Chuan, this fellow, garnered such a plethora of virtue value. Is this the worth of a national fortune host? However, at this moment, Shen Zhou felt predominantly uninterested. This national fortune host had been so effortlessly subdued, requiring no personal involvement from him. Although Shen Zhou did not expect to find amusement in this encounter, surely he could work up a sweat, right? Alas, it was merely a waste of breath. Simultaneously, Shen Zhou sensed the sentiments of the earth soared in his grasp. No battle, no thrill. How delightful! Can you not aspire to loftier pursuits? Must you always seek mere pleasure? Shen Zhou reprimanded the earth's sword, and upon witnessing Yi Chuan's utter vulnerability, he lost interest in further conflict with him. His gaze shifted to Mo Wuhan, who remained crouched not far away. In a bid to avoid combat with Shen Zhou, this fellow had resorted to an extravagant act of feigned madness to such an extent. At that moment, Mo Wuhan was still in a state of shock. He had initially believed that Yi Chuan's strength was comparable to Shen Zhou's, but it was now evident that this was a gross misjudgment. One should not assume that just because both could eliminate him in an instant, they operated on the same level. It was akin to a scenario where 2 students both achieved a perfect score, yet Yi Chuan did so merely because he was capable of reaching that pinnacle, while Shen Zhou excelled because the examination itself had only 1 perfect score to offer. As he pondered this, Mo Wuhan suddenly felt a chilling sensation crawl up his spine. An eerily familiar dread. He craned his neck to look, and indeed, he found Shen Zhou's gaze fixed upon him. Oh no, this is bad. Mo Wuhan's heart leapt to his throat. He shut his eyes, tensed his body in preparation for an impending assault. However, the anticipated strike never materialized. Instead, he felt a hand seize his clothing and lift him off the ground. Opening his eyes, he heard Shen Zhou's voice. Trembling, Mo Wuhan dared to fully open his eyes. His gaze was markedly clearer now. Shen Zhou remarked, having successfully transformed Mo Wuhan's status from orange to blue after 2 relentless sessions of instruction. Indeed, diligent effort yields its rewards. Shen Zhou gently set Mo Wuhan down on the ground, encouraging him to stand tall. He then patted Mo's shoulder and pointed towards Yi Chuan in the distance. Go, give him a couple of slaps, and teach him a lesson he won't soon forget. Mo Wuhan was momentarily taken aback, initially believing Shen Zhou had come to attack him, only to discover that he was there to help him exact some long-overdue retribution. With Shen Zhou backing him, Mo Wuhan nodded, instantly feeling emboldened. He strode confidently towards Yi Chuan, rolled up his sleeves, crouched down, and swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps to Ye's face. Yi Chuan was left dazed, utterly defenseless against Mo Wuhan's blows, enduring the punishment without any means of retaliation. The act of aiding the weak and chastising the strong earned Shen Zhou an additional 10 points of virtue. Once the slaps were dealt, Mo Wuhan felt a wave of relief wash over him, truly a win-win situation. He adjusted his sleeves and turned to Shen Zhou to express his gratitude. Thank you. Though he felt somewhat awkward uttering those words, he mustered the courage to say them nonetheless. Shen Zhou nodded, satisfied that he had sufficiently reprimanded the troublemaker. He stretched lazily and turned to head back to his own courtyard. As he passed by the wooden cabin numbered 14, he noticed Lin Yujing standing in front of her house, quietly observing the entire altercation. Master Lin. Shen Zhou greeted her casually. Lin Yujing acknowledged him with a nod, and then remarked, I have been in seclusion these past few days, just intending to step out to relax, only to witness you in the midst of a brawl. And now, I find myself devoid of any inclination to unwind. With a sigh, Lin Yujing turned and retreated into her dwelling, reflecting on their first encounter. When he was at the 1st level of the 2nd realm, and she was at the 9th level of the same realm, she noted with a tinge of frustration that she had recently ascended to the 3rd realm, yet she could no longer discern Shen Zhou's level of cultivation at all. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Shen Zhou found that Shi Mo had already appeared at the martial training ground of the Tianjiao camp. Master Shi. The surrounding students quickly bowed in respect, yet Shi Mo merely nodded in acknowledgement before hastily approaching Yi Chuan. Junior brother, what has happened to you? Sure Mo exclaimed anxiously, supporting Yi Chuan and offering him a medicinal pill. At the sound of Sure Mo's address to Yi Chuan, the smiles on the faces of the Tianjiao camp students froze. What is going on? This brat is actually Master Shi's junior brother. Does that mean the person they had just mocked was, in fact, a disciple of the esteemed Duke Chongwu? This is dire, very dire. However, the most bewildered of them all was Mo Wuhan, who felt a buzzing in his head. Had he known the other party's significant background, he would never have listened to Shen Zhou's advice to slap the other's face. Now, he was utterly doomed. I'm fine. After swallowing the medicinal pill, Yi Chuan opened his eyes and shakily spoke. I must have experienced a backlash from my training, leading to this after effect. You should check on senior sister Duan first. All right. Sure Mo nodded, then immediately dragged Duan Shuang from a pile of rubble. After administering another healing pill, Duan Shuang began to awaken slowly. What is happening? Confusion flickered in Duan Shuang's eyes. She was entirely unaware of her fainting, her memory frozen at the moment Shen Zhou was about to draw his sword. Junior sister, what on earth are you doing here? And even if you came, why pretend to be a newcomer? You deserve to be taught a lesson. Upon seeing Duan Shuang regain consciousness, Sure Mo immediately scolded her. Yi Chuan, as a direct disciple of their master, held a significant status and strength. But Sure Mo had to consider his feelings. However, this headstrong junior sister was fair game for reprimand. Noticing Yi Chuan's gaze from a distance, Sure Mo sighed. Alas, it's also my fault. I was in seclusion in the central pavilion and didn't hear the commotion outside. Otherwise, it wouldn't have escalated to this extent. Then, brother Sure, since you didn't hear the commotion outside, how did you know I was pretending to be a newcomer? Duan Shuang posed a critical question. Sure Mo, has she caught the flaw in my words? This girl is quite astute. Ahem, so what exactly brings you here? Sure Mo attempted to divert the topic. It is like this. Duan Shuang, enduring the pain throughout her body, began. Master asked us to inform you that the top 15 members of the Tianjiao camp are to proceed to the Weiwu Hall to meet with him. You should have said so earlier. This is simply wasting Master's time. Sure Mo replied, somewhat speechless. This junior sister, relying on Master's favoritism, was indeed both inexperienced and playful. Yet, truth be told, she was not entirely lacking in skill. Within the entire Tianjiao camp, only a handful could surpass her, but unfortunately, she had provoked the camp's greatest boss. Upon the appearance of Shen Zhou, even Sure Mo, the esteemed manager of the Tianjiao camp, dared not show his face. After all, should he step forward to plead for his junior sister, it was likely that Shen Zhou would seize the opportunity to confront him as well. Chapter 81. Selecting Disciples Well. I understand now. You should take a good rest for a while. It's nothing serious. After comforting Duan Shuang, Sure Mo stood up. Wait a moment, Sure Xixiao. Why did I faint? Duan Shuang clutched at his sleeve, her eyes filled with confusion. Raising an eyebrow, Sure Mo was taken aback. You didn't even realize you were struck? He shook his head, then sighed. Ah, how perplexing life can be. Duan Shuang, even more bewildered, turned her gaze toward Yi Chuan, who immediately lowered his head in shame. Struggling to rise, he addressed Sure Mo. Sure Xixiao, I must take my leave. I need to inquire with my master about what has transpired. Ah, have you truly lost your way? Sure Mo replied in surprise. Do you think I'm feigning it as well? Yi Chuan's face flushed, his voice rising considerably. No, I believe you. Sure Mo quickly reassured him. You should hasten to question your master. Such matters cannot be postponed. In Sure Mo's past impressions, Yi Chuan indeed exuded an air of superiority. He had bravely ventured into the Honglin mountain range alone at the Third Realm, vanquishing 3 formidable Fourth Realm monsters. With the guidance of Lord Chongwu Ho, his strength had surged in a short time, effortlessly surpassing the likes of those in Guanhan Palace. Now, within the entirety of the Chongwu Guard, with Qin Lao having diminished his own cultivation, only Yin Nan could still contend with him. With such a prodigious talent as Yi Chuan around, it seemed that other geniuses would merely serve as his backdrop. Sure Mo had held this belief until he encountered Shen Zhou. Yi Chuan departed in considerable discontent, not even calling for his beloved senior sister. Yet Duan Shuang cheerfully followed after him. Sure Mo returned to the central pavilion and promptly summoned the top 15 members. He had barely settled into his seat. Shen Zhou, with a hint of exasperation, rose from his seat and sluggishly made his way out of the wooden cabin. Here comes Brother Shen, everyone. Make way for him to enter first. At the entrance of the central loft, the keen-eyed Lu Tian quickly noticed Shen Zhou's movement and called out, shifting aside in response. Indeed, Let Brother Shen go in first. Yes, yes. The other students followed suit, clearing a path. Damn, Lu Tian is such a sycophant. Why should Shen Zhou be allowed to enter first? Some students voiced their discontent, yet their bodies obediently made way. Thus, as Shen Zhou approached the loft, he was greeted by a row of students standing straight on either side, revealing the grand entrance of the loft. What nonsense is this? Everyone, just get inside. He frowned and exclaimed, what a ridiculous display of formalism. One might think I am a member of the underworld. Upon hearing his words, the students scattered in a frenzy, and even those who had previously harbored resentment towards Shen Zhou found themselves inexplicably feeling a twinge of admiration. Once all members were assembled in the loft, Shen Zhou announced, you will immediately accompany me to the Wei Wu Hall to meet Lord Chengwu. If I am not mistaken, Lord Chengwu will select a few of you to become his disciples. The moment these words were uttered, the central loft erupted with excitement. Every prodigy wore expressions of eagerness. For Lord Chengwu represented the pinnacle of martial power and authority in the entire Guanghan prefecture. Becoming his disciple promised a future of immense potential. Brother Shen, with your prowess, becoming Lord Chengwu's disciple will surely be within your grasp. Bai Feng remarked, his face alight with envy. However, he himself was not without opportunity, having secluded himself for days. He had successfully broken through to the 9th layer of the second realm, which meant he had missed the earlier spectacle. Otherwise, he would have transformed into an ardent admirer, fervently cheering for Shen Zhou. I, on the other hand, am indifferent. Shen Zhou spoke casually, his excitement palpable, though not stemming from the desire to become a disciple of Lord Chengwu. Instead, it was the prospect of inquiring about the cultivation techniques of the 5th realm that stirred him, for he had been ensnared in the 4th realm for far too long, and his impatience was mounting. The Wei Wu Hall stood as the most central area of the Guanghan Palace, serving as the sanctuary for Lord Chengwu's cultivation. Typically, this space was off-limits to all but Lord Chengwu himself, with only Yi Chuan granted the privilege of unrestricted access. In a mere moment, the group arrived before an ancient and grand hall. Master, the top 15 members of the Tianzhou camp have arrived, Shen Zhou announced respectfully at the entrance. Enter. A deep and resonant voice echoed from the innermost part of the hall. The talented youths present immediately felt a surge of tension, their hearts racing. Even Lin Yujing, usually composed, found her breath quickening. Most notably, Xiang Yang, an ardent admirer of Lord Chengwu, began to tremble uncontrollably. Shen Zhou displayed little emotion. He had heard that voice before during his time at the Treasure Pavilion. Under the guidance of Shen Zhou, a group of anxious youths stepped into the grand hall. Inside the vast and chilly main chamber, there were already individuals waiting. To the left sat Qin Hai, Yan Nan, Yin 15, and others. To the right were Yi Chuan and Duan Shuang, both casting unfriendly glances. The elite students of the celestial camp lowered their heads in trepidation, particularly Mo Wuhan, who wished he could flee the scene at that very moment. How could they have been so foolish as to provoke the 2 disciples of Lord Chengwu? And what of Shen Zhou? He had attracted even greater trouble. Mo Wuhan covertly glanced at Shen Zhou, only to find him seemingly unfazed, appearing utterly unperturbed. At that moment, Mo Wuhan felt a twinge of admiration for him. You need not be anxious. Just then, that profound and resonant voice echoed once more. My 2 useless disciples brought this upon themselves. Should they dare trouble you, I shall break their legs. This statement was refreshingly candid, akin to a gentle spring breeze, instantly soothing the crowd's nerves. It was then that they noticed a figure seated in the center of the hall on a mat. This was a middle-aged man, clad in a somewhat plain white robe, slender in form, with deep-set features. He radiated none of the imposing presence expected of a martial artist, appearing as an ordinary person. This man was none other than the supreme commander of the entire Guanghan prefecture, Lord Chengwu. Master, I have brought the top 15 elites. Shen Zhou bowed respectfully. Well then, please take your seats. Lord Chengwu gestured with a wave of his hand. The youths settled onto the mats within the hall, somewhat surprised that the illustrious Lord Chengwu appeared so unremarkable. Indeed, it seemed that true masters need not possess striking beauty. This was merely a fanciful notion held by the citizens of Qingdao. Just as this thought crossed their minds, the group of elites shuddered, as a pair of inky black eyes suddenly materialized in their minds, snapping wide open. In that instant, the elites felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Those eyes burned like a blazing sun, illuminating every facet of their beings. In mere moments, Lord Chengwu had seen through all the youths present, save for Shen Zhou, for the records of merit within his mind were beyond even Lord Chengwu's perception. as the elites struggled to regain their composure from the recent experience. They heard Lord Chengwu state plainly, "Regrettably, none of you can become my direct disciples." Upon hearing these words, the elite youths felt as though the sky had collapsed upon them. This declaration indicated that Lord Chengwu found none of the 15 worthy. To the left, Yi Chuan wore a triumphant smile. "Surely not, Master, are you certain?" In 15 was the first to speak, clearly astonished. "Not even Shen Zhou." "Indeed, Master. I believe this lad possesses immense potential," Qin Hai added. "Could you perhaps reconsider?" Yan Nan chimed in. Having witnessed Shen Zhou's terrifying feats in the Honglin mountain range, they found it hard to accept this outcome. After all, even Yu Chuan could not achieve such heights. The other elites also began to comprehend. Yes, it was one thing for Lord Chengwu to overlook them, but to dismiss a prodigy like Shen Zhou? Chapter 82. Secrets of the Yin Nation. Upon hearing the words of the Chengwu guards, a flicker of hesitation appeared in Lord Chengwu's gaze, yet he firmly replied, "My mind is made up. You need not argue further." In 15 and the others ceased their protests, casting regretful glances towards Shen Zhou. Shen Zhou's expression remained serene, revealing no hint of frustration. However, the esteemed master pondered the prospect of accepting a few named disciples. The conversation took a turn as the Marquis Chengwu spoke again. The talented individuals present appeared somewhat perplexed, prompting Shi Mo to clarify. Within the entire Guanghan Palace, only junior brother Yi Chuan is the master's direct disciple. The rest of us are merely named disciples. Upon this revelation, the gifted individuals momentarily paused, suddenly feeling a renewed sense of hope, yet their curiosity deepened. Could it be that Shen Zhou was inferior to Yi Chuan? Yet, Yi Chuan had been so terrified in the presence of Shen Zhou that he seemed to lose himself in madness. Was it possible that his fear was genuine? Seemingly anticipating the thoughts of the talented individuals, Yi Chuan flicked his sleeve and scoffed. "I have already told you all that I merely lost my composure before. If it were to come down to a true comparison with Shen Zhou, he would stand no chance against me. I would undoubtedly prevail." With an expression brimming with confidence, coupled with his status as a direct disciple, Yi Chuan appeared remarkably persuasive in that moment. The gifted individuals were largely convinced. After all, the fact that Marquis Chengwu favored Yi Chuan over Shen Zhou spoke volumes. Shen Zhou, however, broke into a smile and remarked, "It is advisable for you to temper your arrogance. Such demeanor only serves to expose your weaknesses." "What?" Yi Chuan furrowed his brow, taken aback that his opponent dared to confront him in the presence of their esteemed master. Coughing lightly, In 15 interjected at an opportune moment, "Master, which of us will you select as your named disciples?" Lord Chengwu did not mind the bickering between the two younger individuals. After a moment of contemplation, he announced 3 names: Shen Zhou, Mo Wuhan, and Bai Feng. Instantly, excitement illuminated the faces of Mo Wuhan and Bai Feng, the latter particularly astonished that, as the lowest-ranking member of the Tianzhao camp, he would be chosen. Indeed, it seemed that Lord Chengwu valued the potential of his disciples above all else. "Thank you, Master." Mo Wuhan immediately performed the bow of apprenticeship, and Bai Feng hastily followed suit. "There is no need for such formalities." Lord Chengwu waved his hand dismissively, clarifying that these were merely named disciples, signifying nothing more than a superficial master-disciple relationship. His true teachings would only be bestowed upon his direct disciples. Reflecting on this, Lord Chengwu turned his gaze toward Shen Zhou, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. Why, he pondered. Was it that a prodigy like Shen Zhou did not fit the mold he sought? After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand again, stating, "Those I have selected may remain, the rest may take their leave." The unchosen talents departed with expressions of disappointment, and the Chengwu guards opted to bid farewell as well. Ultimately, only Shen Zhou, Mo Wuhan, Bai Feng, and Yi Chuan remained in the main hall. "Now, you 3, Lord Chengwu addressed them. If you have any uncertainties on your martial journey, feel free to voice them to me. I have been eagerly awaiting this moment. It has felt like an eternity." Came the response. Shen Zhou was the first to step forward, declaring, "Master, I seek the cultivation method for the 5th realm." The mention of the 5th realm caused Mo Wuhan and Bai Feng to immediately cast their gazes in his direction. Had their ears deceived them? Shen Zhou was actually requesting the cultivation technique for the 5th realm. It was known that one of them was merely at the 3rd realm, while the other was at the 2nd realm. Not only Bai Feng, even Yi Chuan was taken aback. After all, he had only attained the 5th level of the 4th realm. The tone of Shen Zhou suggested, could it be that he had reached the pinnacle of the 4th realm? Yichuan found it hard to believe, dismissing it as an act, surely a ploy to showcase his prowess in front of others by making such an outrageous request. Cheng Wuho regarded Shen Zhou with a deep, contemplative gaze. He understood all too well that the young man was not merely posturing, but had genuinely reached the zenith of the fourth realm. Such a prodigy, it was astonishingly terrifying. However, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that even such a genius was destined to become a pawn in the grand scheme of things? A hint of struggle appeared on Cheng Wuho's face. Seeing Cheng Wuho's inexplicable silence, Yichuan and the others were left even more puzzled. Given Cheng Wuho's cultivation level, this matter should have posed no challenge for him. Why then did he appear so hesitant? Shen Zhou discerned that the Duke of Chengwu appeared to be burdened with deep thoughts. Recalling the prior hints from the merit record, he inquired, "By the way, Master, when I absorb spiritual energy, I can perceive the essence of the world's spiritual aura, which seems to contain something beyond." Before Shen Zhou could complete his sentence, the Duke's expression shifted dramatically. He vanished from his original position and almost instantaneously appeared before Shen Zhou. "You can perceive it?" The Duke's gaze fixated intensely on Shen Zhou, urgency lacing his voice. Meanwhile, Yichuan stood in astonishment. It was the first time he had witnessed his master in such a state of disarray. Wait a moment. Did Shen Zhou just say he can sense the spiritual energy of the world? Is this lad truly at the pinnacle of the fourth realm? Yes. Shen Zhou nodded, affirming that if the merit record could perceive it, it was entirely plausible that he could as well. How could this be possible? The Duke gazed at Shen Zhou, his eyes filled with confusion, akin to a mathematics professor grappling helplessly with the Riemann hypothesis. "So, Master, do you know why?" Shen Zhou asked again. The Duke did not respond immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath to compose himself. Then he gestured for Yichuan and the other two to leave. "You three should depart for now." "Understood." Although somewhat perplexed, Mo Wuhan and Bai Feng promptly acquiesced. While Yichuan expressed surprise, "Master, even I." "You should leave as well," the Duke reaffirmed. With a dejected expression, Yichuan followed Bai Feng and Mo Wuhan out, leaving only the Duke and Shen Zhou in the Grand Hall. After a brief silence, the Duke finally spoke. "Do you know why I chose to act only at the last moment in the Honglin mountain range?" Shen Zhou found himself perplexed as to why the Marquis of Chengwu suddenly broached this subject. Yet his curiosity was undeniably piqued. Had the Marquis acted sooner, perhaps Qin Hai would not have suffered the fate of having his cultivation rendered null. "Why?" Shen Zhou inquired. "Because, prior to taking action, I had already been reduced to a mere mortal for many years," the Marquis responded, his tone laced with bitterness. "My cultivation has regressed. This is the result of a royal seal." Chapter 83. Complete monopoly. The Marquis of Chengwu's revelation was astonishing. Even the typically composed Shen Zhou was taken aback. The once powerful and illustrious lord of a province had, it seemed, been relegated to the status of a commoner for many years. Was it true that he had only recently regained his abilities? Is the imperial family of Yin so formidable that they can even poison the very essence of spiritual energy? Shen Zhou ventured to ask. The Marquis cast a knowing glance at Shen Zhou, recognizing his intelligence and perceptiveness. He continued, "Since its establishment, the Yin kingdom has a history of 8,000 years. Do you know how many emperors have reigned during this span?" Shen Zhou shook his head. He was merely a poor rural lad, unaware of such matters. The Marquis of Chengwu provided an answer. "Hiss. Does this imply that these emperors can casually live for over 1,000 years?" Shen Zhou raised his eyebrows. He finally comprehended the meaning behind Master Qin's words. 100 years is precisely the age for striving. It is not merely an age of endeavor. It is, in fact, an age ripe for nurturing. Indeed. The Marquis of Chengwu nodded. Even I have lived for over 600 years, while the average lifespan of common folk barely reaches 60. To those at the bottom, the upper echelons of the Yin kingdom seem akin to deities. If they are indeed divine beings, possessing some arcane powers is only to be expected. According to my investigations, over these 8,000 years, the royal family must have employed some formidable means to slowly refine the spiritual essence of the Yin kingdom's terrain, integrating it with some extraordinary supernatural ability. As long as one cultivates in this realm, that enigmatic power will seep into your being, merging with every fiber of your body. This is indeed akin to poisoning, though this poison is colorless and tasteless, remaining dormant until one's cultivation deepens, leading to a more profound affliction. Until they sense they can no longer control you? That is approximately the essence of it. The Marquis of Chengwu nodded, his gaze inevitably tinged with sorrow. For a martial artist, Their greatest reliance lies in their cultivation. Yet now, such cultivation is firmly grasped by another. What recourse remains? Even the once mighty Marquis of Chengwu is reduced to a mere barking dog, slightly more formidable than the rest, before the imperial family of Diyan. The Marquis continued, initially, when I sensed my cultivation gradually regressing, I was filled with terror and confusion, believing I had erred in my practice. However, as time passed, I realized this was not due to any fault of my own, but stemmed from external forces. Furthermore, I discovered that throughout the grand history of Diyan, I was not the only one to experience such a phenomenon. Thus, I and my comrades tirelessly sought the truth surrounding this matter. Ultimately, after incurring considerable costs, we managed to uncover some clues, but that was all. The Marquis spoke of these events with a calm demeanor, yet Shen Zhou could only imagine the cruelty entwined within. This nobleman had lived for over 6 centuries and held a renowned title. One would expect such a figure to be surrounded by numerous disciples and esteemed friends. Yet now, the closest person beside him is merely a century-old gatekeeper. His former companions have likely either perished or betrayed him. Such a ruthless tactic indeed. Shen Zhou could not help but exclaim in astonishment. He had initially believed that monopolizing martial arts techniques was the pinnacle of achievement. Yet he never anticipated that it could be played out in such an extraordinary manner. This development could indeed secure the eternal stability of the great Yin dynasty, as the likelihood of internal rebellion became virtually negligible. With that in mind, why not simply venture abroad? Shen Zhou remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Lord Chengwu's expression suddenly turned grave. What nonsense are you uttering? No matter the myriad challenges that lie ahead, one must never forsake one's faith and nation to align oneself with foreign adversaries. Shen Zhou raised an eyebrow, realizing that this was indeed his oversight. Unlike Shen Zhou who, as a time traveler, felt little sense of belonging to either the Yin kingdom or this world, the Marquis Chengwu was different. He might harbor discontent towards the royal family of Yin, yet he considered himself a citizen of Yin and would never betray his country. With a sigh, the Marquis added, moreover, what you can conceive, the royal family of Yin can certainly anticipate, and they possess their own countermeasures. Besides, how much better could other nations be? It is merely a matter of exchanging one cage for another. Thus, your establishment of the Tianjiao camp to seek out talented cultivators is motivated by this? Shen Zhou inquired. Indeed, the Marquis Chengwu nodded. By chance, I perused ancient historical texts and discovered a certain class of individuals who can evade the manipulation of the royal family's secret arts. These individuals, to varying degrees, carry the fortune of the Yin kingdom, and due to this divine favor, their cultivation talents far surpass those of others, leading to a lifetime of continuous good fortune. Shen Zhou suddenly recalled Yi Chuan's identity, the bearer of national fortune. It turned out that Yi Chuan was not the child of destiny for this world. At most, he could be considered a child of fortune for the Yin kingdom. Moreover, from what Lord Chengwu indicated, there were likely others who shared this title as well. It seems that this Lord Chengwu indeed harbors rebellious intentions. Unfortunately, it remains uncertain how much of his scheme has been uncovered by the royal family of the Yin kingdom. After all, there was an officer of the pacification department placed beside him. Shen Zhou, I once thought your talent for cultivation was extraordinary, believing you to possess the national fortune. Only to find that this is not the case, Lord Chengwu remarked, expressing his surprise. I never expected you to discern the anomalies in the spiritual energy. In the past, it was others who could not see through Lord Chengwu. Now he found himself unable to fathom a young man. Perhaps it is merely my exceptional gift. Shen Zhou responded, choosing not to linger on the matter. Then, Master, I implore you to impart the cultivation methods of the fifth realm, and if possible, share the techniques for the subsequent stages as well. Having grasped the situation, he harbored no more doubts. The extraordinary powers within the spiritual energy were undoubtedly malevolent. He had no desire to become a pawn of the Yin royal family. Very well. Lord Chengwu nodded, unable to suppress a sigh. He was not surprised by Shen Zhou's decision. Indeed, what difference does knowing the truth make? Would one then choose to abandon cultivation and remain stagnant in the fourth realm? For a warrior in pursuit of power, such a choice was clearly inconceivable, especially considering Shen Zhou's terrifying talent for cultivation. How could he possibly settle for less? Even if he knew it was a deep pit, he would still leap into it. At that moment, it seemed Lord Chengwu sensed something, his brow furrowing as he closed his eyes. With a swift motion, a white shadow erupted from Lord Chengwu, piercing through the hall at an astonishing speed. heading straight for the heavens. The next instant, a leisurely and carefree youthful laughter resonated throughout the entire Guanghan Palace. Lord Chongwu, I trust you are well. Chapter 84. The arrival of royalty. Is someone coming? The figure of Shen Zhou abruptly vanished from his original position, only to reappear outside the grand hall. Raising his gaze, he beheld a flying vessel soaring from the horizon, eventually coming to rest above the Guanghan Palace, casting a colossal shadow upon the ground. This magnificent craft measured over 70 zhang in length, with its prow resembling a dragon with its head held high, while the stern took the form of a phoenix tail. A grand banner proudly fluttered at the pinnacle, billowing in the wind. It was none other than the dragon flag representing the Da Yin royal family. My heavens! What a spectacle! This remarkable commotion captured the attention of all within Guanghan Palace. In an instant, Yi Chuan, Yin 15, Bai Feng, and others turned their eyes skyward, uttering exclamations of awe. Most of those present had never ventured beyond Guanghan Prefecture, having never witnessed such a formidable and majestic mode of transportation. Even Shen Zhou felt a twinge of emotion. Though he had once flown in an airplane in his previous life, he had never experienced a flying ship. On the deck of the vessel stood dozens of individuals, exuding an air of authority, most clad in armor, surrounding a young man who occupied the center like a star among the constellations. The youth possessed strikingly handsome features, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. He donned a moon-white silk robe, its edges intricately embroidered with golden cloud patterns. Shen Zhou cast his gaze, his pupils narrowing slightly. The 14th prince of the Yin kingdom, Ji Songyun. Just as they were discussing the royal family of Yin, he appeared, and as a prince no less. The imposing entourage he brought clearly signified that his intentions were far from benign. Your Highness, what brings you to my Guanghan Palace? Lord Chongwu spoke with a dignified composure. His ethereal presence suspended in the air, a solitary figure starkly contrasting with the grandiose vessel of his visitor. Your Highness? The address from Lord Chongwu startled everyone in Guanghan Palace, realizing the weight of the prince's lineage. In response to Lord Chongwu's inquiry, Ji Songyun smiled. My lord, I have traveled a great distance from the capital to this remote province, naturally to discuss matters of great importance. He paused, not continuing his statement, but instead lowered his gaze, surveying those gathered below in Guanghan Palace, his smile chilling. Since you are aware that this prince is of the Yin royal bloodline, why do you not kneel? Do you, mere country folk, not comprehend such basic etiquette? Yin 15, Yi Chuan, and others immediately turned pale, hastily kneeling. Even Lin Yujing, though reluctant, followed suit with a downward glance. In an instant, the entirety of Guanghan Palace was filled with the sound of kneeling. The hierarchies of Yin society were rigid. With imperial authority reigning supreme, the feudal tenets of ruler and subject, father and son deeply ingrained in the hearts of the populace. Very well. Ji Songyun nodded slightly, satisfaction evident upon his countenance. Though Guanghan Prefecture had been under Lord Chongwu's control for many years, it seemed the royal prestige still prevailed. But wait. Ji Songyun furrowed his brow, for he noticed a lone dissenter. Not far away, a young man stood tall, his gaze icy, showing no inclination to kneel. Impudent! Why do you not kneel? Before Ji Songyun could speak, a burly man clad in armor interjected, reprimanding the youth. The name above this imposing figure read, Royal Imperial Guard. Tiki, Jiang Yuanhua, let out a light chuckle, declaring, I am resilient and cannot bend, let alone kneel. In this life, he lived solely for his own desires, believing that he could bow only to heaven, earth, and his parents. What right did a mere royal have to demand his submission? Better to die than to live unfree. Upon hearing his words, the members of Guanghan Palace, including Yin 15, could not help but break into a sweat for him. They were aware of Shen Zhou's audacity, yet they never anticipated he would exhibit such defiance in the face of royalty. Truly, he was courting death. Yi Chuan silently sighed, yet a sense of admiration began to swell within him. Ji Songyun, in a fit of rage, laughed in response. Excellent. What a resilient spirit that cannot learn to bow. Jiang Yuanhua, well acquainted with his master's temperament, leaped from the flying vessel the moment Ji finished speaking, resembling a meteor streaking across the sky, rushing towards Shen Zhou. Boom. On the square outside the great hall, the two figures collided with a resounding impact, stirring clouds of dust. Ji Songyun smirked. He had come to Guanghan Prefecture with the intention of giving the Duke of Chongwu a taste of his might, and the plan was unfolding perfectly. Aided by this reckless young man, Yet, in the next moment, his smile froze, for as the dust settled, he beheld Jiang Yuanhua on his knees, while the young man in the green shirt sat leisurely upon his back. Not only Ji Tsongyun, but all present wore expressions of disbelief. This young man's strength seemed extraordinarily formidable. Only the Duke of Chengwu, hovering in the air, displayed a smile. At this moment, Jiang Yuanhua felt dizzy and shocked, wondering what had transpired. Why had he not seen any of Shen Zhou's movements? The Imperial Guards? Utterly chaotic. As confusion enveloped him, Shen Zhou's mocking voice echoed in his ears. Jiang Yuanhua's face flushed with anger. Who was this audacious youth daring to challenge the royal authority? Another furious roar erupted, this time from a slender man standing beside Ji Tsongyun, head of the royal guards, Xuezong. In an instant, Xuezong shot forth like lightning, faster and more fearsome than Jiang Yuanhua. However, before he could reach Shen Zhou, he was suddenly sent flying back, crashing through the gates of Guanghan Palace and creating a deep crater in the ground. Before my very eyes, you dare to strike my disciple once. And now you come for a second time? The Duke of Chengwu's indifferent voice resonated. His spectral form remained motionless in the air, yet there was no doubt that he had been the one to send Xuezong flying. You strike the young, and now you come for the old. I can play this game too. A hint of anxiety and unease crept onto Ji Tsongyun's handsome face. Despite having languished for so long, the Duke of Chengwu still exuded such formidable strength. This attempt at intimidation had utterly failed, and instead, they had been schooled. Ji Tsongyun clenched his fists. The Yin Kingdom still required the Duke's martial prowess, and he could not afford to sever ties with him. Reflecting on this, Ji Tsongyun once again donned a gentle smile. Your Excellency, you speak the truth. My subordinates' lack of decorum is entirely their own doing. I have come today on the orders of my father, the Emperor, to present you with a decree. With that, he gestured, and a slightly plump eunuch beside him stepped forward, unfurling the bright yellow imperial edict. Chapter 85. The Edict and the Recruitment by the Will of Heaven. The Emperor decrees. In light of the persistent invasions from hostile nations in the northern territories, with fires of war raging and border threats escalating, I am deeply concerned. The Duke of Chengwu possesses both loyalty and valor, with commendable tactics. Thus, I hereby appoint him as the General of the Northern Defense, effective immediately, to march northward, guard our borders, and uphold the dignity of our great Yin Empire. Thus decreed. The plump eunuch read the edict in a calm manner, and only then did the Duke of Chengwu comprehend its implications. He could not help but chuckle coldly within. No wonder his previously lost powers had inexplicably returned. The court required him to charge into battle, use him when needed to the utmost, then cast him aside when not. The Duke of Chengwu felt a profound sense of desolation within. Accept the decree, Your Excellency. The eunuch's voice resounded once more, his squinty eyes gleaming with a smile as he looked at the Duke, adding pointedly, I hope you will not disappoint the Emperor's goodwill. Shen Zhou lifted his gaze, silently observing the scene before him. He understood that among these uninvited guests, it was likely the seemingly amiable eunuch, Lu Dong, who possessed the greatest strength. His title read, Chief Eunuch of the Eastern Depot, Lu Dong, in the realm of martial arts dramas. Those who attain such a position are invariably exceptional masters. Noticing that Marquis Chengwu had yet to respond, Ji Tsongyun displayed a hint of anxiety, while every individual aboard the flying vessel wore an expression of utmost tension. Should Marquis Chengwu abruptly decide to overturn the table at this moment, it would seem that only the chief eunuch could manage to retaliate. As a former pinnacle of the Yin Kingdom, Marquis Chengwu's combat prowess was formidable. Everyone present awaited his answer, and after a brief pause, they witnessed the light in Marquis Chengwu's eyes extinguish. He bowed his head and said, I am grateful for your grace's benevolence. With Marquis Chengwu's response, the tension among those on the flying vessel dissipated. This indicated that he had chosen to acquiesce. Lu Dong swiftly appeared before Marquis Chengwu, placing the imperial edict into his hands, and urged, I implore you, my lord, to depart promptly. The situation at the northern border demands immediate attention. Marquis Chengwu did not reply directly, but instead stated, As for my Guanghan prefecture, the emperor has decreed that Guanghan prefecture remains your fief. The court shall not interfere. Lu Dong smiled as he continued, Moreover, should you achieve merit in this border defense, the emperor is willing to grant you an expanded fief, perhaps even a province. The Yin Kingdom operates under a three-tier system of counties, prefectures, and provinces, with provinces towering over prefectures. However, upon hearing this, Marquis Chongwu's expression revealed no sign of emotion. Even if granted a province, it would merely be a slightly larger bone to him. I understand, he simply stated. I will set off once I complete my current affairs. Very well, Lu Dong nodded, then abruptly shifted the conversation. By the way, the Emperor has also heard that you have been nurturing talents in recent years? Marquis Chongwu's brow furrowed slightly, an ominous premonition stirring within him. And if so? It is this way, Lu Dong explained. Recently, the Emperor has expressed a desire to cultivate talents and wishes to select a few from among your protégés to bring into the imperial courtyard for training. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the prodigies of Guanghan Palace were suddenly overwhelmed by a peculiar sensation. The imperial courtyard is the highest institution for nurturing young martial artists in the Yin Kingdom, and only the most elite among them have a chance to enter. There, they would have access to the finest cultivation resources the entire kingdom has to offer. And what if I were to refuse? Marquis Chongwu replied, his expression dark as thunder. If you are unwilling, the Emperor shall naturally not insist, Lu Dong responded, adopting a humble demeanor. However, I believe it is essential to provide the young ones with an opportunity to make their own choices. Wouldn't you agree, my lord? Marquis Chongwu remained expressionless. After a moment of tense silence, he finally said, very well. At this juncture, he could no longer deny that his clandestine efforts to seek out and nurture the host of national fortune had been discovered by the royal family. The so-called selection was nothing but a farce, aimed squarely at Yichuan. If the Emperor insisted on taking Yichuan away, he would have little recourse to stop it. Yet, this old eunuch had allowed Yichuan to choose for himself. That was an opportunity. Marquis Chongwu held confidence in Yichuan. He had instructed him for 3 years, sharing every aspect of his legacy without reservation, treating Yichuan as if he were his own son. Upon hearing Marquis Chongwu's agreement, Lu Dong wasted no time in directing his gaze toward Yichuan. Young master, do you wish to join the imperial courtyard of the Yin Kingdom? Yichuan's face instantly reflected hesitation and conflict. His gaze darted between the solemn expression of Marquis Chongwu and the smiling demeanor of Lu Dong. On one side lay the gratitude owed to Marquis Chongwu, and on the other, a more expansive future.